The blood-red characters pulsed wildly on Ning Fei's retina, stimulating his nerves. Welcome to the endless abyss. Do you see the monster ahead? Kill it, or be killed by it. Ning Fei subconsciously looked ahead and saw a humanoid monster with a bluish-gray body. Two leaping black flames floated in the monster's empty eye sockets. Red crystalline clusters grew at its joints, and 3 bone blades extended from the back of its hands, gleaming with a chilling light. What the hell is this thing? The monster did not attack immediately. Instead, it waved its claws twice in a show of defiance, raised its head, and let out a roar before pouncing towards Ning Fei. Ning Fei turned and ran, but almost crashed into the wall. With a whooshing sound coming from behind, Ning Fei didn't have time to think. He turned sharply and lunged to the side. The monster couldn't stop in time and crashed heavily into the wall. The moment he landed, Ning Fei rolled on the spot, flipped himself up, and took the opportunity to get a clear look at his surroundings. He was currently in a sealed room with no exit. The room was very simply furnished, with only a bed and a table, and no other furniture. Ning Fei's gaze fell on the table. The table was covered with messy tableware, and next to it was a long sword. The monster shook its head, slowly turned around, and pounced on Ning Fei again. Ning Fei pushed off with his feet and lunged at the table. The monster missed its attack, turned stiffly, and pounced on Ning Fei again. Ning Fei grabbed the longsword on the table, quickly turned around, gripped the sword with both hands, and aimed it at the monster in front of him. The monster howled and pounced on Ning Fei, its claws flashing with a chilling light as it swung. Ning Fei nimbly dodged the monster, then quickly turned around and slashed it across the back with his sword. A huge wound was suddenly cleaved open on the monster's back, but instead of blood seeping out, a dark yellow viscous fluid oozed out. The slime dripped onto the ground, making a hissing sound, and almost instantly corroded several dark holes in the wooden floor. Enraged by Ning Fei's attack, the monster roared, turned around quickly, and swung its claws at the longsword. With a crisp clang, Ning Fei felt his hands go numb, and his longsword was immediately knocked aside. The monster pressed forward, its claws lashing out at Ning Fei's chest. Ning Fei had no time to dodge, so he sacked down and moved his longsword with all his might, pointing it at the monster in front of him. The monster couldn't stop in time and crashed into the longsword, which pierced its chest. Snap! With a crisp cracking sound, the monster froze, its movements completely still. Ning Fei breathed a sigh of relief, forcefully pushed the monster's corpse aside, and gasped for breath. Very good, Worm, you have passed the initial test. It's worth wasting a few minutes of my time on you. The blood-red characters reappeared on Ning Fei's retina, but this time, they appeared much calmer, unlike the previous frenzy. There are 20 apostle marks in this city. Obtaining one of them will give you a hint for the next step. You only have 72 hours. If you haven't achieved anything by then, oh, and don't forget your loot, the worm. It will be a great help in your next move. A small white box appeared on the monster's corpse, with a flash of light appearing on it from time to time. Is this a treasure chest? Ning Fei curiously picked up the small white box and examined it carefully. The box was very light, almost weightless, and from the outside it looked like a solid object with no gaps. The next moment, the box emitted a bright light and transformed into 3 items, which fell in front of Ning Fei. Ning Fei casually grabbed the lightest piece of parchment, unfolded it, and found it to be a map. The most striking feature on the map is a dark purple vertical pupil marker, which, just by looking at it, makes a retinal ablation plate feel hot. Ning Fei counted them. There were 20 in total, which were most likely the so-called apostle marks. These apostle marks are scattered throughout the map. Some remain still, while others slowly move across the map, which should be inanimate. The most recent one was almost right next to Ning Fei's position. Ning Fei was startled and almost subconsciously turned his head to observe the surrounding environment. He breathed a sigh of relief after finding unusual. That's right. This map is just a 30-centimeter square piece of parchment, but it depicts the entire city. Even though they look close on the map, there is actually a considerable distance between them. The other two items were a grayish-white card and a dusty little bag. The card had an image of the monster from earlier drawn on it, the meaning of which was unclear. The little bag contained a dozen or so dark gray round coins. Ning Fei examined the card and the dozen or so coins, but found nothing. He could only carefully put them close to his body, grab the longsword stuck in the monster's body, and pull it out forcefully. Snap! The moment the longsword was drawn, it made another slight cracking sound. Ning Fei frowned and used his longsword to cut open the monster's clothes on its chest. The skin around the monster's heart had crystallized, and the surface of the crystals was covered with intricate runes, giving it a rather mysterious appearance. Ning Fei's attack earlier, by sheer chance, pierced the rune in the monster's heart. Recalling that Ning Fei had previously struck the monster on the back with his sword, yet the monster showed no signs of injury, but was instantly killed after its heart was pierced. Ning Fei guessed that the heart was most likely the monster's weak point. More precisely, it's the crystalline rune in the heart area. Destroying it will instantly kill the monster. Heavy footsteps could be heard outside the room. Ning Fei instantly became alert, gripped his longsword tightly, held his breath, and listened carefully to the sounds outside the door. The footsteps grew closer, each one causing the ground to tremble slightly. Ning Fei slowly retreated, moving away from the direction of the footsteps, but the room was only so big, and Ning Fei quickly retreated to the wall. The footsteps stopped outside the room, and there was no further movement. Ning Fei held his breath, not daring to move an inch, for fear of disturbing the monsters outside. Boom! The wall was blasted open with tremendous force, and broken bricks flew everywhere. A huge iron hammer entered the room through the gap, and then quickly retracted. Looking through the gap, one can vaguely see a tall figure standing outside the wall, swinging a large iron hammer, and smashing it heavily against the wall once more. Amidst the continuous crashing sounds, the gap in the wall grew larger and larger, and Ning Fei gradually made out the monster that was smashing the wall. The monster was over 2 meters tall and wore rusty armor. Dark yellow slime seeped out from the gaps in the armor, dripping down the armor and onto the ground. The large iron sledgehammer used to smash the wall was not the weapon Ning Fei had expected, but rather the monster's right hand. Ning Fei's heart sank. This level of monster was simply beyond his current capabilities to deal with. But he was trapped in the room by the monster, with no way to escape. Seeing that the monster was about to rush into the house, Ning Fei gripped his sword with both hands, ready to fight to the death. A figure descended from the ceiling, appearing behind the monster and placing its hands on the monster's back. The stench instantly filling the entire room. Caught off guard, Ning Fei almost vomited. The monster let out a cry of pain, suddenly raised its left hand, grabbed the arm of the figure behind it, and swung it forward with force. The figure was thrown directly into the room and slid all the way to Ning Fei's feet. Ning Fei then realized that the figure that had suddenly attacked was actually a monster. Its body surface is constantly displaying changing patterns, look like some kind of religious imagery. A half crystal is embedded in its abdomen, through which one can see its internal organs constantly wriggling. Ning Fei decisively jumped away and fled to another corner. The monster outside the wall strode into the room and rushed toward the monster that had been thrown in. The monster that had been thrown in flipped over and quickly climbed up the wall like a gecko. Ning Fei noticed its fingers, which shimmered with iridescent light and were like suction cups, easily adhering to the wall. The monster quickly climbed up the wall to the ceiling and then sped off towards the outside of the room. The armored monster roared, ignoring Ning Fei in the corner, and strode after another monster. Ning Fei let out a long breath, quickly ran out through the gap in the wall, glanced in the direction the two monsters had left, and then quickly left in the other direction. According to the map, Ning Fei's location is called the recruit training camp, and he should be in the recruit dormitory. Strangely, apart from the place where Ning Fei came out, there were no other rooms visible on either side of the corridor. Ning Fei was puzzled, so he pressed his face against the wall and listened carefully for a moment. Faint footsteps came from behind the wall, interspersed with low growls. Ning Fei's expression turned serious. He moved to another spot, pressed himself against the wall again, and listened for a moment. Bang! Something slammed heavily against the other side of the wall, causing it to shake slightly, and the faint sound of a sharp blade scraping against the wall could be heard in between. Ning Fei was startled and instinctively stepped back. Looking at the empty corridor, his face turned completely gloomy. This is indeed the recruits' dormitory. There are rooms on both sides of the corridor, but they are sealed off by some strange force. Based on the size of Ning Fei's room, there are at least 100 dormitories in this area. If each dormitory contains a monster, then there are hundreds of monsters. Ning Fei dared not delay any longer and quickly ran out of the dormitory, following the route marked on the map. The dormitory gate was severely deformed, and several iron chains, each about the thickness of a thumb, had been torn off. It looked as if someone had violently broken into the building from the outside. Ning Fei thought of the monster covered in armor. With its strength, doing this wouldn't be difficult for it. In front of the recruits' dormitory is a huge square, which, according to the map, is the training ground of the recruit training camp. To the east of the training ground is the equipment warehouse, and opposite it is the administration building. To the east of the administration building is the canteen area. Ning Fei took out the map and studied it carefully for a moment. In the recruit training camp, there was a dark purple vertical pupil mark that looked like an apostle's mark. Judging from its location, it should be in the canteen area. Heavy footsteps echoed from afar, rapidly approaching, and even the ground began to tremble slightly. Ning Fei cursed and dared not linger in the dormitory area any longer. He quickly ran along the edge of the training field toward the equipment warehouse. If you can find some equipment there, your safety will be better guaranteed. From a distance, the equipment warehouse was half collapsed, and the ruins were covered with traces of fire. Ning Fei's heart sank. He reluctantly circled the ruins of the equipment warehouse and crawled under two supporting beams. The equipment warehouse looked as if it had been swept by a tornado, with everything scattered haphazardly on the floor. Strangely, there were no signs of flames burning it. Instead, it looked as if it had been soaked in some kind of highly corrosive liquid. The once sharp iron sword had become a twisted iron bar, and the stiff armor was covered in rust, leaving a large hole with a single poke. It was clearly no longer usable. Undeterred, Ning Fei searched the equipment warehouse again and finally found barely usable spears. As for the armor he wanted most, he found nothing. The spearheads of the 4 spears are well preserved and still have sufficient killing power, but the wooden spear shafts are corroded to varying degrees. The shortest spear shaft is only a little over half a meter long. Ning Fei took the spear with the best preserved shaft in his hand and swung it a couple of times, preparing to use it as his main weapon. An inch longer, an inch stronger. For ordinary people, The advantages of long weapons are unparalleled. Ning Fei used his longsword to cut off the corroded parts of the remaining 3 spears, leaving only a little over half a meter long, which he used as short spears for throwing. Afterwards, Ning Fei took out his longsword, cut his outer garment into strips, intertwined the 3 strips to make a simple rope, tied the 3 short spears together, and carried it on his back. After trying it out and confirming that he could retrieve it at any time, Ning Fei hung the longsword on his waist as a backup weapon. After taking out the map again and confirming the location of the nearest apostle's mark to ensure it hadn't left the dining area, Ning picked up his spear and crawled out again from under the 2 supporting beams. The training ground was empty and silent. The monsters from the dormitory area did not chase after them. It was unclear whether they were unable to leave the dormitory area, or if some other unexpected event had occurred. But all of this was irrelevant to Ning Fei. That monster was beyond his ability to deal with. The most important thing now is to obtain the so-called Apostle's Mark and figure out what exactly is going on before Ning Fei even got close. He heard the sounds of fighting coming from the cafeteria. He was immediately startled and crouched down, cautiously approaching. Compared to the equipment warehouse, the canteen area is much more intact, with almost signs of damage. Ning Fei leaned over the window, peeking inside. What came into view was a huge, bloated creature, resembling a ball of flesh. Its skin was the same bluish-gray as the monster Ning Fei had encountered. But unlike the other monster, this one emitted a faint dark purple glow. The light looked familiar, the same color as the symbol on the map that resembled the mark of an apostle. It was highly likely that the mark of an apostle was on this monster. The monster's left hand transformed into a cleaver, while its right hand became a giant spoon, which it wielded with great force. The vital area of the heart was inlaid with a large cauldron, protecting the crystalline runes. Could this be the chef here? Ning Fei muttered to himself. Judging by his physique, the food here must be pretty good. The chef's facing off against a middle-aged man with a robust physique and sharp, eagle-like eyes. The middle-aged man, wielding a long knife, circled the chef with incredible speed and agility, giving Ning Fei the feeling of watching an action movie. The chef was large and powerful, but he was far less agile than the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man quickly seized the opportunity and slashed him several times in the back. There was no fresh blood at the wound, only dark yellow mucus seeping out. Enraged by the middle-aged man's attack, the chef roared angrily and swung his left hand down like a cleaver, carving large cracks in the ground. The middle-aged man remained calm and composed, seizing the opportunity to rush up from behind and deliver a powerful blow to the chef's left arm, severing it completely. The chef let out a painful roar, turned around abruptly, and his right hand, transformed into a spoon, swept across with a whooshing sound. The middle-aged man rolled on the ground to avoid the spoon, and in the instant he stood up, he slashed the chef's right arm with a knife, severing it at the elbow. The huge spoon fell to the ground with a crisp thud. The chef's eyes showed a human-like fear, and he turned to run away. The middle-aged man rushed up from behind and slashed its neck with a sharp blow, severing most of its neck. The chef's enormous head suddenly tilted to one side, swaying as he ran. Ning Fei reached behind his back and grabbed a short spear. The middle-aged man strode forward and chopped the chef's head with another stroke of his knife. The headless body was not dead and continued to run forward, but because it had no eyes, it could not see. After running only 2 steps, tripped over a row of tables on the ground and fell heavily to the ground. Several plates flew out and shattered, rotting food crashing to the ground, and a disgusting stench immediately filled the air. The middle-aged man rushed forward, stepped on the chef's back, and flipped the long knife in his hand, forcefully stabbing it down towards the chef's heart from behind. With a whooshing sound, a short spear whistled as it thrust towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically, but it was too late to dodge. He forcefully swung his long sword upwards, slashing at the short spear. When, with a crisp clang, the short spear was sent flying to the side, Ning Fei jumped out of the window and rushed forward, grabbing another short spear and throwing it out suddenly. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he slashed down at the short spear. When, with another crisp clang, the short spear was once again sent flying to the side, Ning Fei's speed did not decrease at all, and he grabbed the last short spear with his backhand. The chef's headless body rolled violently, and the middle-aged man who had one foot on its back was caught off guard and was thrown to the ground. Ning Fei frowned slightly, released the last short spear, gripped the long spear tightly with both hands, and quickly charged towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man rolled repeatedly to avoid the chef's headless body. Just as he was about to get up, Ning Fei arrived and used the spear as a club, smashing it down on the middle-aged man's head. When the middle-aged man reacted extremely quickly, swiftly raising his knife to parry and block Ning Fei's attack. Ning Fei felt a tremendous force coming from the opponent's blade, and his hands went numb for a moment, making it difficult for him to hold the spear. The middle-aged man wasn't having an easy time either. He was knocked to the ground again by Ning Fei's attack. The chef's headless body rolled over quickly and landed directly on top of the middle-aged man. The weight of several hundred kilograms pressed down on him, and the middle-aged man immediately let out a scream. Ning Fei seized the opportunity, gripped the spear with both hands, and thrust it forcefully into the middle-aged man's neck. The middle-aged man's body was pinned down, unable to move, and he could only watch helplessly as the spear pierced down. The spear pierced the middle-aged man's neck, and was pulled out suddenly, spraying a large amount of blood onto the chef's headless body. The chef's headless body rolled around on the ground. Ning Fei frowned slightly, held the spear in both hands, and stepped back. The middle-aged man was not yet dead. His wide-open eyes were filled with resentment, and his body was twitching unconsciously. Ning Fei met the middle-aged man's eyes without the slightest hint of remorse. There are 20 apostle marks, but the number of participants is definitely more than 20, and everyone is in competition with each other. It's either kill or be killed, it's that simple. The chef's headless body rolled for more than a minute, smashing a large area in front of him into a mess, before slowly coming to a stop. Large swaths of rotting food were overturned on the ground and then crushed by the chef's enormous body, making the entire restaurant look like it had been attacked by a biological weapon. Ning Fei had to tear off a piece of clothing and tie it to his face as a mask to barely endure the pungent smell. After all that commotion, the monster still hadn't died. Instead, it stood up shakily and staggered towards what appeared to be the kitchen. Ning Fei gripped the spear with both hands and followed from behind. The cook, having lost his head, was completely unaware of it. After aiming at the heart, Ning Fei pushed off with his feet and charged forward. The spear pierced the chef's back, penetrating his heart and destroying the crystalline runes in front of him, before being blocked by the large iron cauldron at his chest. The chef, whose chest rune had been destroyed, immediately went still and collapsed limply to the ground. A blinding dark purple light shot out from the chef, converging in midair to form a strange symbol. After pausing slightly, it struck Ning Fei like lightning. Well done, worm. You are now a full-fledged Abyss Apostle. As long as you concentrate, you can communicate with your Apostle's mark. As for the specifics, you'll have to figure that out for yourself. If you can't even understand this, then you deserve to die. Try to live on, worm. If you live long enough, maybe we'll meet again. The blood-red characters gradually faded from Ning Fei's retina, and a dark purple vertical pupil mark appeared on the back of Ning Fei's hand. The Apostle's mark emitted a dark purple light, enveloping Ning Fei's body. Following the instructions in the blood-red text, Ning Fei focused his mind on the Apostle's mark, and a row of blood-red characters instantly appeared on Ning Fei's retina. The gas that appeared this time looked extremely neat, like the difference between handwritten and printed text compared to the previous ones. Apostle ID, D-Z-C-6 Corpsi Corpus 3, Name, Ning Fei Title. None available rating, Worm Strength, 4 Agility, 3 Physical Condition, 4 Intelligence, 7 Perception, 6 Souls, 5 Charisma, 5 in the lower right corner of these characters, there was a page-turning mark. Ning Fei focused his attention on the page-turning mark, and the characters in front of him suddenly seemed to melt, turning into a blood-red stain. After rotating for a moment, they turned back into blood-red characters. Task 1. Obtain an Apostle's mark and become an Abyss Apostle upon completion. Completed. Task 2. Survive for 72 hours. Reward: 1,000 gray coins upon completion. Incomplete. Task 3. Sacrifice an Apostle's mark. Upon completion, you can leave this world early. Task 2 is considered completed, not completed, by default. Task 4. Fuse 3 Apostle marks. Upon completion, the Apostle marks will be upgraded to marks. Incomplete. Mission 5. Kill the Hammer Knight, Mother of Sorrow, Twin Scholar, Church Painter, and Gravekeeper. Each kill rewards 1,000 gray coins, and killing all of them rewards an additional 3,000 gray coins. As you turn the page, the crimson gas dissipates again, transforming into a continuously spinning crimson vortex. Ning Fei concentrated his mind, and his consciousness instantly entered an empty space. This is a square space measuring 1 cubic meter, with a length, width, and height of 1 meter each. It can be used to store props. Ning Fei's consciousness detached from the storage space. The page turn markers in the bottom right corner have disappeared, so this is obviously the last page. Ning Fei looked at the spear in his hand, and blood-red characters immediately flashed on his retina, displaying information about the spear. Infantry Spear, White Category. Weapons Attack Power. Average Equipment Effect. Strength +1 Special Effect 1. A Desperate Strike, concentrating all your strength to deliver a powerful attack on the enemy. After the attack, you will be in a weakened state for several seconds. Brief Introduction. The standard Spear of Noctistus Infantry, with simple training, can unleash considerable power. Ning Fei's heart stirred, and he looked at the rest of the equipment. Throwing a short spear, White Category. Weapons Attack Power. Average Equipment Effect. Agility +1 Special Effect 1. Precise Headshot. When thrown, the power will be greatly increased when hitting the opponent's head. Description. This homemade throwing spear is quite powerful, and if used properly, it can definitely be very effective. Recruits Longsword, White Category. Weapons Attack Power. Relatively weak Equipment Effect. Strength +1 Special Effect 1. / charge forward and unleash a fatal slash, consuming a lot of stamina. It is a common burst damage technique used by new recruits. Description. A longsword used for recruit training. Its power is much weaker than that of a normal longsword. Ning Fei retrieved the throwing spear and placed it in his storage space along with the recruit's longsword. He then took out the items that had been dropped by the monster earlier. Card, Soul Eater, White Category. Consumables Effect. Activates the Monster Encyclopedia of Soul Eater after use, granting partial information about the Soul Eater or transforms it into soul. Chris. Fragments. Abyss gray coins. No grade category. Consumables function. Currency from human bones. The base currency of the endless abyss, which can be used for consumption or as a casting material for spells. Marauder's map. No grade category. Temporary props function. The temporary map provided in this mission can show the location of important items. On the Marauder's map, the number of apostle marks remains at 20, meaning that Ning Fei has now become someone else's mission target. Ning Fei took out the soul-devouring corpse card and chose to activate the encyclopedia. The card melted instantly, and another page appeared in Ning Fei's apostle mark. Soul Eater Strength, 4 to 6 Agility, 3 to 5 Physical Condition, 4 to 7 Intelligence, 1 to 2 Perception, 1 to 3 Souls, 1 to 7 Charisma, 0 Skill 1, Unknown Skill 2, Unknown Skill 3, Unknown Skill 4, Unknown Behavioral. Pattern 1, Attacking Living People within Line of Sight. Behavioral Pattern 2, Unknown Behavioral Pattern 3, Unknown Behavioral Pattern 4. Unknown Weakness 1, The alchemical runes in the heart area can be destroyed to kill them. Weakness 2, Unknown Weakness 3. Unsynopsis, a twisted creation born from the fusion of alchemy and necromancy. Ning Fei looked at the monster's corpse, where a small white box had also appeared. You have obtained the white treasure chest. You have opened the white treasure chest. You have obtained the card, Soul Eater Zombie. You have earned 13 gray coins. You have obtained the cleaver white. You have obtained the iron pot breastplate white. White cleaver category. Weapons attack power. Relatively strong. Equipment effect. Strength 2 special effect 1. Powerful cleave. Use all your strength to deliver a powerful cleave to the target, dealing extra damage to flesh and blood. Description: ordinary kitchen utensils, but when used as weapons, they can unleash tremendous power. Iron pot breastplate, white, category, armor defense, weak equipment effect. Constitution +1 special effect 1, arrow defense. Due to its unique shape, it can easily deflect arrows. Brief introduction. Ordinary kitchen utensils, after simple modifications, can provide some degree of defense. Without hesitation, Ning Fei immediately equipped himself with the iron pot heartguard armor, while placing the bone chopper into his storage space. Afterwards, Ning Fei chose to supplement the information on the newly acquired card, and the illustration of the soul-eating corpse immediately changed. Soul Eater Strength, 4 to 8 Agility, 3 to 6 Physical Condition, 4 to 10 Intelligence, 1 to 5 Perception, 1 to 5 Souls, 1 to 7 Charisma, 0 Skill 1, Flesh Devouring. After killing a target, it will devour the target's flesh to strengthen itself, even if it is its own kind. Skill 2, Flesh and Blood Fusion. After consuming enough flesh and blood, one can fuse some items with their own flesh and blood to enhance their abilities. Skill 3, Flesh and Blood Reconstruction. After consuming enough flesh and blood, unique organs can be evolved, giving rise to unique abilities. Skill 4, Unknown Behavioral Pattern 1. Attacking living people within line of sight. Behavioral Pattern 2. When severely injured, they will instinctively choose to escape. Behavioral Pattern 3. Unknown Behavioral Pattern 4. Unknown Weakness 1. The alchemical runes in the heart area can be destroyed to kill them. Weakness 2. Unknown Weakness 3. Unknown Synopsis, a twisted creation born from the fusion of alchemy and necromancy. All three skills have now appeared, and their attribute range has become larger, clearly due to the flesh-devouring ability. As for the two monsters encountered in the dormitory area, Ning Fei guessed that they were soul-devouring corpses that had evolved to a certain level and were very likely the Iron Hammer Knight, the church painter, mentioned in the mission. Ning Fei looked around and picked up the long knife left behind by the middle-aged man. Executioner's blade white. Category: weapons attack power. Relatively strong equipment effect. Strength +2 special effect 1. Decapitation. Greatly increases damage when performing a decapitation. Attack. Synopsis: a family heirloom weapon belonging to an unlucky guy, designed specifically for decapitation. After packing up all his belongings, Ning Fei quickly left the cafeteria area and moved along the outer wall towards the main gate. There are at least 2 high-level monsters lurking in the recruit training camp. Although the rewards for killing them are generous, the risks are not to be ignored. Ning Fei is unwilling to confront these 2 monsters head-on without sufficient confidence. The primary objective now is to seize another Apostle's Mark to maintain the initiative, so that even if danger arises, one can sacrifice oneself to escape early. According to Ning Fei's estimate, the nearest Apostle's Mark is about 2 kilometers away from here, but judging from the map, that Apostle's Mark is in the city's cemetery. Considering the existence of the high-level monster, the Gravekeeper, Ning Fei hesitated for a moment before choosing another Apostle Mark that was farther away. The location of this Apostle's Mark is in a residential area, and judging from the outline on the map, it is somewhat similar to a neighborhood in the real world. The streets were a mess, with dried bloodstains everywhere, and occasionally a few mutilated corpses could be seen, as if they had been gnawed on. Not far away, Ning Fei heard a continuous knocking sound. The sound was extremely loud, carrying far into the quiet night. Ning Fei followed the sound and cautiously approached. After turning a corner, an overturned carriage lay across the middle of the street, and then the knocking sound was coming from inside the carriage. Ning Fei did not approach rashly. Instead, he hid at a distance and carefully observed for 2 minutes. After confirming that there was no danger around, he grabbed the spear and approached the carriage. Throughout this process, the knocking sounds inside the carriage never stopped. Upon reaching the carriage, Ning Fei surveyed the surroundings. After confirming that there was no danger, raised his spear and pried open the carriage window. The knocking inside the carriage stopped abruptly. A moment later, a familiar roar rang out, accompanied by rustling sounds, as a withered hand gripped the edge of the window. Dark red crystalline clusters were faintly growing on the wrists and knuckles of the hands, and the fingers had even turned into sharp bone claws, gleaming eerily in the moonlight. Ning Fei adjusted his angle and raised the spear in his hand. A bluish-gray head emerged from the window, with 2 black flames flickering in its empty eye sockets. Ning Fei strode forward, aimed his spear at the soul-devouring corpse's left eye, and thrust it down forcefully. The soul-eating corpse had no time to dodge, and was pierced through the head by the spear, the black flames in its eye sockets being shattered. Ning Fei stepped forward, placed his spear on the carriage body, and forcefully lifted it upwards, forcefully lifting the soul-devouring corpse out of the carriage window. The soul-eating corpse made no struggle. The black flame in its right eye instantly went out, and at the same time, blood-red characters flickered on its retina. "You killed the Soul Eater." This prompt surprised Ning Fei. His original intention was to immobilize the soul-devouring corpse, to prevent it from hiding inside the carriage and refusing to come out if he missed his attack. Now it seems that the soul-devouring corpse's vitals are not only its heart, but also its head. Wrong. Ning Fei suddenly remembered that the chef monster from before had its head chopped off, but still didn't die, so the other weakness of the soul-eating corpse shouldn't be its head. A white treasure chest fell from the soul-eating corpse. Ning Fei withdrew his spear and picked up the chest. "You have obtained the white treasure chest." You have opened the white treasure chest. You have obtained the card, Soul Eater Zombie. You have earned 9 gray coins. Compared to the previous treasure chest, this one contains far less, only a card and 9 gray coins. Ning Fei casually used a card to supplement the encyclopedia entry for the soul-eating corpse. Soul Eater Strength, 4 to 8 Agility, 3 to 6 Physical Condition, 4 to 10 Intelligence, 1 to 5 Perception, 1 to 5 Souls, 1 7 Charisma, 0 Skill 1, Flesh Devouring. After killing a target, it will devour the target's flesh to strengthen itself, even if it is its own kind. Skill 2, Flesh and Blood Fusion. After consuming enough flesh and blood, one can fuse some items with their own flesh and blood to enhance their abilities. Skill 3, Flesh and Blood Reconstruction. After consuming enough flesh and blood, unique organs can be evolved, giving rise to unique abilities. Skill 4, Perception Sharing. Under moonlight, you can share perception with companions within a certain range. Behavioral Pattern 1. Attacking living people within line of sight. Behavioral Pattern 2. When severely injured, they will instinctively choose to escape. Behavior Pattern 3. When not encountering enemies, it may enter a dormant state and hide in the shadows. Behavior Pattern 4. When encountering an enemy, it will notify nearby allies through perception sharing. Weakness 1. The alchemical runes in the heart area can be destroyed to kill them. Weakness 2. The soul flames within their eye sockets. Destroying them will kill them instantly. Weakness 3. Unknown Description. A twisted creation born from the combination of alchemy and necromancy. Its power is enhanced to a certain extent under moonlight. Ning Fei examined the updated monster encyclopedia. His expression suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but curse. Suddenly, the roar of a soul-eating corpse echoed from a nearby alley. While the shared perception is limited to a certain range, if the density of soul-eater zombies is high enough, being discovered by just one could potentially attract all the monsters in the city. From the shadows behind them, a familiar roar echoed, clearly indicating that a dormant soul-eating corpse had been awakened. Ning grabbed the spear and quickly ran forward. We must get rid of these soul-devouring zombies as soon as possible, or the consequences will be unimaginable. A soul-devouring corpse burst out of a house by the roadside, roaring as it lunged at Ning Fei. Ning Fei pivoted on his left foot, spun in place, and thrust out his spear with lightning speed, accurately piercing the heart of the soul-devouring corpse. Blood-red text flickered on my retina as a white treasure chest fell from the body of the soul-eating corpse. Ning Fei grabbed the spear, forcefully shoved the soul-eating corpse, piercing his heart aside, knocked over another soul-eating corpse that was flanking him, grabbed the falling treasure chest, fled. 3 more soul-devouring corpses rushed out of the room next door, blocking Ning Fei's escape route. Behind them, the sound of a door being broken down rang out, and a huge creature, clearly a size larger than an ordinary soul-devouring corpse, rushed out and chased after Ning Fei. A short spear appeared in Ning Fei's hand, which he threw with force, striking the heart of a soul-devouring corpse in front of him, killing it instantly. A white treasure chest fell from the sky. Ning Fei didn't bother to pick it up. He simply swept past the soul-devouring corpse and threw out another short spear. The short spear whistled as it flew out, striking the soul-eating corpse in the chest, but missing its heart and failing to kill it. The soul-devouring corpse staggered, its forward momentum abruptly halting. Ning Fei didn't stop for a moment, and his spear pierced the opponent's heart with lightning speed. The treasure chest fell, but Ning Fei ignored it and rushed forward at full speed. The last soul-devouring corpse brandished its claws and lunged at Ning Fei head-on. The last short spear was thrown and struck the opponent's face, but it failed to kill him, only momentarily freezing his movements. Ning Fei seized the opportunity to catch up, pierced its chest with a spear, grabbed the falling treasure chest, and broke out of the encirclement. The soul-devouring corpses roared and chased after him, but Ning Fei didn't turn his head and ran at full speed. One of the soul-devouring corpses was significantly faster than its companions, and even faster than Ning Fei. Ning tilted his head slightly, observing the other party's movements. The distance between the two sides quickly shortened, soon to less than 3 meters. Ning Fei stopped abruptly, turned around, and thrust his spear into the heart of the soul-devouring corpse with lightning speed. Ordinary soul-eating corpses, if you ignore their appearance, are not much different from ordinary people. However, this soul-eating corpse is not only much faster, but also reacts much faster. At the critical moment, it actually managed to turn to the side and avoid the vital heart. The soul-eating corpse's body was pierced, but it did not die. It let out an angry roar, its sharp claws slashing repeatedly at the wooden spear shaft. Ning Fei quickly turned to the side and struck the spear shaft with his palm, knocking the spear aside. The soul-eating corpse, its body pierced through, was pulled to one side involuntarily. Ning Fei shouted, and the recruit's longsword suddenly appeared in his hand, flashing with a glint of light. With a single step forward, Ning Fei instantly closed in on the soul-devouring corpse, his new recruit's longsword slashing down at its head. With a flash of sword light, the soul-eating corpse's head was cleaved in two. The recruit's longsword continued its downward trajectory without slowing down, striking directly at its abdomen. The two halves of the soul-eating corpse were tilted to the left and right, their internal organs with dark yellow mucus spilling onto the ground. Even with such injuries, the soul-devouring corpse did not die and continued to stagger towards Ning Fei. He hadn't gone more than a few steps when he lost his balance and fell to the ground. The soul-eating corpses behind him were rapidly closing in. Ning Fei grabbed the spear, turned around, and continued to flee. Ning Fei dared not linger and fled with all his might. But the monster behind him was hot on his heels. An arrow suddenly appeared and shot towards Ning Fei. Ning Fei's pupils contracted violently, and he suddenly collapsed to the ground. The arrow flew over his head and struck the ground with a crisp sound. Ning Fei rolled repeatedly on the ground, heading towards the roadside, while taking the opportunity to look in the direction from which the arrows were flying. On a rooftop not far away, a woman swiftly drew her bow and pointed it in Ning Fei's direction. In the rush, Ning Fei saw that her body, like his own, was shimmering with a dark purple light. Before she could launch an attack, Ning Fei had already rolled to the wall and entered her blind spot. The relentless soul-devouring corpse rapidly approached and charged towards Ning Fei. Ning Fei cursed, crawled quickly a few steps on the ground, suddenly stood up, and pushed open the window on the wall. After waiting a moment and confirming that there was no movement inside the room, Ning Fei used his strength to push off the windowsill and climbed into the room. After quickly scanning the room and confirming there were no soul-eating corpses lying in ambush, Ning Fei, a sigh of relief, and quickly closed the window. The room was not large, and the furniture inside was very simple. In the corner lay a half-eaten corpse. The pursuing soul-eating corpses had arrived and were frantically pounding on the windows. Ning Fei ran to the stove by the wall, grabbed a wooden pot lid to use as a shield, and then quickly climbed up the ladder to the roof. The moment it appeared, an arrow pierced the air. Ning Fei quickly moved the pot lid and held it in front of him. Thump buzz! Amidst the lingering echo of the arrow shaft's tremor, Ning Fei, gripping the pot lid in one hand and the spear in the other, rapidly approached the woman. Both sides were on rooftops on the same side of the street, and the rooms next to each other were not very far apart, so they could easily jump over each other. The woman's expression changed slightly, and she drew her bow again, shooting an arrow at Ning Fei. Ning Fei swung the pot lid, deflecting the arrow once again. The distance between them quickly closed, and the woman swiftly put away her longbow, turned, and ran. The two chased each other on the top, and the commotion they made alerted even more soul-devouring corpses. They roared and gathered at the foot of the house, and some of the more evolved ones even began to climb towards the roof. After chasing for a while, Ning Fei frowned slightly. The woman was much faster than him. At this point, not only had he not caught up, but the distance between them was getting further and further apart. The woman seized the opportunity to fire an arrow from time to time, but Ning Fei blocked them all with his pot lid. The woman, who was running, suddenly stopped. She had reached the end of the road. In front of her was a street, about 3 meters wide, which, under normal circumstances, would be impossible to jump across. As for getting down to the ground, normally a height of over 3 meters would not be a problem, but now there are zombies in front and pursuers behind, and one misstep would mean certain death. Ning Fei seized the opportunity and quickly closed in. The woman turned around quickly, drew her bow, and fired 3 arrows in a short period of time. Ning Fei slowed down slightly, lowered his body, and placed the pot lid in front of him to block all 3 arrows. The distance between the two sides was less than 10 meters. The woman threw down her longbow, took out a longsword, and assumed a defensive posture. Ning Fei lifted the pot lid, swept the spear across its surface, breaking off the arrow shaft embedded in it, then spun around and threw the lid at the woman. The pot lid spun rapidly in the air, flying quickly toward the woman. The woman quickly dodged to the side, the pot lid whizzing past her and disappearing into the darkness in the distance. Ning Fei seized the opportunity, quickly approached, and thrust his spear toward the woman's throat with lightning speed. The woman suddenly lunged forward, rolled on the ground, and in the instant she got up, her longsword pierced Ning Fei's abdomen. Ning Fei quickly retreated, while simultaneously lowering his spear and pressing it against the woman's shoulder, attempting to pin her to the ground. The woman grabbed the spear shaft with her other hand, suddenly stood up, broke free from Ning Fei's restraint, and thrust her longsword towards Ning Fei's chest. When, with a crisp clang, the woman's longsword pierced Ning Fei's chest armor, creating a dent before slid to the side. Ning Fei quickly released the spear in his hand, turned sideways, and bumped into the woman. The woman was knocked off her feet and staggered backward. Ning Fei quickly approached, stepped forward with his left foot, stomped on the woman's foot, and rammed into her again. The woman was knocked to the ground and cried out in pain. Ning Fei lunged forward, pinning her to the ground. He held down her right hand, which was gripping the sword, with his left hand, while simultaneously punching her throat with his right. The woman's eyes widened suddenly, her body tensed abruptly, her once delicate face contorted, and she coughed painfully. Ning Fei showed no mercy and delivered a series of punches. The sound of a throat bone shattering rang out, and a large amount of blood spurted out, splashing onto Ning Fei's chest and face. The woman's body went limp, convulsing weakly. It was clear she was not going to survive. Ning Fei breathed a sigh of relief, quickly got up, took out the recruit's longsword, and ended her suffering. Dark purple light emanated from the woman, converging in mid-air to form an apostle mark that hovered in front of Ning Fei. You have obtained the second apostle's mark. You may choose to sacrifice it or fuse with it. You can leave this world immediately after the sacrifice. Mission 2 is completed by default. After fusion, the authority of the apostle mark can be enhanced, and 3 apostle marks can be fused into a high-level apostle mark. Advanced apostle marks will retains some of the legacy of the previous apostle, including but not limited bone coins, skills, etc. Advanced apostle marks will grant access to some high-level missions with even greater rewards. Please make your choice within 1 minute. If no choice is made by the time limit, it will be assumed that the sacrifice has been chosen, and you will immediately leave this world. Looking at the blood-red text on his retina, Ning Fei couldn't help but frown. He had thought that the second apostle's mark could be used as a life-saving charm, allowing him to sacrifice it and escape if things went wrong. But now it seems that he has to make a choice immediately. After a brief moment of thought, Ning Fei chose to merge. The second apostle mark, floating in the air, immediately entered Ning Fei's body, making the dark purple light on his body much more intense. Ning Fei examined his apostle mark, but found no changes. The number of apostle marks on the Marauder's map has increased to 19. The one representing Ning Fei is noticeably larger than the others, and it even feels hot to the touch. A blood-red treasure chest appeared on the woman's corpse, and Ning Fei bent down and picked it up. You have obtained the bloody treasure chest DX7438. You have opened the bloody treasure chest DX9438. You have acquired the training longbow. You have acquired an infantry longsword. You have obtained 3 iron arrows. Training longbow white category, weapons attack power, relatively weak. Equipment effect. Agility +1 special effect 1. Rapid fire. Fires 3 arrows in quick succession, launching a continuous attack on the enemy. Description. A longbow used for recruit training. Its power is much weaker than that of a normal longbow. Infantry longsword, white category, weapons attack power, average equipment effect. Strength +1 special effect 1. Powerful slash. Concentrate all your strength to deliver a powerful slash to the enemy. After the attack, you will be in a weakened state for several seconds. Description. The standard longsword of Noctis Infantry, of excellent quality and easy to use. Iron arrow, white category, weapons consumables attack power. Average brief description. The arrows are made of metal and have extremely strong penetrating power, but they are easily deformed, damaged. Care should be taken to identify them when retrieving them to avoid oversights in battle. Ning Fei put everything into his storage space, but still held the spear in his hand. After repeated battles, even the specially treated spear shafts showed signs of corrosion and looked like they wouldn't last much longer. The 3 throwing spears are missing and cannot be recovered, which is a considerable loss. A dozen or so soul-devouring zombies surrounded the house, roaring at Ning Fei. 2 of the more nimble ones had somehow climbed onto the roof and were charging toward Ning Fei. Ning Fei grabbed the woman's corpse and threw it off the roof. Most of the soul-eating zombies immediately pounced over, surrounding the corpse and frantically tearing and devouring its flesh. However, a few remained staring at Ning Fei, seemingly finding the taste of a living creature better. Ning Fei turned around, opened the trapdoor on the roof, and went up the stairs into the house. The soul-devouring corpse, staring at Ning Fei, couldn't see its target and immediately became momentarily confused. A chair flew out of the window and hit a soul-eater zombie near the window, making it stagger. Ning Fei jumped out of the window, brandishing his spear and piercing the alchemical runes on its chest. Ning Fei grabbed the falling treasure chest and ran away. Several soul-devouring zombies reacted and quickly chased after Ning Fei, while the rest continued to pounce on the woman's corpse and tear at it. 2 of the soul-devouring corpses chasing Ning Fei took 2 steps, then hesitated and stopped, looking at the soul-devouring corpse that Ning Fei had just killed. Ning Fei caught a glimpse of this scene and instantly recalled The soul-devouring corpse's first skill, devouring flesh and blood to strengthen itself, even its own kind. Sure enough, one of the soul-devouring corpses turned, pounced on the corpse on the ground, beginning to devour its flesh and blood. The other hesitated for a moment, but still resolutely chased after Ning Fei. After running several hundred meters, Ning Fei decisively turned back and stabbed the fastest soul-devouring corpse to death. With a kick, Ning Fei sent the corpse flying, grabbed the treasure chest, and began his escape once more. Several soul-eating zombies abandoned the pursuit and began devouring the flesh and blood of their companions, leaving only 2 remaining, who resolutely continued the chase. Ning Fei cursed and slowed down, preparing to take down the 2 fanatical suitors. Seeing Ning Fei slow down, the 2 soul-devouring corpses let out excited roars. Ning Fei suddenly turned around, using the spear in his hand as a javelin, and threw it at the faster-running soul-devouring corpse. The soul-eating corpse had no time to react before the spear pierced its body and knocked it to the ground. Ning Fei drew his infantry longsword and charged forward quickly. The soul-eating corpse at the back suddenly stopped, then turned and ran. Did I scare it away? Ning Fei was secretly pleased, but his movements were not slow at all. He gripped his sword with both hands and charged towards the soul-devouring corpse that had been pierced by the spear. The soul-devouring corpse struggled to its feet, carrying Ning Fei's spear, and turned to run away as well. Seeing that the other party was about to take away his main weapon, Ning Fei was immediately displeased and was about to give chase when he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. The footsteps were peaceful and steady, like someone taking a walk, quite different from those of the soul-eating corpse. Ning Fei was startled and quickly turned around, only to see an extremely bizarre monster. It looks like 2 people were each cut in half, and then the remaining half was fused together. The 2 heads, a man and a woman. The left half of the body is male, with a strong and powerful left hand holding an open hardcover book, while the right half of the body is female, with a slender and thin right hand holding a short wooden cane. The monster moved with unhurried steps, slowly approaching Ning Fei. Compared to ordinary soul-eater zombies, its skin looks more human-like, and its eyes are no longer empty sockets with black flames dancing around them, but rather pitch-black eyeballs. Twin Scholars. The name flashed into Ning Fei's mind instantly. He suddenly felt that his luck was ridiculously bad. In less than 2 hours, he had encountered 3 high-level monsters that seemed to be bosses. The twin scholar raised the staff in his right hand and pointed it at Ning Fei. At the same time, the female head began to chant a spell. A dark red light shone on the staff, and countless crystal fragments quickly appeared, swirling around it. Ning Fei, disregarding the heartache over his equipment being stolen by the monster, turned and ran towards the buildings on the side of the street. The twin scholars waved their staffs, unleashing a deluge of crystalline fragments towards Ning Fei. Ning Fei burst through the door and rushed into the room. The crystalline fragments struck the ground like bullets, leaving large dents. Judging from the layout, this should be a shop. There is a row of shelves against the wall, and the items on them are scattered and messy, as if it has been looted. Ning Fei didn't dare to linger at all. He passed through the shop and towards the back door. The twin scholars walked unhurriedly toward the shop, their calm footsteps carrying an inexplicable pressure to Ning Fei's ears. Ning Fei kicked the locked back door open with several kicks, rushed into the street behind, and fled quickly without looking back. However, before he had run very far, Ning Fei realized something was wrong. A mournful cry suddenly appeared and filled the street. A nameless sorrow welled up in Ning Fei's heart, accompanied by a deep sense of despair. In an instant, Ning Fei felt utterly hopeless, and even living seemed meaningless. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, dripping onto the ground. Ning Fei was filled with terror. He realized something was wrong, but he couldn't control his emotions and could only let sorrow and despair take over his entire being. This ability is simply bizarre. Ning Fei had a feeling that if he continued to stay here, he might commit suicide under the influence of the crying. He tried to get away from the source of the crying, but the crying was everywhere and he couldn't pinpoint its source. Ning Fei gritted his teeth, randomly chose a direction, and fled at full speed. The crying gradually subsided, and its impact on Ning Fei also gradually weakened. Having made the right choice, luck finally turned in my favor at the crucial moment. Ning Fei breathed a sigh of relief, and the next moment, he saw the twin scholars slowly walking towards him. The two heads, one elegant and the other handsome, both smiled at Ning Fei. Ning Fei cursed and turned to run back. The twin scholars followed at a leisurely pace, and the distance between them quickly widened. The calm footsteps faded from Ning Fei's ears, replaced by increasingly clear sobs. Ning Fei suppressed his grief, his mind racing, and suddenly a question came to mind. Soul-devouring zombies can devour flesh and blood to strengthen themselves, including the flesh and blood of their own kind. So, do the 5 boss-level monsters mentioned in Qive also have this ability? If so, what would be their primary targets for consumption? Ning Fei then recalled the Iron Hammer Knight and the church painter from before, who were also engaged in battle. At the time, the Hammer Knight was clearly after Ning Fei, but after the church painter appeared, he immediately abandoned Ning Fei and chased after the church painter. Ning Fei glanced back at the twin scholar who had been left behind. Perhaps the other party had come here specifically to confront the owner of the weeping voice. Of the 5 bosses mentioned, 1 fits this description. That is the mother of grief. Having figured all this out, Ning Fei immediately turned and headed into a small alleyway by the roadside. Calm footsteps pierced through the mournful sobs. The twin scholars walked slowly over, and the female head that approached glanced at Ning Fei in the alley, but made no comment before walking straight past. You guessed right. Ning Fei was overjoyed. He walked out of the alley and looked at the twin scholars, walking calmly from afar. The mournful weeping seemed to sense the twin scholars' approach and grew increasingly urgent. Ning Fei hesitated for a moment, then followed at a distance behind the twin scholar. If the two sides really start fighting, maybe he can follow behind and pick up some benefits. The crying grew clearer and clearer, until finally it sounded as if someone was crying right next to Ning Fei's ear. Ning Fei used his infantry longsword to cut wound after wound on his arm, using the pain to suppress the sorrow in his heart and prevent himself from being affected too much. A small square appeared ahead, with a small pond in the center. Standing in the pool was a woman nearly 4 meters tall, holding an infant in her arms, her head bowed, and she was crying continuously. Her body was soaking wet, her face was pale, and her abdomen was swollen and wrapped in damp water plants, making her look like a drowned person. The twin scholars slowly approached, the woman waving her staff, and countless crystal fragments quickly appeared, swirling around the staff. The mother of sorrow looked up at the twin scholar, and the waterweed wrapped around her seemed to come alive, spreading rapidly along the ground towards the twin scholar. The male arm of the twin scholar tossed out the hardcover book in his hand, which suddenly scattered in the air, turning into countless pages. The water plants approached rapidly, and the pages of the book floating in the air transformed into sharp blades, slashing at the water plants and cutting them one by one. The woman brandished her staff, and crystalline fragment poured forth towards the mother of grief. The water in the pool rose up on its own, transforming into a shield that stood before the grieving mother. The crystalline fragments, capable of creating numerous dents in the hard stone floor, were unable to penetrate the water shield condensed by the Mother of Sorrow, and were all stuck on the water shield. The Mother of Grief lowered her head and hugged the baby in her arms tightly, softly humming a lullaby. The water shield in front of her quickly flipped, carrying countless crystal fragments, and swept towards the twin scholar. The moment Ning Fei heard the song, a strong suicidal pulse surged within him. He quickly slashed his arm with his infantry longsword, and the intense pain instantly suppressed his desire to commit suicide. The twin scholar swiftly swung his staff, unleashing several crescent-shaped crystalline blades that cleaved the incoming waves, continuing his charge towards the Mother of Sorrow. The bones on Mother of Sorrow's back cracked as 6 bony arms grew from her back, flipped over, and blocked all the incoming crystalline blades. The twin scholar's staff pointed at the Mother of Sorrow, emitting a blinding light. The Mother of Grief's 6 bony arms quickly crossed and blocked her way. The light from the staff transformed into beams of light, rushing towards the Mother of Sorrow, and striking her 6 crossed bony arms. The Mother of Sorrow swayed slightly, but quickly regained her balance. Some of the water plants retracted and merged with her 6 crossed bony arms to jointly block the blinding beam of light. The page seized the opportunity, splitting off a portion that flew rapidly, attempting to circle around to the rear of the Mother of Mourning and launch an attack. The pool water surged and leaped up on its own, transforming into a shield that stood behind the grieving mother. The two sides appear to be evenly matched, with neither able to gain the upper hand. Ning Fei circled around to a distance of about 30 meters behind the Mother of Grief, forcibly suppressing his suicidal impulse. He took out his training longbow, nocked an iron arrow, and aimed at the Mother of Grief's back. The pages of the book were like knives, constantly slicing away. The water shield, as if alive, kept wriggling, blocking the pages of the book from entering. Ning Fei slowly drew his bow, holding it back but not releasing it, waiting for the opportunity to attack. The male head of the twin scholars glanced at Ning Fei, and the attack from the pages began to gradually weaken. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the water shield launched a counterattack, swallowing several pages of the book and crumpling them into a ball. The remaining pages retreated hastily, flying away in disarray. The water shield retreated back to the Mother of Mourning and merged into the pool of water beneath her feet. Ning Fei seized the opportunity and released the bowstring. The tail feathers brushed lightly across my fingers, leaving a red mark. The water shield condensed again, but it was too late. Before the water shield could fully form, the iron arrow pierced the heart of the Mother of Mourning. This attack wouldn't be fatal, or even harm the grieving mother, but it would be enough to distract her. Ning Fei's goal was to break the deadlock, but he couldn't let the battle tilt completely in one direction. Otherwise, it wouldn't serve as of making them wear each other down. The grieving mother's body visibly trembled, and even the lullaby she was singing went off-key for a moment. The twin scholars seized the opportunity, their staffs and pages merging together, as they launched their attack. The Mother of Mourning defended with all her might, but she dared not remove the water shield behind her and kept it there. Ning Fei retreated silently into the house behind him. In the corner of the house lay a man's corpse. Judging from his clothing, this person, like Ning Fei, must have arrived here suddenly. The male corpse's face was filled with sorrow. The dagger in his hand was plunged into his own neck, severing most of it. A large amount of blood gushed from the wound, staining the ground red. Ning Fei observed a moment of silence for him, then walked over and picked up the dagger from his hand. Rough dagger, white, category, weapons attack power, relatively weak equipment effect. Agility plus effect 1, Sprot. Attack speed is greatly increased while critically injured. Description: a crudely made dagger, barely usable for self-defense. Ning Fei put the dagger away, walked to the window, and watched the battle outside. The twin scholars have completely gained the upper hand. The Mother of Grief's signature ability, the sound of her weeping that can affect people's emotions, seems to have no effect on twin scholars. In addition, she seems unable to leave the pool, and her ranged abilities are relatively insufficient, which means she can only passively defend. The twin scholars kept their distance, bombarding the Mother of Mourning with various spells. In less than a minute, 2 of her bony arms had already broken. The grieving mother's cries grew more urgent, and Ning Fei had to make several more cuts on his arm to stay conscious through the pain. The twin scholars completely ignored the Mother of Mourning's cries and launched a frenzied attack on her. Half a minute later, Mother of Sorrow broke another bone arm, rendering her unable to defend effectively. The water shield expanded instantly, surrounding the Mother of Mourning in the center. But because of this, the thickness of the water shield was weakened considerably. Ning Fei frowned slightly, jumped out of the window, and using the house as cover, circled around to the back of the twin scholars. The twin scholars' advantage is too great and must be controlled. Otherwise, after the Mother of Grief dies, I may not be able to deal with him. The Mother of Mourning was suppressed more and more severely, and the water shield was constantly shaken by the attacks, seemingly on the verge of shattering at any moment. Ning Fei appeared silently and drew his bow towards the twin scholar. The twin scholars, who had their backs to Ning Fei, did not notice Ning Fei's actions, but the Mother of Sorrow, who was opposite him, did. The water shield quickly converged in front, and a large amount of aquatic plants surged out of the pool, rushing towards the twin scholars like venomous snakes. The twin scholars had to divert some of their strength to defense, and Ning Fei seized the opportunity to shoot an arrow at the twin scholar's back. The iron arrow flew through the air between twin scholars' heads, striking the center of the water shield precisely. The whole world seemed to fall silent all at once, and the twin scholars and the Mother of Grief paused simultaneously. Ning Fei cursed, put away his longbow, took out his cleaver, and charged forward. The Mother of Grief let out a piercing scream, and tangible sound waves rolled forward, crushing towards the twin scholars. Distracted, the twin scholars had no time to defend themselves and were knocked to the ground by the sonic wave. The dense aquatic plants the opportunity to surge forward, tightly binding the twin scholar and dragging him toward the pool. The twin scholars struggled fiercely, their 2 heads simultaneously letting out angry roars. But they could not break free from the control of the seaweed. The remaining 3 bony arms of the Mother of Grief suddenly extended and pierced the twin scholar's body. The twin scholar's struggling movements immediately weakened. The grieving mother abandoned the baby in her arms and held the twin scholar in her embrace. Ning Fei, who was in hot pursuit, saw the baby rolling on the ground, and his eyes narrowed instantly. That wasn't a baby at all, but a man whose hands and feet had been cut off, leaving only his upper body. The man's clothing style was similar to Ning Fei's, and his belly was bulging high, like that of a mother in mourning. The man who had rolled to the ground was still alive, his face full of sorrow. He turned his head with difficulty to look at Ning Fei, a pleading look in his eyes. Ning Fei paused briefly, then severed his head with a single stroke. Its head rolled to the side twice, and there was no blood on its neck. Only a large amount of dark yellow mucus slowly flowing out. One of the twin scholar's arms was forcibly torn off and presented to the grieving mother. The grieving mother took a bite, tearing off a large chunk of flesh, chewed for a moment, and swallowed it. Ning Fei's eyes narrowed repeatedly as he strode forward and slashed with all his might at the arm of the twin scholar, by the Mother of Sorrow. With this strike, taking advantage of the special effect of the boning knife, one of the Mother of Mourning's arms was severed. The twin scholars she was holding immediately tumbled off and fell into the pool, splashing up a large spray of water. Countless water plants surged wildly, wrapping around the twin scholars and Ning Fei. Ning Fei's expression changed slightly, and he turned and ran. The twin scholars seized the opportunity, and the female head rapidly chanted a spell. The staff, which had been lying far away, flew up on its own and shot towards the chest of the Mother of Sorrow, with lightning speed. Water surged and turned into mist, blocking the path in front of the staff. The water plants spread rapidly, reaching into the mouths of the twin scholars and abruptly interrupting the incantation. Ning Fei quickly circled around halfway, getting behind the Mother of Mourning, and swung the cleaver with all his might, slashing it at her left leg. The special effect of the cleaver activated, severing her left leg. The grieving mother was unable to stand and collapsed to the ground. Ning Fei strode forward, jumped onto her, and swiftly flipped the cleaver, piercing her heart. The frantically wriggling water plants suddenly stopped moving and floated limply on the surface of the water. The twin scholars seized the opportunity and struggled to tear off the seaweed that was entangled around them. Ning Fei rushed forward and stabbed him in the heart before he could completely break free. A slight cracking sound rang out, and the left half of the male body immediately went still, while the right half of the female body struggled frantically. Unfortunately, the arm that had just been torn off belonged to a woman, so his struggles seemed utterly futile. Ning Fei's mind raced, and he forcefully stabbed himself in the woman's side of her chest. You have killed the Mother of Mourning. Task 5 progress reached 1-5, earned 1,000 gray coins. You killed the twin scholar. Task 5 progress reached 2-5, earn 1,000 gray coins. The blood-red characters danced on Ning Fei's retina, carrying a hint of madness and excitement. Even the characters themselves were somewhat distorted and deformed. Ning plopped down, breathing heavily. The battle to kill these two monsters was extremely short, but it was very taxing, especially since the special effect of the boning knife was used twice, which consumed a lot of stamina in an instant. After a short rest, Ning Fei picked up the treasure chests that had fallen from the two monsters. You have obtained 2 white treasure chests. Although these 2 treasure chests are also called white treasure chests, they are significantly larger than the ones dropped by the Soul Eater zombies, and they are also engraved with intricate patterns. Ning Fei looked closely and saw that the image on the Mother of Sorrow's treasure chest was a mother holding a child, while the image on the twin scholars' treasure chest was a brother and sister. A book. You have opened 2 white treasure chests. You have obtained the card, Mother of Mourning. You have obtained the card, Twin Scholar. You have earned 317 gray coins. You have gained the embrace of the drowned white. You have received the twin crown white. The embrace of the drowned white category, armor defense, weak. Equipment effect, intelligence +1, SOA +3. Special effect 1. Resentful waterweed allows you to control 2 waterweeds imbued with resentment to entangle and attack the target. Synopsis. A person who falls into the water becomes entangled in the water plants and cannot escape. After death, their intense resentment attaches itself to the water plants, dragging passersby into the water. Twin crowns category, jewelry equipment effect, intelligence +2, soul +2. Special effect 1, soul protection. the twins are intertwined and never separate. Their deep affection for each other greatly increases their resistance to soul-related abilities. Synopsis: forbidden love, unacceptable in life, but eternally together in death. Ning Fei frowned. These two pieces of equipment directly added 4 points to his attributes, was much stronger than the previous ones that only added 1 point. However, the appearance of these items was really hard to complement. Wearing the drowning embrace outfit makes it look like 2 strands of seaweed wrapped around your body. While it might be quite eye-catching on a beautiful woman in certain situations, it's less so on a man. Ning Fei shook his head vigorously, banishing the image from his mind, and directly stuffed the drowned one's embrace into his storage space. He would rather die than wear this. If the style of the drowned embrace is cool and refreshing, then the style of the other twin crowns is eerie. The entire twin crown looks like an elongated man and woman with their feet intertwined, then each bending into a semicircle, wrapping around the wearer's head, and finally embracing and kissing each other. The wearer's eyebrows. Ning Fei held the twin crowns in his hands and mentally prepared himself for a long time before finally putting them on his head. A cool sensation surged into Ning Fei's brow, and in an instant, he felt much more awake. During the previous escape, the Soul Eater zombies dropped several treasure chests, but unfortunately, they didn't have time to pick them up, and in the end, they only obtained 5. Ning Fei opened all 5 treasure chests at once, and only got 5 cards, Soul Eater Corpse, and 76 gray coins. He didn't get a single piece of equipment. After opening 2 of the 5 cards in a row, Ning Fei still couldn't fill in the last part of the information about the soul-devouring corpse. He frowned slightly and simply chose to exchange for soul crystal fragments. Soul crystal fragment. No grade category. Consumables function. It is an auxiliary currency in the endless abyss, used to enhance roots or skills, and also needed for enhancing some equipment. It can also be used as a casting material for certain spells. I got a total of 5 soul crystal fragments from the 3 cards. I don't know which guy messed up and lowered the average. For the last 2 cards, Mother of Sorrow and Twin Scholar. Ning Fei hesitated for a moment before choosing to exchange them for soul crystal fragments. Although he was eager to know information about the 2 monsters, as boss-level monsters with distinct characteristics, there was a high probability that they would not be repeated. There was no need to waste 2 boss-level cards just to satisfy his curiosity. The 2 cards vanished in a flash of white light, leaving behind 13 soul crystal fragments. Ning Fei packed everything away and took out the Marauder's map. The number of apostle marks on the map has increased to 17. But apart from Ning Fei, none of them look particularly special. Clearly, someone sacrificed an apostle mark and left this world. The nearest apostle's mark is about 1 kilometer from Ning Fei, and it seems to be getting closer to him. This situation likely indicates that the individual is an abyss apostle like Ning Fei. Ning Fei hesitated for a moment, glanced at the male corpse with its limbs severed, and a bold idea popped into his mind. He ran to a nearby room, dragged out the male corpse that had committed suicide, and placed it face to face with the twin scholar. After adjusting the angle, Ning Fei pierced the twin scholar's heart with the recruit's longsword, stuffed the hilt into the male corpse's hand, then took out a rough dagger, stuffed it into the twin scholar's only remaining left hand, and stabbed it into the male corpse's throat. From a distance, it looked as if the 2 had perished together. Afterwards, Ning Fei placed the male corpse with its limbs severed on the edge of the pool. Finally, Ning Fei looked at the grieving mother's swollen belly. After taking a deep breath, Ning plunged his sword into the abdomen of the Mother of Sorrow and then slashed it forcefully. The foul-smelling black water, along with the entrails, gushed out, and the pungent stench made Ning Fei instinctively take 2 steps back. After glancing at the marauder's point map, Ning Fei quickly jumped into the water, emptied the Mother of Morning's abdomen, rinsed it several times, and dragged it to the vicinity of the male corpse, whose hands and feet had been severed. Wrapped in a sheet he found in a nearby house to protect himself from the corrosive slime, Ning Fei gritted his teeth and crawled into the womb of the Mother of Grief. Even though the Mother of Mourning is nearly 4 meters tall, it is still very difficult to fit an adult inside her. Ning Fei could only curl up as much as possible to barely squeeze in. Even so, upon closer inspection, something was still amiss. So Ning Fei could only have his grieving mother lie on her side on the ground, using the pool water as cover. After hesitating for a moment, Ning Fei gritted his teeth, put on the drowned embrace to increase the success rate of the raid. The whole scene, at first glance, looked like 2 apostles fighting 2 monsters and then dying together. The dark purple light emanating from Ning Fei was so intense that even the corpse of the Mother of Mourning couldn't block it, making it appear as if the corpse itself was emitting a purple glow. Ning Fei didn't know what would happen if the monster and the apostle perished together, and there wasn't enough time to collect the apostle's mark, but he believed that the other party was equally unaware and would inevitably come to examine the corpse of the Mother of Mourning. A man with a scar on his face appeared silently at the edge of the square, carefully observing the corpses in the middle. Ning Fei tensed up, ready to launch a surprise attack. The scarred man did not approach rashly, but he did not leave either. Instead, he lingered at the edge of the square, his gaze lingering on the corpses. Ning Fei adjusted his breathing, remaining motionless and silently waiting for the other person to approach. This is a test of patience. Only those who can remain calm and collected will ultimately prevail. The entire square fell silent, with only the sound of the night wind blowing through it. A few minutes later, a low growl rang out from the other side of the square. Ning Fei couldn't source of the voice, but he could guess what had happened. The 2 boss-level monsters scared the rest of the Soul Eater zombies away. But after they died, their corpses attracted the fleeing Soul Eater zombies back. The flesh and blood of boss-level monsters will definitely be of higher quality than those of other monsters. The scarred man noticed the soul-eating corpse, raised his eyebrows slightly, took 2 steps back, and hid in a corner of the house. Ning Fei felt a surge of anxiety. The appearance of this soul-devouring corpse had disrupted his plans. The scarred man's purpose was clearly to send this soul-eating corpse to scout ahead, and Ning Fei, who was hiding, was likely to be attacked as a result. The soul-eating corpse hesitated, wanting to approach and devour flesh and blood. But its instincts warned it that danger lurked in this place. A weak sense of reason constantly struggled with instinct, but was quickly suppressed by the bloodthirsty instinct, and he ran rapidly towards the center of the square. Ning Fei sighed and prepared to attack. The soul-eating corpse circled around the pool and pounced on the twin scholar, tearing at its flesh with frenzy. The male corpse that was entangled with it suddenly collapsed limply. Ning Fei relaxed and remained quiet. As large amounts of flesh and blood were swallowed, the soul-devouring corpse's body began to transform at a visible speed. Its skin rapidly crystallized, turning into scales like book pages, with an eye in the center of each scale that kept blinking. Footsteps sounded again, indicating that other soul-eating corpses that were a step behind had arrived. The evolving soul-eating corpse roared in the direction of the footsteps, warning anyone who came after it not to approach. The footsteps indeed stopped. Having successfully intimidated its competitor, The soul-eating corpse lowered its head and continued to devour the flesh and blood of the twin scholars. The soul-eating corpse underwent even more changes, with words beginning to appear on its book page like scales. Before long, the flesh and blood of the twin scholars were devoured, leaving only bones scattered all over the ground. The soul-devouring zombie's eye flames were almost tangible, as it looked at the mother of sorrow at the edge of the pool and strode over. Ning Fei cursed, his whole body tensing up, ready to launch a sudden attack. A crossbow bolt flew from behind and struck the soul-eating corpse in the back. The scarred man burst out of the darkness, holding a crossbow, quickly cocking it, and charged towards the center of the square. The changes in this soul-eating corpse are too astonishing. If it is allowed to continue devouring, it might evolve into a boss-level monster on the spot. The attacked soul-eating corpse let out a roar and quickly turned around to look in the direction of the scarred man. The scarred man raised his crossbow, aimed it at the soul-eating corpse's face, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The crossbow bolt whistled through the air, traveling more than 10 meters before striking the soul-eating corpse in the face. Enraged, the soul-eating corpse charged rapidly toward the scarred man. The scarred man quickly retrieved his crossbow, took out a spear, and faced the soul-eating corpse. The two closed the distance rapidly, and the scarred man struck first, his spear flashing towards the soul-eating corpse's chest. With a crisp clang, the spear in the scarred man's hand was blocked as if it had struck an iron plate. The heart, which should be a vital organ, has also evolved scales. The soul-eating corpse raised its hands, and crystal fragments rapidly condensed between its 10 fingers, striking the scarred man at close range. Caught off guard, the scarred man hastily dodged, but he was still a step too slow, and 4 or 5 gruesome lacerations were punched into his body. Taking advantage of the momentum, the soul-eating corpse rushed forward and pounced in front of the Scarface man. Despite his composure, the scarred man kicked the soul-eating corpse in the shin. If a normal person were to be hit by this, their shin bone would definitely be broken, and the intense pain would be enough to render them unable to move. But now, he is facing a soul-eating corpse, and one that has evolved to the level of a near-boss. The scarred man's kick truly demonstrated what it means to kick a brick wall. Not only did it fail to restrict the opponent's movements, it also left his own foot throbbing with pain. The soul-eating zombie seized the opportunity and bit down on the scarred man's neck, severing half of it. Large amounts of blood gushed out, splattering everywhere. The soul-eating corpse frantically tore at the scarred man's neck. The spear in the scarred man's hand fell to the ground, and his head tilted to one side, but he was not immediately dead. He was grabbed by the soul-eating corpse and twitched unconsciously. Ning Fei cursed and burst out of the mother of sorrow's womb, charging towards the soul-devouring corpse, whose back was turned to him. Hearing the commotion, the soul-eating corpse casually abandoned the dying Scarface and turned to look at Fei. Ning Fei gripped the cleaver with both hands and charged forward quickly. The soul-devouring corpse roared and pounced towards Ning Fei. 2 water plants sprouted from the drowned creature's embrace, spreading towards the soul-eating corpse's legs and quickly entwining them together. The running soul-eating corpse suddenly fell forward and crashed heavily to the ground. Ning Fei rushed past it, ran to the dying scarred man, and slashed him on the head. A dark purple light flew out from the scarred man, quickly condensing into an apostle mark in the air, which hovered in front of Ning Fei. You have obtained the 3rd apostle's mark. You may choose to sacrifice or fuse with it. You can leave this world immediately after the sacrifice. Mission 2 is completed by default. After fusion, The authority of the apostle mark can be enhanced, and 3 apostle marks can be fused into a high-level apostle mark. Advanced apostle marks will retain some of the legacy of the previous apostle, including but not limited to equipment, bone coins, skills, etc. Advanced apostle marks will grant access to some high-level missions with even greater rewards. Please make your choice within 1 minute. If no choice is made by the time limit, it will be assumed that the sacrifice has been chosen, and you will immediately leave this world. Ning Fei did not hesitate at all and directly chose to merge. The apostle's mark trembled slightly and disappeared into Ning Fei's body. Ning Fei's body suddenly shone with a dark purple light, like a giant torch that could be seen from a great distance. But soon, the dark purple light subsided and became faint again. The apostle's mark has been merged into a higher level mark. You have inherited part of the legacy of the former apostle. You have earned 35 gray coins. You have gained 1 blood coin. You have obtained 12 soul crystal fragments. You have obtained 2 large fragments of soul crystal. You have obtained the twin star ring, bond green. You have acquired the Star Witch skill tree, incomplete. Abyss blood coin, no category. Comes up as function. Bone coin stained with unknown blood, the main currency in circulation in the endless abyss, worth the equivalent of 100 gray coins. They can be used for consumption or as casting materials for certain spells. Large fragment of soul crystal, no grade category. Consumables fabris function. It is an auxiliary currency in the endless abyss, used to enhance attributes or skills, and also needed for enhancing some equipment. It can also be used as a casting material for certain spells. It can be broken down into 10 soul crystal fragments. Twin star ring, bond green category, jewelry equipment effect. Intelligence +5, charisma +5. Special effect 1. Blessed by the stars, increases the power of all star magic by 30%. Special effect 2. Starlight embrace, increases star energy cap by 100 points. A ring inlaid with fragments of a white dwarf star, which occasionally gets slightly warm. Star Witch skill tree, incomplete, blue category. Skill tree effect. After use, you can change your class Star Witch. Introduction. This profession is exclusively for women. If a man forcibly uses it, he will gradually transform into a woman. Each time a skill is used, the transformation process will be accelerated. Star Witch skill tree, incomplete. Preview, Tier 1 Star Maiden. Intelligence +3, Perception +2, Soul Charisma +5. Core traits Starlight Meditation LV1. Increases the maximum star energy by 1 point of time. Upgrade requirements. 1,000 gray coins, 1 soul crystal fragment. Starshine Perception LV1. Increases night vision by 50% and all abilities by 10%. Upgrade requirements. 1,000 gray coins and 1 large soul crystal fragment. Core skills 1. Star Arrow LV1, active. Consumes 5 star energy, fires a straight star beam. Learning requirements. Intelligence 5. Perception 5, 100 coins. 1 soul crystal fragment. 2. Star Dance LV1, active. Consumes 10 star energy to perform a short distance dash and increase movement speed by 10% for the next 5 seconds. Learning requirements. Agility 3, 100 gray coins, 1 soul crystal fragment. Starlight Protection LV1 active. Consumes 5 star energy to form a starlight shield that lasts for 5 seconds. It can be broken in advance. Learning requirements. 5 intelligence, 100 gray coins, 1 soul crystal fragment. 4. Starlight Healing LV1 active. Consumes 5 star energy to perform a minor healing on the target. Learning requirements. Intelligence 5, 100 gray coins, 1 soul crystal fragment. 5. Starry Dance LV1. Active. Consumes 10 star energy, spins and spreads starry shockwave, knocks back surrounding enemies. Learning requirements. Agility 3. Intelligence 5. 100 gray coins, 1 soul crystal fragment. 6. Starlight Kiss LV1. Active. Consumes 20 star energy, inflicts a charm effect on the target, with double the effect on male creatures. Learning requirements. Intelligence 5, Soul 5, Charm 10, 100 star coins, 1 soul crystal fragment. Tier 2 Starlight Dancer. Not currently visible. Promotion requirements. Starlight Meditation LV5, Starlight Perception LV5, any 3 skills LV5. With 6 skills attack, defense, movement, healing, knockback, and control, it's all encompassing, and the learning requirements are low, making it incredibly powerful. The only problem is that this skill tree is exclusively for women. Ning Fei was so angry he almost cursed. He had gone to so much trouble to synthesize the apostle mark into a high-level mark, only to find that the most valuable part of it would turn him into a woman if he used it. For a straight man, this is absolutely unacceptable. The soul-devouring corpse, which had fallen to the ground, struggled to tear off the water plants on its legs, rolled over, and charged towards Ning Fei. 2 more strands of waterweed flew out from the drowned one and wrapped around the legs of the soul-eating corpse. Bang! With a heavy thud, the soul-devouring corpse collapsed in front of Ning Fei once again. Ning Fei rushed forward, stepped on the soul-devouring corpse's neck, replaced the cleaver with an infantry longsword, and stabbed the soul-devouring corpse in the back. Bite! With a crisp clang, the infantryman's longsword was blocked as if piercing steel, leaving not even the slightest nick. Those book page-like scales have an absurdly high level of defense. The soul-devouring corpse struggled to turn over, its immense force nearly knocking Ning Fei to the ground. Ning Fei rolled on the spot, quickly creating distance. The soul-devouring corpse over and pounced on Ning Fei again. Ning Fei used the same trick again, with 2 strands of waterweed shooting out from his body and wrapping around the legs of the soul-devouring corpse. The soul-eating corpse stopped abruptly the moment it approached the water plants, standing firmly in place. The water plants successfully wrapped around the legs of the soul-eating corpse, but no matter how hard they pulled, they couldn't move it an inch. The soul-devouring corpse waved its hands, tearing apart the water plants, and lunged at Ning Fei again. Ning Fei turned and ran, unwilling to get entangled with it any longer. This monster's defense is too high. Even its weak point at the heart is concealed. It also has ranged abilities. If you're not careful, you might end up like the scarred man and lose your life here. The soul-devouring corpse chased for dozens of meters, but seeing that Ning Fei showed no intention of turning back, it stopped chasing and turned to run towards the corpse, the Mother of Sorrow. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the previously intimidated soul-eaters pounced on the Mother of Mourning and began to tear at her frantically. Upon seeing this, the returning soul-eating corpse roared in anger and pounced. Having gained an advantage, the soul-eating corpse turned and ran without hesitation. The soul-eating corpse took 2 symbolic steps in pursuit, let out a few defiant roars, then turned and pounced on the corpse of the Mother of Mourning, beginning to devour its flesh and blood. Seeing that the soul-devouring corpse hadn't chased after him, Ning Fei breathed a sigh of relief and gradually slowed down. Upon opening the Apostle's Mark and seeing the Star Witch's skill tree, Ning Fei felt another surge of urge to curse. Such a powerful skill set, yet it's exclusively for women. It makes me so angry. Ning Fei really wanted to ask Endless Abyss what it meant to give him a skill tree, like Steel Straight Man. The idea that using it will gradually turn you into a woman is unacceptable, even just thinking about it. Ning Fei stated that he would rather die than use this skill tree. Only 12 apostle marks remain on the map. The symbol representing Ning Fei has become significantly larger, and a ring of flame-shaped patterns has appeared around it. In addition, there were 2 smaller marks, but they were larger than the normal marks, making it obvious that these 2 people had fused with 2 apostle marks. In terms of numbers, during this period, there should have been another person who sacrificed an apostle's mark and left. Ning Fei was unsure of what to do next. Should he find a place to hide for 3 days, or should he find another apostle mark, sacrifice himself, and leave? As for taking down the remaining 3 bosses, to be honest, it's too dangerous. Unless you encounter 2 bosses fighting each other again, and both are severely injured, you could easily lose your life. Of course, if he used the Star Witch's skill tree, he should be able to put up a fight against single boss, but the consequences… Ning Fei shook his head. No matter what, he was unwilling to become a woman. Thinking of this, Ning felt frustrated and cursed a few times in anger. A faint metallic scraping sound could be heard. Ning Fei was distracted by the skill tree, and by the time he noticed it, the figure had already arrived beside him. A thin, hunched figure slowly walked over. He was dragging a rusty shovel behind him, and the sound of metal scraping against metal was coming from it. Ning Fei subconsciously took a step back and carefully observed the figure. He wore a tattered black robe, and a lantern hung at his waist, emitting a pale yellow light. Seemingly noticing Ning Fei, the other person stopped and slowly looked up at Ning Fei. What Ning Fei saw was a pale mask that concealed the other person's face, revealing only 2 constantly flickering flames. The other person's attire instantly brought a name to Ning Fei's mind: the Gravedigger. This is one of the bosses mentioned in Mission 5. But why did he arrive at this time? Was it because they were delayed on the way and missed the battle between the Mother of Mourning and the twin scholars? Or did the previous soul-eating corpse evolve into a new boss after devouring the flesh and blood of the 2 bosses? As Ning Fei thought about it, he voluntarily stepped aside to make way. He estimated that the Gravedigger was most likely attracted by the newly emerged boss. As soon as Ning Fei moved, the Tomb Keeper adjusted his direction and continued to walk slowly toward him. What's going on? Ning Fei was startled and moved to the side again. The Tomb Keeper followed Ning Fei's movements and adjusted his direction accordingly. Is this targeting me? Ning Fei's face darkened as he stared intently at the Tomb Keeper. The Gravedigger moved slowly and deliberately, dragging his shovel as he approached, creating a harsh scraping sound. Ning Fei cursed and turned to run towards the square. He refused to believe that the 2 bosses wouldn't fight when they met. If he was lucky, he might even be able to kill both of them. The Tomb Keeper's speed remained unchanged, showing no reaction to Ning Fei widening the distance, and continued to advance at a leisurely pace. Soon, Ning Fei ran back to the vicinity of the square. The body of the Mourning Mother had been mostly devoured, with large and small pieces of broken bone and flesh scattered everywhere, making it look like it had been taken to a slaughterhouse. Despite consuming so much flesh and blood, the soul-eating corpse did not grow any larger. Only its belly swelled up high, just like the Mother of Sorrow. The page-shaped scales on his body became denser, and the eyes on them blinked constantly. As soon as Ning Fei approached the edge of the square, he was spotted by the eyes behind him. The soul-eating corpse suddenly turned around, stared fiercely at Ning Fei, and let out a roar. Ning Fei stopped abruptly and stared at him from a distance. The soul-devouring corpse dropped the chunk it was holding and charged rapidly toward Ning Fei. Ning Fei turned and ran, leading him towards the direction of the Tomb Keeper. But Ning Fei soon realized something was wrong. Previously, This soul-devouring corpse moved at a speed similar to Ning Fei's, but now it has clearly increased in speed. The distance between the two sides is rapidly decreasing. Ning Fei raised his eyebrows, and two strands of waterweed flew out from his body, wrapping around the other person's legs. The soul-devouring corpse didn't stop for a moment. Water plants flew out from its body, tearing the water plants off Ning Fei's body and shooting towards him. Ning Fei cursed and lunged forward. The attack of more than 10 water plants missed and flew over Ning Fei's head. Ning Fei rolled over and over, rolling to one side. The soul-devouring corpse seized the opportunity and quickly closed in on Ning Fei. Ning Fei flipped to his feet, a bone-chopping knife appearing in his hand, and slashed down with all his might at the onrushing, soul-devouring corpse. The soul-devouring corpse neither dodged nor evaded, but raised its hands, and between its 10 fingers, crystalline fragments rapidly condensed and spun continuously. When the cleaver struck the soul-eating corpse's shoulder with a crisp, metallic clang, the cleaver bounced back, and Ning Fei's hands went numb from the impact, but it only left a few tiny cracks on the other person's shoulder. The next moment, intense pain came from in front of him as all 10 crystal fragments struck Ning Fei. The immense impact sent Ning Fei flying, and he rolled to the ground. A large amount of blood gushed from the wound, and within a short time, Ning Fei felt dizzy and his breathing became rapid. This indicates moderate blood loss, but that's not the most troublesome part. The crystal fragments of the soul-eating corpse have a power similar to a weaker pistol bullet. This was almost like being hit by several bullets. The only saving grace was that the crystal fragments didn't hit his heart. Otherwise he would be dead by now. The black flames in the soul-devouring corpse's eyes had condensed into crystalline pupils. Looking at Ning Fei, its eyes were filled with bloodthirsty excitement, and it quickly pounced Ning Fei. Ning Fei cursed, and decisively chose to use the Star Witch's skill tree. Becoming a woman is fine, it's better than becoming a dead person. Moreover, when facing this thing, you might even get your corpse eaten. The stars in the sky suddenly lit up, even surpassing the moon that had been hanging in the sky for a moment. Silvery starlight gathered in the sky, and then fell from the heavens. Ning Fei endured the pain, rolling and crawling on the ground to avoid the attacks of the soul-devouring corpse. The starlight fell, hitting Ning Fei precisely and entering his body. The blood-red characters danced on my retina, carrying a hint of excitement, and Schadenfreude. You have used the Star Witch skill tree incomplete. Star power tempering is complete. You have been promoted to Star Witch. You have been promoted to Star Maiden. Your intelligence +3, perception +2, soul +2, charisma +5. You have mastered the power of the stars. Your maximum star power is 100 points. You have automatically mastered the core trait Starlight Meditation LV1. You have automatically mastered the core trait Starshine Perception. Ning Fei disregarded everything else, quickly opened the skill tree, found Star Healing, and chose to learn it. A wealth of knowledge flooded Ning Fei's mind. After a brief review, Ning Fei raised his hand and cast a Star Healing spell on himself. A silvery white light gathered out of thin air and fell upon Ning Fei. The intense pain subsided considerably in an instant, and the wounds on my body stopped bleeding. But that's not enough. Starlight Healing is only a minimal treatment, and a single treatment is insufficient to completely heal Ning Fei's injuries. The soul-devouring corpse roared and pounced. Ning Fei's gaze swept across the skill tree and landed on Starry Dance. Short distance, displacement, and acceleration, that's it. A flood of knowledge rushed into Ning Fei's mind. Without time to review it, Ning Fei used the skill directly. Ning Fei's figure vanished from the spot and reappeared 3 meters away, while he felt much lighter. The soul-devouring corpse missed its target, paused for a moment, then quickly turned and pounced on Ning Fei again. Ning Fei raised his hand and cast another starlight healing spell on himself, then learned the Starveil Whirlwind Dance. The soul-devouring corpse pounced, and Ning Fei vanished again, reappearing 3 meters away. The sound of metal scraping drew closer as the hunched gravedigger, dragging a shovel, approached the battlefield. Ning Fei cast another starlight healing spell on himself, and under the silvery white light, the wounds on his body completely disappeared. The soul-devouring corpse pounced wildly, but Ning Fei spun around in place. Silver white light gathered on his body to form a gauze skirt, which suddenly burst open as he spun, unleashing a huge impact that sent the soul-devouring corpse flying. "Wipe!" Ning Fei cursed, his heart filled with shame, wishing he could disappear into the ground. The skill's effect is indeed very strong, but its appearance is simply too embarrassing to be seen in public. When the distance between the two sides shrank to 10 meters, the hunched-over tomb keeper suddenly straightened up. He could force with his legs, and leaped into the air, drawing an arc in the air, swung his shovel at Ning Fei. Ning Fei disappeared again, dodging the attack. The shovel slammed into the ground with a piercing sound. The moment Ning Fei appeared, he quickly ran towards the soul-devouring corpse that had just gotten up from the ground, simultaneously choosing Starlight Arrow and Starshine Protection. The tomb keeper leaped up again, swung his shovel, and smashed it down on Ning Fei. Ning Fei moved quickly to avoid the attack, while simultaneously casting Star Protection. The moment the skill took effect, Ning Fei once again felt utterly ashamed. He originally thought that the Starshine Protection would form a shield or a spherical shield, but in reality, the Starshine Protection formed a set of classical women's clothing on Ning Fei's body. The skirt was wide, the bodice was tight, revealing a decorative triangle bra, and the sleeves were decorated with a lot of lace and ribbons. "Whose shield looks like this?" Ning Fei mentally cursed, but his movements were swift. He gripped his sword with both hands and faced the soul-devouring corpse. The gravedigger leaped high into the air again and swung his shovel down. The infantryman's longsword struck the soul-eating corpse's shoulder with a crisp clang. The soul-eating corpse completely ignored the attack, the crystal fragments spinning continuously between its 10 fingers. Ning Fei from his spot and reappeared 3 meters away, raising his right hand the instant he appeared. Before the crystal fragments could fly out, the gravedigger had already landed, his shovel striking the soul-eating corpse squarely on the forehead, slamming it hard to the ground. The page-shaped scales on the soul-eating corpse's head were smashed open, and countless cracks spread rapidly. Roar! The soul-eating corpse let out an angry roar and struggled to get up. The gravedigger showed no mercy, swinging his shovel and striking it on the head again. This interrupted the soul-devouring corpse's struggle, leaving it stunned in place. The gravedigger didn't stop for a moment, smashing the soul-eating corpse's head out of shape with his shovel again and again. A silver-white starlight, over 50 centimeters long, shot out from Ning Fei's raised right hand and flew towards the tomb keeper. A flash of starlight pierced directly through the tomb keeper's body. Ning Fei's expression changed slightly, and he raised his hand slightly, aiming at the back of the tomb keeper. From this position, passing through it, you'll reach the heart area. The gravedigger sensed the danger and placed his free left hand on the lantern at his waist. The pale yellow light surged instantly, forming a spherical shield around the tomb keeper's body. The gravedigger continued to swing his shovel, slamming it down on the soul-eating corpse's forehead. The starlight flashed and struck the pale yellow spherical shield perfectly. The shield began to shake, its light dimmed rapidly, and soon disappeared completely. The starlight arrow, now reduced to less than a third of its original length, struck the gravedigger precisely in the back of the heart, leaving a gruesome wound. But it was no longer enough to completely pierce through and destroy the crystallized rune on his chest. The gravedigger roared, abandoned the half-dead soul-eating corpse, and leaped up, smashing his shovel down at Ning Fei. Ning Fei accurately predicted the opponent's landing point and moved to the side, barely avoiding the attack. The tomb keeper landed heavily, and before he could even stand firmly, Ning Fei quickly approached and spun around once. Starlight coalesced into a veil, blooming outwards in all directions. The gravedigger was knocked off his feet by the enormous impact and staggered 2 steps to the side. Starlight burst forth, condensing into a beam of light that seized the opportunity when the opponent was off balance and unable to defend themselves, accurately piercing their heart. A slight cracking sound rang out, and the gravedigger's body froze on the spot. After swaying twice, he fell heavily to the ground. The soul-eating corpse, which had been lying on the ground, recovered considerably and got up. Ning Fei quickly turned around and approached rapidly. The soul-devouring corpse shook its head, looked at Ning Fei, and let out an angry roar. Ning Fei scanned his surroundings, and after confirming that no one was around, he learned the last skill, Starlight Kiss. He covered his lips with one hand, then flipped it forward, pointing it at the enraged soul-eater. A bright red lip print flew from Ning Fei's fingertip, accurately hitting the soul-devouring corpse. The soul-eating corpse's roars stopped abruptly, and it froze in place. Its crystalline eyeballs dimmed, and even the eyes in the book page like scales became confused. Ning Fei forcibly suppressed the shame in his heart, and a cleaver and an infantry longsword appeared in his hands at the same time. He quickly rushed in front of the soul-eating corpse and stabbed at its eyes at the same time. The soul-eating corpse was awakened and let out a roar. Ning Fei twisted his hands forcefully, shattering the crystalline eyeballs of the soul-devouring corpse. The roar abruptly stopped, and the soul-eating corpse seemed to have its soul instantly ripped away, its body collapsing limply to the ground. Ning Fei breathed a sigh of relief, quickly stepped back, and immediately put his hand between his legs to check his condition before finally relaxing completely. It is obvious that Ning Fei's skin has become much more delicate and fair, and it feels much smoother to the touch. Ning Fei's lips twitched, but there was nothing he could do but try to reduce the frequency of using skills in the future. Ning Fei has reached 3/5 of the mission progress, and has earned another 1,000 gray coins. The 2 monsters each dropped a treasure chest. The chest dropped by the gravedigger was obviously a size larger, with a hunched gravedigger figure on it. The other chest was the same size as a normal chest, indicating that the Soul Eater had not yet evolved into a true boss. After placing the 2 treasure chests into his storage space, Ning Fei returned to the plaza and retrieved the recruit's longsword and rough dagger that he had been forced to discard earlier. Afterwards, Ning Fei found a secluded corner and plopped down on it. The starshine healing had cured his injuries, but the weakness caused by blood loss wouldn't disappear so quickly. Coupled with the continuous battles, Ning Fei's stamina had reached its limit. Given his current condition, he cannot escape the outsiders who are also Abyss Apostles, and he must recover his strength as soon as possible. Ning Fei rested for a moment, then took out the 2 treasure chests he had just obtained from his storage space, and opened them directly. You have opened 2 white treasure chests. You have obtained the card, Soul Eater Zombie. You have obtained the card, Gravekeeper. You have earned 96 gray coins. You have obtained crystal eyeballs, 2. You have received the blasphemous cross white. Crystalline eyeball, white, category. Materials description. a rare material that can be processed in the endless abyss to create equipment or be fused into other equipment. Blasphemy against the cross, white, category. Jewelry equipment effect. Soul +4 special effect 1. Holy curse. The wearer of this equipment greatly increases damage against enemies with the light attribute. Description. An accessory typically worn by gravediggers to intimidate lower-ranking undead. But on the night of the Black Moon, this item failed to save its master. Instead, it was cursed by darkness, and along with its master, fell into a bloodthirsty monster. Ning Fei hung the blasphemous cross around his neck, and then took out the twin star ring, bond, and equipped it. The moment I put it on, the ring's temperature suddenly rose, becoming slightly hot, before quickly returning to normal. The maximum value of star power reached 200 points, but it was only the maximum value and did not directly restore 100 star power points, as Ning Fei had expected. I chose to exchange the 2 cards and received a total of 4 soul crystal fragments. Ning Fei examined his attributes and found that he had received a significant boost after advancing to the Star Maiden rank. Apostle ID DS266 Secretary's name Ning Fei Star Power 200 rating, Worm Strength 4 Agility 3 Physical Condition 4 Intelligence 10 plus 8 Perception 8 Souls 7 plus 9 Charisma Den plus 5. The first part shows the base stats, and the part in parentheses shows the equipment bonuses. Since the Iron Pot Breastplate and the Drowned's Embrace are duplicate slots, only one of them can be equipped. Ning Fei chose the better attribute Drowned Embrace and put it on an outer garment to cover its appearance. Otherwise, Ning Fei wouldn't too embarrassed to wear this equipment out in public. Only the weapon in use will provide a bonus, and it must be in use. Storing it in storage will have no effect. Ning Fei's intelligence had reached an astonishing 18 points at this point. My mind became incredibly clear, my thinking speed increased several times over, and my memory improved dramatically. I could remember details of the surrounding environment with just a glance. Previously, he learned 6 skills, each at level 1, consuming a total of 600 gray coins and 6 soul crystal fragments. Including the 1,000 gray coins he gained from Quest 5, Ning Fei now has 352 gray coins, 1 blood coin, 24 soul crystal fragments, and 2 large soul crystal fragments remaining. The skill level cannot exceed the highest level of the core trait. To increase the skill level, you can only increase the level of the core trait first. After a moment's thought, Ning Fei used 2,000 gray coins and 2 soul crystal fragments to upgrade his core trait, Starshine Perception, to level 3. Starshine Perception LV3 increases night vision by 70% and all abilities by 20%. Upgrade requirements: 1,000 gray coins and 1 soul crystal fragment. Compared to the other Starlight meditation, Starlight Perception enhances immediate combat power, making it the most cost-effective way to improve combat power. Ning Fei then used 600 gray coins and 6 soul crystal fragments to upgrade Star Arrow, Star Protection, and Star Healing to level 3. The remaining 3 skills are limited by attributes. Starry Steps and Starry Whirlwind cannot be upgraded, and Starlight Kiss can only be upgraded to level 2. Star Arrow LV3, active, consumes 7 star energy, fires a straight star beam. Grade requirements: Intelligence 11, Perception 8, 100 gray coins, 1 soul crystal fragment. Star Dance LV1, active, consumes 10 star energy to perform a short distance dash and increase movement speed by 10% for the next 5 seconds. Upgrade requirements: Agility 4, 100 gray coins, 1 soul crystal fragment. Starlight Protection LV3 active, consumes 11 star energy to form a starlight shield that lasts for 7 seconds. it can be broken prematurely. Upgrade requirements: Luffy Intelligence, 100 gray coins, and 1 soul crystal fragment. Starlight Healing LV3, active. Consumes 9 star energy to perform a minor healing on the target. Upgrade requirements: Intelligence 11, 100 gray coins, 1 soul crystal fragment. Starry Dance LV1, active. Consumes 10 star energy. Spins and spreads starry shockwave, knocking back surrounding enemies. Upgrade requirements: Agility 4, Intelligence 8, 100 gray coins, 1 soul crystal fragment. Starlight Kiss LV2, active. Consumes 30 star energy, inflicts a charm effect on the target, with double the effect on male creatures. Upgrade requirements: Intelligence 15, Soul 15, Charm 20, 100 star coins, 1 soul crystal fragment. After doing all this, Ning Fei only had 950 gray coins, 1 blood coin, and 21 soul crystal fragments left. After putting everything away, Ning Fei sat quietly, waiting for his star power to recover. Under static conditions, 1 point of star power can be restored every 10 minutes. It would take more than 33 hours to fully restore 200 points of star power. If you use Starlight Meditation, the recovery speed can be doubled, and you can fully recover in less than 17 hours. However, in the meditation state, your perception of the surrounding environment will be greatly reduced. In such a dangerous environment, it is impossible to meditate. All Ning Fei could do was wait patiently. The number of apostle marks on the Marauder's map has decreased by 3 again, bringing the total to 9. On the other side of the map, a conspicuous mark appeared, surrounded by a ring of flame-shaped patterns. Ning Fei. This person also fused 3 marks, transforming them into high-level marks. Ning Fei suddenly became curious, wondering what kind of inheritance the other party would receive. Time passed by, and soon more than 12 hours had gone by. Logically, by this time it should have been daylight by now. But in reality, the entire city was still shrouded in darkness. Ning Fei rubbed his stomach. Normally, after more than 10 hours without food or water, and with a series of battles in between, he should have been starving by now. But Ning Fei didn't feel hungry at all. He didn't know what was going on. Faint footsteps echoed from afar. Ning Fei instantly became alert, held his breath, hid in the corner, and cautiously looked in the direction of the footsteps. The footsteps were very light. You could tell the person was deliberately trying not to make a sound. Those who can do this are most likely not soul-eater zombies. Ning Fei carefully took out the Marauder's map and checked the location of the Apostle's mark. With the Apostle mark remaining, including Ning Fei's, there are only 4 left, and the remaining 3 are all ordinary marks. High-level marks can also sacrifice an Apostle mark to leave early. The 3 Apostle marks were all far away from Ning Fei, and also far apart from each other, scattered in different corners of the city. A furtive-looking man appeared in Ning Fei's line of sight. Judging from his clothing style, he, like Ning Fei, was an outsider. He held a long sword in his hand and carefully searched the rooms next door. Due to the size of the map, it is impossible to determine the exact location of the Apostle's mark from the map. Only a general area can be identified. To find it, we can only proceed step by step through investigation. Footsteps could be heard from other directions as well, and Ning Fei was subtly surrounded. A murderous glint flashed in Ning Fei's eyes, and his infantry longsword appeared silently in his hand. My star power has recovered to 79 points, enough for a small-scale battle. The man didn't notice Ning Fei. He carefully pushed open the door beside him, squatted down, and poked his head inside to observe the situation. Ning Fei took a deep breath, pushed off with his feet, and lunged at his opponent with all his might. The man heard the noise, but because he was crouching on the ground, he was unable to make any effective defensive movements. Ning Fei instantly rushed behind him, his infantry longsword piercing into his neck from the left and exiting from the right. Ah! The man let out a short scream, all his strength drained away, and he collapsed to his knees. "We've found him." A woman appeared around the corner, raised her crossbow, and shouted. Ning Fei lunged forward, smashed open the door, and rushed into the room. The crossbow bolt whistled through the air and embedded itself in the wall. "Where is he?" The sound of hurried footsteps approached quickly, and someone called out. He went into the room. The woman took out a crossbow, quickly cocked it, and shouted loudly at the same time. Before she could finish speaking, a figure burst through the door and lunged at the woman. The woman stopped what she was doing and hurled the crossbow at the oncoming figure. The two men who arrived at the scene simultaneously raised their crossbows and pulled the triggers. Two crossbow bolts struck the figure first, embedding themselves in its body. The woman sensed something was wrong and quickly backed away. The figure fell heavily to the ground without uttering a sound, and the pungent smell of blood instantly filled everyone's nostrils. The two men who fired the crossbow bolts recognized the figure on the ground, and their expressions changed drastically. Taking advantage of the opening after the crossbow attack, Ning Fei rushed out of the room, gripped his sword with both hands, and charged towards the nearest man. The man dropped the crossbow in his hand, drew the long sword from his waist, and charged towards Ning Fei. The distance between the two sides shortened rapidly. Two strands of water plants flew off Ning Fei's body, wrapped around the man's hands, and pulled him to one side with all their might. Caught off guard, the man's longsword was pulled aside. Ning Fei swiftly swung his sword and sliced open the other man's neck. Fresh blood gushed out immediately. The two water plants quickly retracted. The man dropped the long sword in his hand, covered his throat with both hands, his face filled with terror, and retreated dejectedly. Ning Fei suddenly sped past him and pounced on another man. He was extremely skilled with the crossbow, and in the brief moment Ning Fei killed that man, he had already reloaded the bowstring, quickly raised it, and aimed it at Ning Fei. Two strands of seaweed shot out again, wrapping around the opponent's right hand, holding the crossbow, and pulling him to the side before he could pull the trigger. The crossbow bolt was fired, but it completely missed its target. The water plants entangled the other person's right hand and quickly withdrew. Before the other person could react, they were pulled off balance and staggered forward. Ning Fei quickly closed in, thrusting his infantry longsword straight out, and instantly piercing the opponent's throat. Terror flashed in the other person's eyes, and he subconsciously released the crossbow in his hand, trying to raise his hand to cover the wound on his throat. Ning Fei kicked out and struck the other man in the stomach, knocking him to the ground. He then drew his longsword. Several people arrived a step too late. Seeing the bloody scene before them, froze in place, too afraid to step forward. "Don't be afraid, let's all come together," the woman who had stepped back shouted loudly. "Even if he's powerful, he's only one person. There are more than a dozen of us. We can exhaust him to death." Ning Fei sneered, quickly turned around, and rushed towards the woman. "Attack him together! Kill him!" The woman drew her longsword from her waist, gripped it with both hands and shouted. Ning Fei rushed in front of the woman and slashed down with his sword. The woman gripped the sword with both hands and fought back with all her might. When, with a crisp metallic clang, both of their bodies swayed slightly at the same time. Ning Fei's strength was not high, and even though his opponent was a woman, he was unable to gain the upper hand in this clash. The woman also noticed this. A hint of joy flashed in her eyes, and she immediately switched from defense to offense, slashing her longsword at Ning Fei one after another. Ning Fei's face was grim. He could only raise his sword to parry, retreating continuously under the woman's frenzied attacks. Encouraged, 4 of the others immediately raised their weapons and charged forward. As the starlight flashed, Ning Fei vanished from his spot and reappeared behind the woman, grabbing her hair and pulling it back forcefully. The woman's face showed pain, and she subconsciously tilted her head back. Ning Fei placed the longsword against her neck and pulled it horizontally with force. Blood spurted out immediately, splattering all over the faces of the 4 men who rushed over. Starlight fell, condensing into arrows that flew out of Ning Fei's hand one after another. At that distance, the 4 people had no time to dodge and were pierced through the heart by the starlight arrow. The woman dropped the longsword in her hand, clutching her throat in despair. But it was all in vain. She could only slowly await death. Those who were a little further away immediately lost their will to fight and turned to run. Taking advantage of the increased movement speed effect, Ning Fei quickly caught up and cut down the 2 slower runners. "Run separately!" Someone shouted a warning, and the others realized what was happening. They each chose a direction and scattered. Ning Fei caught up with one of them and cut him down, but the others had already disappeared. The man who had been slashed down was not yet dead. He struggled on the ground and tried to run forward. Ning Fei stomped heavily on his back, causing him to let out a scream. "Don't kill me," the man pleaded, lying on the ground. "Please, don't kill me. Give me a reason not to kill you," Ning Fei said coldly, pressing down hard on his foot. "I'll do anything you ask as long as you don't kill me," the man cried out in panic. "How did you all get together?" Ning Fei asked coldly after a moment's thought. "It's a guy who calls himself Brother Long," the man said quickly. "He found us and said that to survive, we have to work together and stick together." "Where is he?" Ning Fei frowned slightly and asked. "I don't know," the man quickly explained. "Brother Long said we must find an apostle's mark to get new information, and then he will share all the information." "You actually believe that?" Ning Fei said dismissively. "And then what happened?" "Brother Long led us to surround and kill a person who had fused 2 marks, the man said. He fused 1 mark and disappeared with the other mark. We don't know where he went. If an apostle who has fused with 2 marks is killed, the apostle's mark will revert to 2 marks. Ning Fei frowned slightly and continued to ask, "Since Brother Long has disappeared, why are you still acting as a group?" "What else can we do?" the man said helplessly. "The apostle marks have already been divided up. If we want to obtain them, we can only rob them. If we could rob them, we wouldn't be in this situation now." "But why did you come to me?" Ning Fei asked, puzzled. "Theoretically speaking, shouldn't you have gone to find the other 3 first?" "We went to look for them," the man explained, "but they were very cautious and kept moving, making it difficult to block them. But you are different. You have stayed here without moving. Some people speculate that you may have been seriously injured or even dead." Ning Fei chuckled, surprised that it was for this reason. The Star Witch's skill tree is powerful, but it relies too much on star power. Once the star power is exhausted, she will immediately revert to her original form. Star power will continuously regenerate on its own, but it is much more efficient when stationary. That's why Ning Fei stopped here, waiting for his star power to recover. Little did he know that it was because he had been targeted by those people. Starlight burst forth, condensing at the fingertips into an arrow of starlight that pierced the heart of the person on the ground. Considering how much he had answered, Ning Fei gave him the highest level of execution. "My star power is down to 24 points. It will take nearly 30 hours to fully recover." Ning Fei shook his head with a wry smile, turned back, and picked up all the equipment left behind by those people. There were 3 crossbows, 5 longswords, 4 scimitars, and 2 shields, all of which were the lowest level white equipment, with only 1 point of added attribute. Mission 2 requires him to survive for 72 hours. So far, only about 16 hours have passed, and he still has enough time to recover his star power. Once his star power was fully restored, Ning Fei planned to go to the recruit training camp to see if he could take down the Iron Hammer Knight and the church painter. Seemingly terrified of Ning Fei, for the next day or so, even though he stayed there without moving, no one bothered him anymore. Instead, several monsters wandered over and were easily killed by him, contributing 69 gray coins and 6 soul crystal fragments to his collection. By the time the star power was fully restored, it was already the 3rd day. 2 more apostle marks have been lost. Apart from Ning Fei, only one remains, hiding on the other side of the city. Ning Fei got up and quickly arrived at the recruit training camp. The recruit training camp was exactly the same as when Ning Fei left. There were no changes whatsoever. Ning Fei carefully entered the dormitory area along the wall. This was the last place where the Iron Hammer Knight had appeared. The dormitories in the dormitory area were still sealed off by some unknown force, leaving only a few empty corridors. Ning Fei remained silent and searched the corridor step by step, but found nothing. Both the Hammer Knight and the church painter vanished without a trace. Ning Fei frowned. He remembered that boss-level monsters would roam around looking for prey. If they really went somewhere else, it would be almost impossible to find them in such a large city without any clues. Ning Fei searched again, unwilling to give up, but still found nothing. Reluctantly, he left the dormitory area and went to other areas of the recruit training camp. Ning Fei made a discovery upon entering the administration building. The first floor of the administration building consists of individual offices. At this moment, on the left side of the row of offices near the main entrance, the wall has been violently damaged, creating a destructive passageway in the middle. Ning Fei instantly thought of the Iron Hammer Knight's right hand, which had turned into an iron hammer, and was overjoyed. He followed the trail of destruction all the way to the right. The office was a mess, with many places showing signs of corrosion, which looked like the artist's skills. A battle between the two sides is very likely to break out here. Soon, Ning Fei arrived at the last room and saw the church painter's body. Calling it a corpse isn't quite accurate. Most of its flesh and blood had been devoured, and many of the remaining bones were twisted, deformed, or even broken, as if they had been hit by a heavy hammer. The transparent crystal that was originally embedded in its abdomen shattered into 3 pieces and was thrown into a corner. Ning Fei went over to check it and found that it wasn't equipment or materials, which made him somewhat disappointed. The situation on the scene was very clear. The Hammer Knight had killed the church painter, devoured his flesh, and then disappeared without a trace. This left Ning Fei somewhat dumbfounded. One mission target had eliminated another and then escaped. The progress of Task 5 is stuck at 3-5, and it cannot be continued. Even if you find the Hammer Knight and successfully kill him, you won't be able to complete the kill count and get the extra 3,000 gray coins. Never mind, let's leave it at that. Ning Fei stopped dwelling on the issue, left the recruit training camp, and began searching for the monsters hiding around. He currently has full star power and over 20 hours left, enough time to make one last big profit. That followed, the monsters in the vicinity suffered a great misfortune. You have survived for 72 hours. Mission 2 is complete. You have earned 1,000 gray coins. 1 minute later, all surviving trial participants will be teleported out of this world. A total of 100 people participated in this trial. 5 people left early, leaving 19 survivors in the world. 17 people did not obtain the Apostle's Mark. Trial participants who fail to obtain the Apostle's Mark will be given 1 chance to retry. If they still fail to obtain the Apostles' mark and become Abyss Apostles, they will be forcibly executed. Congratulations, Abyss Apostles DX6F6673 and DX323226 for officially becoming members of the Endless Abyss. The Abyss is one of the most powerful forces in the astral plane, and the Abyss Apostles are the representatives of the Abyss in countless worlds. I have only one requirement for you. Never disgrace the Endless Abyss. Now, prepare open your heart and embrace the Abyss. A myriad of worlds await your conquest. The blood-red characters danced on my retina, exuding endless arrogance and domineering power. The whole world seemed to have been put on pause. Everything was motionless. 19 blood-red beams of light descended from the sky, connecting the heavens and the earth. Ning Fei ascended rapidly in the blood-red beam of light, the city shrinking rapidly beneath his feet, then the entire continent, and finally the whole world beneath his feet. Overwhelmed by drowsiness, Ning Fei tried his best to stay awake, but to no avail, and soon lost consciousness. When Ning Fei regained consciousness, he was already on a small hillside. About 2 kilometers from the hillside lies a magnificent city. A transparent light curtain enveloped the sky, radiating a warm glow that illuminated the earth. The sky above the light screen was completely dark, with no sun, no moon, and no stars, only constantly flickering dark red lightning. Not far away, a woman noticed Ning Fei's appearance. Her face lit up with joy, and she quickly ran over. Ning Fei became wary, and his infantry longsword instantly appeared in his hand. "Don't be nervous, newcomer." The woman noticed Ning Fei's movements, immediately slowed her pace, raised her hands, and shouted in a louder voice, "I mean no harm, I just want to make a deal with you." "Keep your words for fooling newbies," Ning Fei said with a straight face, his mind racing. "That trick won't work on me. I was a newbie once too." Then stopped and explained with a wry smile. "I know what you're thinking right now, being suspicious and feeling like everyone is trying to harm you. But please believe me, I really mean no harm. I've already said." Ning Fei stared at the woman and said seriously, "I'm not a newcomer. Only newcomers return to the fringes," the woman said. "From the second time onward, the return point is always in the city, the same place they entered." When his lie was exposed, Ning Fei was immediately embarrassed and stared at the woman, saying, "Even if I am a newer, I don't think I have anything to do with you." "I can tell you everything here," the woman said quickly. "It only costs 50 gray coins. The guaranteed reward for the beginner trial is 1,000 gray coins. It's really not expensive." Ning Fei's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at the woman, asking, "How do I know you're telling the truth?" Seeing that Ning Fei had agreed, the woman's face lit up with joy. She took out a booklet from her bosom and threw it on the ground, saying to Ning Fei, "This is an item certified by the Endless Abyss. You can pick it up and take a look. The information on it is guaranteed by the Endless Abyss and cannot be faked." Ning Fei watched the woman, slowly approached, squatted down, and picked up the booklet. D361, Floating Island Sightseeing Guide, Issue 42, Unrated, Category Miscellaneous Items Function. Records some routine information about Floating Island D361, including major buildings, forces, and powerful individuals that need attention. Brief introduction. Information that has been certified by the Endless Abyss is not false. But please note that some information is time-sensitive and needs to be carefully verified. Belongs to Abyss Apostle DX199345. Are you doing sales? Ning Fei tried to look through it, but was stopped by an invisible force, probably because he didn't own it. "No," the woman said, shaking her head. "This book is not for sale. I can only lend it to you to look at, and I can also explain some things to you. Just to borrow it for a look, you want 50 gray coins." Isn't that a bit too expensive? Ning Fei said with a smile. The market price of this book is 200 gray coins, the woman explained. That's quite a burden for a newcomer, but you can borrow it from me for only 50 gray coins, and I can also give you some detailed explanations. That makes some sense. Ning Fei nodded slightly and said, What is the meaning of floating island D361? The woman paused for a moment, then smiled and said, Turn around and look behind you. Ning Fei, filled with doubt and remaining vigilant, turned halfway around and was immediately stunned by what he saw. Behind him, 100 meters away, the earth abruptly disappeared, as if it had been completely severed. At the edge, a transparent light curtain soared into the sky, beyond which lay endless void. This place, Ning Fei said in utter astonishment and disbelief, is floating in the air. That's right, that's called Floating Island D361, the woman said. And everyone here comes from the same world. The same world? Ning Fei asked, frowning. Ash City, Rust City, Hope Canyon, Houndtown, Freeport. The woman uttered one familiar name after another, finally looking at Ning Fei and asking, Where are you from? Ning Fei took a few deep breaths to suppress his surprise and looked at the woman, asking, Where are you from? The City of Ashes, the woman replied nonchalantly, then looked at Ning Fei and asked, So? Want to consider a trade? Okay, how do we trade? Ning Fei thought for a moment, then nodded and asked, Just give me the gray coins, the woman said with a smile to Ning Fei. Then I'll give you an hour of viewing access. There's notch content, enough for you to watch it twice. Ning Fei took out 50 gray coins from his storage space and handed them to the woman. The woman counted the items and smiled at Ning Fei, saying, I've given you the access, you can browse normally now. Ning Fei looked at the tourist guide in his hand and tried to turn the pages. This time there were no obstacles, and the tourist guide was easily opened. Ning Fei took 2 steps back and quickly flipped through the contents of the book. The woman also stepped back a few paces, looking somewhat bored. She casually picked up a rock, plopped down on it, patted the rock next to her, and asked, You can sit down and watch. Ning Fei ignored her, and the woman didn't care either, only looking at Ning Fei. Some curiosity. But gradually, the woman's expression became somewhat serious. Under normal circumstances, the standard for each attribute of an average person is 5 points. Depending on the individual, it will fluctuate between 3 and 7. There are also those who exceed this range, but they are very rare. Intelligence determines comprehension, logical thinking, and memory, and improving these 3 will correspondingly increase reading speed. The woman had seen too many newcomers and knew their situations very well. If a newcomer could reach 10 points in attributes upon returning, that would be considered very impressive. Ning Fei's current reading speed indicates that his intelligence attribute is definitely not just 10 points. It is very likely that it has exceeded 15 points and is approaching 20 points. Several possibilities flashed through the woman's mind in an instant. But no matter which possibility it was, anyone who could take this step, as long as they didn't perish along the way, would definitely grow to one of the strongest individuals in the future. Ning Fei didn't notice the woman's unusual behavior. He quickly glanced through the tourist brochure and frowned slightly. The manual recorded the basic information about the floating island, including the residence of the Abyss Apostles, how to improve one's own strength, the forging of weapons and equipment, the purchase of supply items, etc. But it lacked the information that Ning Fei most wanted to know. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me, the woman said with a smile, noticing Ning Fei's expression. After all, I've taken your money, so I'll naturally provide excellent service. But let me make it clear first, some things are just my guesses and may not be accurate, but I'm not lying to you. Here's a skill tree. Ning Fei hesitated for a moment before looking at the woman and asking, "You acquired a skill tree?" The woman's eyes lit up, and she stood up abruptly, asking excitedly. Ning Fei was somewhat surprised by the woman's performance, but said without changing his expression, "It wasn't me, but I saw someone else obtain it. He was very strong. A dozen of us attacked him, but he killed 7 or 8 of us." "I see." The woman's excitement disappeared, and she nodded slightly. "You haven't told me yet," Ning Fei asked the woman. "What is the skill tree?" "The skill tree is one of the 3 major enhancement systems in the Endless Abyss," the woman said. "A complete skill tree is hard to obtain, but once you do, it's enough to transform a person in a short period of time." "That's amazing?" Ning Fei asked curiously. "Of course," the woman said. "You've read classic novels. You know the sects that are often mentioned in them. The skill tree is like the core inheritance of a sect. From beginner to expert, it's a complete and mature system." "If that's the case, it's really impressive," Ning Fei nodded and said. "You just said that a complete skill tree is hard to obtain. You actively search for the skill tree in the mission world," the woman explained, "and complete a series of missions to obtain it, and most of them are incomplete, but powerful enough." "What about the other 2 enhancement systems?" Ning Fei asked the woman after a moment's thought. "One is genetic lock, the other is bloodline," the woman said. "Explain in detail," Ning Fei asked. "There is a limiting mechanism in the human genome that locks in the powerful potential within humans, which is called the genetic lock," the woman said. "As long as the genetic lock can be unlocked, one can continuously develop their potential, gradually gain powerful strength, and turn themselves into a superhuman." Ning Fei nodded, signaling to continue. "Bloodline is the exact opposite of genetic lock," the woman said. "It changes one's bloodline, transforming oneself step by step into other, more powerful beings, thereby gaining immense power, and in the end, completely abandoning one's human identity and becoming a completely different kind of being." "From your perspective," Ning Fei asked the woman, "which system should a newcomer choose?" "The difficulty of unlocking the gene lock is too high. It is said that one must go through multiple near-death experiences to obtain the opportunity to unlock it. The controllability is too poor," the woman said after thinking for a moment. "The difficulty of acquiring the skill tree is also not low. Moreover, it is something can only be encountered by chance, and there is no stable channel. Relatively speaking, bloodline is the most suitable choice for newcomers." "Bloodline?" Ning Fei frowned slightly. "I know what you're thinking," the woman said with a smile. "Many newcomers have this problem. They're attached to their human identity and unwilling to become other creatures. But of the 3 systems, only bloodline can be obtained as long as you have gray coins, allowing you to quickly boost your combat power in the early stages." "So, how did the other 2 systems survive?" Ning Fei asked skeptically. "The bloodlines that can be bought will definitely not be high-level bloodlines. They can only be used as a transition. High-level bloodlines must also be obtained in mission worlds," the woman said. "In the later stages, whether continue down this path, switch to another system, or fuse multiple systems depends on the individual's choice." A vague idea popped into Ning Fei's mind that might solve the problem of the Stardust Witch's skill tree, but he couldn't quite grasp it at the moment. "I can only give you some rough advice," the woman said, observing Ning Fei's expression. "The situation is different for each person, and you need to make a choice based on the actual circumstances." Ning Fei nodded, thought for a moment, and waved the tourist guide in his hand, saying, "I saw here that every official Abyss Apostle has a private residence. How do I obtain one?" "Each apostle number corresponds to a house," the woman said. "You should have seen the location of the residential area. Just go there according to the number." The residence is an absolutely safe place. No one else can enter without the owner's permission. So complicated? Ning Fei asked, frowning. The residential area marked on the map looks quite large. It's only like this the first time, the woman explained. It's to reactivate the right to use the house, and then you can teleport back directly through the Apostle's Mark. Is that so? Ning Fei nodded slightly, tossed the tourist brochure back into the woman's arms, turned around and said, "That's all then. I have nothing more to ask. I'll be going now." The woman took the tourist brochure, her eyes flickering as she watched Ning Fei's departing figure. After hesitating for a moment, she opened her Apostle Mark, found a name in a friend list, and sent a message. Ning Fei had no idea what the woman had done. He simply walked toward the distant city on his own. About half an hour later, Ning Fei arrived at the city gate. Below the city wall, there was a large area of tents, which looked like a slum, with people coming and going from one tent to another. Ning Fei's mind quickly flashed through the contents mentioned in the tourist guide. Those who passed the novice trial but failed to obtain the Apostle Mark did not have the right to live in the city, and could only live outside the city, waiting for the next trial to begin. If they want to enter the city, they either need an Abyss Apostle to take them in, or they can only spend gray coins to buy time to enter the city. Outside the city, however, it is not absolutely safe. Monsters occasionally rush onto the floating islands from the void, and may even attack the city. The only absolutely safe place is the private residence of the Abyss Apostle. Abyss Apostles lingered at the edge of the tent area, their gazes sweeping over each trial participant like a fox searching for its prey. Ning Fei didn't linger here for long. He went straight into the city and headed straight for the residential area. The residential area is very large. Ning Fei estimates that it can house at least hundreds of thousands of people. The densely packed buildings are neatly arranged, forming a steel jungle. On the road between the buildings, pedestrians come and go, and more than 2/3 of them have non-human characteristics. People can be seen setting up stalls on both sides of the road from time to time, and some of them are even shouting their wares at the top of their lungs. Following the guidance of the Apostle's Mark, Ning Fei spent nearly 2 hours finding his private residence. They rode an elevator, powered by some unknown energy source, all the way to the top floor, and arrived at the door of a tightly closed room. There was a dark, vertical pupil symbol on the door, which looked very similar to the mark of an apostle, except that the eyes were closed. Ning Fei approached the door and placed his hand on the vertical pupil symbol on the door. The vertical pupils on the door snapped open instantly, emitting a dark purple light. The next moment, the door opened silently. Ning Fei went inside and closed the door behind him. You have entered a private residence. Private residences are absolutely secure areas, and no one can enter without the owner's permission. Private residence has been restored to its original state. Private residences will provide basic furniture. To upgrade to more advanced furniture, you will need to spend a certain amount of bone coins to purchase it. Private accommodations will provide basic food. To enjoy more delicious food, you will need to spend a certain amount of bone coins to purchase it. You have bound your private residence and the teleportation point. On the floating island, you can teleport back to your private residence at any time using the Apostle's Mark. In your private residence, you can spend a certain amount of bone coins to teleport to other authorized teleport points. The room is not large, about 80 square meters in total, divided into 5 rooms and furnished with simple furniture, which is enough to meet the most basic living needs. After tidying up the room, Ning Fei left his private residence and headed to the Personal Enhancement Center, following the directions in the tourist guide. This name is what the tourist guidebook calls it. The Endless Abyss was originally called the Insect Nest, but after the tourist guidebook sales increased, the name Insect Nest rarely mentioned. The Personal Enhancement Center is divided into 3 areas: Attribute Enhancement Area, Bloodline Modification Area, and Skill Enhancement Area. The Attribute Enhancement Area serves the same purpose as its name suggests, to improve personal attributes. It requires bone coins and soul fragments to be consumed. Following the instructions in the blood-red text on his retina, Ning Fei entered a room of about 30 square meters. The room's interior was entirely blood-red, and the walls looked like the flesh and blood of some kind of creature. You could even feel a slight wriggling when you pressed them. After Ning Fei entered, the wall at the door immediately began to extend, sealing off the entire room. In the center of the room was a machine that looked like an operating table. Ning Fei lay down on it as instructed. The blood-red characters flickered on Ning Fei's retina, revealing Ning Fei's attributes. Apostle ID, DX22673 name, Ning Fei star power, 34, 200 rating, worm strength, 4 agility, 3 physical condition, 4 intelligence, 10 perception, 8 soul, 7 charisma. This shows the base stats, without equipment bonuses. The highest intelligence and charisma stats are 10, while the lowest agility stat is only 3. Ning Fei currently has a total of 2,423 gray coins, 1 blood coin, and 78 soul crystal fragments. The reason there were so many soul crystal fragments was that on the last day, Ning Fei killed nearly 30 monsters, and on average, each monster could provide 1 to 3 soul crystal fragments. Of course, the drop rate of treasure chests is 100%, only in the beginner trial. In later mission worlds, the probability of treasure chests will drop to about 1/10, and some unlucky players may not get anything even after killing the boss. Below 30 attribute points, each attribute point costs 100 gray coins and 1 soul crystal fragment. However, once the attribute points reach 30 or more, the price increases significantly. Ning Fei pondered for a moment and decided to increase all attributes to 10 points, which would be exactly 24 points and 2,400 gray coins. After confirming this, a wave of drowsiness suddenly washed over Ning Fei, and he quickly succumbed to it and fell asleep. When I woke up, the attribute upgrade was already complete. Ning Fei jumped off the enhancement platform, stretched his body, and felt much more relaxed. Without lingering there, Ning Fei went to the commodity trading center next door. The commodity trading center was also the name given later in the tourist guide. The Endless Abyss was originally named a mine, the meaning of which is unclear. The commodity trading center is circular in shape, with a huge square in the middle and 24 shops around the square. Of the 24 shops, 3 are provided by the Endless Abyss, selling equipment, potions, and materials, and also allowing customers to recycle corresponding items. Of course, the price for this recycling is very low, roughly between 10% and 20% of the market price. The remaining 21 shops are all operated by Abyss Apostles, and each has a different scope of business. In addition, the central square is filled with densely packed stalls. After all, there are so many shops, so most people have no choice but to set up stalls here. Ning Fei came here to get rid of the equipment he was carrying. According to the tourist guide, white equipment is a special effect, with a total attribute bonus between 1 and 4 points, and the price fluctuates between 500 and 2,000 gray coins. Most of Ning Fei's equipment only provides a 1-point attribute bonus, making it the lowest level equipment. Apart from apostles who have just passed the novice trial, almost no one would buy it, so it can only be sold at a low price. The easiest way is to sell it directly to the shop in the Endless Abyss. For white equipment, the Endless Abyss's recycling price does not consider special effects, but only attribute bonuses. Each attribute point is worth 50 gray coins, and even the best white equipment is only worth 200 gray coins. In addition, some apostles will also recycle white equipment with one attribute, and the price is 100 gray coins per piece, which is double the price of Endless Abyss. As for white equipment with 2 or more attributes, the apostles will buy it at 80% of the market price. Of course, if you don't want them to make a profit, you can also set up a stall in the square to sell it yourself. Setting up a stall requires paying gray coins, which isn't expensive, only 10 gray coins per hour. Ning Fei tidied up his white equipment. Apart from a few pieces of white equipment with 4 attributes, he only kept the infantry longsword and the bone-chopping knife as weapons. The rest were a total of 20 pieces. He found a businessman who bought them and sold them in bulk for 2,000 gray coins. After being teleported back to his private residence, Ning Fei opened the Star Witch's skill tree, his mind filled with conflicting emotions. Ning Fei was well aware of the power of this thing, but that the consequences of using it were truly unacceptable. After hesitating for a while, Ning Fei still spent 400 gray coins and 4 soul crystal fragments to upgrade Star Dance Steps and Star Veil Whirlwind Dance to level 3. You can choose not to use it, but it can't be useless, otherwise it could be fatal at a critical moment. In this way, only Starlight Kiss remains at level 2 due to its charm effect, while the other 5 skills have all reached level 3. Ning Fei had 623 gray coins and 50 soul crystal fragments left. He planned to keep them for now and use them to buy some supplies before the next mission. After finishing all this, Ning Fei ate some simple food, and then planned to return to the real world. Returning to the real world is simple. Just select teleportation at the teleportation point in your private residence, and you will appear near the location where you entered the Endless Abyss. When Ning Fei regained consciousness, he found himself in a cold and damp alley. It must have been around 8 or 9 o'clock at night. The alley was completely dark, with dim yellow lights shining in from outside, illuminating a small area at the entrance. His equipment had disappeared and appeared inside the storage space, leaving only his clothes, which were somewhat tattered from the continuous battles. Ning Fei frowned slightly. When he returned to the Endless Abyss from the trial world, he also lost consciousness, but he did not experience this when he was teleported back to his private residence inside the floating island. Could it be related to the distance of the teleportation? A drunkard staggered into the alley, ignoring Ning Fei, unzipped his pants, and began to relieve himself against the wall. Ning Fei looked back with some disdain. There was a dead end behind me. To get out, one had to pass by the drunkard. But the alley was only a little over a meter wide, and the drunkard standing there almost blocked most of the alley. Ning Fei took 2 steps back, intending to wait for the drunkard to leave before going out. A drunk person has no sense of reason, and even just passing by him can cause trouble. Getting into a conflict with a drunkard is a very unwise thing to do. If you go too far, you might attract the city guards. Although Ning Fei became an abyss apostle and gained power that was unparalleled by ordinary people, this power was not enough for Ning Fei to run rampant. This world contains extraordinary beings. Within the city guard, there is a superhuman on duty 24 hours a day. Once the city guard sends a signal, that superhuman can arrive at any corner of the city within 3 minutes. Even if he could escape then, he would be caught in an endless pursuit afterward, unless he planned to hide in the abyss and never return to the real world. The drunkard, leaning against the wall with one hand and swaying his head, suddenly saw Ning Fei paused for a moment, and then shouted gruffly, "What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen such a big guy before?" Ning Fei was speechless and didn't reply. He took 2 steps back to avoid a conflict. The drunkard swayed a couple of times, pulled up his pants, and instead of leaving, he staggered toward Ning Fei. The pungent smell of alcohol hit him, and Ning Fei covered his nose in disgust, taking 2 steps back. The alcohol made the other person mistake Ning Fei's retreat for weakness. A strange smile appeared on his face as he staggered closer and reached out to grab Ning Fei. Ning Fei, the other person's wrist, and forcefully flung it to the side. The already intoxicated man had no ability to resist and could only crash into the wall, vomiting all over the floor. A foul stench immediately filled the air. Ning Fei frowned, jumped over him, and walked out of the alley. The drunkard was cursing and struggling in his vomit, but his hands and feet seemed to be fighting against his brain, and he couldn't get up no matter what. Ning Fei strode out of the alley, just as 4 city guards walked over from the other side, looking at him with some suspicion. "What are you doing?" A tall, thin city guard called out to Ning Fei, took off his magic-powered rifle from his back, and pointed it at Ning Fei. The other 3 city guards watched this scene with boredom written all over their faces, a half-smile on their faces. "Going to the tavern for a drink," Ning Fei said, pointing to the tavern not far behind the other person. "Then how did you get out of here?" "Where were you going?" the city guard asked with a stern face. "This is a dead end. Don't tell me you came from the other side." "I needed to pee, so I took a dump," Ning Fei calmly. According to the Freeport's laws, urinating or defecating in public is punishable by caning. Another short, stout city guard interjected. "Of course you can also pay a fine to offset the caning." Ning Fei pulled 2 crumpled banknotes from his pocket and handed them over, saying expressionlessly, "I'm willing to pay the fine." "Very good." The short, stout city guard snatched the banknotes from Ning Fei's hand, stuffed them into his pocket, winked at the tall, thin city guard, and then looked at Ning Fei seriously and said, "You can go now. Remember to behave yourself in the future, and don't take the law so lightly every day." As they spoke, the tall, thin city guard had already put away his magic-powered rifle and put it back on his back. Ning Fei cursed under his breath, then walked past the group expressionlessly toward the tavern. Let's go," came the smug voice of the short, stout city guard behind us. "We've got our money for drinks for today. Let me relieve myself first, then I'll treat you guys to some drinks." "I need to relieve myself," another city guard said. "It's a bit hot today, and I've drunk a lot of water, so I feel the urge to pee as soon as I move around." Ning Fei walked to the entrance of the tavern and turned around as he entered. He saw 2 city guards enter the alley he had just come out of. Damn it, Fei felt an urge to kill these guys, but he took a few deep breaths to suppress the urge and turned to enter the tavern. The tavern was noisy, filled with the smells of smoke and alcohol. Ning Fei walked through the crowd to the bar, pulled out another crumpled banknote, and threw it on the table. The bartender, who was also the owner of the tavern, was an old man. He glanced at Ning Fei, opened a drawer, swept the money inside, and turned around to say, "The usual." "Same as always," Ning Fei said, moving the fruit plate next to him to his face, taking a piece, and putting it in his mouth. "Judging from your expression, did you run into the city guards?" A middle-aged man next to him moved the fruit plate back and said with a smile, "These bastards, I'll kill them sooner or later," Ning Fei said disdainfully. "That thing from the night before last, you weren't the one who did it, were you?" The middle-aged man pushed Ning Fei's hand away, held the fruit plate to his chest, and looked at Ning Fei sideways. As he spoke, "Did a great hero really do that?" Ning Fei asked curiously. "You don't know?" The middle-aged man asked tentatively, his face full of curiosity. "You didn't really do it, did you?" Are you just pretending to be stupid here? Get lost, Ning Fei said sullenly after failing to snatch the fruit plate. I was just saying it. I don't have the guts. Tell me, what exactly happened? You really don't know. The middle-aged man asked curiously when he saw that Ning Fei had stopped trying to snatch the item and had lowered his guard. I went out of town and just got back today. Ning Fei pretended to be nonchalant and, taking advantage of the other person's intention, snatched the fruit plate away in an instant. A big deal? The middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and he temporarily ignored the fruit plate, leaning over to ask, "Don't even mention it?" Ning Fei shook his head and said, "What a huge loss, we almost lost our lives. Tell me, did any city guards really die?" "Really?" The bartender interjected, placing a glass of purple, frothy liquor in front of Ning Fei. "The night before last, a squad of city guards was drinking here. One of them went out to pee and never came back. We only found out later." The bartender paused here, placed his hand in front of his neck, and made a throat-slitting gesture. "Old man, you always say you have no one backing you up," Ning Fei said, staring at the bartender. "If you don't have anyone backing you up, how can your tavern operate normally?" "I haven't broken any laws." The bartender rolled his eyes at Nei and said, "Why should my bar be shut down?" The middle-aged man chuckled and, taking advantage of Ning Fei's inattention, snatched the fruit plate back. "And then?" Ning Fei ignored the bartender's eye roll and continued, "Was the murderer found?" "Of course we found him." A woman who had been listening on Ning Fei's other side for a long time stepped closer and pointed upwards with her left hand. "Don't forget that lord in the city. Guards, who can escape his pursuit?" Ning Fei fell silent. "There are 4 extraordinary individuals in the city guard who take turns guarding the area each day. One of them is named White Whale, who is said to be able to trace back time and see what happened within 24 hours. This is also why Ning Fei is unwilling to provoke the city guards. Once they are targeted, they will inevitably be found. Previously, Ning Fei was just an ordinary person, whose understanding of the extraordinary was limited to what was publicly known. And he had no way of knowing whether such abilities truly existed. In fact, even now, Ning Fei cannot be sure if this ability is real. But there is no doubt that those who secretly tampered with the city guards have all been exposed. "Bullshit," the middle-aged man said dismissively. "I've heard people say that it doesn't actually have any reverse tracing capabilities. It's just something used to scare us lower-class people." "Then how do you explain how they always manage to find people who oppose the city guards?" The woman straightened up and asked defiantly, "Does finding them or not matter that much?" The middle-aged man glanced at the woman. His eyes filled with contempt, and said, "As long as someone is eventually found to kill them, isn't it up to them to decide what happens? Since that's what you think, why don't you go find a city guard and slit your own throat?" The woman said, staring at the middle-aged man, "I'm a law-abiding citizen. How could I do such a thing?" The middle-aged man turned his head away guiltily, ignoring the woman. "Law-abiding citizen, Tishish." The woman laughed contemptuously, then turned to look at Ning Fei, a gentle smile on her face, and said, "Xiao Fei, are you free tonight? Let's have a good chat." "I have no money," Ning Fei said expressionlessly, glancing at her sideways. "Teach." The woman's gentle expression vanished instantly, and she turned her face away, ignoring her. "The murderer has indeed been found," the tavern owner said, putting down the glass he was wiping and sitting down. "But he hasn't been caught. What's going on?" The woman next to her became interested and turned to ask the bartender. The middle-aged man on the other side didn't change his expression, but his body subconsciously leaned forward a little. The bartender stopped talking, grabbed a rag, and began wiping the counter. "Old fox," the woman muttered under her breath, pulled a crumpled banknote from her breast pocket, crumpled it a couple of times, threw it in front of the bartender, and said angrily, "Another drink." The bartender put away the rag, swept the banknotes into the drawer, and looked at Ning Fei and the middle-aged man. "I'll have another one too." Ning Fei handed over a banknote as well. The bartender smiled, swiped the banknotes into the drawer, and then looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked down at the table, pretending nothing had happened. The bartender watched for a moment, and seeing that the middle-aged man was still pretending to be crazy, he shook his head, picked up 2 glasses, and turned to walk towards the liquor cabinet at the back. "Stop dawdling," the woman said impatiently. "Tell me what happened." The bartender ignored the woman's urging and slowly placed the drinks in front of the two of them, saying slowly, "Murderer. Disappeared. He has not been seen alive or dead." "Killed?" the middle-aged man asked curiously. "I don't know." The bartender rolled his eyes at him and said somewhat reluctantly, "There were no signs of a struggle, nor any signs of escape. In short, they just vanished on the spot. If we wanted to leave any traces, we would have been caught long ago," the middle-aged man said shamelessly. "We must have escaped quietly." "They didn't escape, they vanished," the bartender emphasized, moving closer and lowering his voice. "It's said that the white whale himself came to that conclusion after inspecting the scene, and then they disappeared into thin air." "Lord White Whale," the woman exclaimed in surprise. Ning Fei picked up his wine glass and took a sip to hide his shock. If the legend of the white whale's abilities is true, then how can it disappear into thin air? One possibility is that a superhuman in this world intervened. However, if a superhuman wanted to kill a city guard, they wouldn't need to be so secretive. They could simply inform the guard and kill him without anyone questioning it. Even the city guard's superhumans wouldn't see anything wrong with it. On the contrary, it would be the sneaky way of doing things that would truly offend them. But if he is not a superhuman in this world, could he be an apostle like Ning Fei? Floating Island, D61, is inhabited entirely by people from this world. Judging from their numbers, there are at least 300,000 people there, so encountering one wouldn't be unusual. After killing someone, it returned directly to the endless abyss, so in the white whale's eyes, it simply vanished into thin air. "What's wrong? Did you think of something?" the bartender asked Ning Fei, holding a rag in his hand. Ning Fei raised his eyebrows, only then realizing that he had been lost in thought and had been holding his wine glass for a little too long. The bartender's eyes appeared somewhat cloudy, but at this moment, Ning Fei felt as if he were being stared at by a bloodthirsty, venomous snake, and a chill ran down his spine. "I'm thinking," Ning Fei said casually, putting down his wine glass as his mind raced. "If I had that ability, I'd probably kill a few city guards to vent my anger." "Don't even think about it," middle-aged man said with a hint of disappointment and sourness. "Transcendental abilities can only be passed down through bloodlines. We lowly scum will only be trampled underfoot forever." After saying that, he picked up another glass of wine in front of Ning Fei, tilted his head back and gulped it down, then staggered away. Ning Fei was stunned for a moment, and when he came to his senses, he realized that the middle-aged man had already blended into the crowd. "Bloodline, hey? The woman on the other side laughed, but there was a hint of desolation in her laughter. Some people are born to be high above others, while others can only struggle in the mud their whole lives." Ning Fei sighed, unsure of what to say. The extraordinary nature of this world suddenly appeared 200 years ago. This caused a great stir at the time, and many people even touted the revival of spiritual energy and the coming of an era of universal cultivation. But the truth soon proved everyone wrong. The foundation of extraordinary individuals is the extraordinary seed, and all extraordinary abilities are derived from this foundation. The seed of the extraordinary is something you either have or you don't. It's like an insurmountable chasm between the extraordinary and the ordinary. No matter how hard you try, without the seed of the extraordinary, you will never have the possibility of reaching the extraordinary. What is most disheartening is that the seed of the extraordinary can be inherited, but it cannot be created out of thin air. This means that the offspring of the extraordinary will remain extraordinary, while the offspring of ordinary people will always remain ordinary. The conflict between the two sides quickly escalated and eventually turned into war. The technology that countless people had placed their hopes on was utterly vulnerable in the face of the extraordinary, and the upper echelons had long been infiltrated, making it impossible to organize any effective resistance. The war lasted only a month before ending in a complete defeat for ordinary people. The world was redivided, and the extraordinary individuals, bound by bloodlines, formed forces of varying sizes, forever trampling ordinary people under their feet. When Ning Fei returned to the endless abyss, he speculated that the extraordinary beings in this world might not have been born out of thin air, but rather that the forces of the endless had entered this world and selected a group of abyss apostles. The so-called seed of the extraordinary is the mark of the apostles, which is why it cannot be obtained through external forces. However, this does not explain the phenomenon that the extraordinary seed can be inherited. Moreover, the abyss apostles have to participate in missions frequently, and judging from the situation of the novice trials, the mortality rate is ridiculously high. However, there have been no reports of large-scale deaths among extraordinary individuals in the real world. When Ning Fei finished his drink and left the tavern, a cool breeze blew, dispelling the smell of alcohol on Ning Fei and the commotion that had come from the tavern. The low street lights emitted a dim, yellowish light, flickering occasionally to barely illuminate the potholed street. Garbage was everywhere on both sides of the road, emitting a pungent stench, and large patches of unidentified liquid could be seen from time to time in the middle of the street. Ning Fei quickly traversed the streets, encountering two groups of city guards in just 1 kilometer, and was even extorted by one of them under some pretext. If it weren't for the extraordinary abilities behind the city guards, Ning Fei would have killed these guys on the spot. However, considering that he would still need to operate in the real world in the future, Ning Fei ultimately suppressed his murderous intent. This is the Baggins district, where more than 80% of the city guards' forces are concentrated. If we take action, the consequences will be severe. Every city has a Barkings district, though the names may differ, but the essence is the same. The superhumans occupy the upper echelons of this world, while those who first sided with the superhumans during the war and turned their swords against their own people became the middle echelons. Finally, those who resolutely resisted to the end were completely trampled to the bottom. Not only they themselves, but also their descendants, are forever nailed to the pillar of shame, forced to live in designated areas, doing the lowest level jobs, with no hope of ever rising above their circumstances. Ning Fei opened the door, stepped over the worn-out carpet at the entrance, closed the door, squatted down, and carefully checked the carpet. He only breathed a slight sigh of relief after confirming that no one had come in while he was away. The city guards in the Baggins district are numerous, but apart from extortion, blackmail, and suppressing occasional resistance, they are utterly incompetent at everything else. Having your home broken into and things stolen is nothing unusual. But finding extra items out of nowhere and ending up in jail is even less surprising. Ning Fei had once seen someone find several strange bags of meat under their bed, along with a complete set of tools used in the crime. The room was small, with only a living room bedroom and a cramped bathroom. 2 boards were placed next to the window, which served as the kitchen. After checking the room, Ning Fei returned to the endless abyss. There is no limit to the number of trips between missions, but a certain amount of gray coins must be paid when more than 10 trips are made, and this amount will increase with each trip. Being away from the real world for an extended period could lead to a lack of intelligence and potential danger upon returning. However, for safety, it is best to remain in a private residence. A meditative state significantly reduces one's perception of their surroundings and may cause unusual phenomena that might attract the attention of the city guard superhumans, leading to unnecessary trouble. After a brief preparation, Ning Fei began meditating according to the content of the starlight meditation. Ning Fei closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, his breathing gradually slowing down and his consciousness slowly concentrating. The next moment, a starry sky appeared in Ning Fei's consciousness. Time seemed to stretch out infinitely as Ning Fei's consciousness descended into the starry sky, swimming like a fish, constantly touching each star up close. Within the private residence, silvery white starlight appeared, attaching itself to Ning Fei's body and slowly seeping into his body. After an unknown amount of time, Ning Fei felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, and driven by instinct, he slowly withdrew from his meditative state. Ning Fei checked the timer in the room, and was shocked to find that more than 7 hours had passed. The maximum star power value has been increased to 207 points, which is roughly equivalent to increasing the maximum value by 1 point per hour. Worm-level apostles must undertake a mission every 7 days. Meditation requires energy and cannot be done 24 hours a day. Given Ning Fei's current condition, he can only do it for about 7 or 8 hours a day. At this rate, the maximum star power should reach around 250 points when the next mission begins. After having a simple meal, Ning Fei left his private residence and headed back to the commodity trading center. The shops in the endless abyss sell supplies, but they are only the lowest level supplies and are very expensive. A potion that can restore 100 mana costs 500 gray coins. In the shops run by Abyss Apostles, supplies of the same level are priced around 450 gray coins. If the Apostles set up stalls in the outer square, the price will be even cheaper, reaching around 400 gray coins. Ning Fei started from one end of the square and looked at each one in turn. In a corner, Ning Fei noticed a strange stall and walked over out of curiosity. Unlike the other stalls, this stall had a white cat lying behind it. It was wearing a pink dress and a pink bow on its head, exuding cuteness. Perhaps due to its remote location and lack of visitors for a long time, the white cat had buried its head under its belly, curled up into a ball of fur, and was purring softly. Ning Fei suppressed the urge to pick up the white cat and pet it a couple of times, and instead looked at the stall in front of it. The stall was filled with potions. The basic potion that could restore 100 mana was priced at 390 gray coins. There was also an advanced potion that could restore 200 mana, priced at 1,000 gray coins. In the very center of a pile of potions, there was a bottle of dark purple potion with silvery white particles floating in it, giving it a dreamlike appearance. Sparkling Starlight, White category, Consumables effect, increases the maximum star power by 100 points. Creator: Abyss Apostles CE 34432. Synopsis: a pharmacist's masterpiece, but unfortunately, due to its limited attributes, its sales are not outstanding. This potion is priced at 500 gray coins, which is incredibly cheap considering its effects. However, as the description states, the limitations of its attributes actually affect sales, which in turn affects the price. Ning Fei tapped twice on the edge of the stall. The white cat's ears twitched. It quickly sniffed twice, and sweetly said, "Welcome." As they were talking, the white cat opened its eyes, saw Ning Fei, and its expression froze instantly, standing stunned. After a while, the white cat raised its paw, rubbed its nose twice, sniffed gently, and its eyes became somewhat confused. It rubbed its eyes, carefully examined Ning Fei, and, still unwilling to give up, rubbed its nose again, tilted its head forward slightly, took a couple of sniffs, and its eyes showed even more confusion. Ning Fei's heart sank immediately. The white cat raised its paw in a human-like manner, patted its own face twice, shook its head, and looked at Ning Fei again, its eyes gradually becoming strange. Ning Fei pretended not to notice the other person's gaze, pointed to the shimmering starlight in the center, and asked, "Can this be cheaper? I can buy some other potions. Are you sure you want to buy this potion?" The white cat's voice held a hint of inquiry as she asked softly. "Its attribute is star power, and it has no effect on other types of energy, not even magic power of the same origin." "I have a friend whose attribute is star power," Ning Fei said without changing his expression. "I see." The white cat nodded and said, "If your total spending reaches 1,000 gray coins or more, I can charge you 400 gray coins for this potion." "Okay." Ning Fei nodded, then selected 3 more bottles of basic mana restoration potions and said to the white cat, "That'll do." "Meow." The potions cost 170 gray coins in total, the white cat said sweetly. "Starlight shimmer counts as 400 gray coins, so that's 1570 gray coins in total. I'll just say 150 gray coins for you." Ning Fei nodded, counted out 1550 gray coins, and completed the transaction with white cat. "Sir, the magic recovery potion you purchased is the universal version," white cat said to Ning Fei after putting away the money. "If your friend uses it, it will not restore 100 points of star power." "How so?" Ning Fei asked curiously. "The same magic power, but the quality varies from person to person," the white cat explained. "Higher quality magic power will restore less, while star power is an enhanced magic power, and its quality is higher than that of ordinary magic power. Under normal circumstances, the restoration amount is between 80 and 90. "Thank you for reminding me." Ning Fei nodded and thanked the white cat. "Also, the recovery effect will be reduced if used continuously in a short period of time," the white cat continued. "The interval between 2 uses should be more than 1 hour to achieve the best effect." Ning Fei thanked the white cat again and turned to leave. Over the next few days, Ning Fei would occasionally return to the real world to keep up with the news in the city, while spending the rest of his time in the endless abyss. On the 5th day, Ning Fei heard in a tavern that the murderer who killed the city guards had been captured and would be publicly executed in 3 days. Ning Fei was very interested in this news. He had always suspected that the person who committed the crime was an abyss apostle like himself. Such a person, as long as he did not return to the real world, theoretically had no chance of being caught. But now, the murderer had been caught, which puzzled Ning Fei greatly. Unfortunately, Ning Fei's next mission will begin in 2 days, and he won't be able to personally witness the execution. He will have to gather information later. Soon, the time for the next mission arrived. Following the clues from the endless abyss, Ning Fei arrived at the central plaza of the floating island. In the very center of the central plaza, 36 enormous teleportation arrays formed a circle. Ning Fei walked through the large crowd of vendors and arrived next to the 4th teleportation array. A flash of light appeared on the teleportation array, and more than 10 people appeared out of thin air. Several of these people were seriously injured and disappeared into thin air as soon as they appeared. The remaining people walked out of the teleportation array and disappeared into the crowd. The blood-red characters flickered on Ning Fei's retina, reminding him to enter the teleportation array in 10 seconds. Ning Fei didn't dare to delay and quickly went up. At the same time, more than 10 other people came up and stood next to Ning Fei. The teleportation array lit up quickly, and Ning Fei's consciousness vanished rapidly. When Ning Fei regained consciousness, he found himself in a desolate wasteland. Looking around, the surroundings were desolate, with no trace of life. The ground beneath our feet wasn't soil, but a layer of black glass. The slightest movement produced a crackling sound. A pale green mist floated in the air, and when inhaled, it carried a faint sour smell. The blood-red characters danced on Ning Fei's retina with a frenzied intensity, causing a strange sense of unease to well up within him. You have entered the world, the land of mist. Current location, Ash Plains. The current task has been issued. Task 1. Survive for 168 hours. Reward 2,000 gray coins upon completion. Task 2. Arrive at the Broken Finger Tavern. Reward upon completion. 500 gray coins incomplete. Mission 3. Kill 10 Ash Mimics, 10 Flesh Phages, and 10 Bloody Widows. Reward upon completion. 3,000 Ash Coins, incomplete. Mission 4. Kill the Two-Faced Knight, the Aberrant Scholar, the Rotten Saint, the Rusty Iron King, and the Dream Weaver. Each kill will reward you with 10 blood coins. Killing them all will reward you with an additional 30 blood coins. Task 5. Kill the 7th son of the Ancient God. Reward upon completion. 50 blood coins. Incomplete. The blood-red characters slowly faded away. Ning Fei carefully observed his surroundings but couldn't find anything to indicate his direction. In this situation, you can only choose any direction to move forward. Ning Fei no longer hesitated and walked straight ahead, with a continuous cracking sound coming from under his feet. After taking only a dozen steps, Ning Fei frowned and quickly opened the Apostle Mark to check his attribute panel. PART-1 symbol appeared after each of the 7 attributes. My gaze quickly moved down to the bottom of the attribute panel. Mist Erosion Curse, 1 stack. Inhaling mist imbued with the aura of an ancient god reduces all attributes by 1 point. Without protection, the Mist Erosion Curse increases by 1 stack every 12 hours. Ning Fei quickly drew his infantry longsword, cut a strip from his outer garment, and wrapped it around his face. He wasn't sure if the protection would be effective, but he had to try. Task 1 requires survival for 7 days, while the Mist Erosion Curse only needs 5 days to stack to 10 layers. By then, some of Ning Fei's attributes will drop to 0, and he may die. After doing all this, Ning Fei continued forward, leaving behind a continuous series of clicking sounds. After walking for more than 2 hours, a small patch of charred bushes came into Ning Fei's view. The color of the bushes was very similar to the color of the glass layer on the ground. If Ning Fei hadn't gotten close, he would never have noticed them at all. The glass on the surrounding ground severely shattered, with twisted cracks visible everywhere. Ning Fei became more vigilant, holding his infantry longsword, and cautiously walked towards the bushes. Plants that can survive in this environment must have something special about them. Ning Fei raised his infantry longsword and tried to touch the nearest bush. The shrub looked like a plant, but its hardness was clearly wrong. Its texture was more like the glass layer on the ground. Ning Fei was surprised and took 2 steps closer. A nearby bush suddenly came to life, its charred branches snapping taut and pointing directly at Ning Fei. Ning Fei was startled. A silvery white light suddenly shone and disappeared from the spot. Large amounts of fiberglass burst forth from the revived shrub branches, covering a large area in front. Ning Fei appeared 3 meters away. quickly raised his hand and aimed at the bush that was rapidly adjusting its attack direction. Starlight fell, coalescing into arrows that accurately struck the roots of the shrub, severing it at the base. Ah! The bush fell, emitting a sharp, agonizing scream that made Ning Fei's eardrums ache. A rustling sound arose, and in the center of the bushes, several bushes simultaneously came to life, their branches twisting and pointing towards Ning Fei. Ning Fei raised his eyebrows, turned and ran, quickly creating distance between them. Large swathes of fiberglass shot out, and then fell in abundance, covering a large area. Ning Fei ran for more than 10 meters, and then turned to look in the direction of the bushes. Seeing that they couldn't attack Ning Fei, the revived bushes quickly began to change shape, and soon transformed into human form. The humanoid figures, charred black as if burned by a fire, strode towards Ning Fei. Ning Fei dared not let them get close. He raised his hand again, and the starlight arrow flew out from his palm, accurately hitting the face of the humanoid figure at the front. Bang! The humanoid head was smashed to pieces, turning into ashes. Ning Fei frowned slightly. The power of the starlight arrow lay in its penetrating ability. It shouldn't have produced this effect. The next moment, the scattered ashes were drawn back to the headless humanoid figure by an invisible force. The flesh and blood at the neck, if it really was blood, wriggled rapidly, and a head quickly took shape, opening its mouth towards Ning Fei. Ning Fei quickly retreated, creating distance. Large swathes of fiberglass shot out from the humanoid's mouth, spreading outwards. Ning Fei cursed and quickly drove away without looking back. This thing is definitely not a normal creature. Without sufficient information, fighting it is extremely dangerous. One wrong move, and you'll be doomed. After running a kilometer in one go and confirming that the other party was not catching up, Ning Fei breathed a sigh of relief and slowed down. Ning Fei changed direction, avoiding the bushes, and continued forward. This area seemed to be the habitat of those strange creatures. In just 1 hour, Ning Fei encountered 6 thickets. Ning Fei dared not approach, and instead went around them from a distance. To the left front, a group of gray and white shadows appeared, lined up in a row, moving slowly across the wasteland. Ning Fei's heart stirred, and he changed direction, moving closer to the group of shadows. As they got closer, Ning Fei could see that it was a camel caravan. The camel caravan members noticed Ning Fei approaching and stopped. 3 figures leaped down from their pack animals, weapons in hand, and walked towards Ning Fei. Ning Fei stopped and prepared for battle. The 3 men who came over were only about 1 meter tall, with strong and sturdy builds, and thick beards tied at the ends with ropes that hung down to their abdomens. Ning Fei observed them carefully, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. The leader's left hand, which was holding a large axe, had become completely metallic, with large patches of rust visible on the back of his hand. The person on the left had half of his face clearly metallic, and his eyes had turned into constantly rotating gears, with large patches of rust visible below them. As for the last person, the lines of their face were relatively soft, and there was no obvious change. The 3 men stopped a few meters in front of Ning Fei. The leader sized Ning Fei up and frowned, asking, "A traceless one?" Ning Fei didn't know the significance of this traceless one, so he avoided the topic and said to the 3 men, "Gentlemen, lost. Could you please show me the way to the nearest gathering point?" Seeing that Ning Fei had no intention of using force, the 3 of them visibly relaxed. "Are you traveling alone in the wilderness?" the leader asked Ning Fei. "We were attacked," Ning Fei explained. "In the chaos, I got separated from my companions, and when I came to my senses, I had no idea where I was." The leader nodded and said, "I am Hargan, the leader of this caravan. If you don't mind, you can come with us. We will reach the Broken Finger Tavern before evening. The Broken Finger Tavern is the objective of Mission 2. Ning Fei nodded and said, "Thank you very much." "It's only right to help each other when you're traveling," Hargan said with a smile. "There are a few empty seats on the pack animals. You can sit on them. It's much better than walking on your own 2 legs." Ning Fei expressed his gratitude again, and Hargan waved his hand, leading Ning Fei toward the camel caravan. The other 2 people walked either side of Ning Fei, as if they were monitoring him or holding him hostage. Ning Fei couldn't tell whether the other party was conducting necessary surveillance or had ulterior motives, so he could only remain vigilant and wait for the right moment to react. As Ning Fei got closer, he gradually got a clearer look at the beast carrying him. It looks similar to a camel, with 2 prominent humps on its back, but it has 6 metallic legs covered in large patches of rust. Some of the pack animals also showed obvious signs of metallization, and without exception, the metallized parts were covered with a lot of rust. Ning Fei mounted an empty pack animal, and the caravan continued on its way. The 2 men who had been with Hargan controlled the pack animals, flanking Ning Fei, on either side. "Brother, what's your name?" Ning Fei remained a smile on his face, and approached the man with softer facial features on his right. "Who are you calling brother?" The man glared at Ning Fei and said gruffly, "Can't you tell I'm a woman?" Ning Fei's lips twitched. After observing carefully for a moment, he found that apart from the softer lines of her face, the other person had nothing that resembled a woman. "What kind of look is that?" The other person bristled, staring at Ning Fei and questioning, "Do you think I'm not feminine enough?" "No." Ning Fei touched his chest, feeling a pang of conscience, and said shamelessly, "I've just never seen a woman as beautiful as you." "Come on." A hint of a smile flashed in the other's eyes, but his face was full of disdain as he said, "You giants, you all have a problem with your aesthetic sense. You can't see true beauty. What's your name, beautiful lady?" Ning Fei asked with a smile. "My name is Sharjah," the other person said, feigning seriousness. "And you, giant?" Ning Fei said. "Ning Fei," Sharjah repeated, speaking in a low voice, "a strange name. Even among giants, names of this style are rare." This served as a reminder to Ning Fei that when he entered mission worlds in the future, he would need to prepare several fake names according to the style of those worlds, otherwise he would be too conspicuous. "Ning Fei, are you really a traceless one?" Sharjah asked curiously. Upon hearing this question, the person on Ning Fei's other side also straightened up and looked at Ning Fei. "I guess so." Hearing the word again, Ning Fei frowned slightly and gave an ambiguous answer. "This is the first time I've ever seen someone without a trace." Sharjah asked Ning Fei with curiosity in her eyes, "You really don't leave any traces of corrosion on your bodies?" Ning Fei's mind raced as he thought of the metallic mutations on these people and their pack animals, and the rust on the mutated parts. Under normal circumstances, rust will only appear on metal surfaces that have not been used for a long time. Rust is unlikely to appear on things that are used frequently, but the rust on these people's bodies was in very conspicuous place. "Indeed not." Ning Fei nodded and said, "That's wonderful," Sharjah said enviously, her left hand unconsciously touching her right shoulder. Ning Fei noticed her action and guessed that she must also have some kind of change, but it was just covered by her clothes. "We're not so bad off," someone on the other side interjected. "It allows us to survive better." Ning Fei turned to look at him, and the man nodded slightly at Ning Fei, his eyes gleaming like gears, and said, "Hillman, be careful." Hargan's voice came from the front of the group. "There are scorched vines ahead, and there may be ash mimics mixed in among them. Be prepared to avoid them." The entire group began to turn and move forward to the left front. Ning Fei looked in the direction the group had originally come from and saw a large patch of familiar vines. Ash Mimic, this is one of the objectives of Mission 3. Ning Fei thought of the monster from before, which was most likely the Ash Mimic. This was somewhat unexpected for Ning Fei. He had thought it was a shape-shifting monster that could change its appearance, but he didn't expect it to blend directly into the plant community. The group took a large detour, avoiding the patch of scorched magic vines, and then continued onward. Ning Fei wanted to ask about the weaknesses of the Ash Mimic, but after hesitating for a long time, he didn't speak. If this is a question of common sense, speaking up rashly could easily lead to unnecessary trouble. Sharjah was very talkative, especially after they became more familiar with each other. He chattered away the whole way, basically without stopping. Ning Fei, adhering to the principle of listening more and speaking less, managed to glean a considerable amount of information from Sharjah. The main inhabitants of the Ash Plains are the children of Ash, who exist in the form of tribes and are distributed in various corners of the Ash Plains. This caravan came from the Rust Iron Mountains. They called themselves the Rust Iron Dwarves and periodically formed caravans to trade with the Ash Children on the Ash Plains. There are more than one such caravan on the Ash Plains. They each have their own division of labor and cooperate, and their trade can cover all the Ashborn tribes. In addition, a group of mysterious people calling themselves the Sect of the Dig were digging around the Ash Plains, as if they were looking for something. "We're almost at the Broken Finger Tavern," Hillman interrupted Sharjah, pointing ahead. Ning Fei straightened up and looked ahead. A huge, dark building lay on the ground, looking from a distance like a severed hand. In front of the Broken Finger Tavern, another Rust Iron caravan's pack animals formed a circle, with a large amount of goods displayed outside, and the shouts of the Rust Iron Dwarves could be heard. From afar, Ning Fei's caravan stopped on the other side. Hargan stood on the back of a pack animal, loudly directing the Rust Iron Dwarves to drive the pack animal and form a circle. "Finally, I can get a good night's sleep tonight." Harja jumped off the pack animal, a relaxed smile on his face. Hillman nodded, a hint of joy appearing on his face. Ning Fei jumped off the pack animals and helped them drive them to their designated spots. He then bid farewell to the two men and went to find Hargan to express his gratitude once again. The entrance to the Fingers Tavern is at the thumb position. The entire entrance area was pieced together from countless discarded metal armors, and more than a dozen withered heads hung on the black doorframe, signifying the consequences of causing trouble in the tavern. Beyond the main gate was a corridor several meters long, with several skull lamps on the walls on both sides, emitting a pale white light. As Ning Fei walked through the corridor, a cacophony of noise brazenly entered his ears. Ning Fei stood at the entrance, surveying the entire tavern. More than 20 oddly shaped tables were crammed into the hall, and business seemed to be booming, with only 2 tables in the corner still empty. On one side of the hall wall, there are 4 closed doors side by side. Judging from the overall layout, that should be the position of the other 4 fingers. The blood-red characters jumped out from his retina, briefly attracting Ning Fei's attention. Task 2 has been updated. Rewards can be claimed immediately or accumulated until the last one. Each time you accumulate this reward, the bonus will increase by 10%. If the mission fails, all accumulated rewards will be cleared. Please make your choice according to your own abilities, apostles. Task 2. Obtain the map of the anomalous area in Ash Plains. Reward upon completion: 800 Ash coins. Incomplete. Ning Fei paused briefly, chose to accumulate his steps before continuing towards the bar. If you ignore her right eye, The bartender is definitely a beauty, but anyone who sees her for the first time will be attracted by her strange right eye. It was an empty eye socket, inside which a glass worm was curled up and wriggling. Seemingly sensing Ning Fei's gaze, the glass worm poked out half of its body, swaying slightly, as if it were observing Ning Fei. Staring at a lady like that is very impolite, a seductive voice rang out, carrying a hint of flirtation, interrupting Ning Fei's observation. The glass worm shrank back into the bartender's eye socket, curling up into a ball. Sorry, Ning Fei said with a smile. I was a little distracted when I first saw such a unique beauty. Then you'd better watch out. The bartender leaned forward, bringing with him a sweet, cloying aroma. The person who said that last time still hasn't found their heartbeat again. I had just seen a doctor before coming here, Ning Fei said with a smile, taking a half step back imperceptibly. He said my heart is very healthy. He probably made a wrong diagnosis, the bartender said with a smile, bringing over a glass of liquid whose color kept changing and placing it in front of Fei. This one is on me. Ning Fei's gaze fell on the wine glass. The liquid inside had changed from red to green, then quickly to yellow, and the next moment, it turned black. My name is Martha. One-eyed Martha. Martha said, pointing a finger at her right temple twice before looking at Ning Fei and asking, And you? The traceless one. Lovin. Ning Fei's mind raced, and he quickly came up with a name that fit the style of this world. Hello, Loving. Martha picked up a cup and carefully wiped it, then casually asked, There are very few trace people around here. The environment here is too uncomfortable for those without traces, Fei said calmly. It's not just the traceless, Martha laughed, the glass worm in her right eye wriggling faster. If there were any other way, who would want to live in this hellhole? Has anything unusual happened lately? Ning Fei picked up his wine glass, examining the liquid that kept changing color and casually. Immediately, blood-red characters appeared on my retina. Starry Sky Cocktail White Category. Consumables Effect. After drinking, one can briefly see the colors of the starry sky. Those with a soul points of 10 or higher have a certain probability of being noticed by an ancient being. Introduction. Colors from the stars. Martha pondered for a moment, then looked at Ning Fei and said seriously, Does my cat's pregnancy count? Ning Fei's lips twitched involuntarily. After a moment of contemplation, he said seriously, If you also keep other male cats, then it doesn't count. I only have one cat, Martha said. And it's a male cat. You mean the male cat is pregnant? A clear female voice interjected, asking curiously. Ning Fei's twin star ring on his right hand suddenly felt slightly hot, then quickly disappeared. A woman dressed in a silver-white robe sat down on a high stool next to Ning Fei, her large, bright and captivating deep blue eyes fixed on Martha. A strand of red hair fell from her forehead, obscuring her other eye. Another traceless one? Martha's tone carried a hint of curiosity. Are you all together? No. I guess so. Ning Fei's voice and that woman's voice out at the same time. Martha didn't speak but looked at the two of them with great interest. The glass worm in her right eye also poked out half of its body, swaying back and forth between the two of them. The woman raised her right hand and extended her slender index finger. A tiny silvery white light shone from her fingertip, like a faint star. Ning Fei's star sensed its kind, and its circulation speed increased slightly. The woman turned to look at Ning Fei, her red hair swaying in the wind, revealing her other eye. This eye, like the other, is sparkling, beautiful, and captivating. The only difference is that this eye is silver white. The woman extended her right hand to Ning Fei and said with a smile, Hello, I'm Aisha. I'll be your teammate this time. Ning Fei put down his starry night cocktail, gently shook her hand, and continued using the alias he had used earlier. "Lovin', is that cat one of yours?" Talking about Jasmine, Ashy blew on a strand of red hair on her forehead, revealing her silver-white eyes, and said with a smile, "You've been a real problem for her for a long time." "This is not a good thing for me," Ning Fei said, with a light laugh. Aisha laughed, her laughter clearly tinged with schadenfreude. "Gentlemen, shall we continue talking about that cat?" Martha asked, interrupting the two as the glass worm in her right eye shrank back. "Boss lady, can we see that cat?" Ash asked with a smile, tossing 2 shiny coins onto the bar. Ning Fei's gaze fell on the 2 coins. They were neither gray coins nor blood coins. They must be currencies unique to this world. "Of course." Martha put away the 2 coins, a satisfied smile on her face. She casually beckoned a waiter to temporarily take her place, and then personally led the 2 of them toward the door corresponding to the little finger. Behind the door was a long, narrow corridor, with 5 doors on either side. Martha walked to the nearest door, and the glass worm in her right eye leaped out of its socket, wrapped around the key, and then quickly extended its tail into the keyhole. With a soft click, the fist-sized lock opened. The glass worm leaped up again and jumped into Martha's eye socket, curling up into a ball once more. Room wasn't big, only 6 or 7 square meters. In the corner sat a huge cat bed, with food and water placed beside it, but it showed no signs of having been touched. A black cat lay listlessly in its bed, motionless. Its belly was bulging high, and you could vaguely see something wriggling inside. Ning Fei remained vigilant, a faint starlight gathering at his fingertips, ready to strike at any moment. Without any hesitation, Aisha walked straight to the black cat and curiously observed its condition, gently poking its belly several times with her slender fingers. The black cat looked half dead and didn't react to Aisha's actions. Only at the very end did it impatiently wave its paws twice, but then it didn't do anything else. Ash turned the black cat over and carefully determined its gender. This insulted the black cat, which struggled to its feet, arched its back, and let out a threatening screech at Aisha. Aisha chuckled softly and gave the black cat a gentle push, causing it to lose its footing and fall back to the ground. The black cat struggled a couple of times but couldn't get up. It could only look at Martha and let a mournful cry. "Ms. Ash," Martha said, "although you paid for it, this is still my pet that I've raised for a long time, so please don't anything impolite." "Oh dear, I'm so sorry." Ashy blew on her red hair, patted the black's head, and said insincerely. The black cat closed its eyes and ignored Aisha. Aisha chuckled softly, stood up, and looked at Ning Fei, asking, "To take a closer look?" Ning Fei shook his head slightly, indicating that there was no need for that. "Let's go then," Ashy said, smiling at Martha. The 3 of them left the room, and Martha locked the door again before leading the 2 back into the hall. "Boss lady, are there any private rooms available?" Aisha asked Martha in front of her. "Yes," Martha said, looking at Ashy. 10 tanars will allow you to stay inside all day." "The price has gone up," Ashy said, handing over 10 coins and asking curiously, "Wasn't it before?" "You may be mistaken, Ms. Ash," Martha checked the coins one by one, leading the 2 towards the direction of the index finger. "The price of a private room has always been 10 tanars. The situation behind the index finger door is similar to that behind the little finger door. Both are a corridor with rooms on both sides." Martha led the 2 of them deeper into the area. "The corridor here is much longer than the one behind the little finger, and there are a total of 12 rooms on both sides." Martha led the 2 to the door of the deepest room, took out a key, and opened the door. The room wasn't large, but it was decorated quite luxuriously, far surpassing the lobby. Aisha went in first, threw herself onto the sofa by the wall, twisted her body, and let out a comfortable groan. Ning Fei frowned slightly and followed him into the room. You too, I won't disturb you any longer, Martha said with a smile as she stood in the doorway. If you need anything, just press the call button on the table, and someone will come. Ning Fei nodded slightly to Martha and said calmly, Thank you for your help. Martha bowed slightly, closed the door, and turned to leave. Ning Fei walked to the table and sat down, looking at Aisha and asking, Tell me, how did you find me? Aisha adjusted her posture on the sofa, raised her right index finger, and gently wiggled it twice. Ning Fei's gaze fell on the ring on the other person's index finger. The style of the ring was very familiar. He also wore one on his own hand. This is exclusive equipment for members of the Sisterhood of the Stars. Everyone has one, Ashi said with a smile. The Sisterhood of the Stars? Ning Fei frowned and stared at Aisha as he asked, The Sisterhood of the Stars is not among the forces on the floating island. We don't have many people, and they are all people who have obtained the Star Witch skill tree. Ashi adjusted her posture again and said lazily, We also keep a low profile, so most people don't know about us, and we are not mentioned in tourist guides. What is your purpose in seeking me out? Ning Fei asked Aisha. Is it to get me to join the Sisterhood of the Stars? That should be the case, Ash said seriously, but we've never encountered an outlier like you before, and we haven't reached a concrete conclusion on how to deal with you yet. This has never happened before? Ning Fei frowned, asking with some reluctance. He had originally thought that, since an organization could be formed, there must be quite a few people who had acquired this skill tree, and there must be other unlucky guys like him facing the predicament of becoming women. If we knew how others solved this problem, things would be much easier. You should know how to obtain a skill tree, Ashi said. In a mission world, trigger the corresponding quest chain, and after completing it, you can obtain this skill tree. Ning Fei nodded. The Stardust Witch's skill tree can be triggered in multiple worlds, Aisha said to Ning Fei. But the problem is that there are restrictions on triggering the quest. The primary condition is that the character must be female. It's impossible for a man to trigger this quest. I didn't obtain it through a mission, Ning Fei said. I guessed it, Ashi said. Even if you obtained the Star Witch skill tree, you couldn't get the Twin Star ring without joining the Star Sisters. The only possibility is that you obtained a relic of one of the sisters during the novels. That's right, Ning Fei said. But I have a question. Tell me about it, Ashi said with a smile, blowing a wisp of red hair across her forehead. Since no male will acquire the Star Witch's skill tree, why does the description emphasize that if a male forcibly uses it, he will turn into a female? Ning Fei asked, frowning. We've discussed this issue, but we haven't come up with a convincing explanation, Ash said. Perhaps higher-ranking apostles would know the reason, but we worms are most likely not qualified to know. Ning Fei nodded, no longer dwelling on the issue, and instead looked at Aisha and asked, Since the outcome regarding my case hasn't been decided yet, what is your purpose in coming to me? Observe, assess, and ultimately make an evaluation to see if you meet the requirements to join the Sisterhood of the Stars, Ash said. This is our standard procedure for newcomers. Even if you are an outlier, you still have to go through the procedure until the results are in. What if I refuse the assessment? Ning Fei asked, frowning. That's your business, Ash said seriously. You can refuse to join the Sisterhood of Stardust, but the assessment will not stop because of that. The reputation of the Stardust Witches cannot be tarnished by unqualified people. That's a really domineering approach, Ning Fei said with a sneer. What if I don't cooperate? You've got one thing wrong, Ashi said, getting up from the sofa and standing in front of Ning Fei. The test questions weren't set by us, but by the Endless Abyss. My purpose is simply to observe your performance in the mission, and as your teammate, to make an assessment of you. I don't team up. Ning Fei refused. Say what you will. Ashe waved her hand and said, but our missions are exactly the same. The mission of the Endless Abyss is essentially assigned to both of us. Going it alone will not benefit either of us. Ning Fei fell silent. The more people receive the same task, the higher the difficulty of the task becomes. A task that requires 2 people to complete is likely impossible for one person to finish alone. This means that whether he likes it or not, he has to act with Ashe, unless he is willing to risk his life out of spite. Of course, if he abandons all tasks and only does the survival task of Task 1, he might be able to survive for 7 days. But in that case, he can only get the guaranteed minimum of 2,000 gray coins. Don't be so hostile, Aisha said, blowing a strand of red hair from her forehead when she saw Ning Fei's silence. How many people would beg for a beauty like me to accompany you on a mission? Ning Fei pursed his lips and said, beautiful women don't make the mission any easier. Ordinary beauties won't, but beauties with a strategy guide will, Ashe said with a smile, blowing her red hair across her forehead. I brought a strategy guide with me when I came in. Ning Fei raised an eyebrow and looked at Aisha, asking, is the rumor true? Do some powerful forces really have mission guides? On D-level floating islands, the number of mission worlds is limited, Ashe said. Moreover, the content of the missions will not change, and the strategies have already been compiled, but ordinary people just can't get them. So how should we proceed with the next task? Should we follow the clues from the black cat? Ning Fei quickly composed himself and asked Aisha. That's a distracting lead, unrelated to the mission, Aisha said with a smile as she sat down opposite Ning Fei. Similar things include the crying in the basement and the melted wine glass in the guest room. Investigating them would only be a waste of energy. Then why did you go to see that black cat? Ning Fei blurted out. Just curious, Aisha said, staring at Ning Fei with a half smile. Besides, this kind of thing might happen to you someday. After all, you are now. This point, Ashe let out a malicious laugh. Ning Fei's face immediately turned as black as the bottom of a pot. The map of the anomalous area in Ash Plains is indeed in Martha's hands, but she won't give it to us. Ashe stopped laughing and said seriously, normally we have to go to the intelligence merchant, Longtung Regis, to get the location of the anomalous area map from him and then steal it. Is this storage location fixed? Ning Fei asked. Fully. Smart. Aisha blew a wisp of red hair across her forehead, her silvery white eyes flashing briefly before Ning's eyes. Where? Ning Fei pressed. In Martha's bedroom, Ashe said. That's the room we just went to, the one with the little finger, the innermost room. You're going to steal it? Ning Fei asked Aisha. Okay, Ashe said without any hesitation, but you must attract Martha's attention in the hall to buy me enough time. What should I do? Ning Fei asked Aisha after thinking for a moment. You can continue to ask her about the unusual situation, Ashe said. She will give you 2 clues, the crying in the basement and the melted wine glass in the guest room. Just follow her lead and investigate these 2 things with her. Is Martha on the opposing side? Ning Fei asked, frowning. Not really, Ashe said, but she has a good relationship with our mission objective, so she can interfere with us to some extent. Is it really that simple? Ning Fei frowned slightly and asked with doubt. We skipped the most troublesome steps by following the guide, which is why it's so simple, Ashe said. Without the guide, you would have to be fooled by Martha several times before you would notice the information merchant. Then you would have to do the information merchant's quests. And in between, you would have to do some rust caravan quests to earn some local currency. If you're lucky, it would take 2 or 3 days to get to this point. If you're unlucky, you might not even have enough time for the subsequent quests. Shall we begin now? Ning Fei asked. Okay, I said, taking out a few and placing them on the table. This is the currency of this world. and we might need it while keeping Martha occupied. Ning Fei picked up the coins, and blood-red characters immediately appeared on his retina. Tanar, no rank category. Consumable description. The base currency of Ash Plains. Stock no grade category. Consumable description. The base currency of Ash Plains valued at 16 Tanars. Remember, never fight with Martha in the tavern, Ashy warned Ning Fei solemnly. If a conflict breaks out, don't get entangled. Just get out of the tavern immediately. She won't chase after you. Ning Fei nodded, opened the door to the private room, and walked into the hall. Martha was still standing behind the bar, carefully wiping a cup in her hand. Ning Fei walked over and sat down outside the bar. I saved your drink for you, Martha said with a smile, pointing to the Starry Night cocktail on the table. Ning Fei brought the wine to himself and looked at Martha, asking, Has anything unusual happened recently? You seem quite interested in this? Martha put down her wine glass, leaned forward, slightly, and moved a little closer to Ning Fei. The sweet aroma once again wafted into Ning Fei's nose, stirring a strange restlessness within him. I wouldn't say I'm particularly interested, Ning Fei said calmly, moving his chair back slightly. We're looking for something, and the location of that thing will cause some unusual events. I see. Martha nodded, pondering as she said, Besides the Black Cat incident, there are indeed other situations. Can you tell me? Ning Fei took out 2 Tanars and played with them in his hand. About 5 days ago, Martha continued, picking up a wine glass and carefully wiping it. We had a guest here, a traceless one like you. Are there many traceless individuals here? Ning Fei interjected. No, very few, Martha said. In the past month, there have only been 3 of us, including you. Ning Fei nodded, signaling her to continue. She was very generous, booking a room for half a month, Martha said. And she seemed quite capable. 2 drunk men tried to grope her, but she dealt with them decisively. What happened to her? Ning Fei asked curiously. She's dead, Martha said. She died last night. How did he die? Ning Fei frowned. I don't know, Martha said, but my personal guess is that it has something to do with Cole. Who is Cole? Ning Fei frowned slightly. It's that dog, Martha said. The one you saw today. That guest, like you, was very interested in the unusual things around him and examined Cole carefully. Ning Fei's brows furrowed more and more deeply. According to Aisha, Martha would release 2 pieces of information at this time. The crying in the basement and the melting wine glass in the guest room. But what Martha was saying now didn't seem to be related to those 2 pieces of information at all. Is there a problem with the strategy guide, or is there a problem with Ashish? And her death was also related to Cole. Martha leaned closer and said in a low voice, She looked like she died in childbirth. Ning Fei's breath hitched. Martha seemed quite satisfied with his performance, a smile appearing on her face. She's pregnant. Ning Fei quickly composed himself and asked Martha. Martha didn't speak, but picked up a glass and asked with a smile, Want a drink? Ning Fei placed the 2 Tanars on the bar and pushed them in front of Martha. Martha smiled with satisfaction, put down her wine glass, and discreetly slipped Tanar into her pocket. She said with a smile, That's the problem. Before she died, there were no signs of pregnancy. When she died, Martha paused at this point. What happened when she died? Ning Fei's curiosity was piqued, and he quickly asked. Martha raised her hands and gestured to her stomach, then lowered her voice and said, It's like being pregnant for 10 months. Her belly is so big, and judging from the situation in the room, she was in a lot of turmoil before she died. A chill suddenly ran through Ning Fei's heart. If it were a monster like the soul-eating zombie from the previous world, no matter how strong it was, Ning Fei wouldn't be afraid. But this kind of thing that could inexplicably make someone pregnant was enough to send chills down his spine just by hearing about it. Where is her body? Ning Fei suppressed his fear and asked Martha. "It's in the basement," Martha said. "If no one comes to identify the body, we'll dispose of it ourselves." "Can I see the body?" Ning Fei asked. "In principle, we don't allow it," Martha said. "The person is already dead, and we must protect the body and hand it over to her relatives and friends." Ning Fei took out a stock and pushed it over expressionlessly. "You are all traceless ones," Martha said with a smile as she picked up stock. "She must have been your friend, so it is only right that we hand over her body to you." As she spoke, Martha called over a waiter who was passing by and asked him to temporarily take her place. Then she led Ning Fei toward the middle finger. Unlike the areas for the little finger and middle finger, behind the door on the middle finger is a huge warehouse, piled with all sorts of things. The warehouse was dark, with only a few small windows on the surrounding walls. "This way." Martha raised her right hand and flames immediately burst into flames, illuminating the space in front of her. The flames were not the usual orange-yellow, but a strange, pale white, emitting no heat whatsoever, instead, radiating a chilling aura. Ning Fei followed Martha deeper into the warehouse. At the end of the warehouse was a staircase leading downwards. "Watch your step," Martha called out, lowering her right hand slightly to better illuminate the steps beneath her feet. The glass worm in Martha's right eye spurted out of her eye socket, unlocked the lock, and then jumped back into her eye socket. The moment door opened, a gust of cold wind rushed in. "Wah! Wah!" The woman's sobs burst from the doorway, sounding particularly eerie. Ning Fei was startled, and starlight quickly gathered at his fingertips. "Dead bird, what are you up to now?" Martha shouted into the room. The crying stopped abruptly, and then Martha's voice came from the basement. "Dead bird, what are you up to now? What is this?" Ning Fei calmed himself down and asked Martha in a low voice. "A mimicry vulture," Martha said somewhat disgruntledly. "I only fed it twice out of pity, and now it's refusing to leave." "A mimicry vulture. I only fed it twice out of pity, and now it's stuck here and won't leave." Martha's words had barely finished when they came from the basement. "Get out of here, you dead bird." Martha strode into the basement, grabbed something from the doorway, and threw it. The sound of flapping wings quickly rang out, and a dark shadow rushed out of the basement, passing by Ning Fei, leaving only Martha's angry voice. "Get out of here, you dead bird." A light appeared in the basement, and it grew brighter and brighter. "You can come in now," Martha's, raising her voice. "Watch the threshold, don't trip." Ning Fei became more vigilant and went inside, where he saw Martha using her right hand as a torch to light the torch on the wall. In the middle of the basement, several tables were placed side by side, and on 3 of them were some things covered with white cloth. Martha lit all the torches, turned and walked towards Ning Fei, the flame in her hand quickly going out. Martha said, pointing to a table at the far end. Ning Fei's gaze swept over Martha's hands, but he didn't find any burn marks. Ignoring Ning Fei's gaze, Martha walked over and lifted the white cloth on the platform. A naked female corpse lay there, her belly swollen high, like that of a woman 10 months pregnant. Ning Fei approached and examined it carefully. Her face was contorted and grotesque. Her mouth was a gap so wide it almost tore the corners of her lips, and the nails on all 10 fingers were broken, as if she had been frantically scratching at the ground, stained with blood. His swollen belly was covered in bloodstains, interspersed with several knife wounds. Between his legs, there were bloodstains that had now turned into dried scabs, making for a shocking sight. "Did she really change like this overnight?" Fei swallowed and asked Martha. "Absolutely true," Martha nodded. Ning Fei's gaze fell on the woman's stomach, unsure whether he'd cut it open to see what was inside. "If I were you, I wouldn't do that," Martha said from the side. Ning Fei looked at Martha and saw that a glass worm was sticking out of her right eye, stiffly pointing at the woman's bulging belly. "Aren't you curious about what's in her belly?" Ning Fei asked curiously. "Curious," Martha said, "but I care more about my life than curiosity." "Then why did you leave this body behind?" Ning Fei asked in return. "I've said it before," Martha said. "We want to return her body intact to her family and friends." "I am her friend," Ning Fei said. "No, you are not," Martha said. "Neither is the woman with you, so I cannot give you the body." Ning Fei took out 2 stocks and played with them in his hands. "This isn't about money, sir," Martha said, her gaze sweeping over Ning Fei's hands before she shook her head. "You're not her relative, so I can't hand the body over to you." Ning Fei stared at Martha, unsure of what she was thinking. The glass worm in Martha's eye shrank back, wriggling in her eye socket, looking particularly eerie. "All right then." Ning Fei finally gave in after a moment of staring at each other, and looked away. "Can I check the body one more time?" "Of course, please do as you wish," Martha said softly. With a smile, when Ning Fei examined the corpse's legs for the 4th time, Martha finally became a little impatient. She forcefully inserted herself between Ning Fei and the female corpse. Glass worms emerged from her eye sockets, pointing directly at Ning Fei, and asked with some suspicion, You don't happen to have some kind of special fetish, do you?" Ning Fei's face immediately darkened, and he looked at Martha and said, "How is that possible?" "Since that's not the case, I think we should leave," Martha said. "Or, would you like to spend some time alone with her?" "It's all right, let's go." Martha was already suspicious, and if they delayed any longer, something might go wrong. Even though Ning Fei was unwilling, he had no choice but to leave first. Martha walked to the wall, extinguished the torches one by one, rekindled the flame on her right arm to use as a torch, and led Ning Fei toward the hall. Ning Fei followed behind Martha, feeling somewhat worried. If Ashi's actions were exposed, things would likely become troublesome. Blood-red characters suddenly appeared and began to flicker on Ning Fei's retina. Task 2 has been updated. Rewards can be claimed immediately or accumulated until the last one. Each time you accumulate this reward, the bonus will increase by 10%. Currently, the cumulative number of attempts is 1, and the reward has been increased by 10%. If the mission fails, all accumulated rewards will be cleared. Please make your choice carefully, according to your own abilities, apostles. Task 2: Investigate the areas marked on the map of the abnormal areas in Ash Plains. Find out the reason for the recent frequent anomalies in Ash Plains, and the reward for completion is 1,500 Ash coins. Not completed. Ning Fei breathed a sigh of relief and selected to accumulate the reward. It's likely that Ashi has already succeeded, and Ning Fei, as participant in the mission, provided cover for Ashi, so naturally the mission would be considered complete. Wait a minute. Ning Fei suddenly realized that if Ashi sneaked to Martha's room while Martha was being lured away, then if she went back now, Martha might just bump into Ashi coming out of the little finger area. If Ashi had been a little slower, she might have been trapped inside. "Ms. Martha," Ning Fei said quickly, "please wait a moment." "What's wrong?" Martha stopped, raised her right hand, and turned to look at Ning Fei. Ning Fei's mind raced. He subtly removed the twin star ring from his hand and put it into his storage space. He raised his right hand and said in a flustered manner, "Ms. Martha, my ring is missing. It might be in the basement." Martha didn't speak. The glass worm in her right eye peeked out and pointed directly at Ning Fei, as if scrutinizing him. In an instant, Ning Fei felt an invisible pressure coming down on him, as if he were being stared at by a ferocious beast. With just the slightest movement, the behemoth could crush him to dust. The feeling of death instantly enveloped Ning Fei. The star power within his body was stimulated, and activated on its own, forming a faint layer of starlight on Ning Fei's body. Ning Fei tensed up, ready to fight to the death. The immense pressure vanished abruptly the next moment. Caught off guard, Ning Fei lost his balance and stumbled forward. Martha flashed to Ning Fei's side, reached out her left hand to support him, and frowned as she said, "How could you be so careless?" The sweet aroma wafted over, stirring a restlessness within Ning Fei. Ning Fei took a deep breath, suppressing the lingering fear in his heart, and tried to keep his voice steady as he said, "Ms. Martha, may I go back and look for it? Or could you help me look for it?" Martha released Ning Fei, turned around and led him back towards the basement, saying as they walked, "Let's go, I'll take you back to look for it." Ning Fei breathed a sigh of relief and followed Martha towards the basement. Martha opened the basement door and lit the torches along the walls one by one. Ning Fei squatted on the ground, pretending to grope around, but in his mind he was silently calculating the time. Martha walked over, and the glass worm emerged from its eye socket, half of its body swaying constantly, as if searching the ground. Ning Fei caught a glimpse of this scene, and was immediately startled. He quickly took 2 steps to the side, took out the twin star ring from his storage space, stood up and called out, "Found it, Miss Martha." "Good that you found it," Martha said expressionlessly, glancing at the twin star ring in Ning Fei's hand. The glass worm shrank back into its eye socket. "Let's go, we've wasted enough time here." "Thank you so much for your help, Miss Martha," Ning Fei said with a smile. "This ring is very important to me. To have it back is worth treating everyone to a drink." Martha smiled, turned around, and began to extinguish the torches on the wall, saying, "Those guys should be very happy." Ning Fei put the twin star ring back on, waited for Martha to extinguish the torch on the wall, and then followed her back into the hall. As she sat at the bar, chatting amiably with the waitress who had replaced Martha, Martha walked over and said to the waiter, "Jack, everything's fine here. Go on with your own business." "Okay, boss," the waiter replied verbally, but his body remained motionless, his gaze fixed on Aisha, his eyes filled with infatuation. The glass worm in Martha's eyes poked half its body out, pointing at the waiter, before quickly shrinking back and curling into a ball. "It's only been a few minutes and you've already been bewitched." Martha slapped the waiter on the forehead with a laugh. "If you linger here any longer, I'll dock your pay." "Hey." Waiter swayed, his eyes quickly cleared, he shrank, and turned to leave. "Where did you go?" Aisha seemed not to have seen what was happening in front of her. She turned to Ning Fei and asked, swirling a glass of dark purple liquor. Ning Fei stared at the suspicious drink in her hand, recalling the previous suspicions, and said casually, "Ms. Martha provided some clues, and I went with her to the basement to take a look." "What did you find?" Ashi asked, feigning curiosity. "We've discovered something strange," Ning Fei said, glancing at Martha. "Also, Miss Martha did me a huge favor, so, as a token of our gratitude, we should look after her business." "What happened?" Ash asked, glancing at Martha. "I accidentally left our ring in the basement," Ning Fei said, shaking the star ring on his right hand and looking grateful. "Ms. Martha helped me find it." "That was definitely a big help," Ash said with a smile, a hint of surprise in her eyes. "We should really look out for her business." "Everyone," Martha called out, raising her voice, "please be quiet for a moment." Martha's voice wasn't loud, but it pierced through the noise of the tavern and reached everyone's ears. The noise subsided briefly, and everyone's eyes turned to the bar area. "Ladies and gentlemen, these 2 generous guests have decided to treat everyone to a drink," Martha said with a smile. "Let's all raise a toast to them." After a brief silence, whistles and cheers erupted, and a rusty iron dwarf even jumped onto the table and performed a handstand while drinking. Ashy blew a tug on her red hair, raised her glass, and toasted the guests in the hall, eliciting another round of cheers. Amidst the commotion, Ning Fei and his companion quietly left the tavern. In the square in front of the tavern, the dwarves from the rust iron caravan were loudly hawking their wares. "If you need equipment, you can take a look here," Ashy said as they walked. "The rust iron mountains are rich in various ores, and these dwarves are experts in forging. The equipment they produce is quite good. Did you get the map?" Ning Fei didn't answer the question directly, but instead changed the subject. "Wasn't the mission already completed?" Ash countered. "Can I take a look?" Ning Fei asked Aisha. "After triggering the mission, I put the distribution map back," Ashy said, tapping her temples twice with her fingers. "I've memorized everything." Ning Fei frowned slightly, looking at Aisha with some suspicion. "Taking the map will provoke Martha's hostility," Ash explained. "She can't leave the Broken Finger Tavern on her own, but she will send people to hunt us down, which will interfere with the subsequent missions. With the guide in hand, there's no need to take that risk." Ning Fei recalled his previous suspicions, but said calmly, "That makes sense. Martha is very strong. I feel she has the ability to kill me instantly." "You had a conflict with her?" Aisha's expression changed slightly, and she turned her head sharply to ask Ning Fei. Her red hair swayed slightly with her movements, revealing her silver white eye. "While we stalled for time, we aroused her suspicion," Ning Fei said casually, "but in the end, we didn't make a move. By the way, could you give me a copy of the strategy guide?" "If I could, I would like to give you a copy," Ash said with a smile, "but I can't bring this in. I can only memorize it, so there's nothing I can do about it." Ning Fei's suspicions deepened, but he didn't voice them. Instead, he nodded and said, "That's such a pity. Before we move on to the next mission, we need to find the rust iron caravan and get a pack animal," Ashy said. "Otherwise, relying solely on our two legs will not only be slow, but it will also be detrimental to maintaining combat readiness." "Where are we going?" Ning Fei asked curiously. "The map shows 3 locations: Flesh Swamp, Howling Stone Forest, and Scorched Altar, which correspond to the 3 bosses in Quest 4. Rotten Saint, Aberration Scholar, and Dreamweaver," Ashy said. "The Flesh Swamp and Scorched Altar are distractions. The clues are in Howling Stone Forest." "What about the other 2 bosses?" Ning Fei asked. "The other 2 bosses don't have a fixed area and will wander around the Ash Plains," Ashy said. "The information merchant will have the relevant clues, but tracking them will take a lot of time and will affect the progress of mission." "What about the 7th son of the ancient god in mission 5? Ning Fei asked, looking at his mission. "Normally, we don't need to fight him," Ashy said seriously. "But if he does show up, it means our final step in Mission 2 has failed." As they spoke, Aisha led Ning Fei toward a nearby rusty iron caravan. This caravan was the same one Ning Fei had encountered when he arrived. "I know the leader of this caravan," Ning Fei said. "He's relatively easy to talk to." "You know him?" Aisha stopped in her tracks, turned to look at Ning Fei, her silver eyes flashing as her red hair swung. "Yes." Ning Fei paused for a moment, somewhat puzzled, and said, "Is there a problem?" "Let's go to another one then." After a moment's thought, Aisha turned and walked towards another rusty iron caravan. Ning Fei's heart skipped a beat. A sense of foreboding flashed through his mind, and seeing Aisha walk away, he quickly followed. The leader of this caravan had undergone a severe mutation. The left half of his body had become completely metallic, and obvious rust could be seen on the parts not covered by clothing. The beard on the left side of his face had turned into soft wires, mixed with the beard on the other side, making him look particularly rugged. His left eye had disappeared, replaced by a constantly rotating gear. "Stranger, my men say you want to do a big deal with me." The sound of gears turning rang out the moment the leader spoke. This made his voice extremely strange, sharp, shrill, and with a hint of stiffness. Ashy looked around and saw that the rusty iron dwarf who had led the way had already left, and that no one else had noticed them. A charming smile immediately appeared on her face. She placed her left hand to her lips, gave it a gentle kiss, and then pushed it forward. A pink lip print flew from her hand and landed squarely on the caravan leader's lips. The caravan leader's remaining right eye became dazed, while the gears in his left eye suddenly accelerated, and a soft clicking sound emanated from his body. "We need a pack animal," Ash said, "and enough hay for at least 3 days." "Of course, madam," a shrill voice rang out, and the caravan leader said somewhat flusteredly, "I mean, no problem, I'll personally prepare the pack animals." Even so, his feet remained rooted to the spot, his eyes fixed on Ashe, his remaining right eye filled with adoration. "Darling, shall we go prepare the pack animals first?" Ashe said to the caravan leader with a sweet smile. Okay, I'll go right now, I'll go myself," the caravan leader mumbled. Old Buck, damn it, where the hell have you been?" "Chief, I'm here," a rusty iron dwarf with metallic rushed over and called out. "What are your orders?" "Quickly and prepare a pack animal for this beautiful lady," the caravan leader said, his gaze fixed on Aisha, not looking away for a moment. "Also, prepare fodder for 30 days. No, 300 days. Go now." "Huh?" Old Buck's filled with shock, and even his hair stood on end. Pack animals need to carry heavy loads in harsh environments and require a huge amount of food. A pack animal can carry fodder for about 8 to 10 days. 300 days worth of fodder would require sending 1/5 of their caravan out. "Just 3 days worth of fodder will do," Ash said to Old Buck. "We've already negotiated the price with the chief. It'll cost 12 stockox, including the pack animals and fodder." Old Buck looked at the chief and gave him an inquiring look. Ashe looked at the caravan leader, her eyes filled with affection, without saying a word. Yes. The caravan leader felt his whole body go limp, and the crackings on his body became more frequent. He subconsciously said, "The price has been agreed upon. Go and bring the pack animals over quickly." Although Old Buck felt that something was off about the chief, he still turned around and went to prepare the pack animals because of the chief's usual authority. The caravan leader hesitated for a while, then mustered his courage and stepped forward, trying to take Aisha's hand. A hint of displeasure flashed across Ashe's face. She gave a soft snort and took 2 steps back. The caravan leader immediately stopped like a child who had done something wrong, looking down at the ground, but occasionally stealing a glance at Aisha and Ning Fei watched in stunned silence. He had thought Ashe was planning to steal a pack animal, but it turned out to be like this. Ning Fei opened the skill tree and checked the skill Kiss of Starlight. Judging from Ashe's performance, this skill is ridiculously strong. Wrong. Ning Fei shakes head vigorously twice, banishing the thought from his mind. The issue isn't whether this skill is strong or weak, but rather that the casting animation is just too cringeworthy for men. Just imagining that scene made Ning Fei want to slap himself twice. Old Buck quickly led the pack animal over, which carried 2 bundles of processed hay on its back and had a large bag hanging beside it. "This bag contains processed green beans," Old Buck said, pointing to the bag. "They can be mixed into the hay and fed to pack animals to aid their digestion." "Thank you very much." Ash took the reins from Old Buck and said with a smile, You're welcome," Old Buck said somewhat awkwardly, rubbing his hands together. "Chief, we'll be going now," Ashe said sweetly with a gentle smile to the caravan leader. "See you again sometime." A smile quickly spread across the caravan leader's face, his eyes gleaming, and he said in a shrill voice, Okay, see you again sometime." Aisha led the pack animal, turned to leave, with Ning Fei following closely behind. The caravan leader stood still, staring unblinkingly at the two figures disappearing into the distance. After leaving the plaza in front of the Broken Finger Tavern, Ashe glanced back, nimbly leaped onto the back of the pack beast, patted the spot behind her, and said to Ning Fei, "Get on." Ning Fei hesitated for a moment. "Teach, you're not even a woman yet and you're already acting all coy." Seeing Ning Fei hesitate, Aisha blew on her red hair and asked with a half smile, "Roll." Ning Fei's face immediately darkened. He cursed, grabbed a camel hump, climbed up, and sat behind Aisha. A sweet and cloying aroma immediately wafted Ning Fei's nose. Aisha pulled on the reins, urging the pack animal to leave quickly. "Don't say I'm taking advantage of you." Ashe turned back again, glanced in the direction of the rust iron caravan, and explained to Ning Fei, "The ash plains are fraught with danger, and this will minimize the chance of us getting separated due to unforeseen circumstances. If we're talking about who's getting the better deal, it's me. If you're not afraid, why should I be?" Ning Fei said casually, but his attention was focused on the sweet aroma. "The scent is exactly the same as Martha's." Aisha chuckled and urged the pack beast forward again, increasing its speed. With a series of criss-cracking sounds, the Broken Finger Tavern was left far behind. A furious roar suddenly rang out, sharp and distorted, carrying far and wide, but by the time it reached Ning Fei's ears, it was barely audible. "Damn it," Ashe cursed, slapping the pack animal's neck to urge it to go faster, while muttering, "That iron lump is really troublesome. I managed to get rid of it so quickly." The pack animal moved forward at full speed, its 6 legs almost leaving afterimages, accompanied by a continuous clicking sound. "Will they catch up?" Ning Fei turned around and looked in the direction of the Broken Finger Tavern, asking in a serious voice. "Possibly," Ashe said, "but both sides are pack animals, so it's impossible for them to catch up with us in a short time. They also can't change direction for us, so it's unlikely that they will really keep fighting." "Are you a star maiden or a star dancer?" After running a distance and confirming that the other party was not chasing, Aisha slowed down her pack animal, and Ning Fei asked casually, "You were just promoted to star dancer before you came here," Ashe said. "As long as you don't do anything stupid, I guarantee I can take you back to this world alive." "Thank you so much," Ning Fei said with a smile. "What does worm mean in the apostle rating?" "The creatures at the lowest level of the abyss are weak but numerous," Aisha said. "They are also a reflection of the low-ranking apostles. Above them are the hounds, domesticated fighting creatures." "What level are you?" Ning Fei asked curiously. "Just like you, a worm," Ashe said. "What level of strength is required for promotion?" Ning Fei pressed. "The tourist guide doesn't mention these things." "It has nothing to do with strength, as long as you pass the world assessment," Ashe said. "If you want, you can apply for the assessment when you go back this time. As long as you come out alive, you can be promoted to a hound. But there should be some general level, right?" Ning Fei asked, frowning. "That's really hard to say," Aisha said. "The assessment world is extremely difficult. As far as I know, there are sisters who have reached the star language priest level and perished in it. And there are also sisters, like me, who passed the assessment alive after just being promoted to sir. In short, strength and luck are both indispensable." "Is Star Priestess the third-tier title of Star Witch?" Ning Fei noticed the term Star Priestess and asked curiously. "That's right," Ashe said. "At the third tier, it will split into 2 directions. One is the Star Priest, who further enhances magic, and the other is the Star Mark Lord, who takes care of both melee and ranged combat." "It's so dangerous, why would you want to advance?" Ning Fei pondered for a moment, then frowned and asked, "From what you're saying, whether or not to advance is entirely up to you, and the endless abyss won't force you. The worm missions are every 7 days, With no choice, Ash countered. The Hound missions are every 30 days, and you can choose the type of mission world to some extent. If it were you, what would you choose? Ning Fei fell silent. With the difficulty of the mission always matching his own strength, the difference in danger between one mission and 4 missions was simply too great. Did you do mission 3? Aisha asked, changing the subject when Ning Fei didn't answer. I've seen a few Ash mimics, but I haven't been able to kill them, Ning Fei said, frowning. Do you have any relevant information? To kill them, you need to use water-based attacks or strong acid attacks, Ashy said, blowing her red hair across her forehead. Other attacks can only scatter them, but they are unlikely to cause effective damage. We don't have either of those attack methods, Ning Fei said, frowning. I was prepared. Isha smiled, took out a fist-sized, jet-black spherical object from her storage space, and handed it to Ning Fei. The moment she turned around, the sweet fragrance suddenly intensified, causing Ning Fei's heart to race. Blood-red characters flashed rapidly on Ning Fei's retina, displaying information about the spherical object. Acid bomb, white, category. Consumables effect. Activated with magic of any attribute, it is thrown at the target, explodes, and sprays acid to attack the enemy. Description. A crude bomb, crudely made, and its effect is only so-so. How do we get this? Ning Fei asked curiously, tossing the acid bomb around. You can collect the materials yourself to make it, Ashy said. If it's just for the missions in this world, you can buy something similar from the Rust Iron Caravan, and it's cheap. But I've noticed that the Rust Iron Caravan also avoids places where ash mimics might exist, Ning Fei asked. There's nothing of value on the ash mimic, Ashy explained. Even if the items are cheap, it would be a loss to use them on the ash mimic. Who would do that? As the two were talking, they saw a large clump of bushes ahead. Judging from its appearance, this is very likely a scorched vine, Aisha said, looking at the bushes in the distance. No need to worry, Ning Fei said. This is the scorched vine. I've seen it before. Ash mimics transform into the scorched vine and blend in. If you get too close, they will suddenly launch an attack. Then there's no problem, Aisha said, jumping off the pack animal and tossing a few more acid bombs to Ning Fei. Let's finish this mission first, and we can do the others when we have the chance. Ning Fei climbed down from the pack animal and looked at Aisha, asking, Is there a way to identify the ash mimics? No need. Ashy smiled confidently, blew a wisp of red hair from her forehead, and walked straight toward the scorched vine. Ning Fei raised an eyebrow, but instead of following, he picked up an acid bomb, ready to activate it at any moment. As Ashy approached, a scorched magic vine at the edge suddenly sprang up, its branches swaying, and all pointing towards Ashy. Starlight shimmered on Ashy's body, converging on her skin to form a magnificent set of classical women's clothing. The skirt was wide, the bodice was tight, outlining the fullness of her chest, and the ribbons on her sleeves fluttered as she waved her hands. Large swaths of fiberglass fell from above, but were kept out by the classical costumes formed from starlight. Starshine protection, a skill that was full of malice to Ning Fei. Ashy rushed forward amidst a shower of glass fibers, and threw an acid bomb at the ash mimic at close range. The faint starlight flashed by, and the acid bomb suddenly exploded, spraying out large amounts of acid that poured directly onto the ash mimic. Amidst a piercing scream, a large amount of white smoke suddenly billowed from the ash mimic's body. The parts hit by the acid began to dissolve rapidly, and a pungent odor quickly spread. The appearance of the ash mimic began to change. Its roots wriggled rapidly, pulling itself out of the ground and transforming it into 3 legs, moving quickly in an attempt to escape. Ashy quickly caught up and threw another acid bomb at them. The dissolution speed suddenly accelerated, Before the ash mimic could run 2 steps, half of its body had already disappeared. It lost its balance and fell to the ground. Several scorched magic vines stirred simultaneously, their branches swaying and pointing towards Aisha. Ning Fei suddenly activated the acid bomb in his hand and threw it at one of the ash mimics. Large swaths of fiberglass descended upon Aisha. A flash of starlight appeared on Ashi's body, and she appeared 10 meters away. The moment she appeared, she moved nimbly through the scorched vines like a dancer, and acid bombs flew from her hands, accurately hitting the ash mimics one by one. Without hesitation, Ning Fei, in coordination with Aisha, threw out the acid bomb in his hand. For a moment, shrill screams filled the air. In a short while, all 7 ash mimics were dead, and Ning Fei's mission progress reached 710. The 7 ash mimics dropped a treasure chest, which Ashi picked up and threw to Ning Fei. Ning Fei caught the treasure chest and looked at Aisha with some confusion. "This one's yours, the next one's mine," Aisha said with a smile, blowing her red hair across her forehead. Her silver eyes flashed before Ning Fei's eyes. "No problem, right?" "No problem." Ning Fei nodded and chose to open the treasure chest. "You have opened the white treasure chest. You have obtained the card, Ash Mimic. You have earned 13 gray coins." "This thing really doesn't have anything of value on it," Ning Fei muttered, taking the card in his hand and choosing to activate the encyclopedia entry. Ash Mimic Strength, 1 to 9 Agility, 0 to 10 Physical Condition, 5 to 8 Intelligence, 2 for Perception, 5 to 8 Soul, 4 to 10 Charisma. 0 Skill 1, Glass Spit, sprays out a large amount of glass fiber from the body. If it hits flesh and blood, the hit part will quickly crystallize. Skill 2, Mimicry. Change your own form to cope with various situations. Your attributes will fluctuate greatly in different forms. Skill 3s, Form Restructuring. When the body is subjected to a destructive attack, the user can recover the powdered body and restore the damaged parts. Behavior Pattern 1. It will disguise itself as a scorched vine and attack any nearby target. Behavior Pattern 2. When the target escapes, it will change its form and pursue it, but will not stray far from the scorched vine. Behavioral Pattern 3. When feeling a deadly threat, it will change its form and choose to run away. Weakness 1. Acidic attacks will cause fatal damage to them. Weakness 2. Unknown. Weakness 3. Unknown. Synopsis. On the ash plains, beneath the glass crystal layer, lies a thick layer of magical ash. After the arrival of a mysterious being, a peculiar creature was born from this ash layer. "Let's go," Aisha said nimbly, leaping onto the back of the pack beast. She looked at Ning Fei and said, "If we find another batch, we can complete this part of the mission." Ning Fei grabbed the camel's hump, climbed onto the pack animal's back, and sat on Aisha's back. The sweet aroma grew stronger, stimulating Ning Fei's nasal cavity and making his blood boil. Ning Fei licked his lips, stared at Aisha's neck, and frowned deeply. He wasn't sure if Ashi was in cahoots with Martha or if she had already fallen victim to the scheme. If it's the former, his current situation is extremely dangerous. Elsa is much stronger than him. Putting everything else aside, in terms of physical fitness alone, Ning Fei would never be able to leap more than 2 meters from a standing position and jump directly onto the back of the beast like did. In terms of magic, Ning Fei's star dance allows him to teleport 3 meters away, while Ashi can teleport at least 10 meters away. The difference may be even greater than in terms of attributes, but precisely because of this difference in strength, Ning Fei didn't think she had any reason to put on an act in front of him. If she wanted to do something, she could just do it directly. There was no need to go through such a roundabout way. If it's the latter, and someone still falls for it even with a guide, that's rather absurd. At least in Ning Fei's view, abilities, or characters that can silently harm others should be highlighted in strategy guides. Otherwise, it's writing a whole bunch of stuff about how to break traps, how to find items, and how to kill the boss, but omitting the very first step, opening the door and killing the boss. The game ends before it even starts, so what's the point of the guide? What perfume are you wearing? Ning Fei asked thoughtfully after a moment's thought. That's such a cliché way to pick up girls. Ash chuckled, blowing a strand of red hair from her forehead. You'll never get a girl like that. I'm curious, Ning Fei said, ignoring her teasing, and tentatively asked, can you get everyday items like perfumes from the mission world from the endless abyss? Why are you asking this? Ash paused for a moment, then realized what she meant, blew on her red hair, and said with a half smile, is this preparation for the future? I guess so. Ning Fei rolled his eyes and said somewhat speechlessly, Masha smells really good, can you get her? Is it the smell that's nice, or the person? Ashy blew on her red hair, letting a strand of it flutter, a strange smile on her face. Can't it be both good? Ning Fei raised his hand and covered his nose as he spoke. The sweet, cloying fragrance emanating from Ashy grew stronger and stronger. But beneath the sweetness, a faint stench of decay was revealed. You have quite the unique taste, Ash laughed, teasingly adding, you saw that glass worm in Martha's eyes, didn't you? I saw it, Ning Fei said calmly. Then guess. Ashy twisted her neck and chuckled. How many of these glass worms are hidden on Martha's body? Ning Fei's eyes widened as he stared at Aisha's neck. Starlight flashed around him as he teleported 3 meters away, then quickly moved away to create distance. Aisha noticed Ning Fei's actions stopped the beast, turned to look at Ning Fei, and said unhappily, what's wrong with you? I think we should split up, Ning Fei said cautiously, drawing his infantry longsword and staring at Ashy. Why do you say that? Aisha pulled her red hair to one side, her silver eyes fixed on Ning Fei, faint starlight flickering continuously. Ning Fei remained silent, only slowly backing away. A flash of starlight appeared on Aisha's body, and she vanished from the beast, reappearing a few meters in front of Ning Fei. At the same time, Ning Fei instantly raised his hand, and a pink kiss mark flew out from his palm, accurately heading towards Aisha. This was the only method Ning Fei could think of that might be able to temporarily control Ashy. As the starlight fell, it condensed into dewdrops, forming a classic dress that concealed the pink kiss mark. Ning Fei gritted his teeth, and instead of retreating, he advanced, brandishing his infantry longsword, and charged towards Aisha. Asha chuckled softly, then stretched out her arms and spun rapidly. Starlight coalesced into a gauze skirt, which spun around, creating a shockwave that crashed towards Ning Fei. Ning Fei was prepared. The moment the shockwave hit him, starlight flickered on his body, and he disappeared from the spot. The shockwave missed its target, dissipating silently after spreading nearly 10 meters. Ning Fei appeared in front of Aisha, his eyes meeting Aisha's silvery white eyes that were revealed as she spun around. In the brief moment of surprise, a shockwave came crashing down on Ning Fei, sending him flying backward. Aisha moved her feet alternately, spinning rapidly and continuously, sending shockwaves crashing into Ning Fei one after another. Ning Fei was unable to land and flew for nearly 10 meters before the shockwave weakened, and he crashed heavily to the ground, lying motionless. Ashy, her body shimmering with starlight, appeared behind Ning Fei and said with a smile, "Don't play dead, I've taken control." 2 water plants burst forth from the ground, swiftly wrapping around Aisha's ankles, and she pulled with all her might. Completely unprepared for this, Ashy let out a scream and fell backward. Ning Fei suddenly flipped himself up, and 2 water plants were pulled from the ground and swiftly retracted back onto Ning Fei's body. Ashy's expression changed drastically, and shakily adjusted her posture in midair, trying to control her body. Ning Fei gave her no chance, suddenly pounced on her, and slammed her to the ground. The crackling sounds of breaking suddenly merged into one. Without any hesitation, Ning Fei thrust his infantry longsword forward fiercely towards Aisha's throat. This is the only chance. Perhaps Ashi didn't mean any harm, but was just tricked by Martha. However, the difference in strength between the two was too great, and he didn't dare to gamble on it. If he bets wrong, he'll be the one who dies. A look of pain crossed Ashi's face, and a pink lip print flew from between her lips. At that distance, Ning Fei had no time to dodge, and was directly imprinted on his face with that pink lip print. His consciousness began to blur instantly, and the infantryman's longsword, thrusting down, slowed down considerably. A cool sensation surged into his mind from the twin crowns on his forehead, instantly clearing his hazy consciousness. Ashi grabbed the wrist holding the sword, and the infantryman's longsword attack missed, piercing the ground next to Ashi's neck. It was less than a centimeter away from severing her neck. Ashi's eyes were filled with lingering fear, which then turned into raging anger. A tremendous force erupted from Aisha, knocking Ning Fei to the ground. There is a significant gap between Ning Fei and Aishi, in terms of both skills and attributes. A sweet, cloying aroma wafted over. Aisha straddled Ning Fei, grabbed his wrist holding the sword, and forcibly pressed the infantry longsword against his neck. Ning Fei tried to resist, but his wrist was gripped as if by iron clamps, and he could not budge it at all. "You want to kill me?" Ashi stared down at Ning Fei, her red hair falling down to reveal her silver-white eyes, and asked in a cold voice. The sweet aroma almost solidified, stimulating Ning Fei's blood. What should have been a life-or-death struggle turned into a strange reaction in him. The surrounding world gradually receded, and even the infantry longsword resting on her neck seemed to disappear, leaving only Ashi's exquisite face. The next moment, a cool sensation emanated from the twin crowns on his forehead, which cleared Ning Fei's mind considerably. But soon, the sweet aroma took over again, and once again only Ashi's face remained in his sight. Something was off about Ning Fei, and a hint of suspicion appeared in her eyes. Two seaweeds flew out from behind, wrapped around Aisha's neck, and flipped her over. Starlight flickered, and Ning Fei vanished from his spot, reappearing 3 meters away from Aisha, quickly retreating to create distance. The cool sensation from the twin crowns instantly took over, restoring Ning Fei's consciousness to its original clarity. "Something's not right with you." Aisha didn't approach. She pulled back her red hair from her forehead again, her silver eyes sparkling, as she carefully examined Ning Fei. "You're the one who's not right," Ning Fei said in a deep voice, maintaining his distance from her. "Can't you smell it yourself? The fragrance on you is exactly the same as Martha's." "Really?" Ashi's expression changed. She raised her right hand, sniffed it carefully twice, and asked suspiciously. "Not only that," Ning Fei said cautiously, "there is something inside your body, and judging from its shape, it is very likely a glass worm." "Impossible," Ashi said decisively. "In this area, only Martha can control the glass worms. According to the guide, Martha is neutral towards us. As long as we don't cause trouble in the tavern, Martha won't attack the apostles." "Wait, could it be a low-probability event?" "What low-probability event?" Ning Fei asked, remaining vigilant. "Normally, a mission world is a fixed storyline that repeats itself every time it is opened," Ash explained. "That's why there are walkthroughs. But in rare cases, some details of the mission world may change." "Details?" Ning Fei said in a low voice, recalling the situation when he had delayed Masha before. Ashi said that in the strategy guide, Martha would throw out 2 distracting clues. But in reality, Ning Fei encountered a completely new clue. "Damn it, I should have known." The price of the private room had changed before, as she blew on her red hair, her face full of annoyance. I thought that bitch Martha was trying to rip us off since we were new, and that she raised the price at the last minute. Ning Fei carefully observed Aisha's expression, which didn't seem fake. This made Ning Fei secretly breathe a sigh of relief. He was reluctant to turn against Aisha, unless there was absolutely no other way. Even if her strategy was flawed, it was still better than him being completely clueless. Is there anything else you haven't said? Ashi angrily blew a puff of her red hair and stared at Ning Fei, demanding an answer. It's very bad news, Ning Fei said in a deep voice. A traceless person came to the tavern 5 days ago, but she died yesterday. What happened? Ashi's expression turned serious, and she quickly pressed for details. Tell me in detail. Ning Fei stopped hiding anything and recounted it in detail, what had happened in the basement. Aisha's face grew increasingly grim. After Ning Fei finished speaking, she stomped feet twice, glared at Ning Fei, and said fiercely, "If I were to die, it would definitely be because of you. Why didn't you tell me such important information sooner? It's normal to be suspicious of someone like you who has no known origins suddenly approaching me," Ning Fei said. "You can't expect to automatically max out my trust level just because you have the same skills tree." Ash pouted angrily, blew on her red hair, and forcibly suppressed her anger. "No, I have to find a way to solve my problem first, otherwise, the corpse you saw will be my fate." "How do we solve this?" Ning Fei asked. "The most direct way is to kill Martha," Ash said. "My problems are most likely caused by her. Once she's dead, the source will be gone, and my problems will naturally be solved. Goodbye." Taking 2 steps back and pointing to the pack animals beside him that seemed done nothing. "I'm not going to die with you." Aisha glared at Ning Fei and said with dissatisfaction, "Of course I know this method is very difficult, so I have another method that can temporarily suppress that power. When we return, 99% of the abnormal states will disappear. Let's get going first, we'll talk about it on the way." Aisha called over the pack animal, leaped up, and climbed onto its back. "Let's forget it," Ning Fei said. "I'll just follow behind you. Your fragrance is already very strong, and getting close will affect it." Just as Aisha was about to speak, she noticed that the beast beneath her was becoming restless, shaking its head and snorting. "What's going on?" Both of them were simultaneously drawn to the pack animal, and were confused about what had happened. Aisha tried to control the beast, but it completely ignored her commands, circled around in place, and then charged directly at Ning Fei. Ning Fei quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the charge of the pack beast. The beast let out a low growl, braked suddenly, shattering a large section of the glass floor, and then turned sharply, charging towards Ning Fei once more. Ning Fei dodged again, his mind racing, and shouted to Aisha, who was trying to control the pack animal, "It's your scent that's affecting it. This is a sign that the animal is in heat." A flash of anger crossed Ashi's face. She quickly raised her hand, and starlight condensed into an arrow, which she slammed down on the beast's head. The pack animal let out a miserable cry and charged forward out of control. Ashi leaped off the pack animal, her face grim as she stared at the out-of-control beast that had fallen to the ground. The pack animal fell to the ground, struggling to raise its head and letting out a series of urgent, mournful cries. "Go," Ashi said, turning around without expression. Ning Fei glanced at the dying beast, shook his head, and followed behind Aisha, keeping a distance. The mournful cries of the pack animals were gradually left in the distance, leaving only a faint but continuous clicking sound in the ears. In the context of this world, there are 3 ancient gods on the Ash Plains. After walking a short distance in silence, Ashi suddenly spoke up. "Ancient gods? Ning Fei asked curiously. Some kind of eerie and powerful being, Ash explained. Where they are, there is often distortion and twisting. For example, the half-metallic rust iron dwarves you see are like this, because they were influenced by the old gods. Ning Fei nodded slightly. The three ancient gods on the Ash Plains are the mother of childbirth, the eye of the burning realm, and the tongue of the falsehood. As she continued, their powers restrain each other and become entangled with one another, achieving a strange balance. That woman, the one who died without a trace, Ning Fei asked thoughtfully, was she killed by the mother of life? It can only be said to be related to the mother of childbirth, but it certainly wasn't done by the ancient god himself, Ashi said, shaking her head. Otherwise, she wouldn't be the only one who died in childbirth. In fact, every living creature within a radius of several kilometers would have ended up like her. So strong, Ning Fei was immediately shocked. This kind of being was completely beyond his comprehension. Don't worry, this is just a low-level world. That level of existence will only appear in the background. Isha paused, blowing her red hair on her forehead, and said, otherwise, every single apostle who came in would have died here. Are you sure that such a thing won't actually happen because of the low probability of it happening now? Ning Fei asked with some doubt. Impossible, Ash said decisively. Low probability events will only change some details in the mission world, not the difficulty of the mission world. This has been proven. How do you plan to solve your problems? Ning Fei asked, changing the subject. The core ability of the mother of childbirth is morbid reproduction, which can force any creature that comes into contact with her power to become pregnant, Ashi said. The affected mother will soon die from a difficult childbirth, and the morbid offspring will be successfully born from the corpse after a period of time. The corpse in the basement? Ning Fei's expression changed slightly, and he asked with some concern. That's right, Ashi said. It won't be long before that corpse gives birth to a monster. Is Masha related to the mother of childbirth? Ning Fei asked. That's the problem, Ashi sighed. The glass worm and the ash mimics we saw earlier were born under the influence of the tongue of falsehood. Martha was also a follower of the tongue of falsehood and shouldn't have had anything to do with the mother of life. Some details about Martha have changed, Ning Fei said in a low voice. The core ability of the tongue of falsehood is to give life to non-living things, Ashi said. The glass worm is formed from the fragments beneath our feet, and the ash mimic is formed from the magical ash from a lower level. At this point, Ashi gave a wry smile and said helplessly, tongue of falsehood and the mother of childbirth are mortal enemies. Who would have thought that his followers would actually use the power of the mother of childbirth? You plan use the power of the tongue of deception to suppress the problems within you? Ning Fei, curiously. No, Ashi shook her head and the conflict between the two sides is too serious. I might die. I plan to use the power of the eye of incineration to temporarily suppress the power of the mother of life. The children of Ash are the main inhabitants of the Ash Plains, and their tribes can be seen throughout the entire plains. Following the guide, Ning Fei and his companion arrived at the nearest Ashborn tribe 2 hours later. The Ash children are believers in the Eye of the Burning Realm, and each tribe has an altar to the Eye of the Burning Realm, which can draw upon a trace of its power. The two hid at a distance, observing the target's situation, and did not approach rashly. Aisha meant that it would be best to wait until nightfall and sneak to the altar without disturbing anyone. Most importantly, the Stardust Witch's strength increases significantly at night, making her more confident in dealing with any unexpected events. Ning Fei had no objection to this. He found a place nearby, sat down, and waited for night to fall. Aisha also found a place to sit down nearby. Ning Fei examined his own condition, frowned slightly, and looked at Aisha, asking, "How do I remove the Mist Erosion Curse status?" "Ha," Aisha laughed, looking at Ning Fei and saying, "I thought you could keep quiet about it." "So much happened before that we overlooked it for a while," Ning Fei said. "Drink this," Ashi said, tossing over a bottle of pale blue potion with a smile. "It will greatly suppress the Mist Erosion Curse, enough to keep you going until the mission ends." Ning Fei caught the medicine, and blood-red characters immediately appeared on his retina. Divine Blessing Potion, White Category. Consumables Effect. After taking it, it can significantly increase resistance to abnormal conditions for a period of time. Without hesitation, Ning Fei tilted his head back and poured the medicine down his throat. A cool sensation instantly spread throughout my body, then slowly disappeared. Ning Fei checked his status again and found that the Mist Erosion Curse had changed. Mist Erosion Curse 1 stack. Inhaling mist imbued with the aura of an ancient god reduces all attributes by 1 point. Without protection, the Mist Erosion Curse increases by 1 stack every 72 hours. It still reduces all attributes by 1 point, but the rate of increase has changed from 12 to 72 hours. This mission will last for 7 days. Even if you do nothing, you can only accumulate up to 3 levels, which is barely acceptable. But after reaching 3 levels, Ning Fei's strength will inevitably decline significantly. "Is there no way to completely remove it?" Ning Fei asked, frowning. "Impossible," Ash explained. "The fog is everywhere. As long as you breathe, you will be cursed. Suppressing it to 1 layer is already the limit." Ning Fei nodded silently, and after a moment asked again, "Did you bring this potion in from outside?" "That's right," Ash nodded and said. "When I came, I prepared double everything I needed, just like in the guide." "How do I remove the fog erosion curse without a walkthrough?" Ning Fei asked curiously. "That dead traceless one," Ashi said. "The apostles could buy a potion from her that could reduce the mist curse by 1 level each time it was used, but considering that she is now dead due to the changes in the mission world, the potion will most likely be transferred to Martha or Regis." As the two chatted, time flew by and night fell. The Ashbringer tribe in the distance gradually quieted down and fell into slumber. Ning Fei and his companion got up and stealthily approached the tribe in the dark. This tribe is not large and is roughly square in shape. It is completely surrounded by a black wall, with only 1 gate on the north and south sides. At this point, both doors were closed. Several torches were lit on the wall above the gate, and in their light, guards holding spears could be seen patrolling back and forth. Ning Fei and his companion avoided the direction of the main gate and quietly made their way to the bottom of the east wall. As Ning Fei got closer, he realized that the pitch-black wall was made of some kind of black ash mixed with glass shards. With just a little force, it could leave a mangled mess, making it impossible to climb. However, this was not a problem for Ning Fei and his companion at all. 2 beams of starlight flashed, and the two were instantly teleported behind the wall. After pausing briefly to make sure no one else was alerted, the two quickly moved along the wall towards the center of the tribe. The altar of the Eye of Incineration is located in the center of the tribe. As Ning Fei passed by a house, his gaze inadvertently swept across the window, and he was immediately startled. 3 complete human skins hung on the clothesline below the window, swaying gently in the night breeze. Ning Fei took a deep breath, suppressing his shock, and continued forward, but when he reached the next house, he couldn't help but look over there. 2 human skins, one large and one small, were hanging on the clothesline outside the house. The smaller one looked like it was not yet an adult. Ashi was approaching the altar in the center of the tribe, but she stopped in her tracks. Ning Fei didn't dare get too close to her, so he went around to the other side and looked towards the altar. It was an ancient and primitive altar, made entirely of some kind of black boulder, with an altar in the center for placing offerings. Behind the altar was a strange statue. The statue looked like an upright eye. Just looking at it made one feel intensely hot, as if one were close to a flame. The altar was brightly lit, and more than 10 guards, each holding a spear, stood around it. This situation is a bit tricky. As the starlight flickered, Ashi vanished from her spot and reappeared in front of the 2 guards on the east side. She raised her hands and fired 2 starlight arrows simultaneously. Before the 2 guards could react, they were pierced through the heart by the starlight arrow and died instantly. Is this woman really that impulsive? The other guards had already realized what was happening and immediately started making a commotion. A burly man, whose armor was clearly superior to that of the other guards, shouted and brandished his greatsword, charging towards Ashi first. Encouraged, the others also shouted and rushed forward. Without the slightest fear, Aisha went straight to meet the burly man. At this moment, the fragrance emanating from her body became her weapon. The moment the burly man approached, his desire to attack quickly dissipated, transforming into some kind of instinct. The greatsword in his hand was thrown aside, his eyes were bloodshot, and he stretched out his arms and pounced on Ashi. The starlight arrow flashed and disappeared in an instant, piercing his throat directly. Large amounts of blood spurted out, and Ashi turned and moved aside from the burly man. The strong man's life vanished quickly. His body, propelled by inertia, lurched forward several steps before collapsing to the ground. The guards behind paused their charge for a moment, but quick resumed, yelling as they rushed toward Ash. Ning Fei did not act rashly, but instead focused his attention on the old man beside the altar. Compared to the others, his attire was the most magnificent, and it was a robe of a completely different style. What he held in his hand was not a sword or a knife, but a twisted staff with a fist-sized red crystal embedded at the end. Ashi shimmered with starlight as she weaved through the crowd, and in a short time, more than half of the guards were killed or wounded. The old man finally couldn't sit still any longer, raised his staff, and pointed it at Ashi. Flames suddenly burst forth from Ashi's body. This completely surprised Ning Fei and IC, and immediately interrupted her actions. Ning Fei had no time to think. With a flash of starlight, he teleported forward 3 meters, and then, using the acceleration, he rushed towards the old man like lightning, slashing down with his infantry longsword. The old man had no idea that Aisha had helpers. In his haste, he had no time to dodge, and could only turn around and hold his staff horizontally, trying to block Ning Fei's attack. The sword and staff clashed, producing a crisp metallic clang. The old man used all his strength to block Ning Fei's attack. Amidst the twinkling starlight, Ning Fei gave his opponent no chance to react, quickly spinning around once. The star-studded dress unfurled as Ning Fei spun around, and a shock wave suddenly erupted, striking the old man. The old man immediately lost his balance and staggered backward. Starlight flashed across Ning Fei's body again, and he disappeared from the spot, reappearing behind the old man. The infantryman thrust his longsword at the old man's heart from behind. The old man's eyes showed terror as he tried to control his body, but it was too late. The infantryman's longsword pierced the old man's heart with ease. "Burn with me!" The old man's face was filled with madness, and flames suddenly appeared on his body. At the same time, flames also ignited on Ning Fei's body. A sharp, explosive sensation instantly spread throughout Ning Fei's body, and the smell of burning flesh quickly filled the air. Further away, flames also erupted on Ashi and the 3 remaining guards. Ning Fei quickly discarded his sword, and a cleaver appeared in his hand. He then slashed down at the old man's neck. The old man's head flew high into the air, and before the blood could even spurt out, it was completely evaporated by the scorching flames. The head traced an arc in the air and landed precisely on the altar in the center. The headless corpse fell heavily to the ground and was quickly engulfed by flames. The flames on Ning Fei's body disappeared, but the intense pain did not disappear with him. Even the slightest touch caused excruciating pain. Starlight gathered and fell on Ning Fei, then quickly merged into his body, relieving his pain. On the other side, Ashi had already killed all the guards and was walking towards the altar. The starlight shimmered and coalesced on Ning Fei's body, forming the shape of a woman's classical attire. Ning Fei quickly approached the old man's corpse, pulled out his infantry longsword from the body, and flipped over a white treasure chest from beneath it. The chest was a size larger than a regular treasure chest, and it was decorated with intricate patterns. Upon closer inspection, one can see that the painting depicts an old man engulfed in flames. As far as Ning Fei knew, only treasure chests dropped by boss-level monsters would be like this. Ning Fei glanced at Aisha, hesitated for a moment, and then put the box back into his storage space. As agreed upon by both parties, this box should belong to Ashi. Ashi arrived at the altar and kicked it over. The old man's head immediately rolled off the altar and all the way to Ning Fei's feet. Ning Fei glanced at it, then kicked the old man's head away and looked at Ashi on the altar. Ashi walked to the eerie statue, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled, causing her red hair to flutter in the wind. "I need about a minute," Ash said, turning to Ning Fei. "If any enemies come along, you'll need to hold them off." "Okay," Ning Fei said in a deep voice, walking behind Aisha. A smile appeared on Ashi's face as she raised her hand and placed it on the eerie statue. The surrounding temperature rose rapidly, soon becoming unbearable. Ning Fei's expression changed slightly, and he had no choice but to step back. Ashi's face was contorted with pain, and her body trembled violently. Ning Fei retreated to the edge of the altar before he could barely withstand the intense heat. Amidst painful groans, Ashi's belly swelled up at a visible speed, soon becoming like that of a woman 10 months pregnant. Aisha's body trembled violently, and she could no longer stand, leaning weakly against the eerie statue. The eerie statue seemed to come alive, and it even blinked. The next moment, Ashi's belly shrank rapidly, but before things could return to normal, the sweet fragrance emanating from Aisha became even stronger, causing Ning Fei, who was standing several meters away, to feel a slight restlessness. Ning Fei's expression changed slightly, and he had no choice but to retreat again and jump off the altar. Ashi's belly began to grow larger again, and you could vaguely see something wriggling inside. The eerie statue blinked again, and the surrounding temperature began to rise further. Ashi's belly quickly began to shrink. The aroma spread further, and Ashi's belly began to swell again. The temperature rose further. The two forces began to fight relentlessly, using Ashi's body as their battlefield, with neither side willing to back down. "Damn outsiders!" An angry roar came from behind. "Shameless blasphemers, I curse you to be burned alive in flames." Ning Fei frowned slightly and turned to look. The one who roared was a child of ash, without armor or weapons, charging to Ning Fei with his fists waving. The sword light flashed and disappeared in an instant. The charging ash child passed by Ning Fei, staggered a few steps, and then fell heavily to the ground. Blood quickly spread from the corpse and seeped into the ground. Soon, 2 more Ashbringers charged toward Ning Fei, cursing loudly. Their attire was the same as the previous person's. They had no armor or weapons and looked like residents who had been alerted by the commotion. Ning Fei showed no mercy, killing one of them with a single sword strike before turning to face the other. "Die, you blasphemer!" Amidst the angry roar, A long spear shot towards Ning Fei with a whooshing sound. Ning Fei's expression changed slightly, starlight flickered on his body, and he disappeared from the spot. The spear attack missed, striking the altar heavily before bouncing off. Ning Fei appeared before the charging man and ended his life with a single sword strike. The roar drew closer, and a tall, burly man wielding a giant sword leaped up and slashed down at Ning Fei's head. This is clearly an elite unit, surpassing the other Ash children in both strength and speed. 2 strands of water plants sprouted from Ning Fei's body, wrapped around the corpse at his feet, and flung towards the burly man in the air. The burly man's eyes widened suddenly, his face filled with anger. If he doesn't react, he will inevitably be hit by the corpse, lose his balance, and expose an opening. But if he does react, he can only attack in advance, cut the corpse in half, or catch it. In any case, he will expose an opening. Ning Fei looked up and saw starlight gathering at his fingertips, twinkling incessantly. The giant sword cleaved straight down, cutting the corpse in half at the waist, blood mixed with internal organs splattering everywhere in the air. Ning Fei raised his hand with lightning speed, and the starlight arrow shot out from his fingertips, piercing through the blood and flesh, and heading straight for the burly man's chest. The giant sword had already slashed down. There was no time to defend. The burly man could only twist his body desperately, trying to avoid vital organs. If we hold out for just a little while, our friendly forces will arrive from the rear, and then we'll be safe. The starlight arrow pierced the burly man's body with ease, leaving a trail of blood. The burly man crashed down like Mount Tai, slamming heavily onto the ground. Ning Fei had already dodged to the side, avoiding the impact as starlight gathered around her, condensing into a long, star-like dress. Before the burly man could even regain his footing, he was struck by a powerful shock wave, causing him to stumble and sway to the side. Ning Fei quickly circled behind the burly man, aimed his infantry longsword at the back of his neck, and thrust it down with all his might, piercing right through him. The burly man barely managed to steady himself. He raised his left hand and actually grabbed the infantry longsword that was thrusting out from his throat. In an instant, the great sword in his right hand flipped, thrust backward from under his armpit. Ning Fei quickly abandoned his sword, spun to the side, and dodged the great sword while a bone-chopping knife appeared in his hand, slashing towards the burly man's neck. The burly man tried to dodge, but his body was already out of control, and his head was severed and rolled to the side. The headless corpse swayed, and a box fell off it. 2 water plants extended out, deftly wrapping up the box and bringing it back to Ning Fei's hands. More than 10 guards arrived, wielding spears, and charged towards Ning Fei. Ning Fei grabbed the infantryman's longsword, climbed off the burly man's neck, then grabbed the man's headless corpse, spun it halfway around, and used the momentum to throw the corpse at the charging guards. The 2 guards at the front were hit by the corpse, and the 2 men and the corpse rolled together in a heap. Ning Fei rushed forward, seized the opportunity, and killed the 2 men on the spot with 2 consecutive sword strikes. One of the guards shouted and thrust his spear at Ning Fei with lightning speed. Ning Fei slightly turned his body to avoid the spear, then moved his feet alternately, quickly turning sideways while keeping close to the guard, and used the momentum to sweep his sword out. Horizontally. Before the guard could react, his throat was slit open, and a large spurt of blood gushed out. The spear was released by the desperate guard and fell downwards. Ning Fei grabbed him, spun him around, and used the momentum to throw him at the oncoming guard. Ah! Amidst a piercing scream, a guard was impaled on the ground by a spear thrown by Ning Fei. The surrounding guards paused abruptly, their charge slowing down. Ning Fei flashed with starlight and appeared directly in the crowd. With a flash of sword light, he cut down 3 people in succession. The remaining guards, their faces filled with terror, scattered and fled. "You cowards, the gods will—" One of the guards, showing no fear, charged towards Ning Fei with a loud shout. The starlight arrow flashed and disappeared, piercing his throat and severing his voice. The body was propelled forward several steps by inertia before collapsing to the ground, convulsing continuously. Ning Fei ignored them, coldly glanced at the fleeing guards, grabbed the spear that was nailed to the ground, pulled it out forcefully, and used the blood on it to draw a bloody line in front of him. He shouted sharply, "This line is the boundary. Anyone who crosses it will be killed without mercy." The surviving guards stood at a distance watching Ning Fei, who was covered in blood. They looked at each other, and for a moment they dared not go up. Seeing that he had successfully intimidated the other party, Ning Fei breathed a sigh of relief. But he dared not relax in the slightest. He stood there, holding a sword in one hand and a spear in the other, staring coldly at the guards in the distance. Judging from the size of the village and the houses, it can be roughly estimated that there are more than 300 households in the village. Even if each household sends one person, more than 300 people can be mobilized. Ordinary Ash children are not strong in combat. If they encounter Ning Fei, it would be a matter of one sword strike, or at most another. In a one-on-one situation, they would pose no threat whatsoever. But if more than 300 people surrounded him, Ning Fei would definitely be exhausted. Neither his physical strength nor his star power would be enough to allow him to kill them all, not even with Aishi's help. If we also consider the elite units and boss-level units, Ning Fei has absolutely no chance of winning. He can only try his best to buy Ashi enough time. If that really doesn't work, then there's nothing we can do. The two sides are not close enough to risk their lives for each other. At that point, it will all depend on Ashi's luck. The temperature around the altar had risen to an unbearable level. Ashi's robes had been burned away by the flames, leaving only her equipment. Many of the equipment pieces are oddly designed and particularly eye-catching, so they are often covered with a layer of clothing to avoid being too embarrassed. Clothes are easily damaged, but equipment is much more durable and usually difficult to damage. It is clear that in the confrontation between the two ancient gods, the Eye of the Burning Realm has gained an absolute advantage. Ashi's belly had just started to swell a little before returning to normal. Under the extreme heat, her skin was scorched red, and there was even a faint smell of burning. "Chieftain, the clan chief has arrived." "Chief, we—" A commotion broke out among the hesitant guards in the distance. A middle-aged Ashbringer wearing fiery red armor appeared, his gaze sweeping around before settling on Ning Fei. Ning Fei felt an invisible pressure crashing down on him like a tidal wave, causing him to instinctively take a step back. Broken, Ning Fei instantly realized that he had only temporarily intimidated the other party. Now, facing the chief of this tribe, he showed signs of weakness in a single encounter, and the fear in the hearts of the guards would immediately disappear by more than half. Sure enough, the surrounding guards immediately started making noise, and some even mustered their courage again, picked up their weapons, and looked at Ning Fei with eager anticipation. The clan leader raised his hand to stop the guard's impulse, took a long sword that was flashing with fire from the guard behind him, and strode towards Ning Fei spun the spear in his left hand, and suddenly threw it into the air. This surprised everyone. Even the approaching clan leader stopped and subconsciously looked up. Ning Fei pushed off with both feet, and suddenly charged forward, gripping his sword with both hands, and slashed down at the clan leader. The clan leader reacted quickly, taking half a step back, and raising his sword to parry. When, amidst the crisp metallic clanging sound, starlight flashed across Ning Fei's body as he swiftly spun to the side. The starry long dress unfurled, and a shockwave erupted, striking the clan leader at close range. The clan leader swayed slightly, but did not lose his balance as Ning Fei had expected. Instead, he took half a step back and slashed with his sword. Ning Fei's expression changed slightly, and he quickly parried with his sword. When, with a crisp impact, Ning Fei felt an immense force crashing down on him like a tidal wave, sending him staggering back more than a meter. The clan chief roared and charged forward, giving chase. A flash of starlight appeared on Ning Fei's body, and he instantly disappeared from the spot. The clan leader missed his attack, stepped on one foot, and swept his longsword around in a circle, trying to find Ning Fei's whereabouts, but to no avail. Ning Fei appeared next to the spear in midair, grabbed it, and swiftly turned around, throwing the spear at the clan leader. Upon hearing the commotion, the clan chief quickly turned around and unleashed a sword strike. When, amidst the crisp metallic clanging sound, the clan leader's body swayed slightly, and he involuntarily took half a step back. The spear was deflected and spun away, disappearing into the darkness. Ning Fei's body began to fall uncontrollably, but the clan leader quickly regained his footing and rushed towards Ning Fei. The starlight arrow condensed at Ning Fei's fingertips and shot towards the clan leader's head. The clan leader slashed out with his longsword, colliding with the starlight arrow. In the flash of fire, the starlight arrow was shattered. Ning Fei took the opportunity to land and rolled backward the moment he landed. The clan chief pursued relentlessly, brandishing his longsword and closing in quickly. Two water plants quickly stretched out along the ground and wrapped around the chieftain's feet. The clan leader's strength was conservatively estimated to be over 15 points, and the waterweed that had entangled his feet was forcibly torn off the water. But for someone running, even the slightest bump under their feet can cause them to lose their balance or even fall to the ground. This applies even to powerful figures like the clan leader. All he can do is try to control his body faster than ordinary people during this process. A flash of starlight, and Ning Fei vanished from his spot, reappearing behind the clan leader. The starry long dress unfurled, and the shockwave struck the clan leader's back, causing him to fail in his attempt to control his body and fall directly to the ground. The starlight arrow shot out and accurately pierced the chieftain's head. The body fell heavily to the ground, twitched twice, and then remained still. Ning Fei caught up in a flash, grabbed the falling treasure chest, and swung his longsword horizontally, severing the clan chief's head. He raised it high, turned sharply, and shouted at the guards not far away. This is the consequence of provocation. Now, who wants to be the next one? The guards' morale, which had just been raised, immediately collapsed, and they subconsciously began to retreat. Ning Fei even saw that some people behind them had quietly turned around and run into the alley next to them. This relieved Ning Fei. As long as he could delay for a little longer, Aisha's problem could be solved, and then he could run away. Kill him and avenge the clan chief, someone in the crowd shouted, trying to incite the crowd to step forward. A murderous glint flashed in Ning Fei's eyes, but the person who had shouted was hiding in the crowd, and he couldn't find his exact location for the time being. Fortunately, few people responded to that person's words. Instead, they retreated even faster. Whoever kills him will be the new clan leader. An old voice came behind the crowd, immediately stopping the guards in their retreat. The crowd parted automatically, and a thin, elderly man, supported by others, slowly walked to the front of the group. As the Grand Elder, I declare, the old man's gaze swept over the surrounding guards, finally landing on Ning Fei, and he shouted tremblingly, Whoever kills him will be the new leader. Guards stopped retreating, their eyes filled with fervor as they looked at Ning Fei. That old bastard! Ning Fei's heart was filled with murderous intent as he stared intently at the old man in front of the crowd. Several guards immediately tensed up, blocking the old man's path and watching Ning Fei's movements warily. Among the crowd, a young man who bore a resemblance to the clan leader changed his expression drastically, his gaze towards the old man filled with resentment. The guards began to stir, but Ning Fei's previous intimidation still held, and for a moment no one dared make the first move. The old man's gaze swept across the guards' faces, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. He muttered a curse under his breath and pointed at the guards blocking his way, saying, "You guys go." These guards were all the old man's confidants. Now, having received orders, they immediately gathered together and approached Ning Fei. When the guards behind saw someone leading the way, they immediately followed. The old man's face was full of disdain. He snorted coldly and stood there motionless. The guards swept past him from both sides like a flowing river, closing in on Ning Fei. Ning Fei suddenly threw the clan leader's head into the crowd, and at the same time, starlight began to flash on his body. The dazzling starlight twinkled in front of Ning Fei, converging to form Aisha's figure. The rushing crowd paused for a moment, but without the slightest hesitation, they instead quickened their pace. Ashi's face was icy cold as she waved her hands repeatedly, sending out a series of starlight arrows that crashed into the crowd. Screams immediately filled the air, and the pungent smell of blood instantly filled the air. By the time Ashi stopped, nearly 30 of the charging guards had already fallen. The remaining people were filled with terror, and their hands holding weapons were trembling. "We're leaving now," Ashi said coldly, her gaze sweeping over the surviving guards. "Anyone want to stop us?" The guards all lowered their heads, avoiding Aisha's gaze, but the allure of the chieftain's position made them unwilling to give it up easily. "Let them leave!" The young man who looked somewhat like the clan chief stepped forward and shouted, "Enough people have today, there's no need for any more to die." A commotion arose in the crowd. Some people recognized the young man's identity, their expressions changed slightly, and they moved to the side. But most people were still unwilling to give up. "My father just died. Does that mean my words have no effect?" The young man's gaze turned fierce as he scanned the crowd. "The Grand Elder just said," a guard said indignantly. "The Grand Elder is already dead." The young man coldly interrupted the guard. "Does his word still carry any weight?" The guards immediately stirred, only to discover that the Grand Elder, who was standing at the back of the crowd, had fallen to the ground with a gaping hole in his throat, which at first glance looked exactly like the wound pierced by the star arrow. Just now, the person who was helping the elder glanced at the young man, wiped away his tears, and said, "An energy arrow flew through the crowd and hit the elder." "Enough people have died today," the young man said again. "The tribe's strength has been severely damaged. Do you still want to continue until the tribe is wiped out?" The morale of the guards plummeted at a visible rate, with some even throwing their weapons to the ground. Aisha walked forward without saying a word, and Ning Fei, holding a longsword, quickly followed. The guards stopped blocking the way and dejectedly made way. 2 streaks of starlight, and the two passed through the tightly closed gate, appearing outside the tribe. Without saying a word, Ashi slowly walked into the darkness. There were people on the wall watching the two leaving, but no one dared to give chase. After walking several hundred meters, Aisha's legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. Ning Fei was startled and quickly approached, asking in a deep voice what happened. "I'm fine," Ashi said weakly. "My legs are just weak. The power of the Mother of Life is too exhausting." "Is the problem solved?" Ning Fei tried to get closer and found that the fragrance on Aisha's body was very weak, but there was a burnt smell. I now possess not only the power of the Mother of Life, but also the power of the Eye of Incineration, as she said. The two have formed a temporary balance, enough to sustain us until we return to the abyss. Is there no way to remove it? Ning Fei asked, frowning. Impossible, as she said, shaking her head. If I had stayed on the altar of the Eye of Incineration a little longer, I could have completely eliminated the power of the Mother of Life. But at the same time I would have been burned to ashes. Only when the two restrain each other can I survive. We need to leave as soon as possible, Ning Fei said to Aisha after confirming that everything was all right. We're still too close to the tribe. If they come after us, we'll be in danger. No. Aisha shook her head and refused. I'm in very poor condition, and your star power is probably almost depleted as well. It's dangerous to wander in the wild at night. Will there be monsters? Ning Fei asked, frowning. Somewhere between monster and animal, as she said. Let's go back to the tribe, sneak in from another direction, find a house, and we'll talk about it tomorrow. That's a good idea, Ning Fei nodded and said. Do you want me to carry you over? No need, as she said. Just help me up. Ning Fei helped Aisha up, and the two of them went around in a big circle until they arrived at the western wall of the tribe, where they teleported back in. The central altar was brightly lit, but this place was completely silent. Near the window of the house, 6 human skins hung on the clothesline, swaying gently in the darkness. The starlight flashed and disappeared in an instant. Ning Fei vanished from the street and reappeared inside the room. The first floor serves as both a living room and kitchen, with 2 torches made from human bones on the wall, illuminating the entire room. Ning Fei quickly scanned the room to make sure no one was there, then walked to the window and gestured for Aisha to come in. With a flash of starlight, Ashi appeared inside the house. Ning Fei took out his infantry longsword and walked up the stairs to the 2nd floor. Going up to the 2nd floor, there is a small living room with 2 doors side by side on the wall at the far end. Ning Fei carefully walked to the door on the left, placed his left hand on the door, and gently applied pressure. Squeak! The sound of friction suddenly rang out, particularly jarring in the stillness of the night. Gru, is that you back? A woman's voice, tinged with panic, rang out from inside the door. Ning Fei mumbled an indistinct reply, pushed open the door, and then put his left hand to his mouth. A rustling sound came from inside the door, followed by a faint light. Ning Fei stepped into the room and immediately pointed his left hand in the direction of the firelight. You... A woman in pajamas sat on the bed, holding a burning human finger bone. The moment she saw Ning Fei, her expression changed drastically, and she was about to speak. A red lip print pierced through the firelight, landing on the woman's face and interrupting her words. The flames flickered violently, and Ning Fei's expression changed slightly. He quickly rushed forward and caught the human finger bone that was about to fall onto the bed, preventing it from landing there. The woman's eyes were full of adoration. She sat on the bed, clutching the blanket tightly with both hands and occasionally stealing glances at Ning Fei. Is anyone next door? Ning Fei asked in a deep voice. Upon hearing Ning Fei's question, the woman's eyes immediately became hesitant. She wanted to answer, but instinctively refused to speak. Seeing the struggling expression on the woman's face, Ning Fei instantly guessed what was going on and said to her, "Get up and go next door." The woman hesitated, but could not resist the powers. Control. She slowly got out of bed and walked stiffly toward the next room. Ning Fei used his finger bone to ignite the human bone torch on the table, blew out the flames on the finger bone, and threw it onto the table. The woman slowly moved towards the next room, a tear rolling down her cheek, only to evaporate quickly. Although the Ash children have a humanoid form, their body temperature is far higher than that of normal humans, usually around 60 degrees C, and you can feel a noticeable temperature change just by getting to them. Ning Fei followed the woman into the next room, and a moment later came out of the room, then locked the door, keeping the strong smell of blood out of reach. How did it go? Aisha asked as she came up to the second floor. It's all taken care of, Ning Fei said calmly, pointing to the open room. There's a bed over there, you can rest for a bit. Also, you're lucky, I got 3 treasure chests. If we count it as 1 person per person, the 2 boss-level treasure chests are yours. As he spoke, Ning Fei out the treasure chests of the altar elder, and the clan leader from his storage space. And at Aisha. You're quite generous, as she said, taking the 2 boxes and glancing at them. But the boss-level treasure chests can't be counted together with the regular chests. 1 for each of us, this one is yours. As she spoke, Ash threw the chieftain's treasure chest back to her. Ning Fei caught the treasure chest, without further hesitation, tossed the ordinary treasure chest to Aisha, saying, then this one should be yours. Then I won't stand on ceremony, Aisha said, taking the treasure chest and turning to walk into the room. When she reached the door, she turned back to Ning Fei and said, if you have time, you can search the room. If you're lucky, you might find 1 or 2 usable items. Ning Fei nodded and walked downstairs. Aisha also entered the house and closed the door. Ning Fei found a chair, sat down, and opened the treasure chest that was constantly emitting heat. You have opened the white treasure chest. You have obtained the card, Ash Chieftain. You have earned 135 gray coins. You have obtained the Oath of Ashes white. Oath of Ashes white category, weapons attack power. Extremely high equipment effect. Strength +4 special effect 1. Gift of the Burning Realm. When wielding this sword, fire resistance will be greatly increased. Description: a weapon blessed by the ancient gods, said to contain immense power. Upon examining the attributes of the Ash Oath, Ning Fei frowned slightly. A sword that didn't increase attack power, but instead added fire resistance, was truly speechless. However, with the addition of 4 points of strength, it has reached the limit of white equipment, and in this respect alone, it's already far surpassed the infantry longsword. Ning Fei put the sword back into his storage space, transformed the card, Ash Clan Chief, into a large fragment of crystal, and began to carefully search the room. The man of the house did not return until morning. Footsteps sounded, and Ning Fei looked in the direction of the sound, only to see Aisha coming down from upstairs. Looks like you got some rest, Ning Fei asked with a smile. That's really good, Ash said with a smile. Did anything happen tonight? No, Ning Fei said, but I did find 2 good things. As Ning Fei took out 2 props and threw them at Aisha. Aisha caught them, and the attributes of the 2 items immediately appeared on her retina. Reinforcement stone, white category, consumables function, allows you to enhance white-grade equipment in the workshop. Introduction: if you're willing to invest, even the worst equipment can become a powerful weapon. Thuringia, white category, consumables materials effects. It can be taken directly or used as a pharmaceutical or alchemical material. When taken directly, it can stimulate a person's potential, unleash powerful vitality in a short period of time, and keep the person in a state of absolute clarity. A moment later, Aisha tossed 2 more props to Nini and said, they're both good stuff. Ning Fei caught the prop, paused for a moment, and asked, you don't want it? Yonit, as she said, with a smile, it's yours. Ning Fei paused for a moment, then put both props away without further hesitation. Let's go, as she said. We have to get going. Howling Stone Forest is quite far from here. If something unexpected happens and we're delayed, we might not have enough time for our mission. Ning Fei nodded, and the two of them teleported directly outside the wall without alerting anyone else, and quickly left. The two traveled across the ash plains, heading west. Not far from where they left off, the two encountered another patch of scorched vines. After killing the ash mimics inside, the objective of Mission 3, killing 10 ash mimics, was completed. When they encountered the scorched vine again, the two did not approach it, but instead chose to go around it from a distance. About 2 days later, a scarlet swamp appeared before Ning Fei's eyes. This is the flesh swamp that Ashi mentioned before. According to the original guide, this place was a distracting clue. But after the changes in the details of the mission world, Ashi couldn't guarantee that the mission objective of Mission 2 would not change to this place, so she could only take a detour to investigate. The flesh-eating swamp is not a swamp in the usual sense. There is no sewage or silt. What makes it so is a large number of flesh-eating fungi, a type of carnivorous fungus. These fungi, before the ash plains became what they are today, were widespread in every corner of the ash plains. They mainly fed on animal carcasses, and occasionally used camouflage and anesthetic-like juices to prey on smaller animals. When the ancient magic descended, wiping out 90% of the creatures on the ash plains and turning the surface in glass, the vast majority of flesh-eating fungi were also reduced to ashes in that. Only a small area of flesh-eating fungi survived under the protection of some unknown force. The surviving flesh-eating fungi mutated, changing from their original plant-like form into a slime-like form that merged with the glass layer of the ash plains. Over time, this slimy, flesh-eating fungus slowly spread to the surrounding area, eventually transforming into the current flesh-eating swamp. At the same time, a new monster, the flesh-eating bacteriophage, has appeared in the flesh-eating swamp. They resemble carnivorous fungi with animalistic forms, possessing the ability to move rapidly and attacking any creature that enters the carnivorous swamp. Ashi took out a twisted staff from her storage space and tapped it twice on the ground in front of her, saying, "After the flesh-eating fungus merges with the ground, it will turn the ground into mud, which has a completely different feel from normal glass. As long as you are careful, nothing will happen." Ning Fei nodded. The flesh-eating fungus has almost no mobility, but if you accidentally step on it. Aisha looked at Ning Fei and said seriously, "Teleport away immediately, or you're dead." "Don't worry," Ning Fei said, "I'll be careful. Whether you find anything or not, come back here to meet up by evening," Asher reminded him again. "Remember, never think about spending the night in the flesh swamp. With your strength, you'll surely die." Ning Fei nodded again. "Then let's do it this way." Ashi took a deep breath, blew her red hair back, and looked at Ning Fei. "According to our plan, we will each search one side to save time." After saying that, without waiting for Ning Fei's reaction, Aisha turned and walked into the flesh-eating swamp. After walking a dozen steps, Aisha stopped, turned to Ning Fei and said, "I think you've passed my test. If they ultimately agree to let you join the Star Sisterhood, then we'll be best friends." Ning Fei's face darkened, and he gave Aisha the middle finger. Ashi blew a gust of wind through her red hair, leaving behind a crisp laugh. Ning Fei took out the Oath of Ash and, imitating Ashi, began to move step by step in another direction. Even inside the flesh-eating swamp, the ground remained fragile, like glass, cracking with every step. Fei had only taken a few steps. Washoth sensed something was clearly wrong. A normal glass floor can be broken by walking on it, but it cannot be damaged by touching it with a sword. However, when the sword tip touched the spot in front of Ning Fei, a small dent immediately appeared. Ning Fei began to slowly apply force, and the dent continued to grow larger, as if he were pressing on a lump of mud. The sword tip began to move slowly, and the dent changed position as the sword tip moved. "There's a flesh-eating fungus down here." Ning Fei retreated the way he came. 2 water plants extended from his body, and after spreading for a distance, they lifted a large piece of glass from the ground and dragged it to Ning Fei's front. The glass is triangular in shape, with the longest side exceeding 1 meter. Ning Fei picked up the piece of glass, weighed it in his hand, nodded in satisfaction, and walked towards the flesh-eating fungus. Standing at the edge, Ning Fei took 2 deep breaths, threw the piece of glass in his hand at the flesh-eating fungus, and then quickly retreated. The moment the glass hit the ground immediately twitched. That large area began to churn violently, like boiling liquid, and more than 10 tentacles quickly coalesced, entangled the large piece of glass, and dragged it underground. The ground began to calm down, as if nothing had happened. The next moment, the ground suddenly began to violently churn, the movements far more intense and frantic than before. Half a minute later, a shard of glass shot out from the ground and landed at Ning Fei's feet. Ning Fei glanced at it, then took a half-step back expressionlessly. Glass shards sprayed out from the ground one after another, all of them hitting Ning Fei in front of him. Finally, after more than 20 shards of glass flew out, the ground calmed down again. When Ning Fei retreated outside, smashed a large piece of glass on the ground again, and threw it at the flesh-eating from another direction. The glass fell and was swept into the ground in a short moment. The flesh-eating fungus seemed to choke on it, and after a violent churning, it threw the shards back to Ning Fei's feet. Ning Fei tried repeatedly and patiently, and only after confirming that the thing really couldn't move or launch attacks remotely did he feel relieved. In this way, as long as you remember the way you entered, you can simply run back the way you came if you encounter danger. Ning Fei proceeded cautiously into the depths of the flesh-eating swamp. The oath of ashes was placed on the ground in front of him, and the ground immediately sank slightly. Ning Fei was already used to this situation. Just as he was about to move his longsword to confirm the size of the flesh-eating fungus, the ground began to violently churn. 2 tentacles shot out from the ground like lightning and coiled towards Ning Fei. Ning Fei was startled. A flash of starlight appeared on his body, and he reappeared 3 meters away. The 2 tentacles missed their target and quickly drooped down, supporting themselves on the ground. To Ning Fei's astonishment, a lump of flesh-like material stood up from the ground, as if a human had supported himself with his hands, leaving a large crater behind him. After standing up, the thing was more than 3 meters tall. After gathering its strength slightly, it jumped up and slammed down towards Ning Fei. Ning Fei quickly retreated, avoiding the opponent's attack. Bang! The massive attack missed its target and crashed heavily to the ground, turning itself into a large, fleshy mess. But soon, the meat pie began to shrink rapidly, bulging in the middle and turning into a large meatball that rolled towards Ning Fei. Instead of retreating, Ning Fei charged forward towards the ball of flesh. The moment they made contact, Ning Fei swiftly sidestepped the fleshy ball, and Ash Oath swept past, leaving a gruesome wound half a meter deep. Large amounts of black, sticky fluid gushed from the wound, splattering everywhere. The fleshy mass twitched violently for a moment, and the wound began to wriggle rapidly, healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ning Fei turned and charged forward, slashing the fleshy ball with his sword once more, creating another hideous wound. The wound suddenly enlarged, transforming into a gigantic maw that opened wide, ready to swallow Ning Fei whole. A flash of starlight, and Ning Fei vanished from his spot, reappearing on the other side of the fleshy ball. He raised the oath of ashes above his head and slashed down at the fleshy ball with his sword. The fleshy ball was almost split in two, opening to both sides like turning the pages of a book. The next moment, the two sides of the separated fleshy ball rapidly extended, like two large hands, and embraced Ning Fei. As the starlight twinkled, Ning Fei disappeared once again. The two large hands missed their target, then quickly folded into a ball and shrank to the ground. Numerous tentacles extended from the fleshy ball, waving incessantly, transforming it into something resembling a hedgehog. As soon as Ning Fei appeared, several tentacles wrapped around him. With a flash of sword light, Ning Fei moved swiftly, severing all the tentacles. The severed tentacles did not die. They fell to the ground and transformed into human hands, their 5 fingers moving in unison as they rapidly crawled towards Ning Fei. Ning Fei quickly retreated, trying to create distance. Several hands quickly approached, leaping up and pouncing towards Ning Fei. The starry long dress suddenly bloomed, knocking several hands away. The large lump of flesh in the distance wriggled rapidly, soon sprouting more than 10 legs beneath it, and charged toward Ning Fei. Ning Fei raised his hand, took out an acid bomb, and threw it upwards towards the enemy. Several tentacles extended simultaneously, heading towards the acid bomb. The acid bomb suddenly exploded, spraying out large amounts of acid that landed on the huge lump of minced meat. Accompanied by a piercing hissing sound, a large amount of white smoke immediately billowed out. The huge lump of flesh began to struggle frantically, wriggling rapidly, its tentacles disappearing and reappearing, only to vanish again. Ning Fei seized the opportunity, quickly closing in, and with a swing of his longsword, he chopped off piece after piece of minced meat. The pieces of meat that had been chopped off and fallen to the ground also struggled, constantly changing shape on the ground. Ning Fei kept spinning around the minced meat, and as chunks of meat flew around, the main body of the minced meat became smaller and smaller. Finally, when they shrank to a certain size, all the pieces of meat stiffened at the same time and became completely still. Blood-red text appeared on the retina, indicating that Ning Fei's mission progress had changed, and the progress of the flesh phage had become 1 to 10. Ning Fei breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the pieces of meat scattered all over the ground. This thing is very strange. Normal attacks cannot kill it, and any wound will heal quickly. The only way to kill it is to cut it to a certain extent. As long as one of these fragments remains above the safety line, none of the fragments will die. However, once all the fragments become smaller than a certain size, all the pieces of meat will die simultaneously. The best way to deal with this kind of monster is to use wide-range magic attacks, such as fire. Unfortunately, Ning Fei's skills do not include such abilities. His only offensive skill, Star Arrow, is a single target attack. Ning Fei searched through the chunks of meat, but found no treasure chest, so he had no choice but to move on with regret. Ning Fei continued his search, during which he encountered 5 more flesh phages, which he killed one by one. After glancing at the sky, Ning Fei turned around and began to return along the same route. Since there was no need to explore step by step on the return journey, the speed was naturally several times, and soon, 2/3 of the return journey had been completed. A tall figure appeared and blocked Ning's path. The figure was over 2 meters tall, hunched over like a dying old man, wearing a tattered robe. His exposed skin was grayish-green and emitted a foul stench. Just a whiff of it made Ning Fei almost vomit. His left side of his face retained the handsome features of a human male, with a touch of holiness, while the right side was completely rotten, covered with black, decaying flesh, and wriggling maggots could be seen in his eye sockets. Rotten saints! The name flashed through Ning Fei's mind, and his expression turned serious. Ah, yet another lost soul has stepped into this bloody hell. A hoarse voice came from the mouth of the decaying saint, like the gasps of a dying old man. He used the wooden cane in his hand to support his body, straightened his back with difficulty, looked at Ning Fei, and a warm smile bloomed on the half of his face that was not yet rotten. The smile was like a divine touch, full of boundless compassion, but when paired with his rotting right side of his face, it only sent chills down one's spine. "Come, follow me," the rotting saint said hoarsely. "Let me lead you away from this hell of flesh and blood." As he spoke, the rotten saint slowly turned around, took a few steps to the side, and then stopped, hunching over, as if waiting for Ning Fei to catch up. Ning Fei stared at his feet. He remembered that there was a flesh-eating fungus on that spot, but now, the rotting saint was standing on it, and there was no movement from the ground. Silence fell around them. Ning Fei remained motionless, as did the rotten saint. The two stood there for about a minute before the rotten saint slowly turned his head to look at Ning Fei and said in a cold voice, "Are you also going to betray the guidance of the gods?" As soon as he finished speaking, a strong stench of decay hit us. The rotting saint vanished from the distance and reappeared in front of Ning Fei, extending his left hand and pressing it against Ning Fei's face. Amidst the twinkling starlight, Ning Fei vanished from his spot and reappeared 3 meters away. "Why reject divine mercy?" The hoarse voice appeared again, and the rotting saint turned to look at Ning Fei, lightly tapping the ground with his wooden staff in his right hand. 2 rotting hands suddenly emerged from the ground and grabbed Ning Fei's feet. "Don't be afraid, don't run away," the rotten believer said hoarsely as he approached Ning Fei. "Accept the blessings of the gods." Ash oath slashed down towards the ground, severing the rotting hands that were gripping Ning Fei's feet. The rotting saint had seized the opportunity to close in on Ning Fei, reaching out his left hand to grab him. A murderous glint flashed in Ning Fei's eyes as he slashed at the opponent's left hand. The wooden staff was raised and placed between the two, blocking Ning Fei's oath of ashes. The rotting saint's left hand suddenly grew longer, as if it had no bones, and reached for Ning Fei's throat. As the starlight twinkled, Ning Fei vanished from his spot and reappeared behind the rotten saint. The moment he appeared, Ning Fei gripped his sword with both hands, turned around, and slashed down. The rotten saint reacted quickly, turning around and using his wooden staff to block Ning Fei's attack once again. Ning Fei released the sword hilt with his left hand, and starlight flickered incessantly at his fingertips. The next moment, the starlight arrow suddenly erupted, striking the rotting saint's chest at close range and piercing through him. The rotting saint took 2 steps back and forcefully slammed his staff into the ground. The shockwave suddenly erupted, and Ning Fei, unable to dodge, was directly knocked away. The rotting saint stepped forward, chanting sacred words. "God says that attacking his believers is attacking God. God says that those who attack God are the most wicked sinners. God said that the most wicked sinners should receive the heaviest punishment. God said one of the punishments is the mark of sin." As the voice faded, countless cyan-green marks appeared out of thin air on Ning Fei's body. A burning sensation erupted from each mark, spreading throughout Ning Fei's entire body, as if he were surrounded by flames. God said, "The second punishment." Ning Fei dared not let him continue reading, and amidst the twinkling starlight, he appeared beside the rotten saint. "Withdraw the fire whip." The rotten saint reacted quickly, turning around while continuing to chant. A sharp pain shot through his back, as if he were being whipped by a red-hot whip. One blow after another, causing Ning Fei to tremble all over and almost lose control of his body. The wooden staff swung up and whistled as it struck Ning Fei. Ning Fei turned around with difficulty, and as her long, flowing dress billowed, she knocked the rotten saint off balance, causing him to stagger backward. The wooden staff attack missed, and Ning Fei seized the opportunity to rush forward. The rotting saint struggled to control his body and spoke again. God said, "Say what your mother said." Ning Fei cursed loudly, and with a wave hand, starlight condensed into an arrow, shooting it into the mouth of the rotting saint. The rotten saint was forced to stop and turned his head Ning Fei's attack. Ning Fei gripped his sword with both hands and brought it down on his head. The rotting saint swiftly raised his staff and held it above his head. The sword and staff clashed, producing a dull thud. After a brief pause, Ning Fei continued to swing his sword, relentlessly slashing down, forcing the rotting saint to passively defend himself by raising his wooden staff. Two water plants emerged from Ning Fei's body, silently wrapping around the rotten saint's left foot and pulling him to one side. Caught off guard, the rotting saint stumbled and nearly fell to the ground, leaving an opening in his defense. Ning Fei shouted and slashed down with his sword, aiming for the head of the rotten saint. The rotting saint struggled to the side, trying to dodge. The oath of ashes fell like lightning, severing the rotting saint's right arm at the shoulder. His right arm, along with the wooden cane, fell toward the ground and began to expand rapidly in midair. Ning Fei's expression changed slightly, and starlight gathered on his body, condensing into a classic women's dress that shimmered continuously. The oath of ashes is raised once more. Seize the opportunity to sever the head of the rotten saint. Bang! His right arm exploded with a deafening roar, and a massive shockwave carrying shattered bones and mangled flesh slammed heavily into Ning Fei's body. Ning Fei felt a sudden darkness before his eyes and was sent flying backwards against his will. The classical women's clothing on Ning Fei's body was shattered, and a large amount of flesh and blood fell onto Ning Fei's body, causing the areas that came into contact with him to immediately begin to rot. Ning Fei flew more than 10 meters before landing heavily on the ground. The moment he landed, the ground began to churn, and several tentacles emerged from the ground, grabbing his body and dragging him underground. The starlight twinkled, and Ning Fei vanished instantly, reappearing 3 meters away. The tentacles scratched wildly in frustration, but gradually calmed down. Ning Fei endured the pain in his body and looked at the rotting saint in the distance. Ning Fei at least had a bizarre shield to block the explosion, but the rotten saint was hit directly. Half of his body was blown to pieces, revealing his black bones and rotting, stinking internal organs. As Ning Fei raised his hand, a beam of starlight fell, providing minor treatment and relieving his pain. The rotting saint struggled to his feet, and from his missing right arm emerged a grotesque, twisted tentacle that thrashed wildly. Ning Fei quickly approached, took out an acid bomb, and threw it directly at them. The bomb exploded, spraying large amounts of acid onto the rotting saint. The hissing sound continued, and a large amount of white smoke rose from the body of the rotting saint, further corroding his already mostly rotten body. The rotting saint let out a painful scream, and as its tentacles twisted, they wrapped around its left hand, and then ripped it off forcefully. Ning Fei's pupils contracted sharply. The tentacle flipped over and violently threw the severed left arm toward Ning Fei. The flying left arm began to expand rapidly in midair. Ning Fei's body shimmered with starlight as he teleported forward 3 meters, then charged forward at full speed, lunging towards the rotten saint. The tentacle lashed out at Ning Fei, while at the same time, another tentacle sprouted from his left hand. Bang! A huge explosion came from behind, but Ning Fei didn't turn around, and starlight flashed around him again. The tentacle's attack missed its mark, and Ning Fei had already appeared behind the rotten saint. With a flip of the Oath of Ashes, he severed the tentacle on the right side. Without diminishing his momentum, slashed towards the rotten saint's neck. The tentacles on the left arm, which were not yet fully formed, quick flipped and lashed out at Ning Fei. Classical women's clothing rapidly materialized Ning Fei's body, and the Oath of Ashes in his hand remained perfectly still as he slashed through the air. The head, half holy and half rotten, flew high into the air, and Ning Fei was also sent flying by a heavy blow from the tentacle. Ning Fei quickly adjusted his body in mid-air, and the moment he landed, before the flesh-eating fungus that had been waiting for a long time could make a move, starlight flashed across his body and disappeared. Blood-red characters began to flicker on my retina, carrying a hint of excitement and madness. You killed the rotten saint. Quest 5 progress reached 1-5, 10 blood coins obtained. Ning Fei in the safe zone and let out a long sigh of relief. The bluish-green marks on his body disappeared silently, and the feeling of the whip lashing his back was gone. But the pain from before had not completely dissipated, reminding Ning Fei of what had happened. The starlight fell, easing Ning Fei's discomfort once again. Ning Fei looked around and found the treasure chest dropped by the rotten saint, then picked it up. The white treasure chest had a grayish-green tinge on it, and if you looked closely, you could even smell a faint stench of decay. You have obtained the white treasure chest. You have opened the white treasure chest. You have obtained the card, Rotten Saint. You have earned 35 gray coins. You have gained 1 blood coin. You have obtained the Defiled Holy Grail White. The Defiled Holy Grail White category, Jewelry Equipment Effect. Soul plus 6, Charisma Nanima 2. Special Effect 1, Filthy Blood. Infused with magic, filthy blood will spontaneously generate within the Holy Grail. Once flesh and blood come into contact with it, they will immediately begin to rot. Synopsis. Originally a sacred object used in worshipping deities, it possessed powerful healing abilities. But after its owner abandoned its original faith, this sacred object gradually fell into corruption. Holding it in my hand, a faint stench of decay immediately filled my nostrils. The Filthy Grail adds 6 points to soul, which is enough to reach the level of a green item. But it reduces charisma by 2 points, thus pulling it back into the category of white items. A dark yellow ribbon was tied to the tainted Holy Grail, which could be hung around the waist. Ning Fei did not hesitate for long and hung it up directly. The stench immediately spread and enveloped Ning Fei. Ning Fei glanced at the sky, dared not delay any longer, and quickened his pace toward the outer edge of the swamp. When Ning Fei returned to the rendezvous point, Aisha had already been waiting there for a long time. Upon seeing Ning Fei, Aisha breathed a sigh of relief, blew a wisp of red hair across her forehead, and said with a smile, "I thought you weren't going to make it out." "Pretty much," Ning Fei said. A smile. "Bring a few healers. Your skills are more effective than mine." Aisha did not refuse. With a wave of her hand, a beam of starlight fell and enveloped Ning Fei. "Where have you been?" As Ning Fei approached, Aisha sniffed twice, waved her hand in front of her face, and asked with a look of disgust, "Did you fall into a latrine?" "Equipment?" Ning Fei felt little embarrassed as he put the Filthy Grail back into his storage space and explained to Ashi. It was dropped by the Rotten Saint. "You encountered the Rotten Saint?" Ashi was immediately surprised, subconsciously blowing her red hair across her forehead, and asked, "And you even killed him?" "Otherwise what?" Ning Fei retorted. Ashi looked Ning Fei up and down and said with interest, "I still underestimated you a bit. The Rotten Saint is the second most difficult to deal with among these bosses, and you actually managed to take him down." "You didn't tell me such important information?" Ning Fei asked, glaring at her. If I told you and you had the information, you might want to try to kill him, Ash explained. That would only hurt you. Without the information, you would most likely play it safe and choose to run away. With your abilities, shaking him off shouldn't be a problem. Aren't you afraid I won't escape? Ning Fei smiled contemptuously and asked Aisha. Then you should die, Ashi said with a half-smile, blowing her red hair across her forehead. If you can't even do this, you don't deserve to be my best friend. Can you please stop mentioning that word? Ning Fei asked with a dark expression. It was bound to happen sooner or later, so what's there to be embarrassed about? Ashi said with a light laugh. Just think of it as getting used to it in advance. Ning Fei stared at Aisha, expressing his dissatisfaction. Fine, I won't mention it anymore, Aisha said, giving Ning Fei a moment's look before conceding defeat with a sigh. By the way, how did you manage to block the rotten saint's curse? Is that the god who said that? Ning Fei chuckled and simple. Just brave the curse and kill him first. You're ruthless. Ashi's lips twitched, and she said speechlessly. By the way, I have a question for you, Ning Fei asked, glancing at the skill tree. Should we upgrade Starlight Meditation in the early stages? Of course, Aisha said without hesitation. Starlight Perception can directly improve combat power, and can also serve as the basis for improving other skills. But without enough star power, everything is in vain. That's where Starlight Meditation comes in, which can increase the upper limit of star power faster. Fei nodded. If you're planning to use blood coins instead of gray coins to upgrade, I suggest you hold off for now, Ashi said. In the Endless Abyss, 1 blood coin is equal to 100 gray coins, but in the trade between apostles, 1 blood coin is worth more than 100 gray coins, probably around 120. How so? Ning Fei asked. Curiously, blood coins and gray coins are indeed currencies, but they are also consumables, Ash explained. They can be used as energy nodes under certain circumstances. Blood coins contain about 10 times the energy of gray coins, and they are also more advanced. Ning Fei nodded thoughtfully. Similarly, there are large soul crystal fragments, Ash continued. 1 fragment can be broken down into 10 soul crystal fragments, but soul crystal fragments cannot be combined back into larger fragments, so try to avoid dismantling them. Ning Fei nodded. He was aware of this. After all, he still had 50 soul crystal fragments on him. Also, if the rotting saint is dead, it means that Mission 2 has nothing to do with this place, Ash said after a moment of thought. If you haven't finished Mission 3 yet, you can spend some time on it tomorrow and then we can leave. Are you sure? Ning Fei asked, frowning. Confirmed. Ashi nodded and said, this is a consensus. If there is a fixed boss in a certain place, and there is a quest chain that passes through it, they will inevitably be connected. What about tonight? Ning Fei nodded, then changed the subject, asking, should we find a secluded place to spend the night? Come with me, Ashi said, turning and walking in the other direction. Ning Fei quickly followed. Aisha led Ning Fei away from the edge of the swamp and to the back of a raised glass hillside, where she took out a silver-white tent from her storage space. What is this? Ning Fei asked curiously. It's a perk of the sorority, Aisha explained as she secured the tent to the ground. You get one for free when you join. It's for sleeping in the wild, and it's enchanted to maximize concealment and prevent you from being bothered by nocturnal creatures. Is there really such a good thing? Ning Fei asked with some curiosity. How about it? Ashi blew a wisp of red hair across her forehead and asked, can't wait to join? If it's about sending things, I can definitely consider it, Ning Fei said thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Why haven't I seen you use this the other day? This is for you, Aisha said with a cold snort. How much star power do you have left? Here, the star power recovery speed can be increased by 30%. As she spoke, Aisha crawled into the tent, and Ning Fei followed her in. The space inside the tent is not large. It's just right for one person, but it would feel a bit crowded for two. After the entrance was closed, a silvery white light immediately shone inside the tent, outlining silvery white lines on the tent that quickly merged into one. In an instant, the inside of the tent became like an independent world, completely isolated from the outside world. "This is really good stuff," Ning Fei praised, stroking the tent. "Any other perks?" "The potions you bought before, including Starlight Glow," Ashy said, leaning against the side. "You can get a refund after joining the Sisterhood. In addition, there are special potions to replenish star power, as well as other potions, which are available at internal prices, basically 30% to 40% cheaper than the market price." The night passed quickly. The next morning, the two returned to the flesh-eating swamp together, found several flesh-eating bacteriophages, and completed the objective of Mission 3. Next, we head to our next destination, the Howling Stone Forest. Today is the 4th day since I came to this world. It would take about 2 days to walk from here to the Howling Stone Forest. In other words, if the Howling Stone Forest is not the mission location, then Mission 2 will fail due to insufficient time. They didn't have enough time to get to the altar of scorched earth. This is also one of the biggest pitfalls of this task. Not enough time. Many people who choose to accumulate rewards end up working hard for most of the day, but getting nothing because of this. Compared to the flesh-eating swamp, the Howling Stone Forest is much smaller, only about 2 kilometers in radius. From a distance, the black, shrill stone forest blends into the ground and is extremely inconspicuous. If one were not specifically looking for it, one might not even notice it. Only by getting close can you discover what makes this place unique. On the ash plains, as far as the eye can see, there are layers of black glass everywhere. Even some small hills are glass hills. Only here can you see black stone pillars. Standing beneath a 5-meter-tall stone pillar, Ning Fei was surprised to find that even the ground here was no longer a layer of glass, but rather a layer of pitch-black rock. As soon as the wind blew, a piercing shriek immediately echoed through the scary stone forest, like the painful wails of countless people. "Don't let your guard down," Ashy said, blowing her red hair across her forehead as she led the way forward. "If the strategy still works, we'll be attacked by the digging monks as soon as we enter the stone forest." Ning Fei nodded slightly, holding the Oath of Ash, and followed behind Ashy. A sharp sound of wind breaking suddenly rang out, and an arrow pierced through the void, shooting towards Ashy in front of him. Ashy's body shimmered with starlight, which coalesced into a classic long dress, blocking the arrow. Whoosh! 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 As if receiving a signal, arrows shot in from all directions simultaneously. A flash of starlight appeared on Ning Fei's body, and he disappeared from his original spot, reappearing beneath a stone pillar. A rustling sound came from above. Ning Fei quickly looked up and saw a spider with a woman's face moving all 8 legs as it quickly climbed down the stone pillar and approached Ning Fei. Arrows came hurtling through the air. Ning Fei swept his long sword horizontally, deflecting the arrow. Then, with a wave of his hand, starlight condensed into an arrow and shot towards the swooping human-faced spider. The face spider quickly circled around to the side of the stone pillar, avoiding Ning Fei's attack. A flash of starlight, and Ning Fei vanished from his spot, reappearing at the same height as the faceless spider. He raised his hand and thrust out a sword, piercing through the faceless spider's body. The spider with the human face suddenly let out a piercing scream, its 8 legs trembled, and it fell off the stone pillar. Ning Fei fell with it, and the instant he landed, he moved to shield the spider's body from the arrow. 2 arrows whistled through the air and pierced directly into the faceless spider's body. The spider with the human face twitched for a moment, then finally fell silent. You killed the bloody widow. Task 3 progress changed to 110. Ignoring the blood-red text warning, Ning Fei pushed aside the face spider's corpse and rushed towards the direction from which the arrows had come. An arrow came straight at him, but Ning Fei cleaved it in two with a single sword strike, continuing its charge without slowing down. A scream came from afar, shrill and piercing, sounding like something no human could make. A figure completely covered in black robes came into Ning Fei's view. The man in black robes also saw Ning Fei approaching, and immediately threw down his bow and arrows, drawing his sword to meet him. The moment the two swords clashed, two strands of water plants sprouted from Ning Fei's body and wrapped around the opponent's hands that were holding the swords. At such close range, the other person didn't have time to react before their hands were immediately entangled. Ning Fei seized the opportunity, swept his sword horizontally, and chopped off the opponent's head. Amidst the splatter of blood, a flash of starlight appeared on Ning Fei's body, and he vanished from the spot. The arrows that were shot immediately missed their mark. After Ning Fei appeared, he used his speed to rush towards the nearest archer like lightning. The archer chanted obscure incantations aloud and extended his right hand toward Ning Fei. In the blink of an eye, the opponent's right hand transformed into a grotesque tentacle, inlaid with distorted human faces, and lashed out at Ning Fei. Ning Fei moved swiftly, dodging the tentacle's attack. The tentacles flipped and coiled towards Ning Fei, the human faces on them twisting and emitting shrill screams. Combined with the shrill screams in the shrill stone forest, Ning Fei became agitated and wanted to shout loudly to vent the pent-up emotions in his heart. Ning Fei turned and ran, trying to create distance. The tentacles extended rapidly, relentlessly pursuing him. Ning Fei quickly approached a stone pillar, leaped up with all his might, kicked the pillar in midair, and used the momentum to turn around. The tentacles swept past Ning Fei and struck the stone pillar. Ning Fei adjusted his body in midair, stepped onto one of the tentacles, paused briefly, and then quickly moved forward on the tentacles, rushing towards the man in black robes. The tentacles thrashed violently, trying to fling Ning Fei away. Starlight flickered, and Ning Fei vanished from his spot, reappearing diagonally above the man in black robes. The instant he appeared, starlight condensed at his fingertips into an arrow, piercing through the man's head. The man in black robes swayed, his tentacles disappeared, reverting to arms, and he collapsed to the ground. Ning Fei fell from the sky, rolled on the spot the moment he landed dissipate the impact, and then quickly got up and rushed towards the direction from which the sounds of battle were coming. Along the way, you can see the corpses of 7 or 8 men in black robes, all of whom died from being pierced through vital organs by starlight arrows. Amidst screams, a spider with a human face leaped top of the stone pillar and pounced on Ning Fei midair. Ning Fei quickly raised his hand, and the starlight arrow flew from his fingertips, shooting towards the human-faced spider in midair. Black spider silk shot out from the mouth of the human-faced spider, blocking the starlight arrow. The next moment, the spider silk was destroyed, and the starlight arrow disappeared without a trace. With this delay, the face spider had already landed and was about to pounce on Ning Fei. With a flash of starlight, Ning Fei vanished from the spot. The face spider missed its target and crashed heavily to the ground. Ning Fei appeared in midair, then quickly fell, landing on the back of the human-faced spider. The spider with the human face let out a mournful cry as Ning Fei stomped on it, causing all 8 of its legs to spread out and fall to the ground. Ning Fei swiftly flipped the ash oath in his hand, pinning it to the head of the human-faced spider. The spider with the human face twitched for a while, then fell silent. Ning Fei jumped off the back of the spider with the human face and was about to move forward when the blood-red, carrot characters on his retina suddenly began to jump wildly. Task 2 has been updated. Rewards can be claimed immediately or accumulated until the last one. Each time you accumulate this reward, the bonus will increase by %. Currently you have accumulated 2 attempts, and the reward has been increased by 20 cents. If the mission fails, all accumulated rewards will be cleared. Please make your choice carefully, according to your own abilities. Apostles. Task 2. Stop the secret ritual of the secret order. Reward upon completion, 3,000 gray coins. Incomplete. An eerie murmur could be heard from not far away. Ning Fei rushed toward the direction of the sound, and soon saw a strange monster. The monster wore the same black robes as the surrounding hermit monks. Its exposed head was completely vitrified, revealing its brain and nerve tissue. The eerie murmur came from his mouth. As she stood atop a stone pillar, her hands waving as she unleashed a continuous stream of starlight arrows. 4 slender tentacles swung behind the monster, deflecting the starlight arrows one by one. More than 10 black-robed esoteric monks were flanking from both sides, directing several human-faced spiders in an attempt to coordinate with the monster to launch an attack on Aish. Ning Fei suddenly appeared from the side, amidst the flashing starlight, appearing abruptly behind a cultivator who was digging for secrets. The oath of ashes pierced into his back like lightning. Exclamations immediately rang out from the surroundings. Ning Fei drew her sword and retreated, spinning around once. As her starry gauze dress fluttered, shockwaves spread out, crashing into everyone nearby. Those closest to him were immediately knocked off their feet, and Ning Fei seized the opportunity, moving swiftly to cut down 2 of them. The 2 spiders with human faces simultaneously let out a shriek, and jet black spider silk shot out from their mouths, quickly extending into 2 large nets in the air, enveloping Ning Fei. Starlight shone from Ning Fei's body, and he suddenly disappeared from the spot. The 2 large nets missed their target, failing to strike Ning Fei, and instead landing on the heads of 3 cultivators who were digging for secrets. The moment they made contact, the spider web tightened rapidly, binding the 3 of them like dumplings, leaving them struggling on the ground. Ning Fei appeared in midair, and a starlight arrow flew from his fingertip, piercing the head of a human-faced spider. The others reacted, and one of the cultivators let out a sharp whistling sound, commanding 3 human-faced spiders to simultaneously spray black spider silk towards Ning Fei's location. 2 strands of water plants sprouted from Ning Fei's body and flew towards a nearby stone pillar like lightning, where they became entangled. Spider silk flew out and quickly blossomed into 3 large nets, enveloping Ning Fei, who was suspended in midair and unable to move freely. 2 water plants tightened rapidly, pulling Ning Fei toward a nearby stone pillar. Before the spider web could fall, he managed to escape its area. The spider web's attack missed once again. Ning Fei kicked a stone pillar, used the momentum to turn around in midair, and pounced on the nearest cultivator, knocking him to the ground. The body beneath the black robe began to writhe strangely, straining to hold the robe up. Ning Fei rolled on the spot to dissipate the impact, and then beheaded the other party with a single sword stroke. The strangely bulging black robe immediately stopped moving and returned to its original state. Several cultivators quickly surrounded him, but Ning Fei didn't hesitate. Before they could close in, he turned and ran. The group that surrounded them paused for a moment, unsure whether to pursue Ning Fei or proceed with the original plan to besiege Aish. Ning Fei ignored the group and made a large detour, preparing to attack the other group. Halfway through, a huge hole appeared in front of Ning Fei. Around the cave entrance, 6 secret digging monks stood guard with 2 human-faced spiders. The sounds of battle echoed from afar, drawing their attention. By the time they noticed Ning Fei, the distance between them was less than 10 meters. With a flash of starlight, Ning Fei lunged forward 3 meters, and then, using the acceleration, instantly rushed in front of those people. The man facing Ning Fei had no time to react before Ning Fei pierced his throat with a sword. Ash's oath swiftly sliced across, slicing open most of the opponent's neck, and then struck another person with lightning speed. The man reacted quickly, retreating swiftly to avoid Ning Fei's attack. Urgent shouts rang out, and the remaining 5 men simultaneously drew their weapons and surrounded Ning Fei. Ning Fei calculated the distance between the 5 people, and starlight shone on his body, condensing into a long star-studded dress. The shockwave suddenly erupted, striking the group of people and causing them to stagger backward, losing their footing. Ning Fei moved with lightning speed, slicing open the throats of the 3 men. The remaining 2 steadied themselves, their faces grim, and let out shrieks, ordering the face spider to attack. The 2 spiders, with human-like faces, opened their mouths at the same time, and their jet-black spider silk immediately blossomed. A flash of starlight appeared on Ning Fei's body, and he disappeared from the spot. The spider web flew through the air and landed precisely on the 2 men, quickly tightening and binding them like dumplings. Ning Fei appeared on the back of a spider with a human face, and with a flip of the Oath of Ash, pinned it to the ground. The other spider with a human face showed fear and actually turned its head away, ignoring the 2 people struggling and writhing on the ground, and quickly fled into the distance. Ning Fei did not give chase. Instead, he leaped off the back of the spider-faced creature, rushed to the 2 men, and kicked them both down into the cave. A scream immediately rang out, but stopped abruptly 2 seconds later. Ning Fei estimated the height from which the 2 had fallen, walked to the cave entrance, and cautiously looked down. The opening is vertically downwards, and there is scaffolding on one side for climbing. Ning Fei looked around, thought for a moment, and then climbed down the ladder on the scaffolding. Ashi is stronger than him, and since they are in an open area, he can simply run away if he can't win. On the contrary, this place like a mission location, so he might as well take advantage of the opportunity, while Ashi is distracting the enemy to go down and take a look. The scaffolding was divided into 3 layers. Every 5 or 6 meters, there was a platform with metal boxes piled on it, some of which were filled with stones. Ning Fei quickly reached the bottom of the cave and saw the 2 people he had thrown down. At this moment, the 2 people had become 2 corpses, and the pungent smell of blood permeated the surroundings, irritating Ning Fei's nasal cavity. The area at the bottom of the cave is not large, only a dozen square meters. There is a dark passage on the stone wall next to it, and it is unknown where it leads. Ning Fei took a torch from the stone wall and walked into the passage with it. The passage was extremely narrow, and the walls on both sides were covered with traces of human excavation. It was hard to imagine what tools they used to carve such a pass in the hard rock. After walking along the passage for more than 20 meters, a huge cave suddenly appeared before us. More than 10 torches were placed on the cave walls, illuminating a large area of the cave. Only some corners were shrouded in darkness and could not be seen clearly. Ning Fei stood at the entrance, observed for a moment, and after confirming that there were no enemies, walked into the cave. With each step, a cracking sound came from beneath his feet, and a large expanse of bluish-green mist immediately spread out from his feet. The areas touched by the mist quickly emitted a burnt smell, as if they were being scorched by a raging fire. Ning Fei's expression changed drastically. Without thinking, Starlight flashed across his body, and he lunged forward 3 meters. The sound of wind breaking suddenly rang out the moment it landed. A dark figure leaped out from the shadows in the corner, the curved blade in its hand gleaming with a chilling light in the firelight, and slashed down at Ning Fei's head. The opponent's timing was extremely precise. By the time Ning Fei reacted, it was too late to dodge. In his haste, he could only throw down the torch, hold the oath of ashes above his head, and parry with all his might. When, with a crisp impact, Ning Fei groaned and knelt on one knee, the oath of ashes, suppressed by the scimitar, crashed into Ning Fei's head almost instantly. If Ning Fei hadn't deflected the sword in time, this blow would have been almost equivalent to slashing his own head. With a sudden lightness in his hand, the attacker moved swiftly, his curved blade slashing towards Ning Fei's neck at an unpredictable angle. 2 strands of water plants sprouted from Ning Fei's body, wrapped around his right hand that was holding the knife, and pulled him to one side. The attacker was completely caught off guard. His scimitar was immediately pulled aside, and his body was also pulled along, spinning half a circle. Ning Fei seized the opportunity, used all his strength, and rammed into the other person, knocking him to the ground. The attacker braced himself with one hand and rolled repeatedly, widening the distance between himself and Ning Fei. Taking advantage of the moment, Ning Fei stood up, and with a wave of his hand, starlight condensed into an arrow, which he shot towards the attacker. The attacker quickly stood up and slashed down with his sword, shattering the starlight arrow into a shower of starlight. A putrid stench spread from Ning Fei's body. Ning Fei ripped off the filthy holy grail from his waist, and amidst the flashing starlight, foul-smelling blood instantly emerged from the cup. The attacker moved with lightning speed, rushing towards Ning Fei. Ning Fei swung the holy grail, and foul-smelling blood immediately splattered out, covering the attacker. The attacker stopped abruptly, reached his left hand to his shoulder, ripped off his black robe, and swung it forcefully to block out the stench of blood. Starlight shimmered around Ning Fei, and he vanished from his spot, reappearing behind the attacker. The attacker quickly turned around and threw the blood-stained black robe at Ning Fei. Caught off guard, Ning Fei's vision was immediately blocked, forcing him to retreat. The attacker's speed increased dramatically, and he rushed in front of Ning Fei almost instantly, slashing down with his curved blade. Ning Fei raised his sword to parry, blocking the curved blade while spinning in place. The starry long dress unfurled, and the shockwave struck the attacker at close range. The attacker touched the ground with his toes, using the momentum to leap backward and increase the distance between himself and Ning Fei. Ning Fei couldn't catch up in time, so he could only point at the attacker. The starlight coalesced into an arrow, which shot out instantly, heading straight for the attacker's face. The curved blade slashed diagonally, shattering the starlight arrow into a shower of starlight. Ning Fei seized the opportunity, drew his sword and charged forward, raising the oath of ashes high above his head before slashing down with all his might. Instead of taking the attack head-on, the attacker quickly moved sideways, dodging Ning Fei's attack, while simultaneously slashing out from the side. Ning Fei reacted a step too slow and hastily raised his sword to parry. When, with a crisp clang, the oath of ashes flew out of his hand, soaring through the air before crashing into the stone wall. Ning Fei's expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. The attacker pursued closely, his curved blade aimed at Ning Fei's neck. Starlight shimmered around Ning Fei, quickly coalescing into a long, star-studded dress. A hint of smugness flashed in the attacker's eyes. The moment the starry dress bloomed, he leaped up from the ground, dodging the shockwave, and slashed down at Ning Fei's head. Instead of retreating, Ning Fei advanced, and the moment her star-studded long dress gathered, It transformed into classical women's attire. The curved blade fell, striking Ning Fei's head. The classical women's clothing swayed and shattered with a crash. The attacker's eyes widened, but his hands were completely powerless. The curved knife fell on Ning Fei's head, but only grazed his scalp, failing to cause any further damage. Blood flowed down Ning Fei's head, running down his face and leaving a glaring blood stain. The attacker looked down in disbelief at the long sword piercing his heart. His eyes filled with confusion. He clearly saw that Ning Fei's weapon had already left his hand, and he couldn't understand why another weapon would suddenly appear in his hand. Ning Fei had no intention of answering his questions. He spun his infantry longsword forcefully, completely shredding the attacker's heart. The attacker's body went limp and fell to the ground, and a white box materialized from his corpse. Ning Fei wiped the blood from his face, his heart filled with lingering fear. Whether they are apostles or characters from mission worlds, they are all inherently fragile. Even if they can unleash powerful destructive force, they will die instantly if their vital organs are hit. Perhaps when the attribute difference is too great, the strong can ignore the attacks of the weak and create an impenetrable defense. But in battles between people of the same level, life and death are often decided an instant. If the opponent had been a little faster, if the starshine protection had been slightly weaker, or if that sword strike hadn't accurately hit the opponent's heart, resulting in a fatal blow, Ning Fei would have been one to die. The attacker's overall strength was actually greater than Ning Fei's. But the attacker did not understand the apostles and did not know that the apostles had storage space and could directly take out weapons. After Ning Fei took the initiative to cooperate with the attacker and threw out the weapon in his hand, the attacker made the wrong judgment. At critical moments, a wrong judgment can cost you your life. Ning Fei picked up the treasure chest that the other party had dropped. This treasure chest was once larger than a regular treasure chest, but it was not as fancy as a boss-level treasure chest. It could be considered an elite-level treasure chest. Ning Fei picked up the torch from the ground and retrieved the ash oath that had just flown away. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and choose to open the treasure chest. You have opened the white treasure chest. You have obtained the card, Captain of the Secret Guard. You have earned 85 gray coins. You have obtained 2 white enhancement stones. You have obtained the scroll, God Hunter / White. Scroll. God Hunting / Category. Consumables function. Can be used directly to perform an attack and then disappear, or consumed in the insect hive to learn the skill God Hunter / Ning Fei took the scroll in his hand and examined it curiously. His skills come from the skill tree, and he can upgrade them at any time as long as he has enough gray coins and soul crystal fragments. In addition, there are some individual skills that do not belong to a skill tree or bloodline, but are pure skills that anyone can learn. These skills cannot be learned directly. They must be learned or upgraded through the skill enhancement area of the Personal Improvement Center by consuming gray coins. Ning Fei tried to unfold the scroll, but was prompted that unfolding meant using it, which forced Ning Fei to stop what he was doing and put the scroll back into his storage space. After glancing at the corpse on the ground, Ning Fei picked up a torch and continued walking forward. At the end of the cave, there was another narrow passage. After walking more than 10 meters along the passage, Ning Fei saw 3 forks in the road. After a moment's thought, Ning Fei took the lead and walked towards the passage on the left. After making 2 turns, the view suddenly opened up, and we entered a cave. Continuing forward, there is a downward passage, with scaffolding on the walls for climbing, and a ladder is placed on the side of the scaffolding. Ning Fei walked up to the scaffolding, raised the torch, and looked down. The passage wasn't very deep, only about 5 meters deep, and the bottom was piled high with corpses, layer upon layer, making it impossible to determine the exact number. Ning Fei, with a solemn expression, descended the ladder to the bottom of the pit. The surrounding temperature had risen significantly, and the corpses, which had been dead for who knows how long, were still radiating heat. Judging from their skin color, the corpses were all children of the ashes, but unlike the ones Ning Fei had seen before, these corpses were all emaciated, looking as if they had starved to death. Ning Fei pulled over a corpse and examined it carefully. He was naked except for half a piece of dark, tattered cloth wrapped around his waist, barely covering his private parts. His hands were covered in calluses, rough and sturdy to the touch, clearly the result of long-term labor. Ning Fei pulled over a few more corpses and examined their hands closely, finding them to be exactly the same as the previous corpse. Heavy footsteps echoed through the passageway they had come from, slowly approaching. Ning Fei's breath hitched. He looked around, quickly crawled under the scaffolding, and then smashed the torch against the wall to extinguish it. The surroundings immediately plunged into darkness, and the footsteps became much clearer. "Brother, I heard there's been a fight up there," a honest voice rang out, asking with some concern, "Won't something bad happen?" "If something really happens, it'll be aimed at those secret order members," a shrill voice replied. "What are you afraid of? Besides, this isn't the first time. When has anyone actually managed to break down here? I heard even that monster," the honest voice said uneasily. "Shut up!" A shrill voice suddenly rose, interrupting the honest voice, then lowered its voice and said, "Don't call that thing a monster, unless you want it to study you too." As they spoke, the two voices reached above Ning Fei, and the orange flames danced on the stone wall, illuminating the corpses as they appeared and disappeared in the darkness. "I was wrong, brother." The honest quickly admitted its mistake, its tone filled with barely suppressed panic. "Be more careful next time," the shrill voice said sternly. "Don't cause yourself trouble. Here, throw this thing down." "Okay, brother," the honest voice quickly replied, and together with the shrill voice, they walked to the edge of the scaffolding. A corpse was thrown down from above, landing heavily on top of the pile of bodies. After dumping the body, the two did not leave. Instead, they walked to the wall and stopped. "Brother, don't you think there's something eerie about this place?" a simple, honest voice asked in a low voice. "How did these people suddenly become like this?" "Isn't it obvious?" the shrill voice said irritably. "On the ash plains apart from here, where else can you see any stones? And these stones are dozens of meters underground. I would believe you if you said it was a mountain buried underground. What if we do too?" the honest voice asked in a panic. "It should be fine," the shrill voice said, but there was little confidence in its tone. "Brother, why do I feel a little uneasy listening to you?" the honest voice said. "Who's panicking?" The shrill voice suddenly rose, becoming even more shrill. "Who are you saying's panicking? Let me tell you, from the beginning until now, all those who have been in trouble have been the Ashen Ones. Yes, that's it. All those who have been in trouble have been the Ashen Ones, so we won't be in trouble." The shrill voice started as a question, but eventually became a soliloquy, as if it had convinced itself that it would be safe. "That's right, brother," the honest voice suddenly realized, and said excitedly. "It's all the Ashen Ones who got into trouble. We're not Ashen Ones, so of course we won't get into trouble. Yes, we are not the children of Ash, so nothing will happen to us," the shrill voice repeated, as if answering a question, or as if trying to convince itself. Ning Fei hid under the scaffolding, quickly pondering the words of the two men. If what they say is true, and only the Ashbringers are in trouble, then it means there must be a force here targeting the Ashbringers. The power that could cause such a large-scale Abnormal death is most likely the power of an ancient god. The mother of procreation and the tongue of deception are at odds, because one emphasizes reproduction, while the other emphasizes giving life to inanimate objects. Both are creating life, but they are in completely different directions. Compared to the creation of the two, the eye of incineration represents complete destruction, so the two should be considered enemies of the eye of incineration. The core ability of the mother of childbirth is to force conception and then give birth to monsters, which is inconsistent with the way these ash children died. So, is it the absurdity that's influencing this place? However, Ning Fei did not see any non-living entities transformed into creatures here, which seemed somewhat illogical. All right, go back now, the shrill voice rang out again. If you go back too late, those overseers will start yelling at you again. Okay, brother, the honest voice quickly echoed. The two footsteps faded into the distance, and the cave was plunged into darkness once more. Ning Fei groped his way up the ladder in the dark and quickly followed the sound of footsteps. After walking more than 10 meters, I came into view a dim light and two figures, one in front of the other. Ning Fei slowed his pace and followed the two in the dark. Soon, we returned to the three-way intersection. Without lingering, the two headed straight for the passage on the right. Ning Fei glanced at the middle passage, then followed the two into the right-hand passage. After walking for more than 30 meters, another cave appeared ahead. In the middle of the cave was a vertical passage, with scaffolding erected at the edge of the passage and a ladder supporting the side of the scaffolding. The two people climbed down the ladder, one after the other. Ning Fei followed, and before he even went down, he heard a faint knocking sound. The two quickly descended to the bottom of the cave and headed towards the side passage. Ning Fei climbed down the ladder silently. There were 3 passageways in the surrounding walls, all of which were pitch black, and their destinations were unknown. Without hesitation, Ning Fei chose the passage for the two of them to enter and walked forward in the dark. The clanging and banging sounds grew louder and louder, gradually becoming a continuous chorus, as if dozens of people were striking something at the same time. Ning Fei slowed his pace, touching the wall as he moved forward slowly. After rounding a bend, a light suddenly appeared ahead. Looking in the direction of the light, you can see a huge cave. Several torches were lit inside the cave, illuminating the narrow passage for several meters, before gradually disappearing at Ning Fei's feet. The clanging and bang-bang sounds came from here, along with loud shouts. One by one, "Stop slacking off and get to work," a sharp and sarcastic voice reached Ning Fei's ears, accompanied by a scream. Ning Fei dared not get too close, and could only hide in the shadows, carefully investigating the situation inside the cave. Judging from the activity, there were quite a few people inside the cave, conservatively estimated to be 30 to 50. From Ning Fei's position, he could see an unfinished altar in the middle of the cave, where 2 secret cultivators were standing, discussing something in hushed tones. 2 gaunt Ashbringers carried a stone slab to the altar, and under the direction of another mystic monk, placed it on the edge of the altar, then carefully adjusted its position. Ning Fei observed his mission: to stop the ritual of the secret order. It's obvious that this altar was prepared for the ceremony. If the altar is destroyed, would the task be considered complete? No, that's not right. Ning Fei quickly dismissed his idea. The fact that the altar was still under construction meant that it could be built artificially. Even if it were destroyed, it would only postpone the ceremony. Unless the ritual is timed, simply destroying her will not be very effective. So, should we kill the secret digging monks here? Since it is a ceremony, it must have a host. If no one hosts, it is equivalent to stopping the ceremony. However, there are two risks involved in doing this. First, is there anyone else who can preside over the ceremony? Otherwise, even if everyone is killed, it would only be a delaying tactic. Secondly, it's hard to say whether there are elite units or even boss-level units among these people. Ordinary cultivators who delve into secrets pose little threat, but these two are much more uncertain. Guest, now that you're here, why don't you come out? A familiar female voice suddenly rang out, interrupting Ning Fei's thoughts. Ning Fei was startled, his body tensed instantly, and he prepared for battle. The rest of the people in the cave started to commotion, and several secret cultivators reacted quickly and rushed towards the passage where Ning Fei was. Ning Fei's mind raced as he considered whether he should retreat now. Come out! A cultivator who had been digging for secrets rushed into the passage. With a wave of his right hand quickly transformed into a tentacle, and he shouted sharply at Ning Fei, "Dennis, don't be rude to your guests." The familiar female voice suddenly rose, and an invisible pressure spread rapidly with the sound. "Yes, sir." The cryptid Dennis paused and said respectfully, "Guest, please come out." The familiar female voice rang out again. "I sense a familiar aura on you, so we shouldn't be enemies." Ning Fei pondered for a moment, then walked forward. Dennis stepped back, clearing a path. The cave was larger than Ning Fei had estimated. Dozens of ash children, armed with tools, dug chunks of stone from the hard rock walls, placed them on the ground, and carefully polished them. The knocking sounds Ning Fei heard were made by them. These Ashborn were all ragged and emaciated, and did not look like they had any fighting ability. However, among them were 5 overseers wielding long whips, who seemed to be quite powerful. There were 8 monks dressed in black robes, one of whom stood at the edge of the altar. Judging from his attire, he was clearly of a higher status than the other 7. The traceless one? The familiar voice rang out again, tinged with obvious surprise. Ning Fei noticed the voice came from the person standing at the edge of the altar. "Have we met before?" Ning Fei frowned slightly and asked tentatively. The voice sounded familiar, but Ning Fei couldn't immediately place it. The man turned around and pulled back his hood. Ning Fei's pupils contracted, and he subconsciously took a step back. The person was quite beautiful, but her right eye was an empty hole with a glass worm protruding halfway out, swaying gently, as if observing Ning Fei. One-eyed Maserati, the bartender and proprietress of the Fingertip Tavern. A powerful being whose mere aura neighed his heart pound with fear. Ashy had made it clear that Martha was unable to leave the Broken Finger Tavern, but now she was here. Although the details of the strategy guide have changed, these details seem too superficial. The guest seems quite surprised. Martha smiled, but the smile, combined with the eerie glass worm, sent chills down her spine rather than reassurance. "I am indeed surprised." Ning Fei suppressed his shock and tried to keep his voice calm. "After all, it's rumored that you never leave the Severed Finger Tavern." "The Broken Finger Tavern," Martha repeated softly, then looked as if she had just realized something. The glass worm in her right eye shrank back into its socket, and she looked at Ning Fei and said, "It seems you've met Martha before." The aura I sensed should be from her. "Aren't you Martha?" Ning Fei raised an eyebrow and asked curiously. "If you'd like, you can call me Anne," the woman who looked exactly like Martha said with a smile, "Anne the secret digger." Ning Fei was curious and carefully observed Annie, but he couldn't see any difference between her and Martha. "Sir, staring at a lady like that is not the behavior of a gentleman," Anne said with a slight turn of her body and a smile. "I'm sorry, but you and Martha look so alike." Ning Fei looked away and tentatively asked, "Are you sisters?" "In a sense," Anne said after a moment's thought. "Yes." "Ms. Anne," Ning Fei said with a smile, though he didn't show it on his face, "may I ask what you are doing here?" Before we discuss this, perhaps you should let me know who I'm talking to, Annie said to Ning Fei, with a formulaic smile. Lovin, Ning Fei said again, giving the pseudonym he had once given to Martha. As you can see, Mr. Lovin, Anne said, turning to the altar before her, we are preparing a ceremony here. I can see that. Ning Fei nodded and said, but what is the purpose of the ritual, Mr. Lovin? I have already answered one of your questions, Martha said, turning to Ning Fei. Before answering your next question, perhaps you could answer one of mine first. Please speak, Ning Fei said with a smile, nodding in agreement. Mr. Lovin? Mar smiled again, a small part of the glass worm peeking out from her right eye, and pointed at Ning Fei asking, what brings you and your companion here? You've made quite a commotion, Ning Fei said with a smile, which we can't ignore. I thought you traceless ones were always detached from worldly affairs, Annie said, a hint of doubt in her remaining left eye. The glass worm in her right eye socket swayed slightly as she asked, when did you start paying attention to these things? As agreed, Ning Fei said with a smile. Now it's your turn to answer my question, Miss Anne. This stone forest was once the cradle of the ancient gods, Anne said. And through a specific ritual, they can be summoned. Ning Fei was slightly startled and quickly thought of Mission 5, which was to kill the seventh son of the ancient god, while Mission 2 was to stop the ritual of the digging secret cult. This confirms Ashi's statement. Under normal circumstances, the seventh son of the old gods would not appear. If he did, it would mean that Mission 2 had failed. Ning Fei's mind raced, but he showed no emotion on his face. He looked at Annie and asked, why summon the offspring of an ancient god? You still have questions to answer, Anne said, the glass worm in her eye socket shrinking back into itself, wriggling as she stared at Ning Fei with her remaining left eye. Mr. Loviengan. One of our companions died at the Broken Finger Tavern, Ning Fei said. According to our investigation, it's very likely related to your sister. Then you should go find her, Anne said with a light laugh. Why did you end up here again? This is not a short distance at all. Ning Fei didn't speak, but just smiled and stared at Annie. Ha, Anne chuckled, shaking her head. What a stingy man, he won't even suffer the slightest loss. Ning Fei remained silent, continuing to smile as he looked at Annie. We're all digging around underground every day. Anne shook her head and said with a smile. And all we're looking for are the secrets buried under the ashes. This offspring of the ancient god has existed for longer than the history of the Ash Plains. It was your sister who provided the information and guided us here, Ning Fei said with a smile, answering the other party's previous question. I knew it. Annie's face darkened, the glass worms in her eye sockets throbbed rapidly, and she said viciously, this traitor, the lackey of the ancient gods. How so? Ning Fei asked curiously. The purpose of the digs of the ancients is to utilize the power of the ancients, not to submit to their faith, Anne said in a deep voice. But Martha has completely surrendered to the tongue of delusion and become a vessel for the ancients. Excuse me for speaking frankly, Miss Anne, Ning Fei said with a smile. I don't see any difference between you two. Mr. Lowe's, perhaps we can cooperate and achieve a win-win situation, Anne said, ignoring Ning Fei's question and instead turning to Ning Fei. For example? Ning Fei asked. Our organization has acquired a lot of knowledge over the years, Anne said with a smile. And often knowledge is power. Ning Fei couldn't help but laugh out loud and looked at Annie, saying, I think it's best not to get involved in some knowledge casually. I don't want to. Ning Fei paused here and pointed to his eyes. Then perhaps it won't be long before I'm calling you Ms. Loviengan, Anne said with a smile. Ning Fei's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at Annie in surprise. It's truly absurd that a character from a mission world could see the problem with the skill tree. Power often comes at a price, Anne said with a smile, pointing to the glass worm in her right eye. And some of those prices, I think, are worth it. Ning Fei stared intently at Annie, falling into silence. Annie didn't urge him, but just smiled at Ning Fei. The glass worm in her right eye socket completely crawled down Annie's cheek, circled her neck, and then crawled back into Annie's eye socket. The fact using skills would gradually transform him into a woman was indeed a thorn in Ning Fei's side. No matter what, he was unwilling to become a woman. If there were a solution, Ning Fei would definitely try it. However, this is just a low-level mission world. To put it bluntly, Ning Fei, the lowest-ranking Star Maiden, is already considered a mini-boss in terms of strength. As long as he doesn't deliberately court death, he will almost certainly be safe. Is there really a solution to this kind of world? What price will I have to pay? Ning Fei asked tentatively, his mind racing. To the north of Ash Plains lies the Rust Iron Mountains, the homeland of the Rust Iron Dwarves, Anne said. Beyond the Rust Iron Mountains lies the everlasting wasteland, where an ancient god, the father of the common origin, slumbers. Ning Fei immediately lost interest. This world most likely only consists of the Ash Plains. Anything outside the map is just background setting. The core ability of the father of the same origin is to forcibly transform all life forms into males of the same origin. Annie continued, unaware of Ning Fei's thoughts. In the end, even their appearances will become exactly the same. I think this should be helpful to you. Ning Fei raised an eyebrow, looking at Annie with some surprise. If such an ancient god truly existed, perhaps he could solve Ning Fei's problems, but unfortunately, Ning Fei simply cannot reach this. However, this did provide Ning Fei with an idea. Since there is a skill tree that allows male users to gradually become female, is there also a skill tree that allows female users to gradually become male? How about it? Annie looked at Ning Fei, the glass worms in her eyes swaying slightly, and said with a smile. How about you reconsider my proposal? As long as you help me complete the ritual, can help you find information about the father of the same origin. A very tempting offer, Ning Fei nodded and said. So what do I need to do? First, you need to convince your companions, Anne said with a smile. We don't want to be her enemy. If possible, we can also share some knowledge with her. No problem, Ning Fei readily agreed. I'll wait for her here. When she arrives, I'll persuade her. Mr. Lovin, I'm being very sincere, Anne said, her face darkening. The glass worm poked half its body out of his right eye and pointed at Ning Fei. Isn't what you're doing a little inappropriate? I'm being very sincere, Miss Anne, Ning Fei said with a smile. She'll find her way here eventually, won't she? Annie snorted coldly, and an invisible pressure immediately pressed down on Ning Fei. Ning Fei was startled, but quickly calmed down. If Martha's aura felt like a speeding train crashing into Ning Fei, then Annie's aura felt like a motorcycle crashing into him. Although dangerous, it's not impossible to kick someone over if the angle is right. Ning Fei sneered, and starlight and a stench of decay simultaneously emanated from him. You're asking for it? Annie's expression changed, and she shouted sharply. Ning Fei vanished from his spot, reappearing 3 meters ahead. With a wave of his hand, he splashed foul-smelling blood at Annie. Without flinching or dodging, Annie charged straight into the stench of blood. The next moment, Annie's face was covered in foul-smelling blood. To Ning Fei's astonishment, the filthy blood that could cause flesh and blood rot had no effect on Annie. Suddenly, the glass worm in Annie's right eye popped out of her eye, its body straight, like a sharp arrow, and shot towards Ning Fei's right eye. Despite his surprise, Ning Fei remained calm and instantly swung Ash Oath upwards, aiming at the glass worm. The glass worm couldn't dodge in time and was sent flying by a single sword strike. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Annie pressed herself in front of Ning Fei, and a blood-red energy blade emerged from her right palm, stabbing towards Ning Fei's throat. Ning Fei dodged to the side, and Ash's oath followed up with a downward slash, aiming for Annie's wrist. Annie raised her left hand and extended a blood-red energy blade, blocking Ning Fei's oath of ashes. The energy sword in her right hand changed from a straight thrust to a horizontal slash, aiming once again at Ning Fei's throat. Starlight shone from Ning Fei's body, and the oath of ashes in his hand sank as it spun around while blocking. The starry long dress unfurled, and a shockwave shot out, hitting Annie and knocking her off her feet, sending her staggering backward. Just as Ning Fei was about to give chase, the glass worm he had slashed away landed on a panicked Ash child, instantly burrowed into his body, swam around once, and then flew out again, shooting towards Ning Fei's left eye. The child of Ash immediately collapsed to the ground, letting out a piercing scream. Ning Fei had no choice but to stop his pursuit and once again slashed the glass worm away with his sword. Annie seized the opportunity, steadied herself, and pounced on Ning Fei again. Starlight began to shimmer on Ning Fei's body once again. Annie's expression changed slightly. Her forward momentum stopped instantly. She stepped back and waited attentively. Ning Fei smiled slightly and disappeared from the spot. Annie's breath hitched, and she spun around in place, searching for Ning Fei's trail. A cryptic monk stood frozen in place, seemingly still reeling from the sudden turn of events. Ning Fei appeared behind him, unleashing a sweeping attack with the Oath of Ashes. A head flew high into the air, and a large amount of blood gushed from the neck. Amidst a piercing scream, the glass worm flew back and shot towards Ning Fei. Ning Fei grabbed the headless corpse in front of him and threw it at the flying glass worm, which crashed into it. Annie seized the opportunity to rush forward, her energy blades instantly surging, thrusting and slashing at Ning Fei simultaneously. The others then realized what was happening. The muscles on the remaining 6 cultivators began to writhe simultaneously, and one of their arms quickly transformed into tentacles, surrounding Ning Fei. A flash of starlight appeared on Ning Fei's body, and he vanished from his spot, reappearing behind a cultivator who was digging for secrets. He unleashed the Oath of Ashes, slashing towards the cultivator's neck. Before the person could turn around, the tentacle that his arm had transformed into instantly flipped over and blocked the side of his neck. Ash Oath struck, severing most of the tentacle before being forcibly trapped. Ning Fei kicked the man in the waist, causing him to lose his balance and stagger forward. 2 tentacles rushed past the man from both sides, sweeping towards Ning Fei. Ning Fei quickly moved sideways to avoid the attack. The 2 tentacles missed their target and flew past him. Ning Fei quickly turned around, raised the Oath of Ashes above his head, and slashed down with all his might at the tentacle in front of him. Amidst the splatter of blood, a tentacle was severed and fell to the ground, rolling around incessantly. The person whose tentacle was severed cried out in pain. The tentacle began to writhe and transform back into an arm, but it was now only half a piece. The glass worm crawled out of the corpse and shot at Ning Fei again. Ning Fei's body shimmered with starlight, and he disappeared from the spot once again. The glass worm missed its target and pounced on one of the Ash children, instantly burrowing into his body. Ning Fei appeared above a cultivator who was digging for secrets, placing one foot on his shoulder and stomping down on his head with the other. The kick was extremely powerful, driving his head directly into his chest cavity. The corpse staggered 2 steps involuntarily before collapsing forward to the ground. Ning Fei leaped off him, rolled as he landed, and the moment he stood up, starlight condensed into an arrow at his fingertips and shot out like lightning. Before a cultivator could react, he was pierced through the chest by a starlight arrow and collapsed helplessly. Annie let out a sharp shout and lunged at Ning Fei. Ning Fei didn't get entangled with her and rushed towards a cultivator who was digging for secrets to the side. The cultivator who was digging for secrets instantly raised his hand, and his ferocious tentacles immediately lashed out at Ning Fei. Ning Fei adjusted his angle, starlight flashed across his body, and he disappeared from the spot. The tentacle attack missed its target and struck straight at Annie, who was chasing after Ning Fei. Annie's expression changed slightly, and she had no choice but to stop and dodge. The cultivator who was digging for secrets also changed his expression drastically, and his tentacles quickly flipped and rolled back. Ning Fei appeared to the side of the opponent, and before the opponent could react, severed his head with a single sword strike. In a short time, 4 of the 7 secret cultivators besides Annie were killed and 2 were injured. The only remaining one was immediately intimidated and hesitated to step forward. "Run!" Ning Fei shouted at the ash children around him, sword in hand. After a brief silence, one of the Ashbringers dropped his tools and ran into the passage. The remaining ash children immediately began to stir. "Let's see who dares to run." A form raised his whip, flicked it in the air, and lashed it at the fleeing ashen child. A burst of starlight flashed around Ning Fei, and he instantly moved forward 3 meters, his speed increasing dramatically as he charged toward the overseer. The whip lashed hard at the fleeing child of ash, producing a crisp cracking sound. The Ashbringer screamed and was immediately knocked to the ground. The foreman grinned menacingly and raised his whip once more. Ning Fei instantly rushed in front of the overseer, and the oath of ashes pierced through his throat. The foreman's smile froze instantly, then quickly turned into terror. Annie rushed up behind him at full speed. Ning Fei quick drew his sword and retreated, then turned around swiftly. Starlight condensed at his fingertips, transforming into an arrow that shot out with tremendous force. Annie stopped abruptly, her energy swords crossed in front of her, blocking Ning Fei's attack. The overseer threw down his whip, slumped over his throat with both hands, and retreated. Ning Fei temporarily forced Annie back, then turned around and rushed towards another supervisor. The glass worm flew in like lightning and shot towards Ning Fei. Ning Fei stopped abruptly, unleashing a sweeping attack with Ash Oath, sending the glass worm flying once more. An angry look appeared on the face of a foreman, who rushed towards Ning Fei and lashed out at him with his whip. 2 strands of water plants extended from Ning Fei's body. One wrapped around the whip that was being pulled out and pulled to one side, while the other wrapped around the wrist of the person holding the whip, giving them no chance to escape. Ning Fei instantly rushed in front of his opponent, and with a diagonal slash of Ash Oath, he severed most of the opponent's neck. The Ashbringer, who had been knocked to the ground, got up, glared at the overseer, who was desperately clutching his throat, and ran into the passage. Encouraged, the remaining Ashen ones began to flee. The scene immediately descended into chaos. Annie swung her arms, her energy blades slashing and thrusting, cutting down several Ashbringers nearby. The remaining Ashen ones panicked even more, scrambling to avoid Annie and rushing into the passage, crowding together in a jumble. The glass worm pierced through the bodies of several Ashborn and flew back into Annie's eye socket. Annie's energy blade disappeared from her right hand, and she placed 2 fingers on the outside of her right eye. The glass worm suddenly stretched out and lunged at Ning Fei. Ning Fei quickly moved to the side and dodged the attack. The glass worm's tail remained in Annie's eye socket, its body like a thin thread, quickly turning its head in midair, pointing at Ning Fei. A sharp hissing sound emanated from the glass worm's head, transforming into crescent-shaped sonic blades that slashed towards Ning Fei. Ning Fei's body shimmered with starlight, and he vanished from his spot, closing in on Annie by 3 meters. The glass worm suddenly twisted and moved rapidly through the air, coiling towards Ning Fei. Ning Fei ignored the glass worm and charged forward at full speed, closing in on Annie almost instantly. He raised his hand and slashed down with his sword. Annie had no time to dodge and was slashed diagonally across the neck by Ning Fei's sword, the blade continuing downwards to her chest. The glass worm suddenly exploded, turning into countless shards of glass, and Annie's figure also vanished from Ning Fei's sight. Ning Fei quickly scanned his surroundings, searching for Annie's location. 10 meters away, Annie appeared out of thin air, her wounds gone. The glass shards in the air didn't fall to the ground. Instead, they flew towards Annie and landed in her right eye socket, where they reformed into a glass worm. Ning Fei quickly raised his hand, and starlight condensed into an arrow which shot towards Annie. Annie quickly moved aside, dodging Ning Fei's attack. The moment she regained her footing, the glass worm extended half of its body, bent slightly, and spewed out a cloud of white mist. The white mist quickly condensed into Ning Fei's image. With a wave of his hand, starlight gathered into arrows and shot towards Ning Fei, who was closing in. Ning Fei's expression changed slightly, and he quickly lunged forward. The starlight arrow flew over Ning Fei, and the white mist disappeared with it. The glass worm stretched out again and stabbed at Ning Fei on the ground. Ning Fei didn't have time to get up, so he rolled quickly on the ground to avoid the glass worm's attack. The glass worms, like spears, stabbed down repeatedly, sending stone chips flying everywhere from the ground around Ning Fei. As Ning Fei rolled over, he forcefully threw the oath of ashes at Annie. Annie had to dodge, which slowed down the glass worm's attack. Ning Fei seized the opportunity, instantly stood up, and a cleaver appeared out of thin air in his hand. The glass worm stabbed again, and as Ning Fei dodged, he threw the cleaver at Annie once more. The cleaver spun rapidly through the air, whistling as it slashed towards Annie's face. Annie had to stop attacking and dodge to the side. Starlight shimmered around Ning Fei, an infantry longsword appeared in his hand, and he vanished from the spot. The glass worm leaped out of Annie's eye, exploded in midair, and shattered it into countless glass shards. The glass shards were drawn by an invisible force, spinning rapidly around Annie and forming a protective ring. Ning Fei, who was rushing forward with the acceleration effect, was blocked by the protective circle and had to stop. Annie rushed forward, hurtling towards Ning Fei with the protective ring around her. Starlight shimmered around Ning Fei, and he vanished from the spot. Annie sped forward several meters, then quickly turned around, but couldn't see Ning Fei's whereabouts, and was momentarily stunned. Ning Fei flew through the air and threw his infantry longsword at Annie. Anne heard the whistle, but it was too late. She could only stumble and fall to the side in a sorry state. Ning Fei fell from the sky, and 2 strands of waterweed grew out of his body, wrapping up the oath of ashes and the bone chopper. Annie rolled over and stood up. The defensive rings around her disappeared, reforming into glass worms that flew into her eye sockets. Ning Fei, holding the ash vow in one hand and the bone crusher in the other, charged straight at Annie. The glass worm in Anne's eye socket wriggled rapidly and burrowed into Anne's brain. Ning Fei quickly closed in, unleashing his sword and blade at Annie. "Ah!" Annie suddenly spoke, letting out a scream that turned into a sound wave and hit Ning Fei. Ning Fei had no time to dodge and was sent flying. Annie's face contorted in pain as her head exploded, shattering her skull and scattering flesh and blood everywhere. Ning Fei rolled over and stood up, and was stunned for a moment when he saw this scene. A glass worm, as thick as a wrist, emerged from Annie's neck, wriggling its body and looking down at Ning Fei. A piercing hissing sound emanated from the glass worm's mouth, transforming into a large area of sonic blades that covered Ning Fei. Starlight flickered around Ning Fei, and he vanished from his spot. The moment he reappeared, he ran back to the passage he'd come from and rushed inside. The passage was less than 1 meter wide and a little over 2 meters high. But Annie, including the glass worm, was now over 3 meters tall. Ning Fei wanted to see how she planned to chase him in. The glass worm that emerged from Annie's neck paused for a moment, twisted left and right, tried several times, then bent backward, drooped down behind Annie, wrapped around her chest once, stretched its head in front of Annie before chasing into the passage. Ning Fei was genuinely taken aback by the appearance and continued to retreat into the passage with a look of astonishment on his face. Anne kept up, and the distance between them quickly closed. Ning Fei stopped and quickly charged forward with his sword. The glass worm shook its head, making a piercing hissing sound. Large swarms of sonic blades filled the passage, scraping against the stone walls and enveloping Ning Fei. Ning Fei's body shimmered with starlight, then he vanished abruptly and reappeared behind Annie. Anne tried to turn around, but her bizarre pose became an obstacle instead. The starry long dress unfurled, and a shockwave slammed heavily behind Anne, interrupting her turn and causing her to stagger forward. Ning Fei quickly caught up, unleashing both his sword and blade, simultaneously striking the glass worm. A series of crackling sounds rang out as large cracks appeared on the glass worm's body. Ning Fei swung his hands, unleashing a series of sword strikes that cleaved the glass worm into 3 pieces. 2 pieces of glass worm fell to the ground and shattered, leaving only the half around Annie's neck still flailing wildly, lashing against the stone wall. Glass shards and stone chips mingled together in the narrow passage, flying everywhere. Starlight shone again on Ning Fei's body, coalescing into a classical long dress that protected him. He then moved forward again, severing Annie's 2 arms. The glass worm's struggles quickly subsided, and Annie stumbled forward a few steps before collapsing to the ground, motionless. Ning Fei dared not let his guard down. The endless abyss had not yet appeared, which meant that the opponent was not yet dead. 2 strands of seaweed extended from Ning Fei's body, wrapped around the cleaver he threw out, and slashed Annie several more times. A still box emerged from Annie's body, and at the same time blood-red characters appeared on Ning Fei's retina. You killed Anne the Digger. Task 2 has been updated. Task 2 is complete. Task 2 consists of 4 parts with a cumulative reward of 800 gray coins. Task 2 consists of 4 stages, with rewards accumulated 4 times and the reward is increased by 40%. The final reward for Mission 2 is 122 gray coins. Ning Fei breathed a sigh of relief, bent down to pick up the treasure chest on the ground, and turned to walk into the empty cave. The cave was now empty. The few surviving cultivators and overseers had already fled with the Ash children while Ning Fei and Annie were fighting, leaving only a pile of corpses. Ning Fei walked to the edge of the altar, sat down heavily, and looked at the treasure chest in his hand. The design of this treasure chest is quite peculiar, with a dent around the edge that makes it look like a glassworm wrapped around it. You have opened the white treasure chest. You have acquired the card, Annie the Digger. You have earned 142 gray coins. You have earned 5 blood coins. You have obtained 2 white enhancement stones. You have obtained the Petit Doll, white. Petit Doll, white category. Curiosities effect. Infusing magic can revive a puppet. The revived puppet possesses extremely high intelligence and can move freely within 100 meters of its owner. The puppet's activity time is related to the amount of magic injected and cannot exceed 5 minutes. This tiny doll only about 30 centimeters tall, looks exactly like Anne or Martha, and even has a motionless glass worm in its right eye socket. Ning Fei grabbed the puppet and infused it with a wisp of star power. The doll immediately came to life, pushed away Ning Fei's fingers, jumped to the ground, circled around Ning Fei once, and then collapsed to the ground, motionless. The water plants stretched out and rolled the doll back. Ning Fei estimated that he had just injected 1 point of star power, and the puppet's activity time was exactly 10 seconds. To Ning Fei's disappointment, the puppet's size did not change after it was resurrected, so it was not expected to fight and could only provide assistance at most. Ning Fei put away the doll and then converted the rotten saint, the captain of the secret guard, and Annie, obtaining a total of 5 soul crystal fragments. In this way, he now possesses large fragments of soul crystals, enough to advance to the Starlight Dancer level. Of course, whether or not to get promoted should be discussed with Aisha, since she is a star dancer and knows more than Ning Fei. As they pondered, footsteps sounded in the passage, slowly making their way towards the cave. Ning Fei placed the Oath of Ashes beside him and looked into the passage. Ashe walked out of the passage, looking somewhat disheveled. "You're late," Ning Fei said to Aisha from distance without getting up. "I'm risking my life outside, and you're here to raid my base. That's a bit much, isn't it?" Aisha walked over to Ning Fei, sat down on the other side of the altar, and said with a smile, "You make it sound like stealing my base is so easy," Ning Fei said with a laugh. "I took down 2 boss-level monsters, and I almost had to wait for you to come and collect corpses. Don't worry if you really die. I won't collect your body. I'll just burn it on the spot," Ashe said with a smile. "Have you finished Quest 3? "No, we're still a few short," Ning Fei said, glancing at the mission progress. "What about you? We were chased and beaten by a bunch of people with spiders for ages. What do you think?" Ashe said irritably. "Let me ask you something." Ning Fei changed the subject. "What changes will occur when you advance to Starlight Dancer?" "You've met the requirements for promotion," Ashe asked, somewhat surprised. "This is your second world, isn't it?" "No," Ning Fei said calmly. "I was just a little curious, so I asked you." "You can't just ask for nothing. You have to treat me to a meal at the very least." Aisha, with a smile. "Do you see a place around here where we can cook?" Ning Fei asked, pointing around. "You can invite me when we get back," Ashe said with a smile. "I trust your character. You actually believe things that I myself don't believe?" Ning Fei said with a smile. "That's because you're too modest," Ashe said with a smile. "After the promotion, there are 2 main changes. One is that you will have a few more skills, and the other is that you will have an additional talent." "Could you elaborate?" Ning Fei asked. Furiously. "As for skills, there's not much to say. You'll find out when the time comes," Ashe said casually. "The important thing is the talent. Everyone's is different, but without exception, it's the one that best suits your personal fighting style." "I don't see any difference between your skills and mine," Ning Fei asked curiously. "Aside from being much more powerful, there don't seem to be any new skills." "If you don't have any new skills, then show me a few star arrows in a row," Ashe said with a cold snort. Ning Fei frowned slightly. He couldn't release star arrow continuously like Ashe. After each release, he had to recharge the energy, which inevitably resulted in a short interval. "That skill is called Starfall Arrow," Ashe explained. "It reduces the damage of a single Starfall arrow, but the casting speed can be greatly increased, allowing for a barrage of spells." Ning Fei nodded silently. "Ask me anything you want to know," Ashe said. "No matter how many questions you ask, I'll always order dragon meat when you treat me." "Dragon meat?" Ning Fei asked, somewhat shocked. "Yes, dragon meat," Ashe said matter-of-factly. "Some restaurants run by apostles have it, but it's not cheap. How come I've never seen it before?" Ning Fei asked with some doubt. There are only a few publicly listed store locations, and not everyone can get one, Ash said. That's why some apostles run businesses in their own homes. You'll see once you've been there a while. Ning Fei was genuinely surprised. Ash didn't hide anything from Ning Fei and answered all of Ning Fei's questions. Afterwards, Ning Fei returned to the ground, found and killed several face spiders, completed Mission 3, and earned 3,000 gray coins. Unfortunately, Ning Fei and Ai Ji each killed one of the 5 bosses in Mission 4, but that they didn't have time to kill the remaining 3, so they had to give up. Soon, the 7 days were up, and the blood-red text on Ning Fei's retina indicated that Mission 1 was complete. The whole world seemed to be paused. 2 blood-red beams of light descended from the sky, pierced through the thick rock layer, and entered the ground, enveloping Ning Fei and his companion. Ning Fei ascended rapidly in the blood-red beam of light, the rock layer seemingly non-existent, posing no obstacle to him. Soon, Ning Fei passed through the rock layer and rose into the air. In different directions, there were several blood-red beams of light, stretching from the sky to the ground, with a tiny point of light rising rapidly in the middle. Overwhelmed by drowsiness, Ning Fei quickly lost consciousness. A roar and screams rang out in Ning Fei. Ning Fei was startled and quickly opened his eyes. Before me was the teleportation array I had used to enter the mission world, while the surrounding plaza was now a scene of utter devastation. 3 enormous monsters floated in the sky. The monster was enormous, with a diameter exceeding 10 meters. It resembled a giant eyeball, with countless tentacles growing along its edges, constantly waving. Each tentacle has a small eye at its end, and with each wave, countless beams of light shoot out from the eye, bombarding the surrounding area. "What's going on?" someone asked tremblingly from the teleportation array, their voice filled with terror. The 2 figures vanished without a word. "What are you all standing there for?" a woman shouted. "Go back to your private residence, it's absolutely safe there." After saying that, the woman's figure disappeared. The others realized what was happening, and their figures disappeared one after another. The surrounding temperature suddenly began to drop, and snowflakes began to fall from the sky. A spiraling ice spike flew from afar and pierced the nearest monster, spinning rapidly like a drill as it burrowed into its body. The attacked monster struggled fiercely, letting out painful roars. The parts of the body that were hit were mangled and bloody, and large pieces of flesh were flung around as the spiraling ice spike spun. Multicolored beams of light in the sky, one of which flew straight toward the teleportation array. Ning Fei was startled and dared not linger any longer, so he decisively chose to return to his private residence. With a flash of light and shadow, Ning Fei reappeared in his private residence. Several beams of light flew in from who knows where and hit Ning Fei's window precisely. The seemingly fragile glass didn't even budge, and the beam of light that struck it simply dissipated. Ning Fei hid behind the window, keeping an eye on the situation outside. More and more apostles joined the battle, and soon the 3 monsters were unable to withstand the onslaught and fled towards the outside of the floating island. The apostles seized the opportunity to pursue and kill one of the monsters. The other 2 took advantage of the situation, crossed the barrier outside the floating island, and escaped into the void. Ning Fei walked out of his private residence and onto the street. Despite the intense fighting, the actual damage was minimal. Many buildings were protected by the endless abyss and were impossible to destroy. The tent area outside the city suffered the most severe losses. Those who survived the novice trials, but failed to obtain the status of apostle, could only temporarily take refuge here. Faced with these monsters that attacked the floating island, they had neither the ability to resist nor a place to hide. In this disaster, more than 80% of the participants died or were injured, and only a few lucky ones survived. Official apostles can return to their private residences in the blink of an eye. And unless they are particularly unlucky or do something reckless, they will generally be fine. Ning Fei had planned to go to the enhancement area to improve his attributes, but was told that all public facilities were under maintenance and would not be available for use for another 6 hours. For a moment, Ning Fei didn't know what to do, so he simply wandered around the island. The apostles, on the other hand, were unaffected, and stalls of all sizes appeared throughout the city. When Ning Fei reached the commercial plaza, a thought struck him, and following the directions in his memory, he walked towards a corner. In the same spot, Ning Fei found the white cat named Jasmine again. The white cat was squatting behind the stall, holding a small dried fish in its paws and happily munching on it. "Hello, Miss Jasmine." Ning Fei walked up to the stall, squatted down, and looked the white cat, asking. The white cat quickly hid the dried fish behind its back, looked around somewhat guiltily, and then breathed a sigh of relief. "It's you! Meow remembers you. Wait, how did you know Meow's name?" As the white cat looked at Ning Fei, a hint of wariness appeared in its eyes. It subconsciously touched the dried fish on its back and pushed the dried fish back a little. "I heard it from Aisha," Ning Fei said casually, glancing down at the potions on the stall. "Aishi, the white cat snorted in dissatisfaction, speaking in a soft, sweet voice. "That bad woman, I hate her the most." Ning Fei looked up the white cat with some suspicion. Asked, "What did she do?" The white cat was about to speak when a familiar voice rang out next to Ning Fei. "Ah, little Jasmine, come here. Let me pet you a couple of times." The white cat's expression turned terrified. Just as it was about to run away, Aisha grabbed it by the neck and lifted it up. "Let go of Meow, you bad woman." The white cat struggled fiercely, but to no avail. Soon, Aisha picked it up and rubbed its head roughly. "Ah, let me go," the white cat cried out, struggling. "Otherwise, I'll get angry and never talk to you again." "Really?" Ash grabbed the white cat at the armpits, lifted it up in front of her, and looked it straight in the eye, saying, "Don't you want the dried fish anymore?" The white cat's struggles immediately weakened, and it stared at Aisha and said, 5 no 10, meow, I'll let you touch it 2 times. Deal. Ashy smiled broadly, picked up the white cat, and gently stroked it. The white cat looked reluctant, but it was purring softly. "What are you doing here?" Ning Fei asked curiously. "Don't forget, you still owe me a meal," Ash said with a laugh. "Don't even think about getting away with it." "What's wrong?" Ning Fei said with a smile. "So eager?" "Of course," Ashy said, stroking the white cat in her arms without looking up. "What if you renege on your promise in a few days?" "Do you often get your money renege on?" Ning Fei asked with some suspicion. "How could that be?" Ashy said confidently. "Who would dare to renege on my debt?" "Then let's go," Ning Fei said. "You find a place." Aisha reluctantly petted the white cat a few times, then quickly put it on the ground, turned around and left, saying to Ning Fei, "Hurry up and follow me." The white cat rolled over comfortably, turned its head to look, and was about to speak when it realized that Aisha had already walked away. Realizing she'd been taken advantage of, the white cat flew into a rage, baring her teeth and claws at Aisha's retreating back. "Liar! Bad woman! Meow will never talk to you again." Ning Fei's lips twitched involuntarily. "So it's not that I'm being cheated out of a debt, but rather that I'm cheating out of someone else's debt," the white cat called out a few times, then suddenly remembered that Ning Fei was still beside it. Its movements froze, and it slowly turned its head to look at Ning Fei. White cat's eyes gradually turned to despair as she looked at Ning Fei and tentatively said. Ning Fei turned and left, chasing after Aisha. It's over. The white cat cried out in despair, covering its face with its paws. My image as a cat is completely ruined. Ah, I have 3 pieces of news, 2 bad and 1 neither good nor bad. Aisha said with a smile as she slowed down and asked Ning Fei as he caught up. Which one would you like to hear first? Not a single good news? Ning Fei said with a light laugh. There's nothing I can do about it, it's not something I can decide. Aisha said with a smile. Let's start with the worst one? Ning Fei said. Let's start with the one that's not the worst, Ashi said with a smile. The other 2 pieces of information are based on this one. Then why are you asking me? Ning Fei said, somewhat speechless. First of all, you can't join the Sisterhood of the Stars, Ashi said with a mischievous smile. So, unfortunately, we can't be sisters. I think this can be considered good news, Ning Fei said with a smile. Within the sorority, about 30% would be willing to let you join, Ash said with a smile. They think you're a good subject for research and getting to know better. Research subjects, Fei said with a snort. That's not a nice word. In short, these people are friendly. Towards you, Ash said. At least relatively friendly, and they don't have any hostility towards you. Are there still people who are hostile to me? Ning Fei raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. This is the worst news, Ash said. Some people think that you, a man, becoming a star witch is defiling the stars and advocate getting rid of you. Are these people crazy? Ning Fei said, somewhat speechless. You're right, these people do have some flaws, Ashi said dismissively. They're clearly bad at the game, but they're unwilling to admit it. They can only look for reasons outside themselves, and after thinking it over, they can only create a gender conflict. Ning Fei didn't know how to express his thoughts for a moment. A bunch of lunatics, don't they even know where they are? Ashi said dismissively. Where does all this pressure come? It's just that they're cowardly and unwilling to take risks. In the end, they don't get as much as others, so they make excuses to deceive themselves. They're gonna cause me trouble? Ning Fei asked curiously. Definitely, Ashi said. When you go on your next mission, someone from them will definitely follow you in to kill you. What if I kill them instead? Ning Fei asked Aisha, what will the others' attitude be? As an organization, we should have the right attitude when a member is killed, Ash said. But apart from those lunatics, no one will really put in any effort. At most, they'll just shout slogans and put on a show. That puts my mind at ease, Ning Fei said. There's another piece of news, the one that's neither nor bad. Those 2 types of people make half of the group, and the remaining 40% are not hostile towards you, Ash said with a smile. But as an all-female organization, it would be somewhat inappropriate for you to join. To prevent you from messing with the other members, we won't let you join. However, we can maintain a cooperative relationship, and some supplies can be sold to you below market price. But it will definitely be a little more expensive than our internal prices. What do you mean by hawking the other members? Ning Fei grasped the key point and said with dissatisfaction. A monk has come to the women's kingdom, what do you think? Aisha looked at Ning Fei and said with a half smile. You're being petty, Ning Fei said with some disappointment. Forget it, I won't argue with you about this. What about the remaining 10%? Those people are complete fringe, Ash said. They don't care about anything as long as you don't affect them. Just pretend they don't exist. The 2 walked and talked until they arrived at the private restaurant that Ash had mentioned. But in the end, the meal didn't happen. The apostle who ran the private restaurant was one of the unluckiest. During the previous chaos, he relied on his good strength to run out and watch the excitement. But he was hit by an unknown area of effect attack and died on the spot, leaving no trace of his body. Aisha was disappointed, but there weren't many places selling dragon meat, so she could only ask Ning Fei to write down the bill, and repeatedly told him not to try to renege on it. The 2 parted ways, and Ning Fei returned to his private residence, where he opened his skill tree panel. He currently has a total of 13,590 gray coins, 17 blood coins, 40 soul crystal fragments, and 6 large soul crystal fragments. The requirements for advancing to Starlight Dancer are Starlight Meditation LV5, Starlight Perception LV5, and any 3 skills reaching LV5. Among them, Starlight Meditation and Starlight Perception require crystal fragments to upgrade, and you are exactly 6 more than needed to reach LV5 for each. Without hesitation, Ning Fei directly used 6,000 gray coins and 6 soul crystal fragments to upgrade. Starlight Meditation LV5 can increase the maximum star energy by 5 points per unit of time. Upgrade requirements: 1,000 gray coins and 2 soul crystal fragments. Starshine Perception LV5 increases night vision by 90% and all abilities by 30%. Upgrade requirements: 2,000 gray coins and 2 soul crystal fragments. After reaching level 5, the requirements for leveling up double, making it even more difficult to improve. Ning Fei continued scrolling down, checking his skills. The biggest limitation to skill upgrades is personal attributes. Each skill has attribute requirements. Equipment bonuses can increase the skill level. If you remove equipment and your attributes are not met, the skill will not be downgraded, but its actual power will be reduced. Ning Fei equipped all the gear and opened his attribute panel. Apostle ID, DS660 Warsaintity Name, Ning Fei Star Power, 106-67-33 Worm Strength, 10 for Agility, 10 Physical Condition, 10 Intelligence, 10-8 Perception, Soul, 10-5 Charisma, Des 3, the Soul. Attribute is the highest, and with the equipment, it has reached 25 points. Ning Fei directly upgraded all 5 skills, except for Starlight Kiss, to LV5. As for Starlight Kiss, it requires the charm attribute and the casting method is too embarrassing, so he will not upgrade it for the time being. Star Arrow LV5, active, consumes 9 star power, fires a straight star beam. Upgrade requirements: Intelligence 15, Perception 10, 200 gray coins, 2 soul crystal fragments. Starlight Protection L5 consumes 17 star power to form a starlight shield that lasts for 9 seconds. It can be broken prematurely. Upgrade requirements: 15 intelligence, 200 gray coins, 2 soul crystal fragments. Starry Dance LV5, active, consumes 18 star power to perform a short distance dash and increase movement speed by 30% for the next 5 seconds. Upgrade requirements: Agility 8, 200 gray coins, 2 soul crystal fragments. Starlight Healing LV5, active, consumes 11 star power to perform a minor healing on the target. Upgrade requirements: Intelligence 15, 200 gray coins, 2 soul crystal fragments. Starry Dance LV5 active, consumes 30 star power, spins and spreads starry shockwave, knocking back surrounding enemies. Upgrade requirements: Agility 8, Intelligence 20, 200 gray coins, 2 soul crystal fragments. As a result, Ning Fei was left with only 90 gray coins, 7 blood coins, and 40 soul crystal fragments. The details of the second-tier class in the skill tree, Starlight Dancer, have also been revealed. Tier 2 Starlight Dancer. Agility +2, Intelligence +8, Perception +7, Soul +7, Charisma +9 Core. Trait Star Energy Surge LV1. Automatically restores 1% of star power per hour. This effect can be stacked with the normal star power recovery rate. Upgrade requirements: 10 blood coins and 1 soul crystal fragment. Personal talent unlocked automatically after advancing to Star Dancer. Core skills: Starlight Arrow Rain LV1, active, can continuously fire straight star rays. Each star ray consumes 3, adds 1 point each time of star power. Learning requirements: Intelligence 15, Perception 10, 1 blood coin, 1 soul crystal fragment. Starlight Thorns LV1, active. Consumes 20 star power to generate thorns at the target's feet, restricting the target's movement for 1 second. Starlight Thorns can be destroyed. Learning requirements: 15 Intelligence, 1 blood coin, 1 soul crystal fragment. Star Projection LV1, active. Consumes 50 star power to create a starlight clone that attracts enemies. The starlight clone lasts for 10 seconds and explodes upon expiration, causing area damage. It can be actively detonated. Learning requirements: Intelligence 5, Perception 20, 1 blood coin, 1 soul crystal fragment. Starblade 8 LV1, active. Consumes 20 star power to condense a starblade for a slash. Each hit consumes 5 star power and can attack up to 3 times consecutively. Learning requirements: Strength 10, Agility 10, 1 blood coin, 1 soul crystal fragment. Starlight Hand LV1, active 1. Consumes 30 star power to condense a starlight hand for defense or attack. The starlight hand lasts for 10 seconds and can be destroyed by powerful attacks. Learning requirements: Strength 10, Intelligence 1, 1 blood coin, 1 soul crystal fragment. Star Chain LV1, active. Consumes 30 star power to condense a star chain connecting the user to the target. The star chain is 10 meters long and continuously drains the target's stamina during the connection. If the connection lasts for more than 20 seconds, it can paralyze the target for 5 seconds. Learning requirements: Intelligence 15, Perception 10, 1 blood coin, 1 soul crystal fragment. Starlight Illumination LV1, active. Consumes 10 star power to condense starlight and attach it to the target, continuously illuminating the surrounding environment. Each cast lasts for 10 minutes. Learning requirements: Intelligence 15, Perception 10, 1 blood coin, 1 soul crystal fragment. Star Goddess LV1. Increases the initial favorability of all allies towards herself. Outside of combat, there is a certain probability of dispelling the opponent's hostility. Learning requirements: 20 charm, 1 blood coin, 1 soul crystal fragment. Tier 3 Star Priest. Not currently visible. Promotion requirements: Starlight Meditation LV10, Starlight Perception LV10, Star Energy Surge LV10, any 8 skills reach LV10. Tier 3 Star Mark. Lord. Not yet visible. Promotion requirements: Starlight Meditation LV10, Starlight Perception LV10, Star Energy Surge LV10. Any 8 skills reach LV10. The second tier Starlight Dancer, not 2. Mention the extra 8 skills, has an additional 34 points in attributes, enough to crush ordinary apostles. Ning Fei did not hesitate and immediately chose to be promoted. In an instant, endless starlight descended from the void, passed through the barrier outside the floating island, and landed on Ning Fei. The apostles on the floating island noticed the strange phenomenon. Some were puzzled, while others were filled with envy. Half a minute later, the starlight dissipated, and Ning Fei's attributes had undergone a tremendous change. Apostle ID, DS-73 name, Ning Fei Star Power, 148349 rating, Worm Strength, 10-4 Agility, 12 Physical Condition, 10 Intelligence, 18 8 Perception, 17 Soul 17, 5 Charisma, 3 Ning Fei. Opened the skill tree, and his personal talent was unlocked. Magic Parasite, LVMAX, consumes 10 star power to create up to 3 magic parasites that attach to the target. The parasites will remain dormant, slowly absorbing the target's energy and growing on their own. When given a command, the parasites will leave the host or attack the host. The longer the dormant period, the higher the attack power. Ning Fei no longer has any large soul crystal fragments, so he cannot upgrade star energy surge. He can only learn each of the 8 newly appeared skills by consuming 8 blood coins and 8 soul crystal fragments, leveling them up to level 1. The Star Witch is clearly a skill-based class, with various skills that can be combined to create different playstyles and deal with various situations. I spent some time studying my skills in my private residence, and the maintenance of the public facilities was completed. Ning Fei first went to the workshop, a place known as the Equipment Forging Center among the Apostles. In the previous world, Ning Fei obtained 5 enhancement stones, white, which could be used to enhance white equipment. Strengthening equipment, level 5 is a threshold, which can add an extra special effect, so Ning Fei plans to use all 5 strengthening stones, white, on one piece of equipment. The equipment enhancement area, like the attribute improvement area, is also a single room for each person, with an equipment enhancement machine placed in the middle. Ning Fei opened his storage space, his gaze sweeping over the various pieces of equipment before finally settling on the Oath of Ashes. The Star Witch's skill tree emphasizes skill combinations, but her attack methods are somewhat monotonous. Ning Fei's main output method has always been physical output, so upgrading his strongest weapon is obviously the most suitable choice. After making the decision, Ning Fei placed the Ash Oath and 5 white enhancement stones on the equipment enhancement platform. Before upgrading white equipment to level 5, each level requires 100 gray coins and 1 white enhancement stone. The success rate is uniformly 95%, and unless you have extremely bad luck, you can basically succeed on the first try. Ning Fei considered himself to be quite lucky and activated the equipment enhancement machine without any hesitation. The equipment enhancement machine started running, emitting a slight buzzing sound, which lasted for several minutes before stopping. Ning Fei picked up the Oath of Ashes, and its attributes immediately appeared on his retina. Ash Oath plus 5 white category. Weapons attack power. Extremely high equipment effect. Strength plus 7. Agility plus 2 special effect 1. Gift of the Burning Realm. When wielding this sword, fire resistance will be greatly increased. Special effect 2. Ignite with me. When wielding this sword, it can ignite all targets within a 10-meter radius, including the wielder. The burning time lasts for 10 seconds. After use, it needs to be recharged for 12 hours before it can be used again. Description: a weapon blessed by the ancient gods, said to contain immense power. The attributes have been increased by a total of 5 points, and an additional special effect has been added. However, this special effect is truly speechless. It's a classic case of killing 1,000 enemies while losing 800 of your own. No wonder the first special effect greatly increases fire resistance. Otherwise, you might end up dying together with the enemy. Ning Fei couldn't help but wonder if he continued to enhance it and created a third special effect, it might be a healing skill. After carefully putting away the Oath of Ashes, Ning went to the Personal Improvement Center. Ning Fei's first stop was the skill upgrade area. In the previous world, Ning Fei obtained a melee skill scroll, and he planned to learn it to give himself an additional attack ability. The layout remained the same, a single room for each person, with a machine resembling an operating table placed in the center. Ning Fei lay down and took out the scroll, Divine Hunt/White. The cost of learning is 100 gray coins and 1 soul crystal fragment. Ning Fei did not hesitate and chose to study. After confirming this, a wave of drowsiness suddenly washed over Ning Fei, and he quickly succumbed to it and fell asleep. When Ning Fei woke up, he had a new skill in his skill bar, Divine Hunt/LV1, active. Consumes 20 star power. Leaps from the ground and unleashes a powerful slash at the target in front. Upgrade requirements: Strength 11, Agility 11, 100 gray coins, 1 soul crystal fragment. Ning Fei checked his gray coins and spent 200 gray coins and 2 soul crystal fragments to upgrade Divine Hunt / to level 3. Divine Hunt / LV3 active. Consumes 30 star power. Leaps from the ground and unleashes a powerful slash at the target in front. Upgrade requirements: Strength 13, Agility 13, 100 gray coins, 1 soul crystal fragment. After doing all this, Ning Fei had 790 gray coins, 9 blood coins, and 29 soul crystal fragments left. Ning Fei went next door and enhanced his attributes. Below 30 attribute points, each attribute point costs 100 gray coins and 1 soul crystal fragment. However, once the attribute points reach 30 or more, the price increases significantly. Ning currently has 29 soul crystal fragments, which means he can increase his attributes by 29 points. After a moment's thought, Ning Fei increased all 4 attributes: strength, intelligence, person, and soul to 20 points, agility to 18 points, and constitution to 15 points, for a total of 29 points. Apostle ID DS26773. Name: Ning Fei. Star power 6232. Worm strength 20, agility 18, physical condition 15, intelligence 20, perception 20, soul 20, charisma 20. In this way, Ning Fei's base stats reached 20 points in 5 categories, and with equipment, some stats could even exceed 30 points. Ning Fei had only 2890 coins left, and he planned to keep to buy some supplies later. For now, he intended to go back to the real world. Since Ning Fei returned to his home the last time he returned to the Endless Abyss, he also appeared at his home this time. After checking the room thoroughly and confirming there were no signs of intrusion, Ning Fei opened the door and went out onto the street. The return was again at night, with streetlights casting a dim yellow glow that barely illuminated the potholed streets. 4 city guards approached, giving Ning Fei strange looks. Unlucky, Ning Fei cursed under his breath, stepped aside, and waited for the other person to pass first. One of the city guards took off his magic-powered rifle and was about to walk towards Ning Fei when another city guard glanced at Ning Fei, frowned slightly, and pulled his companion back. The city guard who had been pulled back turned around in confusion, and another city guard shook his head slightly at him. The man paused for a moment, then slung the magic rifle back over his shoulder and said loudly, "I don't know what's wrong with this strap today. It keeps digging into my shoulders. It's even chafing my skin raw. Just go back and get a new one," the man who had stopped him chimed in. "There's a problem with the materials used in this new batch of goods, and you're not the only one experiencing this." As they spoke, the 4 of them walked past Ning Fei without even glancing at him, as if they hadn't seen him at all. Ning Fei frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled as to what these people were up to. After checking himself over and finding nothing amiss, Ning Fei could only walk toward the tavern with a heart full of doubt. On the way, Ning Fei encountered another group of city guards. When the city guards saw Ning Fei, they were stunned for a moment, seemingly at a loss for what to do. Ning Fei was puzzled, but he didn't show it on his face. He took the initiative to stand to the side of the road and make way for Ning Fei. The city guard at the head of the guards changed his expression several times. He made a gesture to his companions behind him, and the 4 of them walked past Ning Fei without looking at him. Ning Fei's doubts deepened. He looked in the direction the city guards left, only to find that they suddenly accelerated after walking a short distance, almost as if they were fleeing in panic. Something's not right. If it were just one group, one could barely find a reason, but since both groups of city guards behaved this way, The problem must lie with them. For a moment, Ning Fei even wondered if she should go back to the endless abyss to avoid trouble. Ning Fei quickly dismissed the idea. He knew that the problem would never be solved without figuring out what had happened, and that avoiding it would only make things worse. Suppressing his doubts, Ning Fei became more vigilant and continued walking towards the tavern. As soon as I pushed open the door, a cacophony of noise hit me. At the table right in the middle, two groups of people were at his throats, banging their fists on the table with a deafening roar, ready to overturn it and start a fight at any moment. Don't be a coward, just do it. Yes, don't be afraid, don't embarrass the people of East Street. What the hell made you from East Street? Are you still gonna fight or not? Hurry up, you've been slamming the table for so long, doesn't your hand hurt? The people around them shouted and egged them on, urging both sides to start fighting. Some even opened betting odds on which side would win. Ning Fei walked past the back of the crowd and headed towards the bar. The bartender stood behind the bar, watching the two noisy groups in the middle with great interest, looking like he was enjoying a good show. Ning Fei's two old acquaintances sat at the bar, each with two crumpled banknotes under their glasses. The two people in the corner noticed Ning Fei. Their expressions changed, and they subconsciously turned their heads away. Ning Fei pretended not to see them, walked to the front of the bar, and squeezed between the two people. The bartender spotted Ning Fei, his eyes gleaming, and said with a smile, "Those two just placed their bets, want to join in?" The middle-aged man on the left moved aside and said with some dissatisfaction, "Why do you have to squeeze into the middle of us in such a big space?" As they spoke, the middle-aged man turned and glanced at Ning Fei, his expression changing slightly. He said calmly, "Haven't seen you for a few days. Have you gone out of the city again?" "Yes." Ning Fei smiled, glanced at the two groups arguing in the middle, and said, "What's going on here? What else could it be?" The middle-aged man said with a laugh. They got drunk and started bragging, which led to an argument. Xiao Fei, the woman on the right, didn't move away, but instead leaned closer to Ning Fei and said, "We're betting on which side will win. Do you want to place a bet?" "You can place bets," Ning Fei said, taking out a banknote and throwing it on the table, "but your people can't participate." "How could that be?" The middle-aged man, with a smile. "It's just a few dollars, not worth making a fuss about." The woman glanced at the banknotes Ning Fei had thrown on the table, her eyes thoughtful. She moved closer to Ning Fei and said with a smile, "You've struck it rich lately, haven't you? Do you have any connections? Can you help me out? When did you start expanding your business and killing people?" Ning Fei casually picked up the wine glass in front of the woman, took a sip, and said with a smile, "Come on." The middle-aged man sneered. "Who leaves the city every day with such delicate skin? Why don't you look in the mirror and see what you look like now? You don't look like you just came back from outside the city at all." Ning Fei was slightly startled and subconsciously raised his hand to touch his chin. The skin is smooth and delicate, unlike a man's skin at all. Many women don't even have skin like that. "You look more like a woman than this woman right now," the bartender said with a chuckle. "If this keeps up, she'll probably lose her job." The woman gave the bartender the middle finger, then leaned closer to Ning Fei and asked, "Which rich woman has taken a liking to you? Introduce her, maybe she's bisexual." The changes in Ning Fei were slow and subtle. He got used to them every day and didn't notice them easily, but those who hadn't seen him for a while noticed them immediately. "Is it that obvious?" Ning Fei examined his fingers. His fingers were slender and white, like newly sprouted vines in early spring, and did not look like a man's hands at all. "If we hadn't known each other since we were kids, I would have thought you were some lady from the Hall district," the woman said with a smile, her hands silently reaching towards Ning Fei's legs. "You didn't have some strange surgery, did you?" Ning Fei was startled. He grabbed her hand and pulled her aside, saying seriously, "How is that possible?" As he spoke, Ning Fei released the woman's hand and subtly touched between her legs. Only after confirming that nothing strange had happened there, without his noticing, did he breathe a sigh of relief. No wonder the city guards he encountered on the road behaved that way. The Baggins district is the lowest rung of the city, where people struggle every day. Even the women there have rough, dry skin. Ning Fei doesn't look like someone from here at all. Additionally, there might be an effect of charisma. With 20 charisma points, you'll stand out from the crowd in the Baggins district and be noticed at a glance. When Ning Fei returned last time, his charm in nude clothing was 10 points. Although this was outstanding enough for ordinary people, it was not shocking. At most, it would make people take a second look and find it particularly pleasing to the eye. But it would not be too conspicuous. Wait a minute, last time I was extorted twice in one night. Could that also be charm's fault? Being handsome can attract women, but for men, it might turn into jealousy, leading them to pick fights. Yes, Xiao Fei, the middle-aged man said, leaning closer. We grew up together. Now that you have connections, you can't forget your brothers. Have some shame, the woman said, turning her head and staring at him. You're at least 20 years older than us. How dare you say you grew up together? Isn't being 20 to 40 considered growing up? The middle-aged man retorted righteously. Do you think any rich woman would be interested in someone like you? The woman asked, squinting her eyes. Still going strong even in your old age? Who knows, maybe someone might actually like that kind of thing? The middle-aged man said with a chuckle. Don't you think so, Xiao Fei? No, are you so sure I'm being kept by a rich woman? Ning Fei asked, both amused and exasperated. Isn't that right? They both said in unison. Ning Fei's lips twitched, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. Given your situation, you must have been targeted by a rich woman who paid a fortune for plastic surgery, the middle-aged man said matter-of-factly. Otherwise, could it be a genetic mutation? Wait, if she's not a rich woman, could it be? The woman's expression suddenly turned to fear, then gradually to disgust. She moved a long way to the side and shook her hand forcefully. Middle-aged man realized what was happening and moved to the side again. The bartender stood behind the bar, watching the three of them with a half-smile. A plate flew out of nowhere and hit one of the two groups of people facing off in the middle of the tavern in the face, smearing his face with soup and water. The man who had been bluffing suddenly became enraged and instinctively grabbed a plate and threw it at the person opposite him. Caught off guard, the person opposite was also smeared in the face. This is outrageous. Brothers, let's take him down. Who's afraid of who, guys? Let's go! If you dare to make a move, then attack. Shouts and curses immediately filled the air, and plates and cups flew at both sides. People around cheered loudly, encouraging both sides in the melee. In the chaos, someone overturned a table, and the two groups of people struggled forward, wrestling and fighting, stepping on the soup and water all over the ground. The chaos in the room temporarily attracted the attention of the middle-aged men and women, and even the bartender looked over with a smile, as if it wasn't his own bar that was being smashed. Damn it, you from East Street, haven't you eaten? A short man shouted, jumping up and down. I've bet 20 quinnia on you guys, and if I lose, I won't let you off the hook. Hey North Street, well done, keep it up, a fat man shouted, gesturing wildly. I bet 50 quinnia, I'm going to make a killing this time. Get out of here, the short man yelled, pointing at the fat man. Trying to show you're rich, huh? I'm rich, so what? The fat man retorted, glaring angrily. Looking for a beating, huh? The short man's anger surged, and he grabbed a wine bottle and threw it at the fat man. Caught off guard, the fat man was hit squarely in the chest by the bottle. After recovering, he immediately lunged angrily at the short man. The two quickly began to wrestle. Taking advantage of his weight, the fat man quickly gained the upper hand, pinning the short man to the ground and unleashing a flurry of punches. The people around him became even more excited, shouting loudly. One of them couldn't contain himself and rushed up to kick the fat man in the buttocks. The scene became increasingly chaotic. Both sides who placed bets joined the fray for their own benefit, and those who hadn't bets were also dragged into the fray. Without even realizing it, a bottle flew out of nowhere, but the woman caught it with lightning speed and threw it back into the chaotic crowd, hitting a one-eyed man squarely on the forehead. The one-eyed man shook his head and looked over angrily. A woman rushed up from behind and smashed a stool into his back, knocking him to the ground. The tavern door was kicked open, and a large number of city guards filed in, their dark gun barrels pointed at the fighting crowd. Bang! A city guard raised his magic-powered rifle and fired a shot at the roof. The piercing gunshots instantly brought the chaos in the tavern to a standstill, and both sides in the melee instinctively stopped what they were doing. Ning Fei looked up at the hole in the roof, which was 1/2 meter in diameter, and his lips twitched. If you were to get shot by this thing, anyone with flesh and blood would die on the spot. A tall, slender young man walked into the tavern, his gaze sweeping around the room before finally settling on Ning Fei. An invisible pressure immediately fell on Ning Fei, and the surrounding air seemed to solidify. Extraordinary. Ning Fei's breath hitched, and he quickly determined the other party's identity. Anyone not involved, leave immediately, the young man said casually, cracking his neck. The trembling crowd dared not move, hesitatingly glancing at the city guards around them. The city guard who fired the shot changed expression drastically and shouted sternly, "What are you all standing there for? Get out of here!" As if granted a pardon, the group rushed towards the door, only to end up crowding together at the entrance. The city guard who fired the shot looked even uglier. He rushed to the door and kicked the men blocking the entrance out. The middle-aged man next to Ning Fei stood up quickly without saying a word, and walked towards the door with his head down. The woman also quickly got up, took 2 steps, and when she realized that Ning Fei hadn't moved yet, she hesitated for a moment, then turned around and tried to pull Ning Fei away. Ning Fei pushed her hand away, shook his head at her, and gestured for her to leave first. This extraordinary being was clearly after him. He had locked onto him the moment he entered, and there was no way he would let him leave. The woman's eyes showed worry. She glanced cautiously at the young man, then lowered her head and quickly walked towards the door. Soon all the guests in the tavern, except Ning Fei, had left. "You all go out too," the young man said, turning to the group of city guards. The city guard who fired the shot breathed a sigh of relief and quickly made 2 hand gestures. A group of city guards immediately put away their magic rifles and filed out of the gate. The young man walked to the bar and said to the bartender, "A Midsummer Night's Dream, please." Ning's left hand hung down naturally, a glint of starlight light flashing at his fingertips, and landed silently on the young man's lower back. "That's high society stuff," the bartender said, wiping his glass without looking up. "I don't have any here." Ning Fei raised his eyebrows and looked at the bartender thoughtfully. "Old man, your temper is still like a chili pepper, easily ignited," the young man said with a smile, not angry. "Well then, whatever comes goes. Also, have a drink for this friend, it's on me." The bartender muttered something, turned around, walked towards the liquor cabinet, bent down, took out a set of keys, and opened the bottom cabinet. That had locked. "That woman was all right," the young man said, turning to Ning Fei. "She still thought of helping you out in this situation. That's quite kind of her." Ning Fei's gaze shifted slightly upwards, landing on his ice blue short hair, and a name quickly surfaced in his mind. Iris Starry Sky. One of the 4 extraordinary individuals in the city guard in this world. The original kingdoms have long since disappeared, and the regions have been disrupted by turmoil. Various civilizations have mixed together, creating a completely new style. Only in some inconspicuous details can one still glimpse a trace of the old world. Maybe I owe her money? Ning Fei said with a smile. Ha ha ha. Iris paused for a moment, then laughed and looked at Ning Fei, saying, "Don't worry, I won't cause her any trouble. I'm just here to have a chat with you." The bartender took out a small, exquisite wine bottle from the bottom cabinet, along with 3 delicate wine glasses. He turned around, placed the glasses on the table, poured about a third of each glass, and pushed 2 of them in front of Ning Fei and Iris. The wine is pale purple, and through the glass, you can see shimmering silver-white light inside, giving it a dreamlike beauty. "The goddess of twilight!" Iris exclaimed, raising her wine glass to her face and gently swirling it. The silvery white light in the glass immediately began to dance, moving through the wine like lightning. In ancient Nyan mythology, the goddess of dusk wears pale purple armor and wields a spear forged from lightning, symbolizing bravery and wisdom. This wine is named after her. Iris took a small sip, closed her eyes, and savored the taste. Ning Fei, intrigued, also picked up his glass and took a sip. The wine is sweet when it enters the mouth, but turns into a burning sensation when it goes down the stomach, quickly spreading throughout the body. "Old man, you've finally been generous this time." Iris opened her eyes, put down her glass, and looked at the bartender with a smile. "If you keep talking like this, I'll switch you to one of our beers," the bartender said, rolling his eyes. "So you can try something new." "No, please." Iris quickly moved her glass closer to herself, and said with a smile, "Fine, I won't say anything more." Ning Fei didn't speak, but instead speculated about the bartender's background in his mind. "An apostle of the abyss, is that right?" Iris turned to Ning Fei and said with a smile. Ning Fei's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the smile on Iris's face, he asked with some doubt, "You know about the apostles?" "Even by the official timeline, we've ruled this world for nearly 200 years," Iris said with a smile. "How could we possibly know nothing about you and your companions?" Ning Fei remained silent. He had long suspected this situation, but had simply refused to admit it. "I like people like you, who are well-behaved and keep to themselves," Iris said, ignoring Ning Fei's silence. "Unlike some of your companions, who start jumping around after gaining some insignificant power." "The person who attacked the city guards a few days ago?" Ning Fei asked tentatively. "Smart," Iris said, putting down her glass. "Originally, the apostles, like us, had already risen to a higher level, so killing a few ordinary people was nothing. But when I found him and wanted to have a good chat, like today, he refused to accept my goodwill and instead tried to attack me. So I had no choice but to handle things officially." "From what you're saying, you don't intend to exterminate beings like us?" Ning Fei asked curiously. "Why do you think that?" Iris asked Ning Fei with some surprise. "This world is so big that it's big enough for us to rule it together, instead of fighting each other." "So generous?" Ning Fei asked with some skepticism. "As long as you don't try to be our enemy, you're one of us." Iris smiled and turned the bracelet on his wrist. Several documents immediately appeared in his hand and were placed on the bar. "These documents represent your noble status in Economitus and all the rights you enjoy. They bear the official seal of the City Hall and the emblems of the 4 major families. You can find them in any system," Iris said, no longer looking at Ning Fei, but instead picking up her glass and taking a sip. "In addition, there is a property in the Hall District, which is a personal gift from me. Its value is roughly equivalent to buying 2,000 taverns like this." The bartender snorted and tried to snatch the glass from Iris's hand. Iris was prepared and downed the entire drink in one gulp, giving the bartender a smug smile. Ning Fei's gaze lingered on the documents on the table, unable to look away. He knew very well that this was Iris's attempt to bribe him, and that accepting it would mean accepting their offer of amnesty. In fact, the price offered by Iris was quite considerable. Not to mention the property, the title of nobility alone was something that was tied to the extraordinary, a class that ordinary people could never reach, no matter how hard they tried. With the title of nobleman, as long as Ning Fei doesn't go against the four major families or provoke some of the old noble families, he can do whatever he wants in this city. Laws, morals, and rules have no power to restrain the extraordinary. Very tempting terms, Ning Fei said slowly, taking the documents in front of him. Iris smiled and raised her glass to Ning Fei, only to find it empty. She looked at the bartender with some embarrassment. The bartender snorted and turned his head away, refusing to look at him again. Iris chuckled, picked up the bottle, poured herself a glass, and raised her glass to Ning Fei. The two wine glasses clinked gently in the air, producing a crisp sound. Iris downed the drink in her glass in one gulp, smiled, and stood up, saying, "I'm leaving now. Let's have a drink together again sometime, old man. I'll bring you a good bottle of wine next time. I won't keep you from doing business today." The bartender glanced up at the hole in the ceiling, rolled his eyes at Iris's retreating figure, picked up the bottle and poured Ning Fei another glass, then carefully screwed the cap back on, put it back in the bottom cabinet, locked it again, shook the lock, and sat back down behind the bar. Ning Fei gently raised his hand, and a barely perceptible starlight flashed across Iris's lower back before disappearing without a trace. The woman who had left earlier reappeared at the tavern entrance, peeking cautiously towards the bar. After confirming that Ning Fei was still alive, the woman quickly ran over and carefully examined him. Once she made sure he wasn't missing any limbs, she breathed a sigh of relief and said, "You scared me to death. I thought you were hooking up with a rich woman and her husband had come knocking on your door." Ning Fei rolled his eyes and felt an urge to kick her out. "Don't say anything." The woman snatched the wine glass from Ning Fei's hand, drank it in one gulp, and put the glass down, saying, "Let me have a drink to calm my nerves." After downing a glass of wine, the woman's face quickly turned as red as fire. "Ugh, what kind of wine is this? It tastes awful." The woman shook her head and complained to Ning Fei. The bartender slammed his glass down on the bar, his beard trembling violently, looking like he was about to jump over from behind the bar and beat her up. How big is a property worth 2,000 pubs? After confirming Ning Fei's identity, the guards at the gate immediately and courteously invited him into a small reception room inside the gate, while simultaneously notifying the guard captain via walkie-talkie. After the supernatural gained dominance, technology did not disappear completely, but rather merged with the supernatural and was confined to a certain area. At first glance, the Barkins district and the Hall district seem like two completely different worlds. A servant brought Ning Fei a drink, and then apologized profusely, asking him to wait there for a few minutes. Iris gave the property to Ning Fei, but until the handover was completed, he could only be considered a guest. Ning Fei remained expressionless, nodded slightly, and tried his best to control his curiosity, refraining from looking around aimlessly and putting on a nonchalant demeanor. About 10 minutes later, 3 men arrived in a hurry. The leader appeared to be in his 50s, with a slender and upright build. His slightly gray hair was neatly styled, and he was wearing a classic tailcoat. He scanned the room with his eyes before walking briskly toward Ning Fei. Ning Fei raised his eyebrows slightly, sensing a slight flow of energy from the other person. This is extraordinary. Judging from the energy fluctuations, his strength is not very strong. In the previous world, he would be roughly at the level of an elite monster, but for ordinary people, he has already reached the level of crushing. Hello, Mr. Ning Fei. The man walked up to Ning Fei, bowed slightly, and said meticulously, "My name is Edgar Lohman, you can call me Edgar. I am currently the butler of Starshine Eternal Manor." "Hello, Edgar." Ning Fei nodded slightly. "I have contacted the town hall staff, and they will come over in half an hour to handle the handover for you," Edgar said in a very calm voice. "If you don't mind, I can take this time to give you a brief introduction to the basic situation of the manor." "Okay." Ning Fei nodded slightly. The Starshine Eternal Manor covers a total area of 6,000 square meters, with an overall layout of a three-ring nested structure, Edgar said calmly. The core ring is the main castle complex, covering 1,200 square meters. The middle ring is the garden area, covering 3,400 square meters, which includes a swimming pool, equestrian arena, and fighting arena. The outer ring is the servant area and defensive facilities, which can resist attacks to a certain extent. Ning Fei was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. He could only try to control his expression and nod slightly to signal the other person to continue. There are 66 servants and 42 guards in the manor, including myself, Edgar said. The salaries of these people are all paid by the town hall. If you want to increase the number of people, you will have to pay for it yourself. If you have other suitable candidates, you can replace anyone, including me. Ning Fei couldn't help but marvel at Iris's generosity once again. With such a generous offer, even a normal person would fall for it. He wondered what the unlucky guy was thinking, insisting on going against Iris. Well, the most likely reason is that he felt guilty after killing the city guards, and without even talking to them, he thought of striking first. These two are Song Kaiao, the captain of the manor's guards, and Williams, the vice-captain. Edgar turned around and introduced the two men who had come with him to Ning Fei. Both of them have received professional combat training, and you can completely trust their abilities. Like Ning Fei, Song Yiqiao has black hair and black eyes, while Williams has blonde hair and blue eyes, making him noticeably different from Ning Fei. According to the Old World's classification, they belong to different regions and countries, but after 200 years of integration, they have completely merged and now live in the same city, doing jobs. After Edgar finished introducing them, the two immediately stepped forward and bowed to Ning Fei. Ning Fei also sensed faint energy fluctuations from the two of them. Song Kaiao was slightly stronger, about the same as Edgar, while Williams was much weaker. "Song Kaiao, please introduce the manor's security to Mr. Ning," Edgar said to Song Kaiao, then stepped aside. "Yes, Mr. Ning, Mr. Edgar." Song Kaiao stepped forward and said in a measured tone, "There are 40 guards in the manor. Apart from Williams and me, they are divided into 8 groups, working in 2 shifts. One group is stationed at the gate, the other 2 groups patrol the manor, and the last group is a backup to deal with emergencies. The manor's walls are equipped with a security net that will immediately sound an alarm if anyone intrudes." Song Kaiao paused and continued. "And when necessary, it can also be connected to an energy source to form a protective net that completely isolates the inside from the outside. In addition, there is an independent protective net in the main castle area, which can protect the safety of the main castle. After connecting to the energy source, it can temporarily block the attack of A-level powerhouses." After speaking, Song Kaiao stopped, bowed, and stepped back. Edgar took out a pocket watch from his pocket, glanced at it, and said, "Mr. Ning Fei, there are 22 minutes before the City Hall staff arrive. If you don't mind, I can take you on a tour of the main areas of the manor during this time." Ning Fei stood up and said, "Then lead the way." "Please follow me," Edgar said with a slight bow, then walked out, while Song Kao and the other man remained where they were. A car was parked outside the small reception room. Edgar turned to Ning Fei and said, "Mr. Ning, I suggest you take a car so you can complete the tour within the expected time. Of course, if you prefer to walk, I will ask the City Hall staff to wait for you in the reception room." "Let's take a car." Ning Fei nodded and said, "Okay." Edgar walked to the car, opened the back door slightly, and said, "Please get in." Ning Fei got into the car and sat down. Edgar closed the door, took 2 steps forward, sat in the passenger seat, and said to the driver, "Drive." The car started immediately and moved forward smoothly. "Mr. Ning, the area ahead is the servants' living quarters," Edgar said, opening the car window and pointing to a large cluster of buildings in the distance. "Most of the servants and guards in the manor live here, and only a few live elsewhere because of the nature of their work." Ning Fei looked at that area and sighed inwardly. Even the servants' quarters were much larger and looked much nicer than the houses in the Baggins district. The car continued forward, and a large shed, wrapped in a semi-transparent, gradually came into view. This is the planting area, staffed with a grower and 8 servants, responsible for growing various fruits and, most importantly, amber grapes, Edgar said. Amber grapes can be used to make wine, which can be sold in addition to our own consumption, bringing in about 15,000 of income each month. Further ahead is the parking lot, which can accommodate 120 cars at the same time, so that you can entertain your guests. Edgar continued to introduce, but Ning Fei's thoughts gradually drifted away. Fate is a fascinating thing. Who would have thought that yesterday he was at the very bottom of society, but today he owns such a large business? Noticing Ning Fei's absent-mindedness, Edgar stopped his introduction, and the car fell silent. It took Ning Fei a while to come to his senses. Edgar observed Ning Fei's expression through the rearview mirror. Seeing that Ning Fei had come to his senses, he spoke again. "This area is—" "Edgar," Ning Fei interrupted Edgar. "I have a question that might offend you." "Please ask," Edgar said without the slightest hesitation. "I sensed an energy flow within you," Ning Fei said slowly. "You must also be an extraordinary being, so why would you do something like this?" Edgar paused for a moment, then calmly said, "Mr. Ning, 199 years have passed since the year of upheaval. During this time, countless families have risen and countless families have fallen, and even the extraordinary are no exception. Even so, you shouldn't have to worry about making a living, right?" Ning pressed. "That's true," Edgar said. "I also have noble status, and receive a monthly allowance from the town hall, enough to maintain a relatively decent life. But so what?" Ning Fei remained expressionless, waiting for him to continue. "Whether it's the extraordinary or the primitive, wherever there are people, there will be conflict." Edgar's voice carried a hint of desolation. "Among the extraordinary, without sufficient strength, the ultimate consequence is being devoured by other families. If you want to continue, you can only rely on other families, and that is the most common way." "I see." Ning Fei nodded gently. "For the lower classes, the extraordinary is an unbreakable barrier. But inside that barrier, it is just as bloody and turbulent, and not much better. Mr. Ning, let's continue our previous topic. This area is the kitchen." Edgar's expression returned to normal, and he continued meticulously. "Responsible for the meals of all the servants. Of course, your daily meals are near the main castle and are taken care of by a special person." Listening to Edgar's introduction, Ning Fei suddenly lost interest and interrupted Edgar again, saying, "Edgar, let's stop here for today." Edgar took out his pocket watch, glanced at it, and said, "Mr. Ning, The City Hall staff will arrive in 15 minutes. If you stop now, you will need to wait at least 12 minutes. Then let's go back and wait a while," Ning Fei said calmly. "Okay, Mr. Ning." Edgar gestured to the driver, and the car immediately changed direction, passing through the garden and heading towards the main castle. The plants in the garden were clearly meticulously manicured, and deep inside, one could see servants busily at work. The car stopped in front of the main castle, and Edgar got out and opened the car door for Ning Fei. After Ning Fei got out of the car slowly started and drove away into the distance. The main castle is in the classic Chinese style, which looks grand and majestic, but is also exquisite in detail. Edgar led Ning Fei into the main castle. As soon as they entered, they saw a middle-aged woman with 2 men and 2 women and 4 servants waiting there. "This is the head maid, Bai Ying," Edgar said. "She is mainly responsible for your daily life, and also in charge of the cleaning and tidying of the castle." Ning Fei's heart stirred. He also sensed a faint energy fluctuation on Bai Ying, which was even 3 points stronger than that on Edgar. "Hello, Mr. Ning." Bai Ying, dressed in a classical outfit that Ning Fei found somewhat familiar, gave Ning Fei a slight bow. Ning Fei nodded slightly, pondering where he had seen Bai Ying's outfit before. "Bai Ying, Mr. Ning seems a bit tired. Please take him to rest. I will notify Mr. Ning when the City Hall staff arrive," Edgar said to Bai Ying. "Okay." Bai Ying nodded slightly and looked at Ning Fei, saying, "Mr. Ning, please come with me." As she spoke, Bai Ying led Ning Fei upstairs, with 4 servants following behind her. Edgar stood there and watched Ning Fei go up to the 2nd floor before turning and leaving. Bai Ying led Ning Fei to a bedroom on the 2nd floor. With a smile, "Mr. Ning, you can rest here for a while. I'll be right outside the door. Please let me know if you need anything." Ning Fei nodded slightly and entered the room. Bai Ying stayed outside the door and closed it. Ning Fei walked to the bedside, threw himself onto the soft bed, and stared blankly at the ceiling, feeling somewhat lost for a moment. About 10 minutes later, there was a light knock on the door twice. "Mr. Ning, Mr. Edgar, that the staff from the City Hall have arrived and are waiting in the reception room." Bai Ying's voice rang out from outside the door. Ning Fei jumped out of bed, walked over, opened the door, and said to Bai Ying, "Let's go. Please follow me." Bai Ying bowed slightly and turned to lead the way. After Ning Fei caught up, a male and a female servant immediately entered the room, while 2 other people followed behind Ning Fei. Edgar was waiting at the door of the reception room. As soon as Ning Fei arrived, he immediately opened the door for him. Upon seeing Ning Fei, the 3 uniformed City Hall staff members immediately stood up and bowed. Ning Fei sat down on the sofa next to him, while Edgar and Bai Ying stood beside him. The 3 staff members then sat down and opened the documents in their hands. The handover process was not complicated, and could even be described as simple. After confirming Ning Fei's identity and checking the documents in his hands, all Ning Fei needed to do was sign his name. The entire process lasted less than 5 minutes before the 3 staff members finished their task, got up, and left. Edgar saw the 3 of them out, while Bai Ying collected the documents on the table and handed them to a maid behind her. The maid took the document and immediately turned and left. "Sir, Bai Yan will deliver the documents to your study and will be responsible for your daily life along with 3 other people," Bai Ying explained. "Of course, if you have a more preferred candidate, you can replace anyone, including me, at any time." Bai Ying's dress changed from Mr. Ning to Mr., a difference of 1 word, but it represents the distinction between and host. Looking at Bai Ying's clothes, Ning Fei suddenly remembered that this was the same outfit he had created when he used Starshine protection. Although the details are not exactly the same, the overall style is completely consistent. It is obvious that they are from the same series. Ning Fei suddenly felt a bit of a headache, and his good mood vanished completely. If he weren't certain that Bai Ying didn't know his background, he would have suspected that she was being sarcastic. "Change your clothes next time," Ning Fei said to Bai Ying. "It's really annoying to have someone I don't like always wearing the same style of clothes as you." "Yes, sir," Bai Ying said with a slight bow. "If you would allow me, I will go and change it now." "Go ahead," Ning Fei nodded and said. "If you need anything, please let me know." Bai Ying bowed slightly again, then turned and left. The main castle area is divided into 5 floors. The first and second floors are public areas. The hall on the first floor can be used to hold banquets. The middle of the second floor is open, allowing you to look down at the hall on the first floor. Surrounding the main building are some bedrooms, which can be used for temporary rest by guests attending the banquet. The third floor is mainly used to accommodate overnight guests, and also includes some entertainment areas. Further up is the private area. The fourth floor mainly consists of a study, showroom, and private collection room, while the fifth floor is the owner's living area. Further up, there is a small rooftop plaza and several attics, from which you can overlook the entire estate. Led by Jeffrey, Ning Fei arrived at his bedroom on the 5th floor. A black trench coat was placed on the bed in the bedroom. Ning Fei was puzzled. He stepped forward and picked up the trench coat. Immediately, blood-red characters began to flash on his retina. Breath of the Wind green category. Armor defense. Weak equipment effect. Agility +5. Constitution +5. Special effect 1. Storm's Embrace consumes at least 30 star to construct a wind shield that surrounds the body for defense. Special effect 2. Wings of the Gale consumes 20 star to slow. When the fall height exceeds 10 meters, additional star power can be consumed for gliding. Star power will be continuously consumed during the process. Description: this windbreaker, infused with the power of wind, was manufactured using special methods and can coexist with other armor. Ning Fei was utterly shocked. He had lived through 2 worlds, and apart from the original twin-star ring bond, this was the first time he had ever seen green equipment. The total attribute points increased by 10, reaching the limit of green equipment, but more importantly, it can coexist with other armor pieces. Under normal circumstances, each piece of protective gear is unique. Even if you force 2 pieces of armor on, only one of them will be effective. Ning Fei's Embrace of the Drowned is upper body armor. Although its defensive power is almost negligible and its design is like underwear, taking up no space, once worn it occupies that space, making it impossible to wear any other armor on top. Of course, you can wear a piece of clothing over it to cover up the appearance of the drowned embrace. That's not equipment. It's like a game skin, just a change in appearance. In fact, that's exactly what Ning Fei did. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to wear the drowned embrace out in public. Breath of the Wind can be equipped simultaneously with Embrace of the Drowned, a situation that only occurs with a very small number of rare items. Any equipment like this would cost at least double. Ning Fei held the Breath of Wind, his expression changing repeatedly. If the previous real estate and noble titles were bribes, then this piece of equipment is a threat. There are only 2 possibilities for this equipment to appear here. Either a high-ranking apostle has joined forces with Iris and her group, or they are able to kill the high-ranking apostle. Ning Fei estimated that these 2 scenarios were likely to coexist, because even if Iris killed the high-ranking apostle, he might not be able to obtain the equipment. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to see the attributes, wouldn't put it here with such a purpose. However, while threatening him, they also gave Ning Fei a piece of green equipment so that he wouldn't hold a grudge or develop a rebellious mentality. They gave him a beating and then a sweet treat, and he figured it out. Ning Fei snorted coldly and put away the equipment without any politeness. For the next few days, Ning Fei stayed here, but every night when he meditated, he would still return to his private residence in the endless abyss. In the past few days, the atmosphere within the endless abyss has become somewhat tense. The most direct manifestation of this is the significant increase in the prices of goods in the market, especially items that can heal injuries, whose prices have more than doubled. In addition, Ning Fei also noticed that at the teleportation array in the city center, people had only returned in the past 2 days, but no one had entered the mission world. Feeling uneasy, Ning Fei headed towards the commercial district plaza. He had considered asking Aisha, but while Aisha could find Ning Fei through the twin star ring, Ning Fei's twin star ring did not have this function, and he didn't know what was wrong with it. If you can't find Aisha, you can only find Jasmine, the white cat who always sets up a stall in the square. Ning Fei bought 10 dried fish from an apostle's stall. This thing is just for food and has no special effects. It only cost Ning Fei sun and gray coins. However, what Ning Fei couldn't understand was that apostles didn't need to eat in the mission world. But in the endless abyss, food was provided in private residences, so why would anyone make this stuff? After several twists and turns, we arrived at that familiar corner, where the white cat Jasmine was indeed there, staring wide-eyed as she fiercely bargained with a middle-aged man. "Oh, it's you," Jasmine the white cat said, her eyes lighting up when she saw Ning Fei. She ignored the middle-aged man and said, "Are you here to buy medicine? Meow can give you a discount." "Hey, why is he allowed to get a discount?" The middle-aged man, annoyed by being ignored, glared at the white cat and questioned. "Buy it or get lost." Jasmine the white cat glared at him, then manipulated things behind the stall for a while, immediately doubling the price of all the potions. The middle-aged man's eyes widened, his face flushed red, and he pointed at the white cat Jasmine, trembling with anger. "What? You're not happy?" The white cat squatted on the ground and said angrily, "Bite me then." Damn it, what kind of world is this? Even cats are starting to judge by appearances. The middle-aged man jumped up and down in anger, glared at Ning Fei, and turned to leave in a huff. "That person is so annoying," Jasmine the white cat said angrily after changing the price back. It's only a few hundred gray coins, and they've been haggling for half an hour. I'm so angry. Here's a gift for you." Ning Fei took out the dried fish and handed it to the white cat Jasmine. "Wow, it's my favorite dried fish." Jasmine the white cat smiled like a human. Her eyes narrowed, her tail stood up, and she held the dried fish in her arms, saying happily, "You're a good person, I like you. Is anything going to happen lately?" Ning Fei simply sat down on the ground opposite the stall and asked the white cat Jasmine, "I see that a lot of things have gone up in price." "Huh? Didn't you know?" Jasmine the white cat twitched her ears and asked curiously, "The 3-monthly live fire exercise is about to begin, and everyone has to participate. Meow will be going with Master too?" "A live fire exercise?" Ning Fei raised an eyebrow and asked curiously. Said Jasmine the white cat, taking out a small dried fish and munching on it. "Apart from the apostles who have just passed the novice trial and the group of trial participants who are waiting outside the city, everyone has to participate. Each battlefield has several hundred to over 1,000 people participating in large-scale war missions." "A large-scale war mission?" Ning Fei asked curiously. "It's like when 2 major powers are fighting, and we have to join one side and help them win," the white cat said, munching on a dried fish. If they lose, we have to participate in a punishment mission, the kind with a 90% mortality rate. Ning Fei understood and then asked the white cat Jasmine about the details of the live fire exercise. Jasmine, munching on dried fish, answered his questions one by one. Overall, the difficulty of the live fire exercise is quite high, with an average mortality rate of 60%. Most importantly, unlike normal mission worlds, there are no guaranteed missions, so everyone has to fight for their lives. Ning Fei checked the gray coins on his body. He had 2,750 left. He lowered his head and examined the potions on the white cat's stall. My master said that if you want to buy it, he can sell it to you for 70% of the market price, the white cat said, squinting its eyes. And that's before the price went up. Your master is such a good person, Ning Fei praised. Yes, Meow thinks so too. The white cat twitched its ears and said excitedly, As they spoke, Ning Fei had already selected 6 bottles of potions from the stall. 3 bottles each of basic gale. Potion, basic, healing potion. The basic swiftness potion increases movement speed by 50% for 3 minutes, while the basic healing potion allows wounds to heal quickly. Both potions are labeled as being made by the Abyss Apostle C234332, clearly indicating they were created by the same person. Huh, don't you need any potions to restore your magic? The white cat asked curiously. Master always carries so many with him. Sometimes he drinks them like water. Ning Fei's lips twitched. Sure enough, being able to make medicine himself was a great privilege. He hadn't used the 3 mana recovery potions he bought last time. He had been deliberately controlling the frequency of skill usage throughout the world. This time, after these few days of meditation, his star power limit had 553 points, and he could even break through 600 points before the missions started, so he had no shortage of it. My magic consumption isn't high. I haven't even used up all of my last one, Ning Fei said with a smile. Jasmine the white cat stared at Ning Fei in surprise, as if she were looking at some strange creature. She shook her head, looked down at the potion, and said, The market price of a basic gale potion is 800 gray coins, and the market price of a basic healing potion is 400 gray coins. If it's 70%, then it's 520 gray coins. You can give me 500 gray coins. Ning Fei handed gray coins to the white cat, got up to say goodbye to the white cat Jasmine, and prepared to leave. Wait a minute. Jasmine the white cat called out to Ning Fei. You gave me a gift, so I have to give you one too. You can't refuse, okay? As she spoke, the white cat Jasmine touched the bow on her head, and a fist-sized ball appeared on her paw, which she then presented to Ning Fei. Thank you. Ning Fei paused for a moment, thanked the white cat Jasmine, and then accepted the sphere. Immediately, blood-red characters began to flicker on my retina. Meow Meow Bomb, green category. Consumables function. Activated by infusing magic, it can be detonated at any time within a 1-kilometer radius. If it is not actively detonated within 1 hour after activation, it will automatically explode, causing widespread damage. Holy crap! Ning Fei's body suddenly froze, his attention scanning back and forth over the word green, his surprise beyond words. He casually pulled out a green item. Although it was a consumable, it was still green after all. Did they accidentally take the wrong cat? This was made by Meow, so you can't refuse, said Jasmine, the wat, squinting her eyes. Ning Fei said again after a moment of silence. Don't mention it. Now that we've exchanged gifts, we're friends, said Jasmine the white cat, waving her paw. Don't die, okay? Mia wants to eat your dried fish again next time. Don't worry, Ning Fei said, you don't have to die either. Meow has 9 lives, said Jasmine the white cat, squinting her eyes. After saying goodbye to the white cat, Ning Fei returned to the real world. He sat in his study, pondering for a long time, before instructing his personal maid to summon the butler, Edgar. Edgar arrived quickly and stood straight in front of Ning Fei, awaiting his instructions. "Give me a report on the manor's financial situation," Ning Fei said calmly. "Yes, sir," Edgar said meticulously. "Currently, the estate's income mainly comes from two sources. One is your allowance as a nobleman, which is 100,000 quin per month, and the other is the income from Ampere wine, which is about 15,000 quin per month." Ning Fei nodded slightly, signaling the other party to continue. "After you become the new owner of the manor, I have pre-applied for your monthly allowance to cover the basic expenses of the manor," Edgar said meticulously. "This amount is usually around 50,000 quin, and will be settled at the end of the month. If you urgently need the money, the bill can be postponed, but you will need to pay some interest. The revenue from amber wines will be collected at the end of the month. You can adjust the proportion you sell. If you sell all of it, you can get about 30,000 quin, but I don't recommend that you do so. Amber wines are the signature wine of Star Shine Eternal Estate. You need to keep at least 1/5 for basic social activities." Ning Fei picked up 2 written letters from the table, pushed them across the table, and looked at Edgar, saying, "Here are 2 letters. I want you to personally go to the Baggins district and deliver them to Mr. Lin Xuefeng and Miss Lisa, respectively." Lin Xuefeng and Lisa were Ning Fei's 2 old acquaintances from the tavern. "Yes, sir," Edgar said, picking up the letter and glancing at it. "In addition, withdraw 5,000 quin and give it to Miss Lisa," Ning Fei continued. "They meet at the Black Cloak Bar every night. You need to go there at night and give them the letter. In the Baggins district, 5,000 quin is enough to sustain a person for half a year, but not so extravagant as to tempt those with the means to risks. Currently, all the staff in the manor are those left over from before, and their loyalty cannot be guaranteed at all. Ning Fei urgently needs manpower, and his best choice is the Baggins district. Sending the housekeeper over in the evening is a way of making a statement, letting everyone see Ning Fei's attitude, and then people will be scrambling to come over. While the loyalty of these people cannot be guaranteed either, they are at least much more reliable than the original staff in the manor, since they still rely on Ning Fei to pay their salaries. As for Baggins' identity, it means that even if they wanted to get involved with others, they wouldn't have the ability to do so in the short term. This period of time would be enough for Ning Fei to completely take control of the manor. "Should I bring a few city guards with me?" Edgar asked. "Okay." Ning Fei thought for a moment, nodded in agreement, and continued. "Lin Xuefeng will select 20 people. You can arrange for someone to bring them over. I need to expand the manor's security." Lisa was originally the most suitable candidate, but Ning Fei himself hasn't even established himself yet. Bringing her over rashly might just harm her. As for Lin Xuefeng, well, do we need to make any changes to the existing staff? Edgar asked. "No need," Ning Fei said. "Just put them in separate groups and have Song Kao give them some military training." "I understand. Is there anything else?" Edgar asked. "How much of our Anbor wine stock do we have left?" Ning Fei asked after a moment's thought. "There are 12 bottles left," Edgar replied quickly. "Take 4 bottles and give them to the 4 extraordinary members of the city guard," Ning Fei said thoughtfully. "Also, give 1 bottle to the owner of the Black Cloak Bar as a token of our goodwill." Ning Fei is not a radical youth. He will not blindly hate all nobles because of his previous status. As long as there is no conflict between them, Ning Fei is happy to express goodwill to them, even if the other party is arrogant and unwilling to associate with a nouveau riche like Ning Fei. At most they will refuse to accept his gifts. As long as they are not psychologically twisted and there is no conflict of interest, they will not be hostile to Ning Fei. Sir, I suggest you upgrade the gift for Iris and Mr. Tias to 2 bottles, Edgar said. This way, you will show your goodwill to everyone and also make your position clear to Mr. Iris. Then that's settled, Ning Fei said after a moment's thought. Also, I will be away for a few days. During my absence, you will be in charge of all matters within the manor. You can entrust this to me with confidence, Edgar said, bowing. Okay, go ahead, Ning Fei nodded and said. Edgar turned and left, closing the door for Ning Fei as he went out. Ning Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Now he would have to face the real-world combat exercise in the endless abyss with all his might. In a battlefield with tens of thousands of people, Ning Fei couldn't guarantee that he would survive. All he could do was give it his all and leave the rest to fate. Amidst the cacophony of noise, Ning Fei quickly regained consciousness. Ning Fei quickly looked around. A large number of apostles were scattered around, some of whom were already surveying their surroundings. Just like Ning Fei, mountains stretched out on both the north and south sides, and the apostles were on the plain between the 2 mountains. On the north side of the plain, a river flows along the mountain, occupying most of the plain, leaving only a small part on the south side, about 3 kilometers wide. Surrounding the apostles were numerous cavalrymen. Half of these cavalrymen were on guard around the perimeter, while the other half dismounted and led their horses to the riverbank to drink water and unload fodder from their backs to feed the war horses. Ning Fei noticed that each apostle had a badge on their shoulder. Some badges had 2 stripes, some had 3 stripes, and a very few had 4 stripes. Blood-red characters flickered on his retina, but before Ning Fei could take a closer look, 3 murderous gazes had already locked onto him. Ladies and gentlemen, this time, a middle-aged man who looked rather refined pushed up his glasses, trying to say something, but was interrupted by a sharp shout as soon as he opened his mouth. "You dog of a man, die!" A star witch raised her hand, and starlight flickered at her fingertips, quickly condensing into an arrow that shot towards Ning Fei. On her raised arm, the badge gleamed in the sunlight. Like Ning Fei's, it had 2 stripes. Ning Fei spun and moved sideways to avoid the opponent's attack, while his eyes quickly scanned the crowd. Among the crowd, including the person who had attacked earlier, there were a total of 7 star witches. These people were wearing the same robes and were easy to identify. 2 more of the 7 suddenly sprang into action, surrounding Ning Fei. The 2 men have badges, with 3 bars on one and 4 bars on the other. The 3 of them raised their hands at the same time, and starlight flickered continuously at their fingertips. The surrounding apostles quickly retreated to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Ning Fei slightly raised his hand, and a flash of starlight appeared at his fingertips. He silently flew towards the person with the 4 stripes and landed on her abdomen. At the same time, Ning Fei's figure suddenly split into 2, one on the left and one on the right, to meet the 2 people with 2 and 3 stripes. "Back off quickly, he's a starlight dancer!" The man with 4 stripes shouted at the man with 2 stripes, his expression changing drastically. The 2 men carrying the swords changed their expressions drastically, quickly stopped their attack. Their bodies flashed with starlight, and they disappeared from their original positions, retreating. 3 meters. 3 meters, Star Maiden. Ning quickly made a judgment, and starlight also flashed on his body as he teleported 5 meters toward the 2 people carrying the sword. "This is the boost I received after becoming a star dancer. I don't know how Ashi managed to teleport 10 meters. The man with the 4 stripes had starlight shimmering on his body. He teleported 5 meters toward Ning Fei's location and raised his hand to launch an attack. Another Ning Fei suddenly turned around and pounced on her, unleashing a powerful energy surge. The man with the 4 stripes changed his expression, stopped his attack, and quickly dodged. Ning Fei quickly raised his hand and pointed to the feet of the person with the 2 stripes. Starlight condensed into crystals, which spread like thorns and entangled her legs. The other person struggled a couple of times, but couldn't break free. This requires sufficient strength attributes to support it, and the Star Witch's strength, unless deliberately increased, is truly unbearable to look at. The stellar projection exploded with a deafening roar, and the violent energy fluctuation enveloped an area within a 3-meter radius, causing many apostles to change their expressions drastically. The starlight thorns lasted only 1 second, but for Ning Fei, that was enough to get him close enough to his opponent. As the starlight flowed, a powerful force surged into his legs, and Ning Fei leaped up from the ground, raising the Oath of Ashes high and slashing it down at the man's head. The other person's face was filled with terror, and they stood there stunned. Ning Fei landed heavily, and with a flash of sword light, he cleaved his opponent in 2. The 2 halves of the body fell to either side, blood mixed with internal organs spilling onto the ground. Some of the apostles looked grim and turned away. A few even couldn't bear it, bending over and retching repeatedly. You killed Apostle DX776438. This world is a cooperative scenario. There are no rewards for killing apostles. The man with the 4 stripes approached Ning Fei, and with a wave of his hand, star chains emerged from his palm, wrapping around Ning Fei. Ning Fei quickly retreated, maintaining the distance between them. The star chains continued to extend, finally stopping in front of Ning Fei. They swayed twice unwillingly before disappearing. 10 meters, which means that the opponent's level in this skill is the same as mine, both at level 1. Ning Fei suddenly charged forward, and the star chains shot out from his palm, wrapping around his opponent. Not to be outdone, the opponent raised his hand again, and the star chain also shot out from his palm, but 1 second slower than Ning Fei. During the star chain connection, it will continuously drain the opponent's stamina. If it exceeds 20 seconds, it will paralyze the opponent for 5 seconds. Ning Fei's skill was activated 1 second earlier, which meant that the opponent would be paralyzed first. The other party showed no fear and looked at the man carrying the 3 poles. After Ning Fei revealed his strength, the 3 men had already retreated far away and dared not step forward. When they saw their companions signaling them, they hesitated for a moment before quickly taking action. The man with the 4 stripes also began to move quickly, joining the man with the 3 stripes and shielding her behind him. This means that Ning Fei only has 1 second. If he cannot kill both of them within that time, he will face paralysis for up to 5 seconds. Ning Fei's expression changed slightly, and starlight quickly began to flash around his body. The man with the 4 stripes smiled, and his body also shimmered with starlight. Ning flew backward, while the other party moved forward, simultaneously teleporting 5 meters away. Both sides remain within the range of the star chains. The man carrying the 3 poles followed the teleportation, but was only teleported 3 meters. Ning Fei's strength was quickly drained by the star chains, and a feeling of weakness instantly spread throughout his body. The star projection is generated rapidly and rushes forward. A celestial projection also appeared on the opponent's body, moving forward to meet it. The 2 celestial projections collided in the middle and exploded simultaneously. The combined explosive force covering an area of 5 meters in radius. The 2 star chains became somewhat ethereal, but quickly solidified again. The star chains are a magical connection that cannot be destroyed by physical means. Only high-burst magical attacks can destroy them. The explosive attack of the star projection emphasizes range, but is not outstanding in terms of power. Even if 2 are combined at the same time, they will not be able to break the star chain. Ning Fei seized the opportunity and quickly retreated. The man with the 4 stripes had classical clothing materialize him, almost becoming tangible. He actually withstood the force of the explosion and charged forward, not giving the Ning family a chance to escape. The man carrying the 3 poles dared not do that, so he went around halfway, thus widening the distance between the 2 sides. Seeing that he couldn't create distance, Ning Fei immediately changed tactics, rushing forward to try and kill the man with the 4 stripes. A smile appeared on the other person's face, and they began to retreat quickly, maintaining distance and not giving Ning Fei a chance to fight back. As the 2 struggled, time flew by, and nearly 20 seconds had already passed. The man with the 3 stripes quickly approached, ready to help the man with the 4 stripes get through that most dangerous second. Ning Fei's heart stirred, and the magical parasite suddenly erupted, desperately burrowing into his body. Paralysis only weakens the opponent, but it cannot the star power within their body. Therefore, even if the opponent is paralyzed and falls to the ground, as long as they don't panic, it's impossible to interrupt their skill. But magical parasites are different. They target the energy within the opponent's body. The battle has lasted less than 30 seconds. In such a short time, the damage caused by the magical parasites is negligible. But in that instant, the disturbance to the star power within the opponent's body is enough to interrupt her skill. One of the 2 star chains swayed and then suddenly disappeared. The man with the 4 stripes changed his expression drastically, but it was too late to react. The feeling of exhaustion spread throughout his body in an instant, and he collapsed helplessly to the ground. Ning's body shimmered with starlight as he teleported forward 5 meters. With the added speed, he almost instantly reached the man carrying the 3 poles. The other party was taken aback by this sudden turn of events and stood frozen in place for a moment. Ash Oath swept across, decapitating her, then swung down with a downward slash. "Help me!" The man with the 4 stripes cried out in terror, turning his head to shout at the 4 Stardust Witches who had not yet joined the battle. Blood splattered, and the 2 heads rolled off one after the other. Ning Fei quickly turned around, sword in hand, and looked at the 4 Star Witches. The 4 had gathered together. The leader had a badge with 4 bars on his shoulder, and wore a silver half-face mask that looked like flowing starlight, covering the left half of his face. Her gaze fell on Ning Fei, and her brows furrowed slightly on the right side of her face, showing a hint of hesitation. Ning's mind raced as he analyzed the current situation. The 4 of them hadn't made a move, which clearly meant they had no ill intentions towards Ning Fei. At the very least, they were neutral. But the problem now is that Ning Fei killed 3 Stardust Witches in front of them, and the last one even cried for help. They have to do something about it. "The 4 of you, what happened just now was a personal grudge between me and them, and I absolutely did not mean to target the sisterhood." Ning Fei took a step back, put the Oath of Ashes back into his storage space, and raised his voice. "I only acted to protect myself. The Sisterhood of Stars is a righteous organization with a far-reaching reputation, and I believe they will be able to distinguish right from wrong. This matter absolutely must not escalate into a conflict with Star Sisters. Otherwise, no matter how much the others like Ning Fei, for the sake of the organization's reputation, they will have no choice but to take action against Ning Fei, which could even escalate into a large-scale conflict, turning potential allies into enemies." The leader's slightly furrowed brows relaxed, and he nodded slightly, saying solemnly, "I know a little about the grudges between you and them. It was indeed wrong of them to attack you, but you went too far by killing them." "I did act impulsively," Ning Fei said sincerely. "After this mission is over, I will personally visit you all to apologize. The leader showed a hint of satisfaction and said with a smile, "There's no need to apologize. Our Star Sisters Association is not a place where people can't distinguish right from wrong or bully others." Sneers rippled through the surrounding crowd, but quickly fell silent under the watchful eyes of the other star witches. The leader, seemingly oblivious to the commotion around him, continued, "How about this? You'll follow behind us and run errands for this mission, as a way of making up for your previous mistakes." "I am at your service," Ning Fei said with a smile and a slight bow. The leader nodded in satisfaction, glanced at the 3 corpses on the ground, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes, and said to the 3 men behind him, "Go and dispose of the corpses." 3 star witches quickly emerged, one of them taking out 3 palm-sized, rectangular black wooden boxes from her storage space and distributing one to each of the other 2. The 3 men approached the corpse, opened one side of the wooden box, and turned it over to face the body. Black light shot out from the wooden box and enveloped the corpse. The corpse immediately began to shrink rapidly and was sucked into the wooden box. The 3 closed the wooden boxes, turned around and walked to the Star Witch in the lead, handing her the 3 wooden boxes. The leader did not speak, but took the wooden box and placed it into the storage space. "All right, the misunderstanding is cleared up." The refined, middle-aged man who had been interrupted earlier stepped forward and said with a smile, "This mission is very difficult, and we need everyone to work together." Ning Fei then had time to retrieve the previous notification records and examine the basic situation of this world. "You have entered the world, the Fall of the Sun. Current location, Dragonfall Valley. This world is a real-world combat exercise scenario, and some background information will be provided." In the year 228 of the Twilight Era, after signing a non-aggression pact with the Fierce Tiger Alliance, which controlled the southeast, the Crimson Flame Empire began to mobilize the strength of the entire nation to launch an attack on the Blue Dragon Empire, which was entrenched in the north. Under the orders of the Prime Minister of the Crimson Flame Empire of the 8 legions, the 1st Legion remained to guard the eastern border of the Empire, while the 5th and 6th Legions advanced along the Skybreak Mountains, heading northeast through the Soul-Severing Valley, directly threatening the eastern province of the Blue Dragon Empire. The governor of Dongchuan Province of the Blue Dragon Empire hastily mobilized all troops of one province to block the Crimson Flame Empire at Broken Soul Valley. The Prime Minister of the Crimson Flame Empire led the remaining 5 legions westward along the Tiandu Mountains, traversing the mountain paths to reach the heart of the Tianma Plain in the eastern part of Dongchuan Province. The Tianma Plain, with its depleted military strength, was powerless to resist. Many cities surrendered without resistance, leaving only a few places still holding out. At the critical moment, the Emperor of the Blue Dragon Empire personally came to Dongchuan Province and urgently mobilized 120,000 troops, led by the famous General Garlos of the Empire, to support Tianma Plain. The Hengduan Mountains are high and densely forested, dividing Dongchuan Province in 2, from south to north. The only main road into Tianma Plain is Longyang Gorge. Gallos personally led 30,000 cavalrymen, marching day and night toward Dragonfall Canyon. Upon receiving the news, the Prime Minister of the Crimson Flame Empire urgently mobilized 20,000 men from the 2nd Legion, led by Imperial General Astra, to intercept Garlos in Dragonfall Canyon. They were tasked with holding out for 15 days to buy the Prime Minister of the Crimson Flame Empire time to completely control the Pegasus Plains. Astra ordered his troops to march at full speed, while he himself led 3,000 cavalrymen, traveling light and quickly, and finally arrived at Dragonfall Canyon ahead of everyone else. And Garros's vanguard cavalry will arrive in half a day. The current task has been issued. Task 1. Defend Dragonfall Canyon for 15 days. If the task fails, all survivors will have to participate in a punishment task. The punishment task is extremely difficult and has no reward. In this world, killing enemy units will earn you battle merits, which can be exchanged for supplies at the quartermaster's office. There are 1,000 in this world. Their initial identity is that of a freedom fighter, and they are not within the Crimson Flame Empire's military system. Ladies and gentlemen, in a world of large-scale warfare, the biggest fear is that military commanders will act recklessly, so we must strive to gain sufficient influence, the refined middle-aged man said, pushing up his glasses. This is where the Sisterhood of the Stars will come in. With your charisma, I'm sure it won't be too difficult for you to achieve this. The Star Witch, who was in the lead, said non-committally. In terms of military skills alone, these mission personnel far surpass us. Their command ability is not a concern. What we need to do is provide sufficiently accurate intelligence, and they will naturally make accurate judgments. The refined middle-aged man paused for a moment, then said calmly, "That would be best, but we should still be careful." Ning Fei listened to them, while observing the surrounding terrain. Ning Fei and his group are currently on a fan-shaped alluvial plain, heading towards the handle of the fan. The terrain is getting narrower and narrower until they finally enter the Dragonfall Canyon. Dragonfall Canyon is nestled between two mountains, with a river on the north side, and only a small section on the south side is passable. To the south of Ning Fei and his group was a small hill with a relatively gentle slope, but it was still a good vantage point. At first glance, the defense does not seem too difficult. As long as they enter Dragonfall Canyon and cut down trees on the southern mountain to build fortifications, it will be enough to prevent the enemy cavalry from passing and force them to dismount, advance slowly. The Dragonfall Canyon is estimated to be several kilometers long, with its narrowest point only a few hundred meters wide. Even if the enemy has a numerical advantage, they cannot make any moves here and can only advance step by step. "Why are we stopping here?" a red-haired woman shouted. "Shouldn't we be joining the canyon and setting up defenses as soon as possible?" She was tall and sturdy, and her voice was extremely rough. At first glance, one might mistake her for a man. After days of marching, both men and horses are exhausted and need to recover their strength first, the refined man said, adjusting his glasses. "That's not a problem. The question is, what do we do next?" "What else can we do?" the red-haired woman said dismissively. "Of course we'll help them build fortifications, and when the enemy comes, we'll just go up and kill them." Sigh. The refined man sighed, looking like he didn't want to talk to her, and turned to the others, saying, "What do you all think?" The people who gathered around all had 4 stripes on their shoulders, and some were leaders of small groups. One of them tentatively said, "Perhaps we can take the initiative. With our strength, as long as we are not blocked by the enemy's main force and are harassed by guerrilla tactics, we should be able to buy more time." Good idea. His suggestion was immediately agreed upon. Many others hesitated. "Huh?" The red-haired woman paused for a moment before saying, "That's a good idea. That's what I think too," the refined man said, pushing up his glasses. "This way, we can have more time to set up defensive fortifications and also gain enough influence within the military." "Isn't this too dangerous?" someone said quietly, looking around. "It is indeed dangerous," the refined man said seriously. "So it's not mandatory, but I will definitely go. Those who want to go can come with us, and those who don't can stay and help the garrison build fortifications." Many people breathed a sigh of relief and quietly took 2 steps back. The refined man took all this in, but didn't show it on his face. Instead, he looked around and said, "If you all have no objections, then it's settled. Brothers who are willing to take the initiative, get ready. I'll go and communicate with the commander of this army. Maybe we can get some help." Everyone agreed, and the refined man immediately turned around, walked to a nearby cavalry officer, and whispered a few words to him. The cavalry officer glanced in their direction twice, then led the refined-looking man toward the front of the army. Sister Sif, a petite star witch, leaned closer to the leader of the star witches and asked in a low voice, "I think that person has a point. With our charm and skills, we should be able to win the favor of the army commander and gain a voice, right?" The Star Witch had the same 2 stripes on her shoulder badge as Ning Fei, and her clear eyes made her look quite cute. Sif's lips twitched slightly, and she looked at one of the Star Witches beside her. "Fifi, explain this to Cynthia." Like the other Star Witch, Fei Fei had 3 stripes on her shoulder badge. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "Sister Sif, I also think that person makes sense. Even if the army commander is stronger, with so many of us, the combined effect of the Starlight Kiss will definitely work." Sif was so angry she almost laughed. She glared at Fifi and then looked at the other person, saying, "Little White, you don't so too, do you?" Xiao Bai looked around in bewilderment, then nodded hesitantly. "You guys are going to drive me crazy," Sif said, taking a breath and sounding exasperated. "You? It's unlikely that an army commander would be swayed by women," Ning Fei interjected. "Even if you were to offer yourselves, the best you could hope for is that you'd just be slept with for free." "I thought this was the worst-case scenario," Fei Fei said, looking at Ning Fei. Hint, resentment. "The worst-case scenario is that you'll be kicked out and your favorability rating will drop 0, Ning Fei said with a smile. "This is wartime. How can a general who can command an army be so easily swayed by women?" "We can use skills," Cynthia asked Ning Fei with clear eyes. "What if we fail?" Ning Fei countered. "Even if we succeed, do you think others won't notice? Even if no one notices, what if someone reports you? In that case, our best outcome would be being completely kicked out of the center, or worse, being killed by." "No way." Cynthia's eyes widened, and Fei Fei and Xiao Bai were also shocked. "Why not?" Sif said in a tone of exasperation. "Do you think this is a small group mission? With so many people who can guarantee that no one has bad intentions? Putting aside everything else, just look at that old fox with glasses. If you really use your skills to influence the army commander, he might be the first to report you." "Huh?" Cynthia's eyes widened, her face filled with shock. "Not everyone is a bad person, but not everyone is a good person either," Sif said earnestly. "You have to be wary of everyone, or you might get tricked at any time." "But why would he do that?" Xiao Bai asked, puzzled. "Let's fight for the right to speak," Ning Fei said. "We have a natural advantage in this regard, so he wants us to be eliminated first." "That may not be true," Sif said, glancing at Ning Fei. "But we can't rule out that possibility. Also, other people may deliberately cause trouble out of jealousy or other reasons, so we have to be on guard." As they were talking, the refined-looking man returned, followed by 2 soldiers. "Gentlemen, General Astra greatly appreciates our righteous act, so he has generously provided us with 500 warhorses," the refined man said loudly as he walked to the center of the crowd. "He has also sent a special guide to show us the way. Now, brothers who are willing to take the initiative, please follow me." With that, the refined man walked toward Dragonfall Canyon. Dozens of people immediately took action and followed closely behind him. Judging from their clothing, they were most likely a group. The others looked at each other, some quickly followed, but most chose to stay. "Let's go, we'll go too," Sif said, leading the way forward. The other 3 Star Witches followed without hesitation, and Ning Fei also followed. A group of people gathered at the front of the procession, and after a rough count, there were only a little over 300 people. The refined-looking man's expression was somewhat unpleasant. He turned to a man who appeared to be an officer beside him and, "Sir Owen, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I thought I could at least gather half of the people, but now I'm truly ashamed. It's already commendable that you all are willing to contribute to the country and have traveled thousands of miles to get here. How can we ask for more?" Owen said with a smile. "This mission is fraught with danger, and it's only natural that you don't want to take risks. That's understandable. Your Excellency Owen is truly wise and righteous, which is admirable," the refined man said with flattery. As they were talking, officers had already gathered 500 war horses and brought them to the vicinity of the apostles. The war horses looked plump and strong, and it was clear that the commander had not lied to them about it. Most of the apostles could not ride horses, but due to their physical abilities and with each other's guidance, they quickly became able to ride with ease. The apostles mounted their horses and galloped towards Dragonfall Canyon, pointing Ning Fei, and the others lay in wait quietly behind a small hillside. The main road is at the bottom of the hillside. Looking into the distance, one can already see a large number of black armored cavalry rushing towards this place at high speed. Under Garros's command, the 30,000 cavalrymen were divided into 10 teams of 3,000 men each, with each team spaced about 10 miles apart. Because of the need for a rapid march, there was naturally not enough time to send out enough scouts. If 30,000 men were to advance together, the consequences of an ambush would be unimaginable. If the teams are divided into 10 groups like this, even if they are ambushed, only one team will be affected, while the other teams will not be impacted and can provide rapid support. The black armored cavalry moved swiftly, forming 4 ranks, with the vanguard quickly reaching the foot of the mountain. "Kill!" A thunderous roar suddenly rang out. The red-haired woman, wielding a long-handled battle axe, leaped up from the ground, her entire body swelling up, and charged down the mountain like lightning. A dozen or so figures followed suit, their joints cracking as they leaped into the air, their bodies rapidly expanding as they charged forward. "Damn it, this crazy woman!" The refined man's face turned ashen with anger as he shouted curses. His original plan was to wait until the lower ranks were more than halfway through before launching an attack from the middle, cutting the ranks in half. The red-haired woman had readily agreed when they discussed it, but now this has happened. The troops below the mountain were thrown into chaos, and officers shouted in an attempt to maintain order. The red-haired woman was incredibly fast, covering over 100 meters in seconds and crashing directly into the crowd. With a swing of his long-handled battle axe, he cut down several cavalrymen and their horses. "Happy!" The red-haired woman shouted loudly and suddenly lunged forward several meters, causing chaos and falls wherever she went. The other apostles also rushed out and ran down the mountain. "Is she always this aggressive?" Ning Fei's lips twitched as he looked at Sif beside him and asked. "Berserker blood, very fierce in fights," Sif said with a smile, tapping her temple with her finger. "But this place is a little not working well." "I can tell," Ning Fei said, somewhat speechless. "Wait a minute, I'll stay in front, the 3 of you follow behind," Sif said seriously, looking at the other 3. "Don't wander off, listen to my instructions, understand?" The other 3 nodded in agreement. Ning Fei was not included in Sif's orders. The previous statement about obeying her commands was just a formality, and no one took it seriously. "I'll be at the front," Ning Fei said, taking out the Oath of Ashes. "At least based on their current performance, these people seem pretty reliable. Well, at least Sif has been reliable enough. The other 3, although they seem a bit dim-witted, are not a big problem as long as they are obedient. After all, the strength of the Star Witch's skill tree is undeniable. In such a chaotic battlefield, having more teammates is never a bad thing. Sif glanced at Ning Fei and nodded in agreement. 99% of the apostles behind the hillside had already rushed down, while Ning Fei and the others trailed behind at the back of the group, charging down the mountain. In a short period of time, hundreds of cavalrymen below had died, while the apostles had no casualties. Only a few were injured. The first third of the cavalry force had been completely routed. The surviving cavalrymen fled in panic, only to be caught up by the apostles from behind and killed one by one. The apostles, full of vigor, charged forward and became entangled with the middle of the cavalry. The most dangerous part was the last third of the cavalry, who deliberately broke away from the main force, ran in the opposite direction for a distance, and then quickly adjusted their formation, forming a wedge formation. This is the formation for an attack. Ning Fei cut down 2 cavalrymen, and upon noticing this, his expression immediately turned somewhat grim. This is why they initially targeted the center of the cavalry. The apostles were too few in number, so they could only focus on breaking through, and then quickly advance, dragging the entire cavalry into the melee. From the perspective of individual combat, the apostles are far stronger than these cavalrymen. Once they face a large-scale cavalry charge, even the apostles will not fare well. The cavalry, having formed their ranks, began to gradually accelerate, the sound of their hooves like a dense drumbeat, slowly drowning out the battle cries. The cavalrymen who were still entangled with the apostles fled to both sides to make way for their comrades' charge, while those who couldn't escape in time fought back frantically with bloodshot eyes, trying to drag the enemy down with them. "Follow me," Ning Fei said in a deep voice and began to move quick. "Keep up," Sif shouted to the 3 people behind her without hesitation. Ning Fei observed the direction of the cavalry charge, then led the 4 men to retreat quickly to the rear of the apostle column. From this position, the charging cavalry would have to completely break through the apostles of formation before they could attack them. Although these people were fighting entirely on their own and had no formation whatsoever, their strong individual combat abilities should still be enough to make them quite effective. A middle-aged apostle noticed Ning Fei and the others' actions, paused for a moment, and then revealed obvious contempt in his eyes. Ning Fei ignored his gaze. What was wrong with them? A group of mages, standing at the back of the crowd? Absolutely no problem. The sound of hooves grew louder and louder, completely drowning out all other sounds, crashing down on the apostles like a mountain collapsing, and a tsunami crashing down on them. The apostle at the front looked frightened and turned to run away. There was no trace of energy flow on his body, but his speed was extremely fast, even leaving a trail of afterimages as he weaved through the crowd. "These are gene lock enhancers," Sif's voice sounded from behind, tinged with apprehension. "They are few in number, but extremely strong in close combat. If you ever encounter them, you must never let them get close." Inspired by him, the remaining apostles nearby began to flee in panic, further fueling the chaos and causing even more people to follow. Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, a loud shout suddenly rang out. "A bunch of cowards!" The red-haired woman stepped forward from the crowd, dragging her long-handled battle axe, and charged towards the dark, surging tide. The cavalry officer acting as the arrowhead flashed a hint of disdain in his eyes, raised his lance, and used the momentum to thrust it towards the red-haired woman. With a furious roar, the red-haired woman leaped into the air, landing on the spear that had pierced through the air. Using the momentum, she jumped even higher, and with a thunderous crash, her long-handled battle axe cleaved down, splitting the cavalry officer's head in two to the astonishment of his gaze. The warhorse, without its master, charged past the red-haired woman, and her body began to fall uncontrollably through the air. Both spears were raised simultaneously, thrusting towards the red-haired woman in the air. The red-haired woman roared and hurled her long-handled battle axe, which spun forward and struck two cavalrymen in the chest. The two cavalrymen screamed as they were thrown from their horses by the impact. The red-haired woman landed heavily, and two stray warhorses immediately charged past her. The third rank of cavalry had already charged in. The two men on either side kept their eyes straight ahead and continued to charge, while the two men in the middle simultaneously raised their spears and thrust them at the red-haired woman. The red-haired woman rolled forward, dodging the attack while grabbing her long-handled battle axe. As she stood up, she spun in place, sweeping several cavalrymen and their horses from the third and fourth ranks to the ground. Caught off guard, the fifth rank of cavalrymen's horses were tripped by the fallen horses in front of them, and the riders were thrown off their horses. The red-haired woman let out a hearty laugh, then stomped on the chest of a fallen cavalryman, causing him to spit blood and scream in agony. The sixth rank of cavalry was already on guard, controlling their horses and attempting to leap over the fallen warhorses. The red-haired woman brandished her battle axe and charged forward, bringing the axe down the horse's head. The nails were driven firmly into the ground, parting the black tide, but they could not stop its advance. The charging black-armored cavalry quickly overwhelmed the resisting apostles and rushed towards Ning Fei and the others. Sif's figure swept past Ning Fei, and she bravely met the charging cavalry head-on. The cavalryman directly in front of her grinned maliciously and raised his spear at Sif. His companions on either side also turned their spears to block Sif's escape routes. Sif's figure swayed for a moment, then exploded with a bang, the violent energy surging wildly and engulfing the cavalrymen in the middle. The screams of the cavalrymen and the neighing of their war horses erupted simultaneously, and the wounded horses, propelled by inertia, charged out of the blast radius. Ning Fei raised his hand and pointed to the feet of the warhorse. The starlight thorns spread rapidly upwards, briefly locking a horse's leg, but were torn off by the warhorse's ferocious power in the next moment. A crisp cracking sound rang out, and the warhorse's left foreleg bent at a 90-degree angle, collapsing in front of Ning Fei with a mournful cry. A barrage of starlight arrows shot out from around Ning Fei, knocking several cavalrymen off their horses from his side. The violent energy gradually subsided, and the cavalry behind continued their charge. Fei Fei's figure swept past Ning Fei, rushed forward quickly, and then exploded with a bang. The raging energy once again engulfed the charging cavalry. The neighing of war horses rang out incessantly, and the frightened horses collided with each other, plunging into brief chaos. One of the cavalrymen was thrown into the air, flailing his arms and legs as he flew towards Ning Fei. Ning Fei strode forward, grabbed one of his arms, spun him around, and flung him back the way he came, knocking another cavalryman off his horse. A warhorse neighed in panic and charged towards Ning Fei. Ning Fei spun around quickly, avoiding the direction of the warhorse's charge. Using the momentum of Ash's oath, he swept across, severing one of the warhorse's legs. With a painful neigh, the warhorse suddenly collapsed to the ground. As the energy of the explosion gradually dissipated, Xiaobai's figure also swept past Ning Fei before exploding with a bang. The cavalrymen behind them looked fearful and steered their horses to flank around to the sides. Under normal circumstances, they would have no room to hide, but under the desperate attacks of the apostles in front, the cavalry column had become much thinner, enough for them to take limited cover. A large number of cavalry swept past Ning Fei and his companions, and starlight arrows flew out continuously, shooting nearby cavalrymen off their horses. However, some cavalrymen were exceptionally fierce, controlling their warhorses to charge straight through the explosion, brandishing their lances as they thrust at Ning Fei, who was blocking their front. Several starlight arrows flew out simultaneously, shooting towards the cavalry. The cavalryman shouted and leaped off his horse, raising his lance and smashing it down towards Ning Fei. The warhorse let out a painful neigh, rolled on the ground, and, due to the enormous inertia, rammed into Ning Fei. Starlight shimmered around Ning Fei, and he vanished from the spot. The cavalry's attack missed its mark, and their spears slammed heavily into the ground, sending dirt and stones flying everywhere. Ning Fei landed from the air and stepped on his back, knocking him to the ground. The oath of ashes struck down like lightning, piercing his skull. Ning Fei bent down, grabbed his spear, and threw it at another charging cavalryman. Caught off guard, the cavalryman was pierced through the chest by the spear thrown by Ning Fei, and fell from his horse. The unclaimed warhorse did not stop and charged towards Ning Fei. Ning Fei spun around again and severed one of the warhorse's legs. Another cavalryman seized the opportunity and thrust his spear at Ning Fei with lightning speed. Several starlight arrows flew out and struck him, knocking him off his horse. Ning Fei avoided the warhorse's front, spun around in place, and cut off one of the horse's legs. The warhorse neighed and fell to the ground, but the cavalry behind it surged forward like a tide. Sif's figure burst out again, exploding through the crowd and causing chaos. "Brother, you don't need to be so stingy with your star power." Sif's voice rang out from behind Ning Fei. "We brought enough potions. If you need more, we can share some with you." "No, this has nothing to do with star power. I just don't want you to change your address from brother to sister." Ning Fei mentally complained, but still replied, "Thanks, I understand." As he spoke, Ning Fei picked up another spear from the ground and threw it at one of the cavalrymen. The spear struck the horse's head accurately, and the warhorse neighed and collapsed to the ground, throwing the rider off its back. Ning Fei quickly stepped forward and slashed at his face with his sword. 3 cavalrymen charged toward Ning Fei at the same time. Ning Fei quickly retreated, and the starlight projection rushed forward, exploding in front of the 3 of them. The violent energy engulfed the 3 of them. With a mournful neigh, the warhorse fled wildly to both sides, colliding with several of its companions. Suddenly, the view opened up before them. The dark tide had receded, leaving only a devastated battlefield. "Come with me!" Ning Fei shouted, disregarding the need to finish off his opponent, and ran forward. If the cavalry regroup and charge again, their position will be the first to be hit. "Keep up!" Sif had also thought of this problem. Her expression changed slightly, and she shouted loudly to the 3 of them. The group moved quickly, crossed the battlefield, and joined up with the remaining apostles. Painful groans filled the battlefield. A significant number of cavalrymen were simply knocked off their horses, but did not die. A few with minor injuries were able to struggle to their feet, but most could only writhe on the ground. The apostles suffered heavy losses. Conservative estimates suggest that more than 50 people died in the shockwave. Courage does not equate to ability. Not every apostle who chose to come here has the ability to withstand a cavalry charge head-on. Many of the surviving apostles looked terrified and were already considering retreating. Fortunately, after regrouping, the cavalry did not immediately launch an attack, but instead kept an eye on the gathered apostles from a distance. This gave the apostles a chance to catch their breath. "Don't panic!" The refined man pushed up his glasses and loudly reassured the flustered apostles. "Their losses are greater than ours. As long as we stick together, we can definitely stop their attack." What's there to be afraid of? The red-haired woman, covered in blood and completely stained red, stood at the front of the group and said, "They're just a bunch of ordinary soldiers. If they dare to come, I'll slaughter them all." The refined man's lips twitched slightly, but at this moment, the more assertive the red-haired woman appeared, the more reassuring she would be, so he could say anything more. The apostles gathered together, ready for battle. Ning Fei, along with the other four, quickly hid at the back of the group. The refined man noticed this scene, and the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably twice again. But in order not to shake the morale of the troops, he did not point it out in public. The two sides faced off for a minute. "We can't let this drag on," Ning Fei said, frowning and raising his voice. "They're stalling for time. By the time reinforcements arrive, we'll all be dead here." Ning Fei's words immediately caused a stir in the crowd. The refined man frowned slightly, looked at Ning Fei, and asked politely, "Brother, do you have any ideas? Does anyone have a high-powered explosive device?" Ning Fei asked loudly after a moment's. "I have one," a seemingly delicate female apostle said, taking out a crumpled fruit. "It's a dried-out roya fruit. It can release a large-scale poisonous mist that can paralyze people's nerves for a short time, but it can't be thrown over this distance." "Should we rush over and throw it?" another apostle asked. "Who will go?" Another apostle asked. "If there are too few of us, we might be taken out in one wave of their attack. If there are too many of us, they will definitely retreat and keep their distance." "What do we do then?" one of the apostles asked, somewhat frantically. "Wait to die?" "Brother," the refined man pushed up his glasses and looked at Ning Fei. "Since you've asked, you must have a way, right?" The other apostles, upon hearing his words, all looked at Ning Fei. "I do have a way we can try," Ning Fei said, looking around at everyone, "but I can't guarantee whether it will succeed." "It's better to have a way than no way," the refined man said. "If it doesn't work, we can think of other ways. It's better than waiting here to die." Ning Fei took out the petite doll and looked at it, saying, "We can't get close, but this thing should be able to. As long as we let it carry the explosives to the middle of the crowd, it can at least disrupt their formation and give us a chance." "I think it's feasible," one of the apostles said excitedly. "It's so small that it won't be noticed if we go around it from the side." "Yes, it definitely won't be noticed. I also think it's feasible." A group of apostles echoed in agreement. The refined man pushed his glasses and said, "Then let's give it a try. When the poison gas explodes, we'll rush over immediately and engage them head-on, not giving them a chance to create distance." Ning Fei nodded slightly in agreement. The delicate-looking female apostle walked up to Ning Fei and handed him a few dried roya fruits. Dried roja fruit, white. Category: Consumables effect. After destruction, it can release a large amount of poisonous mist, paralyzing people's nerves. The stronger the constitution, the weaker the effect. When the constitution reaches 30 points, one can be immune to the poisonous mist. Judging from the strength of those cavalrymen, their attributes are stronger than those of ordinary people, but only by a limited margin, at most 10 points, with the vast majority probably around 8 or 9 points. Their only advantage is their numbers. Ning Fei cut a piece of rag on the ground, wrapped several dried roya fruits into a small package, put it on the back of the petite doll, and then began to infuse it with star power. The petite doll immediately came to life, jumping around a few times to loosen its limbs, then adjusting the position of its package before quickly running to the side of the group. The apostles continued to confront the opposing cavalry, trying to lull them into a false sense of security and buy time for the petite doll. The petite doll circled around from the side and got behind the cavalry. The well-prepared cavalrymen, as expected, did not notice the tiny creature on the ground, which easily blended into the ranks. The petit dole human-like figure wiped away non-existent sweat from its forehead, laboriously moved the package from its back to its chest, then pulled out a dried roya fruit, picked it up with both hands, threw it forcefully to the ground, and quickly ran away. The dried-out roya fruit fell to the ground, rolled a few times, and remained motionless. The petit dole that had run off paused, stopped, and looked over in confusion. The fruit lay quietly on the ground, its shell completely undamaged. The petit dole looked in the direction of the apostles, rested her chin on her left hand, pondered for a moment, then looked at her own hands with a sudden realization, and then at the dried-up roya fruit, a look of distress appearing on her face. It looked left and right, then ran to a rock about the size of a fist, picked it up with difficulty, and wobbled toward the dried-up roya fruit. Bang! The stone slammed down heavily, and a green mist immediately spewed out, quickly spreading and covering an area of several meters in radius. The nearby cavalry immediately began to stir. Some cavalrymen, before they could even react, lost control of their bodies and fell stiffly off their horses. The petit dole was unaffected by the nerve-toxic fog. It moved swiftly under the horses' hooves, breaking out of the fog's range, clutching a dried-up roya fruit in its hands, and its eyes quickly scanned its surroundings. A warhorse snorted uneasily and paced back and forth in a somewhat flustered manner. The petit dole's eyes lit up, and she rushed over quickly, placing it under the horse's hooves. The moment the hooves struck, she rolled away to the side. As the horse's hooves landed, a burst of green poisonous mist immediately erupted. A satisfied smile appeared on the petit dole's face. She took out another dried-up roya fruit and ran away quickly. The successive bursts of poisonous fog threw the cavalry into complete chaos, and the apostles seized the opportunity to quickly close in. The cavalry commander tried to lead his cavalry out of the poisonous fog, but the nerve fog not only affected the people, but also the horses, who fell to the ground one after another, greatly hindering the cavalry's movement. The petit dole looked at the officer who was giving orders in a loud voice, a thoughtful look in her eyes, and quickly ran towards him, placing a dried roya fruit under his horse's hoof. Caught off guard, the cavalry commander fell off his horse. The petit dole jumped onto the cavalry commander's face, and to his horrified gaze, its tiny arm forcefully pierced his eye. Some of the faster apostles had already closed in, carefully avoiding the range of the poisonous fog, and were slaughtering the chaotic cavalry. The petit dole jumped off the face of the blind cavalry commander, and as she watched the apostles fighting bravely, a wicked amusement gradually appeared on her face. It took out the last dried roya fruit from the pouch on its chest, placed it on the ground, glanced at it for a moment, and then kicked it between several apostles. An apostle stomped down, and a large cloud of green poisonous mist immediately erupted. The surrounding apostles were caught off guard and were all enveloped in it. "Damn it!" One of the apostles cursed and ran quickly to the side, but after only a few steps, his body stiffened, and he collapsed to the ground. The petit dole made a laughing gesture and excitedly danced around. A startled warhorse jumped around frantically on the spot. The rider on its back tried hard to pull on the reins, but was still thrown off. The petit dole suddenly found that the sky above her head was rapidly darkening. Before she could run away, she was pinned down by the cavalryman. The cavalryman struggled to his feet, but was struck in the face by a sword and fell silent. The petit dole struggled for a moment, but to no avail, and could only resign herself to her fate and stop moving. The cavalry, drawn into the melee, were no match for the apostles and were slaughtered indiscriminately. Only a very few managed to escape, the rest were killed. An apostle cast a spell, summoning a gust of wind that dispersed the pervasive neurotoxic fog, allowing the apostles to kill the incapacitated cavalrymen. Ning Fei picked up the petite doll that had transformed into a human from under the corpse, wiped the blood off the doll, and put it back into his storage space. The officer, acting as a guide, directed the apostles to quickly clean up the battlefield and collect the bracelets from the right hands of the fallen cavalrymen. It was a spatial device with a 1mm space inside, containing the cavalrymen's equipment and some dry rations. Judging from the contents of the bracelet, these cavalrymen are not in their full condition. The black armor they wore consisted only of the breastplate, and it was a relatively lightweight inner armor. In addition, they did not have a complete set of helmet, outer armor, arm armor, leg armor, and vest. The apostles had the advantage of the surprise attack, not giving them time to put on their armor. Otherwise, the casualties among the apostles in the charge would have been far greater. The officer, acting as a guide, then ordered the apostles to cut off the enemy soldiers' heads and pile them up into a mound to intimidate them. Some apostles were strongly opposed to it and unwilling to do it, but others were enthusiastic and volunteered. A large number of heads quickly piled up in the middle of the road, and the pungent smell of blood permeated the air for a long distance. Many apostles looked grim and walked away, unwilling to watch any longer. The apostle in charge of Reconnaissance reported that the 2nd Cavalry Unit would arrive in about 10 minutes. The crazed apostles seized the opportunity to pile the last heads on top, then quickly retreated. They left their war horses behind a mountain not far away, leaving only a few men to guard them. They then hurriedly returned, mounted their war horses, and galloped towards Dragonfall Canyon. The refined man originally planned to harass the enemy along the way to delay them further. But after witnessing the power of the cavalry charge, most of the apostles were unwilling to take any more risks and had to return ahead of schedule. Garros' original objective was to seize Dragonfall Canyon, but after his entire cavalry force was almost completely wiped out, he would surely conclude that Dragonfall Canyon had already been occupied, and that he had the resources to send out an ambush. He would most likely slow down his advance and conduct reconnaissance first. In theory, this should buy Astra at least half a day to a day, and considering that nighttime is not suitable for fighting, this time will be even longer. When the group of apostles returned to Dragonfall Canyon, it was already evening. From a distance, banners fluttered on the mountains on both sides, and scattered firelight dotted the mountains, while the booming sound of drums rose and fell among the mountains. "Huh? What's going on?" Cynthia asked in surprise. "Our reinforcements arrived so quickly." "Not that fast," Sif said with a smile, her gaze sweeping over the mountains on both sides. "It's probably a bluff, to make the enemy unsure of our strength and dare not attack easily, thus further delaying the attack." As they spoke, the group had already entered Dragonfall Canyon, within a few hundred meters of the entrance. The road has been severely damaged, with large and small pits everywhere, interspersed with several trenches that connect to the large river to the north. Bring in river water. The road conditions were completely unsuitable for cavalry to travel, so the group had no choice but dismount and lead their war horses forward slowly. Further on, the road was littered with freshly felled trees, and between the trees were earthenware jars filled with black kerosene. On the mountain to the south, several firing positions can be seen, where soldiers are busy assembling several devices that resemble catapults. When the apostles finally reached the back of Dragonfall Canyon, after overcoming numerous obstacles, they saw a young general waiting there with a group of high-ranking officers. "General Astra!" The refined man took 2 quick steps and gave the young general a military salute from this world. Astra nodded slightly to him, took 2 steps forward, looked around at everyone, and said loudly, "I already know about your deeds. Annihilating 3,000 Dragon Fang cavalry in one battle is a rare feat in the world. Such an achievement should have been celebrated with a banquet. But due to the urgency of the war, everything has to be kept simple. Please understand." An officer behind him waved his hand, and immediately dozens of soldiers came over carrying wine jars, distributing porcelain bowls filled with wine to each apostle. Astra picked up a bowl of wine and said loudly, "I have no way to thank you all for your kindness, so I can only offer you a toast here." After saying that, Astra drank the wine in the bowl in one gulp. Astra's words weren't particularly eloquent, but his status as a young general, commander of the Imperial Second Legion and supreme commander of this campaign, coupled with his personal toast to the crowd, was enough to stir the blood. However, the apostles had only just entered this world and were completely unaware of his identity, resulting in an awkward silence. The refined man's expression changed slightly, and he was about to speak when Ning Fei spoke first, shouting passionately, "All for the Empire! Long live the Empire! Long live the Emperor!" After saying that, Ning Fei tilted his head back and drank the wine in the bowl in one gulp, then smashed the bowl on the ground. The strong liquor felt like a raging fire in his throat. Ning Fei was caught off guard and almost vomited it on the spot. Fortunately, his constitution wasn't too weak, so he managed to hold it in and avoid making a fool of himself. Sif covered her face with her hands, as if she didn't know this guy. The refined man was slightly taken aback when Ning Fei beat him to it, but he quickly recovered and shouted in the same manner as Ning Fei, "All for the Empire! Long live the Empire! Long live the Emperor!" After shouting, he also drank the wine in the bowl in one gulp and smashed the bowl on the ground. The other apostles reacted and followed suit. Although their shouts were somewhat uneven, at least the situation calmed down. Astra glanced at Ning Fei, nodded slightly, and shouted loudly, "Everyone has worked hard today, so I won't disturb your rest any longer. After this battle, we'll drink together again." After saying that, Astra turned and left with his officers. "Everything for the Empire! Long live the Empire! Long live the Emperor!" Sif's voice rang out behind Ning Fei, tinged with a hint of mockery. "I didn't realize you were such a chunibu. So what if I'm a bit of a chunibu? I can make an impression on Astra with just one sentence." Ning Fei turned around, looked at the wine bowl in Sif's hand and said, "This wine is good, try it." Before Sif could speak, Cynthia said excitedly, "Really? I'll try." As she spoke, Cynthia imitated Ning Fei's earlier actions, raising her head to drink the wine in one gulp. "No!" Sif cried out to stop her, but it was too late. Cough, cough, cough! Cynthia was caught off guard and choked, coughing repeatedly and tears streaming down her face. Sif quickly put down her wine glass, walked over to Cynthia, and gently patted her back. After a long while, Cynthia finally calmed down, looking at Ning Fei with teary eyes, her eyes full of resentment. "Is it fun to lie to young girls?" Sif glared at Ning Fei and said irritably, "I can't be the only one who gets choked," Ning Fei said with a smile. "Besides, you're not a little girl anymore." "Get lost," Sif said irritably.